Join us all weekend for a celebration of Northern California's visual arts. Over 270 works of art will be auctioned off to the highest bidder, and you can be part of the action by watching and bidding on your favorite artwork. View the entire collection online at kvie.org/art-auction. Then, when your favorite item appears, call 1-844-KVIE-ART to place your bid. Auction proceeds benefit the programs and services of your PBS station, KVIE. So thank you for watching and bidding. And now, let the auction begin.
Good morning and welcome to day 3 of the 2025 KVIE Art Auction. I'm Dr. Steve Wenlock, and we're celebrating another day of beautiful art from Northern California artists. If you purchase an art on Friday or Saturday, you can pick it up starting today from 10 a.m. to 6 p.m. here at KVIE. We're located at 2030 West El Camino Avenue in Sacramento. Today, we recommend entering the station from the West El Camino entrance so you can avoid the traffic from the Aftershock Music Festival impacting Garden Highway. Be sure to bring your photo ID and a blanket to protect your art for loading into the car. All right, the phone lines are open. Let's get this auction started with the first day, the first segment of the day. Stay with us.
Coming up next is the landscape category, awards juried by Cecily Hastings. Landscapes celebrate the natural beauty throughout our region and beyond. View all of the artwork featured in this year's collection at kvie.org/art-auction.
Today we begin with the auction with the landscape category. This portion of the art auction is sponsored by Delta Print Group, and we want to thank them for their commitment to supporting the arts on KVIE. And now, here's an overview of the art that will be coming up for bid during the next half hour. Item 27A is the Rooftop of Rome by Karen Gogan. This is an oil on canvas measuring 16 by 20 inches. Retail value is $300. Item 27B is Sweet Springs by Lori Anderson. This is oil on canvas measuring 12 by 23 inches. Retail value is $300. Item 27C is Pacific Coastline by Jean Elise Riley. This is pastels measuring 18 by 24 inches. Retail value is $400. Item 27D is Walnut Grove Bridge by George Lambert. This is oil on canvas measuring 22 by 28 inches. Retail value is $12.50. Item 27E is Lost by Gary Harris. This is oil on canvas measuring 24 by 18 inches. Retail value is $375. Item 27F is San Francisco Bay at Dusk by Kathy Donna. This is oil on canvas measuring 18 by 38 inches. Retail value is $450. Now let's head over to the art auction with our auctioneer and our art expert.
Hi there, I'm Colleen Shulman, and thanks for joining us for this landscape break. With me in studio is art expert Marianne Schultz. A retired school teacher for the visual arts, Marianne now serves as the Northern Area Chair of the California Art Education Association. And among her projects is coordinating Youth Art Month, which is an annual student art showcase featuring students from throughout our region of Northern California. Marianne, so exciting to have you. Thank you for being here.
Thank you. Thanks. I'm thrilled to be here.
Oh, I love it. All right. Well, let's lead it off. We are going to start here with item 27A. This is The Rooftops of Rome by Karen Kogan. This is an oil on canvas piece measuring 16 by 20 inches. Retail value $300. First impressions.
First impressions, bright and cheerful. And I wanted to just mention a little bit about Karen's work here. She was on vacation. She was in Rome, and she stayed in a palazzo very near the Roman steps. Spanish steps. And when she opened the door from her hotel room for the first time, this is the view she saw, and she was absolutely thrilled to see it. And it encouraged her to actually pull out canvas that she had taken with her and her oils and to paint this plein air. And for the people that don't know what plein air is, it's when you're able to be out in the fresh air and you are just painting right there, and you're painting what it is you see. She uses very bright colors here, and she uses very broad brush strokes as well. You can see in the distance here that there are 2 churches, and she mentioned to us that there are actually 900 churches in Rome, and she was so happy to have seen these to capture them actually in her painting. And I think it's just beautiful, and I think it can fit in. It's not too large. It can fit, I think, in anybody's home or even apartment.
Well, and it fit in a suitcase. So.
If it fit in a suitcase, it can surely fit.
Definitely.
And even the smallest apartment.
It could,
yes.
yeah. And this is also wonderfully framed. So once again, this item that we're looking at here is item 27A, The Rooftops of Rome, painted in Rome and plein air,
yes,
by Karen Kogan. This oil on canvas measures 16 by 20 inches. The retail value is $300. The current bid is on your screen, along with the number to call if you would like to take this piece home. Marianne, do you have any final thoughts you'd like to share?
Well, I'd just like to say that that Karen has been painting for quite a long time, approximately 15 years, and this is her typical style, impressionistic. And I think it's just a beautiful work of art.
It sure is. All right. Well, we are going to get ready to move on. This piece will remain open through the break. If you'd like to bid, again, that number is right on your screen. We are going to go ahead and move on to our next piece. All right, we are looking at item 27B. This is Sweet Springs by Lori Anderson. This is oil on canvas measuring that would be a little bit larger than it really is. It's 12 by 23 inches. Retail value is $300. This is just a stunning piece. Marianne, take us away.
Oh my goodness, Lori Anderson painted this using oils, and it is a place that she loves very much. It's actually eucalyptus forest that is close to the Morro coastline at Los Osos. And she talks about the tranquility there, getting away from the city and being able to walk through the eucalyptus forest. She talks about the bark, and if anybody's seen eucalyptus, it's quite beautiful because the bark peels off and it reveals different shades of brown, and also if the sun hits it a certain way, it also shows some violets and purples. So that's what she's done right here, if you can see. The composition's lovely too, with these trees in the foreground. As you look out, she talks about how the water was very, very calm that day, very serene, and it was also very misty at the time, and the mist just lifted as she stood there, and she was actually able then to see Morro Rock right here, and which, for the people that don't know, it's considered the Gibraltar of the Pacific.
And here it comes on the screen. We have a nice shot of that in the center of this piece. I'm really glad that you mentioned the bark, which you can really see up close with the camera right now. That is a really fun trait of eucalyptus.
It is, and she really appreciated to be able to paint it as an artist. She considers this a piece of art of solitude and serenity. I think it really depicts that feeling, and I think it's just a beautiful job. She picked up some of the reflections of light as it was peeking through the trees, so you can see that light in some of the small grasses, and I think it was a lovely day when she photographed this to paint it. So yeah. Yeah.
All right. We are looking at item 27C. This is Pacific No, I'm sorry. We're at 21B, which is Sweet Springs by Lori Anderson. I got them ahead of myself. This is an oil on canvas measuring 12 by 23 inches, retail value of $300. I am just really taken with how beautiful some of this is in here. We are about ready to move on to our next piece. Do you have a quick little nugget you want to share before we move on?
Just that Lori has a lot of experience with painting, and she's been doing these type of landscapes for approximately 12 years now.
Wonderful. All right, well, we are going to keep this item open, and we are going to move on to our next item. We will be looking at item 27C. This is Pacific Coastline by Jean Elise Riley. This is a pastel work measuring 18 by 24 inches with a retail value of $400. I really love all of the colors in this piece, especially in the grasses. Marianne, take us deeper.
Oh my goodness, pastels are just such an incredible, whether it's chalk pastel, oil pastel. This is called a soft pastel, mixed with a pigment in solution to make sticks. It always amazes me when people do pastel artwork because of the complication to it. She is working specifically on a paper that is a sanded paper. The sanding of the paper gives it a tooth in order for these the oil sticks to actually be able to adhere to it. And let me tell you a little bit about Jean. She loves landscapes, and she particularly loves ocean scenes. She says that she's always drawn to water with its reflections and movement and refraction and transparency. This lovely work of art is obvious when you see it in the spray right here. If you look and you see the movement of the water, the spray is just absolutely gorgeous, hitting the rocks. And the rocks themselves are quite beautiful. If you'd be able to have a look at this up close, you can see probably 10 different colors just in this area. It's very hard to work with pastels because, let's face it, it's really a mess. It gets all over your fingers and all over your arms, and you have to be very careful as you're working from one area to another to not spread and do harm to the area you just completed. I always take my hat off to any artist that works in oil pastels. I think that this is, if you would come to see this in the gallery here, I suggest, or any pastel, I suggest that you look up close and you actually just see the little bit of the oil and the strokes involved. And some of the very small areas and very skinny little areas that you would look like they were done with a little brush are actually done when pieces of pastels are actually cut into 7 small sticks, and then that's how they add these extra colors into this. So I think she's done a lovely job here.
I think so too, and as our camera's kind of coming down to start showing you some of what you were just talking about in the grass area of this particular piece. Once again, this is item 27C. This is Pacific Coastline by Jean Elise Riley. This is a beautiful pastel work measuring 18 by 24 inches with a retail value of $400. The current bid is on your screen along with the number to call. We are about halfway through this break, which means we're going to keep this piece open and we are going to go check in over at the recap station for bidding updates.
All right, we're off to a great start here, and I want to acknowledge our phone bank here from Delta Print Group. There they are, beautiful. Let's give them a round of applause. You guys are great, thank you. They're also our sponsor. We are so excited. All right, let's head into the items that are here. Item 27A is The Rooftops of Rome by Karen Gogan. And remember, this is an oil on canvas measuring 16 by 20 inches. And the retail value is $300, and we have a bid right here, $100. We have item 27B, which is Sweet Springs by Lori Anderson. This is an oil on canvas measuring 12 by 23. I know you are out there measuring your wall. You know, retail value is $300. And keep in mind, we have a bid right now of $225. We're looking just $75 more to a bell ringer. We've got item 27C, is Pacific Coastline by Jean Elise Riley. And again, this is 18 by 24 inches, and it's pastels. It would look so beautiful in your home. Make sure you call us right now. The number's on their screen. So let's take a look at, again, making sure that you're clear about what's available to you. And the numbers are on your screen. This is your time to call in. Make sure you give a call. 27A, for instance, again, is The Rooftop of Rome by Karen Goget. And again, I just want to kind of share with that. Look at the work that's in there, the colors that are a piece of that. It would look beautiful wherever it is hung in your home. And again, it's 16 by 20 inches. And the retail value, again, is $300. We have a bid of a $100. Let's make that sure. Let's say $150. Let's move that to $150 because I know this is worth every penny that you will have and invest in this. Next one is item 27B is Sweet Springs by, again, Lori Anderson. And this is an oil on canvas measuring 12 by 23 inches. The retail value on this is $300, which is great. Make sure we have a bid right now of $225. We only need $75 to make that a bell ringer. So look at that coming to your home. Be a part. Invest with us. Invest not only in KVIE, but also in this picture. Well, the next one is Pacific Coastline. And again, it's item 27C. When you call in, is Pacific Coastline by Jean Elise Riley. And again, these are pastels measuring 18 by 24. That's a beautiful piece. You can just see it at the end of your hall or an area there. And this retail value is $400. And guess what? We have a bid on that, $200. So you probably want to make that your place to go. And you know what? You want to make that a part of your home. That's what we want to hear. We hear the phones ringing because there are a number of you that are saying, you know what? One of those is going to be in my home, and one of those is going to also support the work of KVIE. All right, let's head back to the art with Colleen and also Marianne.
All right, we are back with the second half of this break for more landscapes. Marianne, we are looking at item 27D. This is Walnut Grove Bridge by George Lambert. This is an oil on canvas measuring 22 by 28 inches with a retail value of $1,250. This is a lot of color going on.
It sure is. Interesting story about this is that George started to paint this back in 2017 when he became inspired. It was his anniversary with his wife, and they decided to take a drive along the River Road looking out at the Sacramento River. He came across this bridge that he had never seen before, and it's called the Walnut Grove Bridge. And this really caught his eye, and so he took photographs because he knew that this was something he would truly like to paint. And so he actually considers this image as one of the most iconic scenes on the river and the Delta. The funny part is that he didn't complete it in 2017. He put it on his side, and he did what so many other famous masters have done, including Da Vinci, where Da Vinci had just carried the Mona Lisa around with him for about 10 years and kept picking her up and kept working on her until he felt like she was that the image was actually completed. Well, George did the same thing, and he picked it up just a few years ago, and he started working on it again. And one thing that he changed was he changed the sky completely. He had a blue sky. He thought it looked too dull. He wanted to do something dynamic, and so he changed the whole sky to these beautiful shades here of green and yellow. The most interesting thing is when he started to work on it again, he chose to work on it with oil pastels. So here he had painted the painting with oils in 2017, and then he added into it with oil pastels, and And I spoke to him this morning, and he said that he did a heck of a lot of work on this, adding oil pastels in various areas. And I consider this absolutely dynamic. And if you look at any one area up close, you can see all the detail and all the color involved and the texture. And part of the texture, he said, was from using a pellet brush, but most of it was from oil pastels that he added just recently. So I think it was really a joy to talk to him. He's really quite a character. He has contributed to the art auction for 8 of the 9 years that the auction has been on.
Well, actually, we've been on for more than 40.
Oh, the auction?
Yes.
Oh, okay, I don't know where he got that from, but anyway.
But
he said,
keep on participating, George.
8 years, yes.
We'd love to continue to see your work.
Yes, and so the thing that he wanted me also to mention was that when you cross the bridge here and you get to the end of the bridge, if you make a left and you go down just a short distance, maybe a half a mile, that's the famous small Chinese town of Locke. So at that location.
All right.
And,
well, we're so excited about this piece, but unfortunately we do need to move on to the next. But we will keep this piece open as we move on to the next in this break. All right, item 27E is titled Lost. This is by Gary Harris. This is another oil on canvas measuring 24 by 18 inches. It has a retail value of $375. I'm absolutely taken with this frame that we're about to see. Marianne, tell us a little bit more about this beautiful piece.
Well, one of the most famous poems about being lost in the woods is a poem called Lost by a guy by the name of David Wagner. The poem refrains being lost from a state of sheer panic, which I would be in, into an opportunity of profound connection with nature. This is what David's trying to do here. David says in his own words, I enjoy hiking in uncharted wooded areas. Perhaps getting lost in my environment is what I'm looking for. I'm a Vietnam vet. I graduated from Cal Poly, and somehow I acquired 10 grandkids. Sometimes getting lost is quite nice. So a little bit about his career and his background before we talk more about the painting itself, because it gives you a better insight as to how he works in this fashion. In his career, he worked as an architectural draftsman, and which meant he's a real stickler for detail. He finds it really hard to finish things quickly because he's working on the detail over and over. So basically, it takes him approximately about 2 months just to finish one work of art when he starts working. He mainly concentrates on detail and accuracy. And I love this because the large rocks here actually anchor the rest of the painting. And as you go back, you're going into the mist, and you can see the shading of the trees as you go back into the distance. And I think for me personally, I think that I want to walk into here, and I want to go back into here to explore what's not able to be seen because it's so intriguing. So this is really a lovely painting.
It is a very, very inviting piece. Once again, we are looking at 27E. This is Lost by Gary Harris. This is an oil on canvas measuring 24 by 18 inches, a retail value of $375. If you would like to take this home right now, jump on the phone. We've got the phone number right there on your screen, as well as the current bid. Final 3-second last piece that we wanted, that little nugget.
I think the little nugget is that the serenity is what speaks out to me in the quietness. Anybody who has a very busy lifestyle and comes home and they want their maybe their bedroom or one room to be their quiet place, this would be the work of art that should be there.
I agree. All right, we are going to keep this piece open, but we're going to move on to the next in our break. All right, we are looking at item 27F. This is San Francisco Bay at Dusk by Kathy Donna. This is a oil on canvas work measuring 18 by 38 inches. The retail value here is $450. We were just talking about serenity and relaxation, and here it is.
This is it. It reminds me of a Turner painting, because the famous artist Turner from the UK also did this type of soft, serene, ethereal type painting, and Kathy, she wanted to also evoke a feeling of calm and peacefulness, a sense of tranquility, very soft features, very harmonious palette, and very gently done. There's a wonderful story about this painting, and this painting is actually done from a photograph. She grew up in the Berkeley Hills, and every day she would go out and she would see this type of sunset over the bay in San Francisco. And so a friend of hers went out to dinner and photographed this particular image right there on the bay, and she absolutely adored it and thought, I'm so inspired to paint this. So what she said was, she said, in my heartfelt interpretation of my friend Daniel's photograph, she tried to do the best she could to make it lovely, and I think it's absolutely serene. She wanted to make sure that people saw it. I know that it may be a little bit hard to see on camera, but she wanted people to try to see the Golden Gate Bridge just here.
And I think we'll be able to zoom in a little bit on that right here.
Yeah, there we go. Yeah. And that was important to her. This is a very big piece, I think, 38 inches long, and I personally would love to have this above my bed, so that when I went to sleep at night, I would look at this, and I believe that it would give me sweet dreams, and anybody else who would decide to bid on it.
I think that's so accurate. Maybe we'll rename this piece. As a reminder, it is actually titled San Francisco Bay at Dusk. This is item 27F. This is by artist Kathy Donna, an oil on canvas measuring 18 by 38 inches, perfect for right above the bed. Retail value $450. We are actually we're nearing the end of this break. We're getting so close, which means this is your last opportunity. If you saw something this half hour featured that you would like to bid on, now is the time. I'd like to thank art expert Marianne Schultz for joining me during the break. Marianne, so
You're
good to be
welcome.
with you.
Thank
all right,
you.
folks, let's head back to the recap station for an update on all of the artwork up for bid.
KVIE is completely community funded, and this auction is your chance to show your support. Right now, every bid, every bell ringer, every art sale helps us to our goal of $200,000. You can be a part of it right now. Please call in and let's review the bids. So we had item 27D is the Walnut Grove Bridge by George Lambert. And this is an oil on canvas measuring 22 by 28 inches. Retail value $1,250. And guess what on that, as we look at, we've had a bid of $500. And I know that this retail value is $1,250. So exciting. Let's make it yours. Call in right now. We have item 27E, which is Lost by Gary Harris. And again, this is an oil on canvas measuring 24 by 18. The retail value is $375. We have a bid of $200. You might want to think about that as yours. Item 27F is San Francisco Bay at Dusk by Kathy Donna. And again, this is oil on canvas measuring 18 by 38. We have a bid right now of $475, $500, which is a great bell ringer, which we're really exciting. You know, as I look at, there they are, the phone bank. They are so terrific in making sure they're answering your call. So let's look at item 27A, which was at the beginning of our area. This was The Rooftops of Rome by Karen Gogan. And again, this is the oil on canvas measuring 16 by 20. It also is a bell ringer. Let's make sure that that happens. That's great. Listen to those bells. We love that. That's great. 27B, which is Sweet Springs by Lori Anderson. This is oil on canvas, 12 by 20. And again, that is $400. That's also a bell ringer. That's great. We've got Pacific Coastline, which is by Jean Elise Riley. And again, this is pastels measuring 18 by 24. Look at that, $625. That's a bell ringer. We're great. Walnut Grove, that's great, by George Lambert. And again, that's oil on canvas at $500. And again, you want to make sure that's part of yours. Make sure it's coming. Lost, which is by Gary Harris, which is great. Oil by, and again, that's item 27E, Lost by Gary Harris. Oil on canvas, measuring 24 by 18. Make sure you call in. Again, we're only like $100 away from a bell ringer. Make that your commitment. And the next one is San Francisco, 27F, San Francisco, Bay at Dusk. And again, it's $450. And guess what? It's a bell ringer at $600. But you can still make it yours if you want that piece in your home. You know, stay with us. There's more art coming up in the next half hour of the PBS KVIE art auction, and we're waiting to hear from you. So please call.
Brings ideas to life with precision and collaboration. From political campaigns to healthcare communications, we provide secure print solutions tailored to every need. Your brand is supported by more than just ink at deltaprintgroup.com.
Coming up next is the photography category, awards juried by Aniko Kiesel. This category features a selection of photographs, limited editions, and etchings. View all of the artwork featured in this year's auction at kvie.org/artauction.
Hello, I'm Dr. Steve Winlock, and thanks for joining us for this photography break. And now, here's an overview of the art that will be up for bid during the next half hour. Item 28A is Rainy Reflections by Daryl O'Sullivan. This is photography measuring 20 by 20 inches. Retail value is $450. Item 28B is Water Ballet by Annette Duprat. This is photography measuring 16 by 20 inches. Retail value is $350. Item 28C is Vineyard Night by Jeff Hansen. This is photography measuring 24 by 24 inches. Retail value is $400. Item 28D is Water Ouzo and the Merced by Tannen Reese Aber. This is photography measuring 16 by 24. The retail value is $500. And again, this is framed by Midtown Framing. Item 28E is Sea and Rain by Elise Stone. This is photography measuring 24 by 36. Retail value is $350. Item 28F is Spirit Tree Moon by Steve Hartley. This is photography measuring 33 by 43 inches. Retail value is $650. All right. The phone lines are open, and we want to hear from you. Now let's see the art.
Hi there, I'm Michael Sanford, and thank you for joining us for this photography break. One of my favorites, and I'm sure probably yours as well. I'm pleased to be here with art expert Dee Neef. Dee is well known for her media appearances as the Art Lady, highlighting arts and culture events throughout the region. Dee is also the director and owner of Archival Gallery in East Sacramento and is a co-founder of Second Saturday and Chalk It Up in Sacramento. Dee's been active in the region's art community for over 40 years, which includes her tenure as KVIE's art curator for 2009 to 2019. Dee, welcome back. Thanks for being here.
It's always good to be back at KVIE, especially during the auction.
Absolutely. Let's get started right away with item 28A, Rainy Reflection by Daryl O'Sullivan. This is photography measuring 20 by 20 inches. The retail value is $450. Wow, colorful, Draws you in right away, doesn't it?
And if you love San Francisco, this is a print you'd love to have in your home. The artist was not planning on shooting in the rain, so it was kind of serendipity that he was on the 27th floor of a building and looked out and caught this really, really nice reflection. This is all water that's gathered in the roof next to where he's shooting from. So it's a once-in-a-lifetime shot.
Yeah, you can see the Salesforce Tower in the background. The gentle presence of the raindrops up here in the upper right really caught my eye.
It kind of gives it sort of a watercolor painterly feel. And the artist done a brilliant job framing this. It's under museum glass. So even though it's all about reflection, we're not seeing ourselves in it and getting any reflection off the glass.
That's pretty cool. And the way the artist captured all of the different colors, the lights that are reflecting off the top of the roof and up into the sky with the Salesforce Tower. I mean, it's far more than just a singular perception that you get as you're looking at this.
Right. And it's, you know, it could be almost any city. You know, it kind of reminds me of Tokyo in the rain as well. But the fact that he continued shooting even though he didn't have the perfect weather he was looking for, he did an amazing job capturing each and every little reflection. And it's a once-in-a-lifetime shot. You know, the reflections will never be the same again.
Oh, you're one of the best experts I've ever met when it comes to framing as well as understanding the art itself. What do you think of the blue framing here?
I love this. He's got kind of a weathered blue frame on it, which kind of has a rainy sort of feel to it. It's very organic, even though the image isn't. And like I said, I love the addition of the museum glass because that really makes a difference in photography.
Yeah, I think we're so blessed to be living here in greater Northern California and having so many opportunities to capture nature, to capture urban landscapes like this, and to have the artists interpret them in their own way. That's so attractive.
Yeah, and he's a past award winner here at KVIE, and he's been a professional photographer for about 25 years.
It really shows here.
Yeah.
Any other details that jump out to you in terms of what makes this photograph so unique?
Well, I do want to point out that it is signed right here in the corner, but it's not, you know, it's not taking away from the image at all. It is a photograph, so there can be more than one, but this is the only one we have.
All right. Again, this is item 28A, Rainy Reflection by Daryl O'Sullivan. Photography measuring 20 by 20 inches. Retail value is $450. Let's keep this one open and move on to our next one, which is item 28B, Water Ballet by Anita Duprat. This, of course, again, is photography measuring 16 by 20 inches. Its retail value is $350. Capturing nature in the moment is just such an amazing and fun thing to see. And
yeah,
gosh,
the artist was traveling in Brazil. This was originally a color shot, which she transposed into black and white. But to be able to catch each one of those splashes as it's up in the air without any blur and making that bird so crisp, it's a beautiful piece.
Yeah, and the fact that the bird, you know, is this beautiful white color, it's in motion, and the background is just naturally darker. I think the contrast really pops out, doesn't it?
Well, and the title Water Ballet, I mean, the bird has a real grace to it and does kind of remind one of a ballet. The artists, this is their second career.
Really?
Yeah, they just started doing photography full time. So that's always fun to have them here. It is signed on the back.
Oh,
a
great.
lot of photographers prefer to sign on the back, and it is printed on metal.
Oh, interesting.
So it's got this really nice sheen to it. There's nothing between you and the image, so there's no glass to hamper it, and it makes it look so vibrant and crisp.
Yeah, that's a good point. I think having this metal substance really allows you to see the contrast even more clearly without having glass in front of it.
Yeah, and it's a really nice size. It's an easy size to place in your house or your office. You know, it's not too small. She did a wonderful job centering, you know, giving us this nice horizon line with the bird centered and, you know, the light splashing off over here. It's a really great piece.
If you love water ballet or any of the photographs you're going to see in the next number of minutes, call the number on your screen, put your bid in, now is the time. You know, talk about nature in motion, Dee. This is always the thing that I love about great photography. And you can see this bird is probably just getting ready to take off because the water's coming off of its beak,
Yeah.
coming off of its legs. and its wings are spread almost halfway into flight mode.
Yeah, she does almost all nature photography, and she prefers to have some live action in it. The piece has a lot of movement to it. It almost feels like it could be a sunrise.
Yeah.
With the way the light is hitting. And again, she shot this in Brazil, and in a digital format. And I love the presentation with, it's got no frame on it. It sits out off the wall, which our walls are black, so that might be a little difficult to see at home, but it sits out like almost 1.5 inches because there's a structure built on the back to do that. So it's got a really nice presentation, even though it's very simple.
Okay, a reminder, this is item 28B, Water Ballet by Anita Duprat. Photography, 16 by 20 inches, retail value $350. Now's the time to call the number on your screen. Put in your bid for this incredible piece of photography. Let's keep this one open and move on to our next item, which is item 28C, Vineyard Nights by Jeff Henson. Photography, measuring 24 by 24 inches. Its retail value is $400. What an intriguing photograph. Dee, tell us about it.
The artist is very inspired by the Napa Valley and the wine grower, the wineries there, which is a beautiful thing. But instead of taking the traditional stance of here's a lovely vineyard on a summer day, he's showing, how hard they work to make those beautiful wines that come from Napa. It's at 4:45 in the morning, so it's right before sunrise.
Yeah. As someone who has lived in wine country, I can tell you when the harvest begins and the grapes are ready, they do what they need to do to get out there. And of course, this is a very difficult job for these harvesters, for these farm workers.
Well, and it's very needed. Wine is a timing situation. When they say it's time to pick, it's time to pick.
Yeah.
It doesn't matter if it's the middle of the night. But he's done a beautiful job. It does have some color to it, even though it's black and white. It's got some really lovely lavenders in it, which I really enjoy. This one's been framed on a box frame, which means, again, it sets up off the wall. So it doesn't need a frame on it. He is won Best of Show in 2019 on my last year as curator here. Really talented photographer, always good to have him in the auction.
And that talent really shows up in this photograph as well. What I find intriguing is that he has elected to frame the shot so that the light is behind the workers, creating almost a halo effect around them.
Yeah, and he uses a Nikon camera, so this isn't a digitally captured image. He's kind of old-fashioned that way.
Yeah.
But he did a beautiful job printing it, and again, the presentation with this clean, simple lines, and it's a very nice size. It's a pretty good size, and this is a past award winner.
Yeah, you can obviously tell that it would be an award winner. This is the number to call. It's on your screen down below there. This is your opportunity to put your bid in for item 28C, Vineyard Nights by Jeff Henson, 24 by 24 inches. Retail value $400. One other thing I noticed is that I don't know if that's dust or early morning fog behind, but it almost adds to this kind of spiritual
It
look
seems
of it.
like mist to me. Like it's a really cold. It is 4 o'clock in the morning, so and that these guys are working in the dark. You can see they've got headlamps on. And they're picking grapes. He works a lot. He shows a lot at local wineries in the Napa area.
Yeah.
He's also shown in galleries, and like I said, he's a regular here at KVIE.
Yeah, I guess if you like wine, if you go to wineries, if you own a winery, what a great photograph to add to your collection.
So you Bogle people, call.
Yeah, the local winery that we all love, Bogle. Give us a call. So.
Yeah.
All right, well, we're halfway through the break, which means we're going to keep this piece open and check in over at the recap station for some bidding updates.
All it takes is a call and a bid, and a piece of art can be in your home today. We already have some bell ringers in this break. Thanks for making it happen. And here's a recap of the pieces we've looked at so far. Item 28A is Rainy Reflections by Daryl O'Sullivan. Whoa, and it's a bell ringer. Don't you love it? That's great. That's beautiful. And it's 20 by 20 inches. And again, it's photography. That's great. Item 28B is Water Ballet. Boy, you can see him dancing, by Anita Duprat. This is photography. measuring 16 by 20, and we just heard the bell ringing again. I'm just loving it. The price is $375 is our high bid, and you know what? You can make that still your own. Couldn't you see yourself dancing with that picture all the time? It's just beautiful. Item 28C is Vineyard Nights by Jeff Hansen, and again, it's photography, and it's measuring 24 by 24. And what we have a bid right now of 130. So if you want to make sure this is a piece of yours, you in your home, the vineyard's right there. You have Napa Valley right there in your home. You don't even have to travel there. So let's see, 175. Let's see if that's going to make your place. Have the vineyard, Napa Valley's right there in your home at all times. This is so important to look at. So again, just want to make sure that you see all of these. Let's just look at these one more time. At item 28A is the Rainy Reflection. Again, Daryl O'Sullivan. Thank you. Our local artists are so brilliant. We're so executive here. This is a photography, again, 20 by 20, and I just hear it's got a bell ringer, so that means people are noticing it and you want it for your home. Make sure it's a part of that. The price on this right now, we've had the bid of $450, which is really what you may want to have that or increase that so that we can move on to the next one that's a part of that. So make sure it's a part of your home that's a piece of it. The Water Ballet. Item 28B is the Water Ballet by Anita DePratt. And this is photography again. It's 16 by 20. Whoa, look at that, another bell ringer. $375, which is the bid. Let's make sure. Give a call in because you want to make sure that's your piece. So maybe you want to bid above that. Let's look for, how about 400? We have a 400 out there for that Water Ballet. Let's see that happens. And again, we have item 28C, which is the Valley Vineyard Nights. I love that title, which is, again, by Jeff Hansen. And this is photography. 24 by 24. Retail value is $400. And this we have a bid of $130. Let's see if we can get another bid of $250. Well, that's a big jump, right? Well, how about $200? Give us a call right now. Make this one of the things that's going to be in your home. All right, let's see some more photography with Michael and Dee.
All right, we are back with the second half of this photography break. Happy to be back with Dee Neath. Dee, our next item is item 28D, Water Ouzel and the Merced by Tananarive Aber. I'll say that again, Tananarive Aber. This is photography measuring 16 by 24 inches. Retail value is $500, and it was framed by Midtown Framing, and we are grateful for this great framing job.
They did a good job, but they had something really nice to work with.
Yeah, a fantastic photograph.
Tana is really well known for her wildlife photography. And this was actually taken, it is a water bird in Yosemite. And it was taken at the base of Vernal Falls. She goes to Yosemite about once a year.
Fantastic location. The falls on the left, you can see their power and majesty rushing down into the Merced River.
And this type of bird is one of Muir's favorite birds.
It was John Muir's favorite bird. Wow.
Yeah, well, because
I'd
it's
never
in
heard
Yosemite.
of Ouzel before, but now we know something new about what he liked in this incredible little bird here.
And that's apparently where you go see them. What I really like about this is it's not a black and white, but she's really concentrated on getting the silhouette of the bird and the little bridge he's standing on. This was shot with a Canon camera using a telephoto lens. So she really picks up the really nice mossy color of the rocks. And Midtown Framing did an amazing job with this. This is an olive frame.
Oh, it's gorgeous.
Yeah, I think it's a Roma frame, which means it comes from Italy. And it really sets off the natural browns in the background of the photo.
Yeah, I mean, the perspective here and the contrast is just so much fun to really get into. You've got the power, the kind of the green water of the falls hitting those rocks so hard, and then the bird and the rock on the right just silhouetted. The contrast
this
is incredible.
Super serene over here, and then you have all this activity going on in this side of it. What I love about Tana, she is a huge supporter of the Sacramento Zoo, and she specializes in photographing wildlife. So she has taken probably millions of pictures out at the zoo. You can see her every once in a while. She's the girl with the big giant camera. And but she goes to Yosemite once a year, and she does shoot Yosemite quite a bit. She has been a doll to the auction. I think she's been in every year since I've been around and won awards and is pretty popular here. So thank you for your donation.
Yeah, thank you, Tana. Look how you continue to support us with these great photographs. The number is on your screen. Again, this is item 28D, Water Ouzel and the Merced by Tananarive Aubert. 16 by 24, retail value $500. If you love Yosemite, which who doesn't, it's such a Northern California treasure. We all try to go as often as we can. We never fail to be amazed by that place. And to keep this perspective in your home, what a great gift that would be.
It's beautiful, and she's got it signed. It's signed and numbered right down here. It was done in this year, so it's a new image for her. So you get the first crack at it.
All right, let's keep this open and move on to our next item, which is item 28E, Sea and Rain by Elisa Stone. Photography measuring 24 by 36 inches. Its retail value is $350. Again, one of our treasures here in Northern California is our access to the beaches, actually all over the California coast. And the drama and the power of the Pacific Ocean is so beautifully captured here.
Well, and I love the fact that it's been transposed to black and white. So you've got, I don't know if you can zoom in on this, but you've got this little group of birds sitting up here, kind of peering over this majestical surf, and I love the moodiness of the sky as well. And this is printed on canvas, so it kind of gives it that feeling of a painting.
Yeah, and yet you'd think printed on canvas it wouldn't be so sharp and distinct, and yet it is.
Yeah, they've come a long way. And the nice thing about canvas, again, is we don't have the glare of glass or plexiglass separating us from the image. So you really do feel like you're standing on the edge of the little tide pool. And I love the way that the tide pool is all reflected down in here. And you've got to me, a good black and white photograph has to have the whites and the blacks.
Yeah, and that really is done here. And I just love the serration of the rocks here to show that what nature and the waves have done over millennia. And then that's permanence. And yet the wave is just for a brief moment in time. But
and you can hear it crashing.
Yeah, you
know,
can.
It does. And again, back to these, I love the little birds up here that were probably just a happy little accident, as our as our friend would say. But it's a beautiful piece. It's quite a substantial piece, so it would make a nice focal point in any room.
Yeah, I think the other thing that really comes out to me, Dee, is the fact that the clouds are just somewhat full, but you can kind of see through them. There's a translucence to the clouds, which contrasts even better as it goes down into the blue sky and then the waves against it.
And as a gallery owner, Elisa, you are underpricing your work. This should have started out much higher. It's a really gorgeous piece, so I hope it gets a really good price.
Yeah, I can just imagine how nice this would be in a home, in an office, anywhere. It's, again, item 28E, Sea and Rain by Elisa Stone, 24 by 36 inch photography. Retail value of only $350.
And it's framed and ready to hang up as soon as you pick it up.
Yeah. Call the number on your screen if you want to put in your bid right now for this beautiful piece of photography. Final thoughts, Dee?
Like I said, girl, you need to up your prices because this is a really high quality photograph. I don't know who did the printing on it, but even the printing is just stellar.
Yeah, everything is perfect on this great photograph. All right, we're going to leave this one open and go on to our next one, which is 28F. We're nearing the end of our break, but we're going to go to 28F. Right now, let's go to Spirit Tree Moon. Steve Hartley is the photographer. 33 by 43 inches. It's big. Its retail value is $650. Wow, that is something else.
Yes.
Look at that.
This is going to command attention in whatever room you hang it in. It's absolutely gorgeous. Again, it looks like a black and white, but we've got all kinds of subtle color in here with the trees got browns and a little bit of the blues down here. It almost feels like you're on the moon looking at the moon.
Yeah, I think you're right. When you first glance at it, you say, oh, it's a black and white photograph. But once you start to study it, you see the contrasting colors, the beautiful dark brown of the tree against this gigantic moon. How did this photograph get taken?
It was taken during a supermoon when the moon was really large, which involves a lot of waiting around for the perfect shot because you've got so much bright light constituted in one area, and he did an amazing job. He found this tree which works really, really well. He calls it a ghost tree.
Yeah,
And it
really does look like a ghost tree.
It is haunting. And then he's done this really nice distressed black wood frame on it. So it's got a kind of a chunky square frame that sets it out from the wall, and it is a larger piece.
Well, what a testament to the skill that Steve brought to this photograph, Dee, when you see that you've got this big bright moon. It's framed so beautifully against the tree with the rolling hills underneath it. And then you see stars as well.
Yeah, he used Photoshop to kind of pull the light in and out of the image, and he did an amazing job at it. He does a digital process, and what's nice about the digital process, this is what the artist says, and I agree with him, is that it's still a moment frozen in time, but you can manipulate it a little bit, and you didn't used to be able to do that.
Yeah. You talk about how you can put one ancient thing next to another and just gain sort of a thoughtful perspective on this old tree, possibly not living anymore, and this old moon, been around for millions of years. And they just the contrast, the setting is incredible.
And once again, this is on canvas, so it's very lightweight to hang up. It doesn't have any glare to it, so you really feel like you're part of the work. This would just be a stunning part of any room.
Yeah, and I think what really amazes me, this and the last piece we looked at, how being on canvas does not detract from the clarity and the conciseness of the image.
Yeah, and last year he was a bell ringer, so we expect that same thing again with this piece, because he always gives us a good piece. He's an award winner from the past.
Yeah.
And a really collected photographer.
Justifiably so. And all you need to do to have this piece in your home or office is call the number on your screen. Again, 28F Spirit Tree Moon by Steve Hartley, 33 by 43 inches. Retail value $650. Any last thoughts?
I'm hoping this is a bell ringer just like last year.
I think it will be. All right, we're nearing the end of the break, which means now is your last opportunity to bid on the art featured in this half hour. Now let's head back to the recap station for an update on all of the artwork up for bid.
I'm here with Casey from the Dental Print Group. So excited to see you, Casey. Why are you here?
Well, Steve, thank you for hosting and getting today started with the art auction. I've been a lifelong viewer and supporter of Channel 6 and KVIE. We actually, our company, Delta Print Group, prints the guides and mails those to all the members. And I've got a great bunch of staff out here helping out, coworkers and folks helping out here. Thank you so much.
Are they beautiful?
They're really great. So we're really fortunate to be a supporter and being able to participate.
This is, we so much want to thank the Delta Print Group for being here and supporting. But I understand you're actually bidding.
Yeah, I think I'm still in the high bidding on a piece, so I'm happy to, well, don't want the phones to ring too much and drop me off, but I'm really, really fortunate to be able to help support. Yeah.
This is great. Thank you for being here and your group supporting all that you do to make KVIE who it is.
Thank you, Steve. Appreciate it. Thank you, everybody. Keep calling.
So let's take a look. We are going to start with 28D, just to recap that so that you can make sure that you may want this. This is the Water Ozo and Merced, and again, Tana Albert, who is wonderful, as we've kind of know about. When I look at this, we have a bid right now of $250. Make this a part of yours. Remember, this is valued at over $500. It's also framed by Midtown Framing, which is exciting. When we look at 28E, which is Sea and Rain by Alicia Stone, and it's a bell ringer, and we're so excited about making that. Thank you for making this a part. And again, this is Sea and Rain, but you may still want to make this a part of your home. It's a photography measured 24 by 36, and it's valued at $350. And as you just heard, it's a bell ringer. Let's keep it coming. If that's a piece that you want, you can make it happen. 28F is Spirit Tree Moon by Steve Hartley. The photography, again, measuring 33 by 43, and its retail value at $650, and it is just stunning as you start to look at that. It is the spirit of the moon. It's $275 is the bid. Let's kind of take a look at all of them. Great. Make sure you call in. This is time. So let's go and look at all of them that are that are in this section. 28A, remember, it's the Rainy for Reflection by Daryl Sullivan, which is really great. It captures Sacramento, and it's a bell ringer, $450, so make sure you call in. Let's look at 28B, which is Water Ballet by Anita Duprat, which is just beautiful. And again, it's 16 by 20, and it's a bell ringer. Let's make it happen. And here's, again, it's 16 by 20 inches, which is terrific. Item 28C, which is Vineyard Nights by Jeff Hansen. Again, this is measuring 24 by 24. We have a bid of 130 that's on this. You may want to make this, and again, bring Napa into your home. It can happen. Let's look at 175. We'd love to have that. The Water Ozu and the Merced, okay, which is great, is Tana. Tana, again, a barrow. What a piece that's here. And the retail value is $500. We have a bid on that right now of $250. Let's make that $300. Give a call in because this is a piece you want to have. Sea and Rain, which is item 28E. When you call in, Sea and Rain by Elise Stone. It's a bell ringer, which we're excited about that. The bell ringer is at $400, which is great, but you may want to still make sure that's a part of yours. The Spirit Tree Moon, which is 28F, which is there by Steve Hartley. There's a bidding war that's on that. So make that, we've got it right now at $400. So guess what? This might be your piece. So don't stop. Keep moving because we want to make that a piece. Stay with us. There's more art coming up in the next half hour of the PBS KVIE Art Auction.
Bidding on items in the art auction is quick and easy to do. First, explore the collection online at kvie.org/art auction, or keep watching PBS KVIE. When a piece of art catches your eye, call 1-844-KVIE-ART and a volunteer will assist you. KVIE accepts all major credit cards for your art purchase, and a member of our accounting team will confirm your payment within 5 minutes of item sale. Thank you for being a part of the PBS KVIE Art Auction and for making art a part of your home today.
Coming up next is the figurative category, awards juried by Dean Neef. This category celebrates the human form and representations of animals. View all of the artwork featured in this year's auction at kvie.org/art auction.
Hello, I'm Dr. Steve Wenlock, and thank you for joining us for the figurative category. This portion of the art auction is sponsored by Delta Print Group, and we would like to thank them for their commitment to supporting the arts on PBS KVIE. And now, here's an overview of the art that will be up for bid during the next half hour. Item 28A, Item 29A is Deportation Series number 4 by Dana Sarceri. Item 20, and it is oil on canvas measuring 20 by 16 inches. Retail value is $500. Item 29B is Let's Play by Christine Springer. This is an oil on canvas measuring 8 by 24 inches. The retail value is $350. Item 29C is Afternoon at the MoMA by Rita Bartel. This is acrylic on canvas measuring 24 by 18 inches. Retail value $950. Item 29D is Ecuadorian Hot Rod by Joe Stratton. And again, this is acrylic on canvas measuring 16 by 20 inches. Retail value is $400. Item 28E is Item 29E is Sydney's Butterfly Veil by Ade Isoki. This is a mixed media measuring 20 by 16 inches. Retail value is $1,500. Item 29F is Marcor by Anka Fatma. This is acrylic on paper measuring 20 by 16. Retail value is $400. Now, let's take a look at the first round of art in the break.
Hello, I'm Michael Sanford, and for this half hour, it's all about figurative works. I'm back with art expert Dee Neath to continue the conversation. Dee, thank you for being here today. Let's get started with item 29A. Deportation Series number 4 by Diana Sunseri. This is oil on canvas measuring 20 by 16 inches. Its retail value is $500. Your initial thoughts on this?
Well, the title pertains to the fact that the artist is very concerned about what's going on with deportations and things like that, but she also, the bigger picture is that she's trying to convey the strength of the human spirit. You know, this woman's got a very bold look to her with the bright line around her almost gives her kind of a Madonna sort of feel. Yes. And she really wants to pay homage to the human spirit itself.
Yeah.
It's on canvas, doesn't need to be framed. It's 16 by 20, so it's a very good size. It was very fun. On a side note, this year, I was the figurative juror. So I got to see all of the figurative works before the auction, and this one really stood out.
Yeah. First impressions for me, obviously, the intensity of how she looks at you as the viewer is quite remarkable. She's looking with purpose, intention, complete clarity, and then, like you say, the orange glow around her. Really,
yeah, it's like an aura almost.
Yeah, it fully enhances the intensity of her look.
The artist starts with an underlying, she paints the canvas color, and then she works those colors out from behind when she puts the new ones on top. So it's got a very layered painterly background, and then the image itself, the figure, is very bold. So it gives it a lot of dimension. She really stands out from that background.
Yeah, the boldness of the work really invites you to interpret it and really listen to it, as well as just see it, doesn't it?
Yeah, in portraits, you know, the very first thing we do is we always look in the eyes of the image.
Yeah.
And she did an excellent job with the gaze. You know, it's got a somewhat stark but pretty serene feel to it.
Yeah, good point.
Even though, you know, she's trying to address kind of a difficult thing that we're going through as a country, she's doing it in a really beautiful, human sort of way.
Yeah, yeah. There's intensity, but there's also softness there too. That you can see the shadowing on the left, and sort of the lips almost in a neutral position.
Yeah, and she's got a nice signature right here. Again, she did a really good job. The portrait is very traditional in that the image is centered. I do like the fact that she's just got the one braid instead of two, so it's got a little asymmetry to it as well. But this background is just gorgeous, and she did a really good job melding the two.
Yeah. Well, if you understand the political motivations that she had to make this, that would be a reason, if you agreed with those, to want to bid on this piece. Or if you just enjoy a beautiful portrait of a beautiful person, then that's...
Well, it's just an homage to humanity's kind of steadfastness.
Yeah, and its resilience.
Regardless of how you look at everything.
All right, a reminder, this is item 29A, Deportation Series number 4 by Diana Sunseri, oil on canvas measuring 20 by 16 inches. We're going to keep this one open and move on to our next piece, which is 29B, Let's Play by Christine Springer. This is oil on canvas measuring 8 inches by 24 inches. Its retail value is $350. Talk about a fun piece of work.
She is one of my favorites. This was in the figurative category as well. She's been participating in the KVIE art auction for about 9 years. She's had some bell ringers. This is painted on what they call a cradle board, which means that it's got depth to it, and it doesn't need to be framed. It pops out from the wall. It's a great size. You know, everybody's got that oddball, long, skinny, you know, it can go over something. It is so thick that it could actually be set on end if you want to put it up on a mantle or a shelf.
Yep.
Doesn't necessarily have to go on a wall, but let's talk about this cat. She did a really amazing job. It's got movement. She was very loose with the brush, but but managed to get detail,
Yes.
you know, in here too. And then every one of these little marbles has a really nice little sheen to it, and you can feel the light hitting it.
You can have a lot of fun interpreting this, right? You've got cats love marbles anyway, and then in the middle of all that, there's actually a mouse. So what choice does the cat need to make? What do I want to catch?
And the mouse has the sweetest little face on it. Again, you know, she's very painterly in the way she puts on the paints, but then she gets a lot of detail right in his little face, and it's just a fun piece. It'd be delightful in a children's room or just anywhere where you need a smile.
I would think if you're a cat lover, or like you say, if you just want to brighten up any room.
Or you lost your marbles, there they are.
Yeah, you lost your marbles, there they are. It's really nice. Again, item 29B, Let's Play by Christine Springer, oil on canvas, 8 by 24 inches, retail value $350. Again, you talked about the framing. It's so interesting. This is what?
Yeah,
balsa
cradle
wood or
board
something?
it's got a maple wood around it. So the wood on the edge is really pretty. We can't whip it off the wall and show you. But it comes out about 2 inches. So like I said, it could stand on its own. It would be really nice on a really long shelf to add some highlight in a bookshelf, or you know, nice and bright in a kitchen. It's just a lovely painting, and she's been supporting us for 9 years. Let's make this one a bell ringer, because I think it is.
I think it will. It certainly deserves to be. And if you'd like to brighten your house, your room, your family's mood by having Let's Play by Christine Springer in your home, call the number on your screen. This is the one that you want to bid on.
And she started it at a really low bid.
Yeah.
I mean, you know, a painting like this in my gallery would go for much more than $350.
Absolutely,
And,
you can see why.
and it does belong in a gallery, and it belongs in your home.
That's right. Let's keep this one open and move on to our next item, which is item 29C, Afternoon at the MoMA by Rita Bartel. This is acrylic on canvas, measuring 24 by 18 inches. Its retail value is $950. Dee, I'm sure you've been to the MoMA in San Francisco many times.
Yes.
It's a great experience. And look at this interesting couple looking at another beautiful portrait.
I like to watch people look at art.
Yeah.
To gauge their, you know, reaction and all that. And to have this, you know, I don't know if they're married, but I'm going to say a married couple looking at a portrait of another married couple, Diego Rivera and Frida Kahlo.
Oh, interesting.
At the museum, just is very interesting. And then she's got this is not in the original painting, she's got this ghost of a dog looking down at the dog. So there's a whole nother painting going on right here with the dog actually looking at the dog. And I love that about it. It just represents a nice warm afternoon. If you're a museum goer, if you travel and go to museums, you know, we've all seen this vignette before, and I think it's just very sweet. What I really like about this is that she didn't cheat and just make this flat background.
Yeah.
She just didn't go, okay, the wall is white. This actually has a lot of paint in it. It's got colors coming through it. It's very painterly. It's not just, you know, here's a white wall.
Well, you bring up a great point. I know the experience that we all seek when we go to a museum is to be able to interact with the artwork and have it resonate with us. And I think what she captures so well is this couple, and even the dog, all the living creatures here, are fascinated. They're absorbing this other artwork, and it means something to them. It's enriching them.
And, you know, when you watch people, because I own a gallery and I watch people look at art all the time, they will stand, I mean, they're standing somewhat similarly to the image that they're looking at. And I've watched people do that. You know, they get drawn to an image because even though, you know, this is two really famous artists who are no longer with us, they feel the bond between them, and you kind of feel the bond between these two as well.
Yeah, what an interesting choice to put Diego Rivera and Frida Kahlo in this painting.
Yeah, well, she did it, you know, she was inspired when she went to the exhibition, and I love the addition, like I said, the addition of the dog. And you got these nice shadows underneath here. It's a very sweet painting.
And a reminder, this is item 29C, Afternoon at the MoMA by Rita Bartel, 24 inches by 18 inches, retail value $950. All right, we're halfway through this break, which means we're going to keep this piece open and check in over at the recap station for some bidding updates.
That's right. We're midway through this break, and it's your opportunity to bid. Call the number on your screen to get involved right now. Let's recap what was there. Let's look at item 29A, Deportation Series number 4 by Diana Sunseri. And this is an oil on canvas measuring 20 by 16. And I just want to say the way that Dee and Michael explained it, it was just beautiful. I was just mesmerized by their discussion and what they shared with that. It has a start bid of 150, so you might want to think about, we need that now. We need to start the bid right now at 150, so please call in as a part of that. Item 28B is Let's Play by Christine Springer. And again, this is an oil on canvas, 29B, measuring 8. Oh, wait, I hear the bells ringing. Right, that's a bell ringer, which is really great. Make sure I still want this. You can call in and still do a bid. Our phone bank is here to take your call. Item 29C is Afternoon at the MoMA by Rita Bartell. And this is acrylic on canvas, measuring, and I wanted you to note the size because I think it really adds to the whole concept of the picture, 24 by 18. So this is a nice print, a nice size. Again, this retail at $950. We have a high bid right now of $320. So if you want to make sure this is in your home, you get to visit the MoMA all the time, let's make it $350. Come on, let's get these phones ringing. This is what you should be looking at. Why we are ready to make sure that the art that is here on KVIE today is going to be a part of your home, and you will be supporting KVIE. I want to thank Delta Print Group. Where are they? Look they're all right there. They're waiting for you. They're volunteering their Sunday mornings. They are waiting to talk with you. And do they talk with you? You know, I was just noticing how much they engage with your callers. So you're going to get a thrill not only to bid on art, but you're also going to be able to connect from the top. All right, you're going to look at this. Item 29A, Deportation Series number 4. We got a bid, 150. You may want to make sure that this is something that you come back to and maybe give a call. Let's Play by Christine Springer. And again, this is item 29B, and it measures 8 by 24. We have a bid right now. It's a bell ringer at $350, but you can still make it yours if you're interested. And then item 29C, Afternoon at the MoMA by Rita Bartell. And again, 24 by 18. It's great. We're just getting started. We're just getting started with this break. Now let's take a look at more artwork from Dee and Michael.
All right, we're back with the second half of this category with Dee Neath. And this is item 29D, Ecuadorian Hot Rod by Joe Stratton. Acrylic on canvas measuring 16 inches by 20 inches. Retail value is $400. Dee, I know there are many places around the world where people love old American cars. I think of Cuba, perhaps lots of South America.
Sacramento.
You know, domestically and abroad, people love old American cars, and what a great example of that here.
Yeah, Joe is a big car enthusiast, and so he recently restored an old Ford truck and was looking through a car magazine and found this image of a father and son that had restored this beautiful old Ford in Ecuador. So he was super inspired. He painted it in one afternoon. It's acrylic on canvas. We love Joe. He donates to the auction all the time, and I wanted to read a quote from him. I've donated to the KVIE art auction 10 times because I think it is a win-win-win situation. It's fun to paint and be recognized. It's nice that someone can buy a painting they like, and it is wonderful to know that PBS is raising money to continue to operate. So he's a big fan, and we're a big fan of Joe's.
Well, thank you, Joe, for those kind words and for donating year after year. What I love about this, there's a couple of things that really jump out to me, Dee. First of all, it's almost three-dimensional. The way he's been able to contrast the truck with the background, it really pops out in a unique way.
Yeah, and it's got a really interesting angle on it. You know, so it really shows off the front grille. This is what you need in your man cave. It is destined to become man cave art.
Yeah.
It's a beautiful piece. If you know a car enthusiast, it's acrylic on canvas. It does not need a frame because it's on a thick canvas and the edges of the canvas have been finished. So you don't need to frame it. It's ready to go home. And thank you, Joe, for giving us another good one.
Yeah. Another thing that really impresses me about Joe's work is how he creates this image of reflection just by using different colors. It really looks like it's a photograph with the sun glinting off the side of the truck.
Yeah, he does an amazing job, and you've got this nice crystal blue, you know, from Ecuador, and I like the background has a nice kind of rich texture to it. He did a really amazing job with the light in this. Again, it's acrylic on canvas. It's 16 by 20, so it is a pretty good size, but manageable.
Yeah, and the retail value on this is $400, but right now is the time to put in your bid. I think you make a great point. This would be fun in a garage or in a workshop or even in your house if you and your family are car buffs. This is such a great reflection of that.
Especially if you're a big Ford fan.
Yeah.
You know, if you like the old Fords, this is the piece for you.
All right, Ford lovers, get your bids in. We're going to keep this one open and move on to our next piece, which is item 29E, Sydney's Butterfly Veil by Ade Isoki. This is mixed media, measuring 20 inches by 16 inches. Its retail value is $1,500. Dee, I'm going to let you just take off on this one. This is just incredibly fascinating.
I love her use of mixed media. The detail in the drawing portion of it is amazing. She's got beautiful shading in there. It's overlaid with kind of a diamond dust sparkle thing reminiscent of Andy Warhol's diamond dust paintings. And then she's got this zigzag that goes through here, which gives it movement and really makes the piece pop.
Yeah, there's so much going on here. It's so interesting. I look towards, your eye is drawn towards her eyes, obviously her left eye, and it looks like she's looking through a shard or a window that's broken.
Yeah.
What are your thoughts on that?
Well, the inspiration for this piece comes from the artist's father, whose name is Sidney, hence the title. She's paying homage to him because he's spent a great deal of time really helping her pursue her art career and inspiring her. So I think as the piece itself has a real inspiration to it. Like I said, such brave use of different mediums and color. And I love just the little bit of sparkle to it. It's not overwhelming at all.
Yeah.
The artist framed it herself. It's beautifully framed, so it's ready to go home. And thank you for such a great piece.
Well, the ultimate effect, I think, of all of the things she's doing here is a very positive, almost inspirational piece of work.
Well, it's you know, bright-eyed. It seems it's got a kind of a glee to it, with the nice red mouth that's smiling but not quite laughing.
Yes.
And again, we've got a little bit of this Madonna thing going on where there's kind of an aura coming off of her.
Yeah.
And she kind of feels grateful.
Yeah, there's a gratitude there and almost an inner peace. Again, this is item 29E, Sydney's Butterfly Veil by Ade Isoki, 20 by 16. Retail value of $1,500. Mixed media is how this is being described, and I guess that's what you're saying here.
It's mixed media on paper. So she's done it in layers. This looks like it could be an airbrush paint. Not sure, don't quote me on that. But I like the use of the metallic paints in it.
Yep.
And that's a really hard thing to do because this must have taken her quite some time to do the base drawing.
Yeah.
And then to do this and just hope for the best that it works out. And in this case, it worked out perfectly.
Yeah. Yeah. All right. Call the number on your screen if you would like to bid on this beautiful piece of artwork. It's just the reflections, the positivity. It's just something I think would be great in every home. We're going to keep it open, Dee, and move on to our next item, which is item 29F, Markor by Anka Fatmun. This is acrylic on paper measuring 20 inches by 16 inches. Its retail value is $400. Great color here. Arresting image.
Yeah, it really is. It's bright and poppy. the artist is trying to make a point in her works in general. She's very concerned about endangered species and, you know, what's going on in our environment. So she's chosen this amazing goat.
Yeah.
I love the way that she's used almost every color in the palette. She didn't skimp anywhere. It's done on a canvas type textured paper, and then it also feels like it has layers and layers and layers, and you can see the movement of the brush, which I really like. And then again, she gets into great detail on the eye.
Yeah, I think what Anka, to me, what I see here, Dee, is that by having so many colors on this mountain goat, it's almost an homage. It's a way to honor the animal even more.
Well, and she doesn't use brushes when she paints. She uses sponges and other materials, so you know you can really feel how deep she gets the pigment into the background, and it's done in layers and layers. You can tell, especially around the goat's eye, where she's layered in colors, maybe let them dry a little bit, and then worked them on their way back out. So it's really a stunning piece.
Yeah, and the way that she has captured the eye, the way the goat is looking at it, it's so powerful. It feels so real.
Yeah, and it's kind of got a really nice movement to it. You know, you feel like the goat's almost snapped his head around and, you know, is staring you down. It's a beautiful little piece. It would be fun in a child's room.
It would.
It adds a lot of color wherever you put it. It's framed under glass, so it's ready to hang.
The number is on your screen to call for item 29F, Markor by Anka Fatmun, acrylic on paper. 20 by 16, retail value $400. Dee, you were talking about acrylic on paper. That's an unusual approach, perhaps?
No, not necessarily. Acrylic, artists like acrylic because it dries faster, so it kind of forces you to get the paint on there, and it gives, you know, it just lends itself to a little movement.
Yeah.
And putting it on with a sponge like she does, or a palette knife, you know, you can see where it just added so much texture.
You know, your point is really well taken about the vibrant colors and how that would enhance any room, even a child's room. You know, it's a warm, positive
and it's a good
image.
Piece for an animal lover. You know, if you've got somebody that really supports the zoo or is into animal conservation, you know, this piece really speaks to that.
Absolutely, makes perfect sense. All right, well, we are nearing the end of this break, which means that now is your last opportunity to bid on this and all of the art featured in this half hour. Let us hear from you right now as we check in over at the recap station.
As you know, we've been talking about today, we want to raise $200,000 with this art auction for KVIE. We're getting there, but we're not there yet. Your bid right now gets us one step closer to that goal, and it keeps you one step closer to winning an amazing piece of art. So please make that call right now. Okay, let's review the bids. Item 29D, Ecuadorian Hot Rod by Joe Stratton. I love this piece. You know, Dee and Michael really talked about how this would fit somewhere in your home if you're a car enthusiast, or even if you're not. The work is fantastic around this. Item 29E is Sydney's Butterfly Veil by Ade Isoki, which is just stunning. And it's mixed media, which is really an important part to look at. We have on that, we need, as we start to look at that, Sydney's Butterfly Veil, we start the bid at $250. So give us a call in, and you want to make this a piece of your work that's a part. Item 29F is Markar, Anka Fatman, which is just stunning as you kind of look at that. It's acrylic on paper, but the issue is that the colors that were used during this time, as Dee kind of mentioned about just the intensity, the beautiful, the brightness in Michael's story. It is a bell ringer at $400. So why don't you make that a bell ringer for you as we start to look at. So let's look at all again, and the bell ringer was at $400. You may want to bring that up because you want that piece. Take a look. Deportation Series, item 29A, which has a bid of $150. You might want to make sure this is a piece of it. The description of what our artist critiques did in this, it was just stunning in that piece. You may want to make this a piece of your home. Let's say 200. Let's make this a bid right now. You want to make that a piece of your home. Item 29B is Let's Play. It is a bell ringer, which is really great. Hear them? They're looking at that, which we're very excited about, but you still may want to make this a part of your home. Item 29C is Afternoon at the MoMA by Rita Bartel, which is great. It's an acrylic on a canvas, but the retail price on this is $950. We have the high bid of $500 now. You may want to make this a party. Have the MoMA always in your home, but really have those that are looking at the MoMA. The capture is just stunning as you look at. Item 29D is Ecuadorian Hot Rod, which by Joe Stratton, which is great. I'm going to put a challenge out there to those at the Car Museum. You may want to make sure that you have that as a place of it. Right now, we have a bid of $200. Make this a part of your, either the art museum or a part of that with the Ecuadorian. Item 29E is Sydney's Butterfly Veil. And again, Ade Isoki, which is great. It's looking at right now, we are asking for a bid to start it at $250. Look at the work. It's mixed media. It's retail $1,500. This is quite a piece of work that's beautiful. And I love it in so many ways. Item 29F, again, is Marcor by Anka Futman, which is great. And again, there we go with that. And it's $550. It's a bell ringer because you may want to make this a part of your area that you want to be involved in. Give us a call right now. Stay with us. There's more art coming up in the next half hour of the PBS KVIE Art Auction.
Delta Print Group brings ideas to life with precision and collaboration. From political campaigns to healthcare communications, we provide secure print solutions tailored to every need. Your brand is supported by more than just ink at deltaprintgroup.com.
Coming up next is the photography category, awards juried by Aniko Kiesel. This category features a selection of photographs, limited editions, and etchings. View all of the artwork featured in this year's auction at kvie.org/artauction.
Hello, I'm Dr. Steve Wenlock, and thank you for joining us in the photography category. Here's an overview of the art that will be up for bid during the next half hour. Item 30A it is Raja Ampat Sunset by Paul Lambie. And this is photography measuring 20 by 20 inches. The retail value is $300. Oh, 20 by 30, want to make sure that's a place that's in there. Item 20B is White Aurelius by George Chobanoblis. Thank you. The photography measuring 24 by 18 inches. Retail value $250. Item 30C is Factory Made by Shelley Carlisle. This is photography measuring 16 by 28 inches. Retail value $370. Item 30D is Secret Canyon 7 by Darby Hayes. This is photography measuring 39 by 24 inches. Retail value $750. Item 30E is Osprey Angel by Gary Everett. This is photography measuring 16 by 24 inches. Retail value is $300. Item 30F is Sunflower Power by Mike Boyle. This is photography measuring 20 by 16 inches. Retail value is $150. The phone lines are open and ready to take your bid. Now let's see the art with our auctioneer and art expert.
Hi there, I'm Michael Sanford, and thanks for joining us for this photography break. I'm back once again with art expert Dee Neath, and we have a great collection to discuss this half hour. Dee, thanks again for being with us today.
Always.
Let's jump into this incredible photograph, 30A. Raja Ampat Sunset by Paul Lambie. Dr. Paul Lambie, which you'll explain in a minute. Photography measuring 20 by 30 inches. Retail value, $30. I love this photograph.
You know, little backstory, he was actually my rheumatologist. Years and years and years ago, went into his office for a consult. He had amazing photographs from all over the world in his office. And I asked him about it, and now he's retired, and he does photography full time. This was taken in Indonesia, and it's on the Himalaya Sea. Okay, I didn't pronounce that right. But he was on a kayak.
Oh.
So this was taken during a kayak trip there, just at sunset, and it is beautiful. He did a great job printing it on on metal, so
Yes.
it gives it depth and adds a little bit of shimmer to it. I've always been a big fan of his. He prices his work really reasonably, so we've got a low starting bid, but this would be spectacular in any home or office.
Oh, absolutely. As you suggest, it's so beautifully crisp and clear. There's almost a three-dimensionality for it. I'm so impressed when you tell me he shot this while on a kayak, because the horizon line is perfect.
He shoots when he's skiing. He shoots when he's kayaking. He goes all over the world. He likes to go on backpacking trips and does amazing nature photography. This was shot with the Nikon, printed on the metal. Again, this one is signed on the back.
Oh, good.
So it's a one-of piece, which is nice in photography. It's not an edition, and this is the only place you can get it.
That's right. Call the number on your screen if you'd like to bid on 38 Raja Ampat Sunset by Paul Lambie. You know, I think all of us try to take great photographs of the sunset with varying degrees of success. Yeah. But Paul has nailed it. I mean, the fact that the sun is actually bracketing just sections of clouds.
It's a moment in time.
The exact right moment.
That won't
yeah.
happen again. And he's a past first place winner in the photography category.
I can see why.
Which means he's well respected by other photographers.
Yeah.
Because usually we have a photographer that juries that. And he is also a winner of the Sacramento Bee Photography Contest that the Bee used to run every year for travel photos.
Well, it's amazing. It's great to hear that his work and his talent is being acknowledged like this. And what an opportunity for you to have one of these great works by a very talented photographer.
And what a
in your
fun
home.
gift for the kayaker in your life.
Oh, no kidding. Yeah, the backstory really makes this even more interesting to people who love the outdoors and experience it that way.
Yeah, he brings his camera everywhere.
And look at the great results. All right, we're going to keep this item open and move on to our next one, which is item 30B, White Amaryllis by George Chobanoglis. I knew I'd have to struggle with that a little bit. Chobanoglis.
Good thing he's a photographer, not a football player.
That's right. Photography measuring 24 by 18 inches. Retail value $250. What an amazing photograph.
It was stunning. Michael and I went to preview the artwork before we came out here, and it was one of the ones that caught our eye from clear across clear across the studio. Again, beautiful whites and blacks. You know, I always look at contrast in photos, and this is just a gorgeous piece. You know, the flower that'll never die, which is nice. He's also framed it very traditionally in a double white mat with a black frame. Which is very popular with photographers. It's just a stunning piece. It would look gorgeous in a formal dining room.
Yeah.
Or, you know, even I'd love to have it near my dressing area in my room. You know, flowers are always an amazing subject matter, but not one that everybody captures very easily. And he has done a remarkable job on this.
Well, I know one of the things I keep bringing up, because I'm continually impressed by a photograph that shows the clarity that this one shows.
Oh, you can see every one of the little stamens in there, and the ruffle.
Yes.
You can see the ruffle on all of the petals. And somehow he managed to get the light just right to come through the back and, you know, show us that this isn't just a plain white flower. It's, you know, it's got this beautiful green in it. It almost has a glow.
Yeah, there's a glow to it, and then the contrast with the black background is so distinct.
Yeah, and he's a practicing artist. He exhibited at the Natsulis Gallery last year. So we're pleased to have his work here in our gallery.
Yeah, it's fantastic. Again, item 30B, White Amaryllis, photography measuring 24 by 18 inches, retail value $250. I mean, there's lots of great photographs of nature, of flowers, but this one seems to stand out even more than the usual.
Yes, and I want to point out that these are gallery quality prints, which means this obviously was not printed at Costco. It's done with archival inks on archival paper, so it will never yellow like all of our photos from the 70s did.
Yes.
It will always maintain this bright, bright white and its beautiful brightness. If you have somebody that, like I do, you know, forces bulbs like amaryllis, or somebody that's an avid gardener, what a nice gift instead of flowers that are going to pass, something beautiful and striking like this.
Yeah, and George, we're so grateful to you for donating this beautiful piece of work. I agree. This is something that would just enhance any home, any office.
It's just so elegant.
It's a conversation starter too.
Yeah, I was really glad I got to sell this one.
All right, we're going to move on to item 30C now. We're going to keep this one open. Item 30C is Factory Made by Shelley Carlisle. This is photography measuring 16 by 24 inches. Its retail value is $370. Factory Made, interesting title for this.
It's actually the Factory Butte in Utah.
Oh, okay, that explains
so
it.
it's a large structural rock that's been photographed quite a bit. But she got to go to Utah recently, and Utah is just
it's amazing.
Photographer's heaven.
Yes.
I love the fact that she chose to do this with the bright, bright blue sky. It's got all kinds of gorgeous, I can only imagine the colors, you know, standing there in real life, which it makes you feel like all these beautiful lavenders and the way, you know, this becomes kind of a brighter purple up there. It's just a beautiful day in the desert.
Yeah. Well, you really point out there's so much to photograph in Utah with all of the national parks, Zion, Bryce Canyon, Canyonlands. You can go on forever, but what makes this one stand out to me is you can really see the eons of time in the different sedimentary layers, so to speak, and the erosion that nature's caused over millions of years.
Yeah, and part of that detail is pulled out because it's on metal.
Oh, good point. Yeah.
And you know, we're not looking at it through glass. It has no texture to it. It's got a very smooth finish. So that picks up every little nook and cranny of the rocks.
Yeah, and it also, I think, helps enhance the three-dimensionality of the image. You know, you can see the foreground distinct from the background so clearly.
Yeah, and it was taken with a Sony digital camera. So it and this process where they mount the image to metal is an archival process, which means, again, you know, it's not going to change color or anything.
Yeah.
Photography has made such strides in the last 20 years.
Yeah. Are you a personal fan of a lot of images being put on metal?
I really like nothing between me and the artwork.
Yeah.
So if you're not going to put it under museum glass that has no glare, that's what I love about the metal. You know, you're just right there. It's literally like you're standing at the base of that rock.
Yeah, very good point. Again, this is item 30C, Factory Made by Shelley Carlisle. Photography measuring 16 by 24 inches. Retail value $370. Yeah, I think when a good photographer goes to a beautiful place and captures an image like this, it's just such a satisfying experience for them and for us.
Yeah, and I love the little play on words that she's got with the title. You know, it is a famous rock formation. So if you're one of those people that likes to go to Utah a lot, if you're from Utah, if you just appreciate a good, big, beautiful blue sky, this piece is for you.
And all you have to do is call the number on your screen and you can bid on this piece. All right, well, we're halfway through the break, which means we're going to keep this piece open and check in over at the recap station for bidding updates.
I'm here with Kayla Taylor here in the phone bank. Kayla is our teleprompter volunteer. Kayla, what brings you here to KVIE?
Well, I have been volunteering with KVIE for around 2 years, so any opportunity that I get to come in and volunteer, I love it.
Well, you are so important to KVIE and making KVIE happen. I can say that personally because I love you on the teleprompter. I understand you're also in broadcasting yourself.
I am. I currently work for 4 radio stations as a promotions coordinator. So lots of concerts.
You're right at home right here, giving your skills and your knowledge and your expertise to KVIE. What a volunteer. Thank you so much. We appreciate everything that you do.
Thank you so much.
All right. Thank you, Kayla. And now let's take a moment and looking at through these. Next, item 30A is Raja Ampat, Sunset by Paul Lambie. And again, this is a photograph measuring 20 by 30. You want to make sure, and when I look at this, we have a high bid of $215 that are a part of that, and we're waiting for it to hear from you. Let's hear it. Let's make this a bell ringer at $300. The white item 30B is White Amaryllis by George Choban Glorious. Thank you. I'll work on his name. And also the photographer measuring 24 by 18. You know what? This is lovely. It's a bell ringer. That is just terrific. And we're looking so forward to making sure, if you want to make sure this is in your area, give us a call right now and make sure that you want to have this. Item 30C is Factory Made by Shelley Carlisle, which is so fabulous in this. And the photography measuring 16 by 24. And again, we are starting bid on $125. You want to take a look at what a piece that is a part that you might want to be interested in making this happen. Now, make sure you call right on the line right now. The number's listed on your screen. You have the great group that's here from our great Delta Print group, which are so fabulous. They're volunteering their time to hear from you. And please give them a call. Make sure those phones are all entered. Let's get those ringing. Let's make those involved. Give a call right now and take a look, and the number's on your screen. Now, let's take a look at more art for the second half of this break with Dee and Michael.
All right, we're back for the second half of the break, continuing on with Dee Neath with our next piece. This is item 30D, Secret Canyon 7 by Darby Hayes, photography measuring 39 by 24 inches, retail value $750. Wow, what an incredible photograph.
Stunning.
Yes.
Yeah, this was another one that had the big wow factor for me and Michael when we were first looking at the artwork. Darby Hayes is a professional photographer, obviously.
Obviously.
Who's been in the auction more times than I can count. This was done on, he likes to go on these trips with other photographers where they hike out and find these places. This was in Arizona. He's about 100 feet deep into this cavern.
Wow.
And the light is coming from above. When he went to develop this image, he normally prints on canvas, but canvas kind of absorbs light.
Yeah.
So this is the first time he's printed on the metal, and we've seen a lot of that going on with photographers lately. It's become a really nice new medium. It sticks out from the wall, so it feels like the piece is floating, and it needs no frame. And again, we're part of the piece. There's nothing to obscure our view, like glass or plexi.
I know this is a recurring comment from me, but printing on metal adds a dimensionality to it that just blows my mind. I mean, you can see the foreground and all the serrated sides to the canyon, the walkway underneath, the sand underneath, and the light flowing in from the top, Dee, is just remarkable.
It's nice because the metal is redirecting the light. It's not absorbing it like you get on a matte canvas. And I think more and more photographers are really embracing that. Plus, in the last 10 years, they could make this museum quality.
Yes.
They could do it with museum inks, and again, it's never going to change color or warp or anything like that. It's an absolutely stunning piece.
It really is. You and I were talking a moment ago about how these slot canyons exist throughout the Southwest. I think I walked through something similar to this in Bryce Canyon, Utah. But to be able to find this, capture the right moment, the right position on the path, the right time of day to get the light that just glows like that, Darby did it all.
They are definitely a siren for photographers.
Yeah.
Photographers from all over the world fly in to try and get an image just like this one, and you can have this one in your house.
All you have to do is call the number on your screen. Again, this is item 30D, Secret Canyon 7, Darby Hayes, 39 by 24, nice and big.
Yeah.
Final thoughts, Dee.
It's got huge visual impact. You put this in a room and it's going to be the first thing everybody's drawn to.
Talk about a conversation starter. All right, we're going to keep this one open and move on to our next piece, which is item 30E, Osprey Angel by Gary Everett. This is photography measuring 16 by 24 inches. Its retail value is $30. Dee, we talk a lot about capturing $300. Capturing nature in flight or in motion. What a great example of this.
It's beautiful, and again, printed on metal, which brings out the detail in it, that he managed to capture the bird in flight without any blur. If you look up in the very tips of the wings, I'm trying to work with the cameraman here, you can see the bright light coming between the feathers. And to do that, I mean, that is you have less than a second to get that image.
Yeah, and I think you make a really good point there. To avoid blurring, when an animal is in motion like that is one achievement, but then to capture the moment, I think, of maximum extension of the bird's wings, where you can see between the feathers.
Yeah, all this light coming through in the tail. And obviously this bird is building a nest, so what a fun housewarming gift for somebody.
Yeah.
Beautiful, beautiful piece. This is, again, a professional photographer who shows regularly in galleries.
Yeah.
And so we're really honored to have it here in our gallery.
We certainly are. And again, this is item 30E, Osprey Angel, Gary Everett. 16 by 24 inches, retail value $300. I'm surprised. I didn't realize ospreys built such big nests, but this osprey is working hard.
Yes, and there's all kinds of twigs all interlaid in here. That's an interesting piece all within itself. I love the flat blue background. I mean, it still shows, it still shows sunlight, but it provides such a nice contrast to that big image of the bird.
Yeah, I think the unique elements that we've talked about here, the capture of that moment, great nature photography is always a conversation starter.
Well,
but this one, I think, has extra elements to that.
It takes time and patience. He has been photographing this particular pair of osprey for 2 years.
Really?
So, they're practically dinner companions.
One of the things you can admire about nature photographers is the patience that they undertake to get just the right shot. 2 years spending with this osprey pair.
Yeah, the same osprey pair every year. I love the fact that the title pertains to being an angel, because it does look like an angel with its wings spread.
It does. Yeah, it's really remarkable. Again, this can be yours if you love birds, if you love nature, if you just love a great photograph. This is the one for you. All you have to do is to call the number on your screen. Final thoughts, Dee.
2 years of patience paid off.
It absolutely did.
Definitely.
We're going to keep this one open, Osprey Angel, and move on to 30F, Sunflower Power by Mike Boyle. This is photography measuring 20 inches by 16 inches. Its retail value is $150. Dee, as we were previewing these photographs, you and I both think, that's a photograph?
I know, we were both like, wait a minute, what's this painting doing in here?
Yeah.
I love the way that he's manipulated the photo to make it look like a painting. It feels like it has texture.
Yes.
It feels like it has depth.
It definitely has depth. Oh,
yeah,
my.
I love this bright orange back here, the way it goes from, a brighter orange to almost a green up at the top, feels very much like a watercolor, but it's not. It's a photograph of sunflowers. Reminds me of all those sunflowers when you're driving up I-5 towards Dunsmuir.
Yes.
But it's a beautiful photograph. It's framed. It's ready to go on the wall. This is a traditionally printed photo on paper, so it is behind glass. It looks like museum glass because I'm not seeing a lot of glare.
I'm really fascinated by the background. Were they able to go from the orange to the yellow, the contrasting?
I think that was a little bit of manipulation that took part through the digital process.
Yeah.
And we're seeing more and more of the line being blurred between a traditional painting and a traditional photograph. This kind of marries both of those.
Yeah, and I think you get the best of all worlds there, because you can see such incredible detail. The contrast is so interesting as you go from top to bottom and back up again.
Yeah, and you see every little one of these spikes, which is nice.
Yeah, it's fun to capture any flower at a various stage in its life. These sunflowers look like they've kind of reached their peak and they're starting to lose the clarity of their petals, but still, it's really such a fun thing to look at.
Well, and you kind of have the whole transition from the bright flower down here that's just bloomed into, you know, the flower that's going to be seed soon.
Yeah. And you're right. I mean, having sunflowers in your house is so reminiscent of our area here, where we see vast and beautiful sunflower
Well,
fields.
and the dreaded one sunflower growing in the middle of the bridge on Watt Avenue.
That's exactly right.
Sunflowers are so resilient.
Item 30F, Sunflower Power by Mike Boyle, 20 by 16 inches, retail value $150, can be yours by calling the number on your screen. 30 seconds left to talk about this, Dee. What are your other impressions?
I love the fact that it's framed and ready to go. You can pick it up tomorrow. And what a bright, cheery thing to put in your kitchen.
Yeah, a kitchen or a room where the family gathers.
Yeah, or your office, so you don't have to stare at that computer.
That's right. It's
way better to look at this.
It's an absolute conversation starter, and it can be yours. All right, we're nearing the end of this break, which means that now is your final opportunity to bid on the art featured in this half hour. I'd like to thank art expert Dee Neath for joining me here in studio today and sharing her expertise with us. Thank you, Dee. Now let's check in over at the recap station for an update on auction activity right now.
The phone number is on your screen. That's how you can get involved in the auction right now. For this break, we're looking to make all of these bell ringers. You can make this possible when you call in with your bid. Help us hit that retail price. Do it for KVIE. Do it for the artist. Let's review the bids. Item 30D is Secret Canyon 7 by Darby Hayes. And again, this piece is just stunning in the colors, and this is photography. And it just measures 39 by 24, so it's a large. It is also a bell ring. Oh, excuse me. Let's see. We're looking, it is almost a bell ringer. As we look at this, we just need, how about 75 more, and it'll make it a bell ringer. So that's Secret Canyon. Item 30E is Osprey Angel by Gary Everett. Oh, I hear a bell going off. There we go. Yes. Whoa, love that. And it's a bell ringer at $475. You still may want to make this your piece. Give us a call right now and make sure that's, again, it's item 30E Osprey Angel by Gary Everett. Item 30F is also a bell ring, and it's called Sunflower Power because you can feel the power when it's up there. And again, it's a bell ringer at $150. But you may want to say, I want to capture it. Remember, it's 200 that we're moving through. So there's a bidding going on. Make this your piece that you will have in your heart, and you know in your home you'll have it there. And then it's a bell ringer and able to do that. And so again, that's right. So let's look at what was in the top for all of this. 30A, Raja Ampat Sunset by Paul Lambie. And just make sure this is a photograph. So make sure that's a piece. It's a bell ringer at $400. Don't lose out if this is a piece that you want to make sure that's a piece of yours. Item 30B, White Amaryllis, again by George Jobanakos. And it's, again, photography by 24 by 18, which is a beautiful size it's going to look at. And again, it is a bell ringer at $250, but make sure you get into it. The next one, item 30C, is Factory Made by Shelley Carlisle. And again, it's a photography, 16 by 24. And as we look at it, we need to open a bid right there. It's $125. It starts that bid. So make sure that you call in. And again, it's photography that's beautiful. Just a stunning piece that's there. Item 30D is Secret Canyon 7 by Darby Hayes. And now, guess what? It's a bell ringer, so you want to make sure that you call in. Look at that, $825, that's a part. If you want to make sure this is your piece, call in right now and make sure it's a piece for you. Item 30E, Osprey Angel by Gary Everett. And again, it's photography measuring 16 by 24. And it's also a bell ring. These are stunning pieces that are apart. Wow, we're just loving this. And then look at this. Next one, 30F, which is sunflower, and you saw the power of that. It was just beautiful. And again, it's by Mike Boyle, which is great, and it's photography measuring 20 by 16. And guess what? It's a bell ringer because of the power of that sunflower. If you want to make sure that's a piece that you want to look at. As I'm listening right now, I'm hearing our phone bank on the phone, looking at your bid. You may want to make sure. So as we start to do, make sure that on factory, 30C, factory made. We've got a high bid. We've got a bid in there. Is 125. We did it. Thank you, and thank you for support. But don't stop there. If you are interested in this piece, call us right now on the phone. This is your opportunity to make the beautiful pieces of art be a part of your home, but at the same time, helping us with KVIE. This is what we would like for you to make sure. Look at the pieces again. Come back. Get to our people on the phone bank. They're sitting waiting for your call, and they are so engaging. Let me tell you, I've just kind of seen that with them. So let's make sure that you're looking. We've got A through F in the 30 section. Let's look at those just to review them quickly. You got Raja's Ampa Sunset. It's, $500. It's a bell ringer. White 30B, white amaryllis. Is that stunning? Is there $275? So make sure that you call. That's our bid. It's a bell ringer also. Let's make all of these a bell ringer in this time. 30C, factory made, again, is 125 is the bid, but let's bring it up. You may want to look at that. That's a part. Let's make it 150 because that may be something that you really, really see that you want. 30D, Secret Canyon 7. Again, it's at 925. What a bell ringer. But we also, if this is the piece that you want, you can still bid on this to make sure that's what. 30E, which is Osprey Angel, again, by Gary Everett. And again, this is photography. The photography in this is just beautiful, 1620. Item 30F is sunflower. And again, it is a bell ringer. Look at it. It's moving through because people see the power of this. They want that. That's a part. Make sure that you come in and look at this. Stay with us. There's more art coming up in the next half hour of PBS KVIE Art Auction.
Picking up your purchased artwork is quick and easy to do. Visit PBS KVIE Sunday through Tuesday during these posted hours to claim your art. All purchased artwork must be claimed within 30 days of auction closure. For questions, location, and hours, visit kvie.org/art-auction. Thank you for being a part of the PBS KVIE Art Auction and for making art a part of your home today.
Coming up next is the sculpture category. Awards juried by Yana Nova Frisbee. Sculpture features three-dimensional artwork in a variety of media. View all of the artwork featured in this year's auction at kvie.org/art-auction.
Okay, hi everybody, I'm David Nash, and thank you for joining us for this sculpture break. This portion of the art auction is sponsored by Delta Print Group, and we'd like to thank them for their commitment to supporting the arts here on PBS KVIE. Not only do they support our programming and the arts, but they're also on the phone bank today. So that's who you'll be talking with. They'll walk you through the process. It's really simple. Just simply what you need to do is call 844 KVIE Art. Get them on the line. They'll do your bidding for you. And now here's an overview of the art that will be coming up for bidding during the next half hour. Let's start off with Item 31A, it's Sunrise Sunset by Michael Smith. This is mixed media measuring 16 by 19 by 6 inches, retail value $325. Item 31B is Homage to Antoni Gaudi by Lynn Poitras. This is glass measuring 12 by 19 inches, and the retail value is $350. Item 31C is Zelda and Jack by Carol Soibelman. This is ceramic, measuring 8 by 9 by 15 inches. Retail value is $250. Item 31D is Grandma's Bowl by Robert Beers. This is porcelain, measuring 14 by 6 by 6 inches. Retail value is $750. Item 31E is Wooden Bowls by Wallace R. Foster. This is wood measuring various sizes, and its retail value is $900. This piece was donated in memory of Linda L. Foster Hall and Wallace R. and Nadine Foster. And that is item 31E, Wooden Bowls. And finally, item 31F is Anglerfish by Crystal Hollister. This is clay, measuring 13 by 9 by 13 inches. Retail value is $150. All right, these are the artworks available to bid on this half hour. Now let's see the art with our auctioneer and art expert.
Hi there, I'm Colleen Shulman, and thank you for joining us for this sculpture break. I'm pleased to be here with art expert Deborah Craig-Harnish. Deborah is a Northern California-based artist, and she has a degree in environmental science from Alfred University in New York. And for more than a decade, she has focused on mixed media assemblage, transforming found and vintage objects into complex works of art, giving them new life and meaning. Deborah, thank you so much for being here today.
Thank you.
So excited. Let's get right into it. Item 31A, this is Sunrise Sunset by Michael Smith. This is a mixed media piece. It measures 16 by 19 by 6 inches. Retail value is $325. Deborah, this is a very interesting piece.
It's very interesting. I had an interesting discussion with Michael about this piece, and he explained that he usually works in wood, and this piece was inspired by a slab of oak that fell down in a tree that blew over in a storm. And originally he wanted to make a sun sculpture, so a full circle sculpture, but the wood was so decayed that he had to go to plan B, which was to introduce resin. So he poured resin, he built a box and then poured resin in, which is a newish material for him. And what that did is it hardened the wood into a blank that could safely then be worked. And from there, a lot of machining and drilling and sanding and metalworking to achieve what you see here. Now, as I mentioned, this is resin. This is center is resin. And when I spoke to him, Michael suggested that this piece would look lovely backlit in a window or backlit with a light. And what we would like to show you.
Very exciting. Here we're actually going to grab a flashlight, and as we're coming down with the camera, we're going to shine the light through so you can see this. Tell us a little bit more about this.
This resin is taking the place of the center of the tree, which was decayed. And so instead of just making this into an arch, he wanted to make it into a full half circle. And so the resin has stabilized the wood, but you have this lovely amber glow in the middle. Now, can't you just imagine that in a window? And you get the sun in there in the morning, and you get the sun in there as it's going down at night, and it looks like a sunrise or a sunset. Doesn't it?
It really does, and that is absolutely stunning. What we're going to do in a moment is we'll be able to kind of turn this around, but before we do you want to tell us a little bit more about kind of the mechanism that's involved with this? Because
yes.
this is movable.
This is another exciting piece about this. Michael intended that this to demonstrate or mark the passage of time, death and rebirth. The oak fell on Sunrise Avenue, and so he intended it to be used as a calendar of sorts. And around the edge here, there are numbers. Here's 01, 02, 03, and it goes all the way over to 12. And what he's intending is that those would correspond to the months of the year.
Aha.
And the way you would do that, we're going to put this over on 10.
There we go, for October.
Tell me when to stop.
Right there, looks good. And we'll actually spin it a little bit.
For October. Now you can see it all around in it.
There we are.
Isn't that something though? But the woodworking and the metalworking that he did and the inserting of the numbers into the edge, and the copper wire that he's bent to represent the sun, it really pulls everything together.
It really does. And unfortunately, for sunrise and sunset, we have to move on to our next piece in the break, but we are going to keep this open for bid. So we're going to move on to the next item. And our next item is 31B. This is Homage to Antoni Gaudí by Lynn Poitras. This is a glass piece. This measures 12 by 29 inches. The retail value, $350. This is a really, really stunning work, and we're going to show this at a couple different angles because this is one of those you really want to see it in person.
It really is. And also, wouldn't this look gorgeous hanging in a window?
Oh, absolutely. You definitely need the light, and we'll show that in just a second.
Now, the first thing that grabs my eye is the use of her color. She goes from the warm colors, the oranges, the yellows, up to red, and then she goes into the blue. So it's just a gorgeous progression of the colors that she uses. It's the inspiration for the piece, as the title implies. It's Homage to Antoni Gaudí. This colorful piece came from Lynn. Took a trip. She had a wonderful trip to Spain, and she went to Barcelona. And her inspiration for this piece came from Gaudí's Sagrada Familia Basilica and Parc Güell in Barcelona. And she shows the geometric shapes and the repetition of those shapes. These arches are very similar to this. They remind her of the spires of the Sagrada Familia, but also of the interior arches in the Sagrada Familia. And she said that it's also the tile work in Parc Güell was inspiration for her. So it's her homage to Gaudí and his thinking of outside the box.
We'll actually turn it just a little bit as we're moving close with the camera so you can get some of that depth and dimension here.
And the clear glass has bubbles in it, which give it texture. I think that's maybe seed glass, but you can see, oh, here we have.
All right, we're about to turn on the light behind this, which is really one of the best ways we can see. All right, and now can you walk us through a little bit more of the depth and the colors now that we have the light?
Look at it, it glows. It's glowing from the bottom. And again, if this was hanging in a window, see that? See the wonderful colors at the bottom and then the blues at the top here? It's almost like, these look like clouds.
Oh, they do.
In the sky. And the reds and the warm colors down here. And
all right. Hold on, let's spin this back. Just a quick reminder, because we are a little bit short on time. Folks, this is 31B. This is Homage to Antoni Gaudí by Lynn Poitras. This beautiful, beautiful glass piece is 12 by 29 inches, retail value $350. This would look absolutely stunning, with the light behind, even better in a window setting if you have that available in your home. We are going to keep this piece open, but we do have to move on to the next. We are now on item 31C. This is Zelda and Jack by Carol Soibelman. This is a ceramic piece. It measures 8 by 9 by 15 inches, retail value $250. This is so adorable. I absolutely love this. Tell us a little bit more.
Carol has captured a split second of time. This little bobcat cub has just encountered a jack-in-the-box. And you know it's the first time that's ever happened. And Jack has just popped up, and the bobcat's never seen this before and is wondering what is next. So when I spoke to Carol and she told me her inspiration for this was when she sensed her mother was near the end of her life, she began remembering her antics, her humor, love, and the impishness about her. And she used those memories to help create Zelda. And Zelda the bobcat embodies that sense of exploration and precociousness, like most youngsters. She's ready to attack the world. and she's startled yet fascinated with Jack, that little guy in the box.
Oh, yes.
Look at that
Look at that
face.
expression.
And you know, she just doesn't know what to think of this. Carol discovered that clay is a natural medium for her, and she loves sculpting organic objects. She's especially fascinated with fast land animals, hence the bobcat. And Zelda and Jack are sculpted from ceramic clay and then fired, and underglazes are used for the coloration, and an overglaze enhances and protects the finish, but they should only be displayed indoors.
This is quite the set. It's so cute. And if you'd like to take this item home, the number to call is on your screen along with the current bid. But as a reminder, this item, 31C, this is titled Zelda and Jack. Zelda being the bobcat and Jack in the box below, by Carol Soibelman. This ceramic piece measures 8 by 9 by 15 inches. Retail value $250. Any final thoughts on this piece that you'd like to share?
I think this needs to be in your home. I can just see it in mine.
It's really adorable, and I keep catching glimpses of the facial expression when we're panning in here.
She's really got those ears down.
She really does. All right, well, we are halfway through the break, which means we're going to keep this piece open and check in over at the recap station for bidding updates.
What a fantastic collection of sculptures we have here, and now is your time to get involved in this auction. The number's on your screen. That's 844 KVIE Art, easy to remember. So let's get to these, and let's hope for some bell ringers here. Item 31A is Sunrise Sunset by Michael Smith. It's mixed media, measuring 16 by 19 by 6 inches. I loved how it you could go from month to month, how we just saw that with Colleen and Deborah. And this retail value is $325. Our current high bid is $100. Do I hear $125? We're looking for $125. 844 KVIE Art. Volunteers from Delta Printing are here to take your phone call. They'll walk you through the process. They'll do your bidding for you. So just your step is number one, get on the phone, okay? Item 31B is Homage to Antoni Gaudi by Lynn Poitras. This is stained glass measuring 12 by 29 inches. Retail value is $350. Our high bid is currently $115. We can do better than that, folks. We're looking for you to call in right now. Let's go up to $150. If we can get to $150 on that, current high bid is $115. Retail value $350. Imagine how nice that would look in a window where the sun shines in behind it, and it really emanates those reds that were kind of hard to see on camera, but it would look spectacular in the window of your foyer or in your kitchen. That's item 31B, Homage to Antoni Gaudi, looking for $150. We're currently at $115. Item 31C is Zelda and Jack by Carol Soibelman. This is ceramic, measuring 8 by 9 by 15 inches. Retail value is $250. We're at $150. Do I hear $175? Looking for $175 for item 31C. We have volunteers standing by to take your phone call. Don't forget, too, if you've already won a piece of an item here during the auction, that you can pick it up between now and 6 p.m. tonight, or 10 a.m. to 6 p.m. both tomorrow, Monday, and Tuesday. So let's make that phone call right now. We've got a couple lines that are open, and one of those lines is waiting for you to make a high bid right here at KVIE. Don't forget that your dollars, if you are the high bidder, goes right into the programs that you trust and enjoy and embrace and savor here on KVIE. Maybe it's the American Experience or Nature or Nova or one of our British programs that dramas here. What we're asking you to do is make that call right now. 31A, we're at $250. 31B, we're at $115, looking for $150. Item 31C, we are at $200. We're looking at retail value $250. Do we hear $225 for 31C? Now, let's take it back to some more sculpture with Colleen and Deborah. Thanks for watching.
All right, we're back with the second half of this sculpture break, continuing on with our next piece. This is item 31D, Grandma's Bowl by Robert Beers. This is a porcelain work measuring 14 by 6 by 6, a retail value of $750. Deborah, this is quite a stunning work.
Oh my goodness. And this is very typical of his. Robert says this bowl was inspired by his great-grandmother. I think it must have been one of her doilies, don't you?
Especially with all the it looks like lace.
It does.
Really does.
It does. And I mean, these are, you can see, these are perforations. And it evokes a time gone by. He gave us a clue to his source of the inspiration, and we're free to run wild with our interpretations. The bowl is made of porcelain. And my clay artist friends tell me that porcelain clay has a wonderful feel when they work with it. But it's difficult to work with. It wants to slump. It wants to have its own way. And for an artist to be able to create something this beautiful, and he understands how to work with porcelain. You can see that from the execution of this.
Absolutely, and we're actually going to spin it around a little bit because I love the colors that have been achieved with this glazing process, and especially, so we're seeing kind of the depth with the colors as we turn it, but the back, I think this might be my new favorite color as we come around here. I love this blue-green. That is absolutely stunning. This is such a wonderful piece, and what I also like about it is, you know, it's on this stand that we have, which also came as part of the piece with the contribution from the artist. So this stand actually, I love the little bit of reflection in the stand of some of this circular pattern that I think just really sets off, and especially this kind of bronzy tone pulling in some of these colors. I think Grandma would be proud.
I'm sure Grandma's proud of him. And the detail and the texture. Look at this. There's this different detail, this different texture here, and then we've got a different texture here, and yet a different here, and here it's perforated, and it feels to me like a tropical. It gives me a tropical feeling.
Oh, I can get that. Yeah.
Caribbean, maybe Hawaii.
Maybe Hawaii. You know, these colors are amazing, and I really appreciate the clear skill that the artist has in, you mentioned porcelain being a little bit difficult to work with in terms of its mind of its own. Being able to maintain the structural integrity with all of these holes, this is an absolute class in and of itself. All right, we are going to keep this piece open, and we are going to move on to the next. All right, item 31E. This is Wooden Bowls by artist Wallace R. Foster. This is a collection of 3 items made of wood, measuring various sizes. Retail value on these is $900. Deborah, this is a very interesting wood, isn't it?
Oh, boy, is it ever. This is, it's spalted bird's eye maple. And it's the spalted wood. Spalting is these lines here are what makes it spalted. And the spalting, and I've got to read this because it's wood that's been altered by competing fungi for a limited amount of time, resulting in the beautiful variegations, those lines, the shifting hues, and the lines that many woodworkers love. Now, combining that with bird's eye, it's caused by unfavorable growing conditions for the tree. And the tree attempts to start numerous new buds, but poor growing conditions cause it to make these little eye-like structures right here, like that, right there. You can see it looks like a bird's eye. And together, they're a very rare and uncommon wood from eastern United States and eastern Canada. And they are also, extra care has to be taken when using this wood. So Wallace Foster was a very skilled and very highly respected woodworker, and it shows in how he executed these pieces. His patience and knowledge, and he was able to let nature's handprint shine through. And you can see in this texture is just incredible. It looks like a glaze, but it's Mother Nature.
It does look like a glaze, and I like, we're catching some of the studio lights on this just because it's such a high polish and shine that it almost, to me, on first glance, it almost looks like it's, like I have some bracelets on today that have just polished stone, and it's got that kind of an essence to it and this luminosity on it. We especially want to thank the family of Wallace Foster who donated this to our art auction this year. Do you have any additional thoughts you want to share?
There's 3 pieces, and you can give some as gifts. You're getting 3 of them. You can start your holiday shopping early.
These really are wonderful pieces. Just a quick reminder, this is item 31E, Wooden Bowls by the artist Wallace R. Foster. These are 3 wood pieces measuring of various sizes, retail value $900. The number to call is on your screen along with the current bid. We are going to keep this item open and we're going to move on to the next one in this break. All right, item 31F is Anglerfish by Crystal Hollister. This is a clay work measuring 13 by 9 by 13 inches. Retail value is $150. This is so fun.
When I first saw this, I had to laugh because I thought, now I don't know that much about fish, so I thought this was a caricature of a fish. Turns out, no, it's not. There is such a thing as an anglerfish, and right here, it has teeth just like that.
Oh, it sure does.
And if you take a look at the face of the little fish, that fish, Crystal captured the split second that tiny fish realized he just made the last mistake of his life. And you can see that look of surprise on that.
Here he comes.
Look at that. And so I thought an anglerfish, like I said, I thought it was a cartoonish thing. But they're real fish, and they lure prey toward them with their fishing rod-like appendage. So this is actually part of the fish. That's part of the anglerfish. Years ago, Crystal had the fortune to go scuba diving, and she said she'll never forget the colorful world undersea. She thinks the angler is so bizarre that she wanted to capture it. And she said she took some creative liberties. The anglerfish is a bit more colorful than in real life, but she said that what she feels makes this piece so unique is the combination of ferocity and innocence. And that's what she captured. That's that split second of ferocity and innocence. She enjoys standing back at the gallery, watching people's face when they see her work, and they laugh and they smile, and that's her goal. She rolls the clay on a slab roller. She formed the piece over a balloon, and the teeth are made by hand, and she said they are fragile, but they are very well attached. And she said that she loves working with the glazes, and every time she opens her kiln, she feels like it's Christmas morning.
Oh, I love that. As a reminder, we are enjoying item 31F. This is Anglerfish by Crystal Hollister. This is a clay work. It measures 13 by 9 by 13 inches. The retail value is $150. The current bid is on your screen, along with the number to call if you would like to take this wonderful piece home with you. Do you have a quick final thought you'd like to share?
I just love the way the glazes have run together and how she's captured that second in time.
I agree. Well, we are nearing the end of this break, and you know what that means. Now is your final opportunity to bid on the art featured in this half hour. A big thank you to our art expert today, Deborah Craig-Harnish, for sharing her expertise with us. Deborah, it's been great to be with you.
Thank you.
Now let's go ahead and check in at the recap station for an activity update from the auction.
Okay, lots of excitement here in the phone bank. Delta Printing is on our phone bank, and they're waiting for your phone call. When you get one of the volunteers, they'll do your bidding for you. Thank you for supporting KVIE with your bids. Keep them coming in and help us reach our goal of $200,000 this weekend for KVIE. Don't forget, we've lost all federal funding. Now we're asking our local grassroots community through our auction, on-air fundraising drives, our special events, our sponsors from local companies and organizations that support this station. We're asking, we're coming to you, our grassroots community, for your support, so bid high. Let's go with item 31D. It's Grandma's Bowl by Robert Burns. It's porcelain, and it is 14 by 6 by 6 inches. This would look fabulous on top of a curio or on top of a hutch in a living room. Retail value is $750. We are at $525. Do I hear $550? Looking for $550 on item 31A. I'm sorry, that's item 31D. Please excuse me. We're currently at $250, looking for a bid of $300. Sorry about that. That's let me recap. 31D, Grandma's Bowl, retail $750. We are at $250, looking for $300. Item 31E, wooden bowls, $900 is our retail. This is by Wallace R. Foster. This is wood measuring various sizes. Its retail value is $900. The piece was donated in memory of Linda L. Foster Hall and Wallace R. and Nadine Foster. Our current bid is $500. Do I hear $550? Looking for $550, 31E. Item 31F is Anglerfish by Crystal Hollister. This is clay measuring 13 by 9 by 13 inches. Retail value is $150. It's a bell ringer. We are at $300. Let's recap from the top. Item 31A, Sunrise Sunset. That's a retail value of $325. We're currently at $525. 31B, Homage to Antoni Gaudi, $350 retail. We are at $350. Another bell ringer. Item 31C, Zelda and Jack, a $250 retail. We are at $250. Another bell ringer. Item 31D, Grandma's Bowl, $750 is the retail. We're at $250. Do I hear $300? Item 31E, wooden bowls, $900 retail value. $400 is our current high bid. We're looking for $450. And item 31F, Anglerfish, retail value $150. We have doubled that at $300. Another bell ringer. Thank you so much for your support. Stay with us. There's more art coming up in the next half hour of the KVIE PBS Art Auction. Thank you.
Delta Print Group brings ideas to life with precision and collaboration. From political campaigns to healthcare communications, we provide secure print solutions tailored to every need. Your brand is supported by more than just ink at deltaprintgroup.com.
Coming up next is the landscape category, awards juried by Cecily Hastings. Landscapes celebrate the natural beauty throughout our region and beyond. View all of the artwork featured in this year's collection at kvie.org/art auction.
Hi, I'm David Nash, and thanks for joining us for this landscape break. Here's an overview of the art that will be up for bid during the next half hour. Item 32A, it is After the Storm by Charles Strong. This is acrylic on canvas measuring 24 by 18 inches. Retail value is $350. Item 32B is Lake Tahoe Afternoon by Deborah Rich. This is charcoal measuring 16 by 20 inches. Retail value is $450. Item 32C is Diablo Sunset by Ruth Holton Hodson. This is pastels, and it's measuring 21 by 23 inches. Retail value is $550. The phone lines are... Oh, okay, item 32D is The Bay at Bouchard Gardens by Skip Lee. This is acrylic on canvas measuring 18 by 24 inches. Retail value is $800. Item 32E is Sacramento Summer Breeze by Barbara Gill. This is watercolor measuring 16 by 20 inches. Retail value $500. Item 32F, it's called Los Palmas by Barbara Arnold. Arnold. This is oil on linen measuring 16 by 20 inches. Retail value is $800, framed by Skyline One Framing. Okay, the phone lines are open for bidding. We have a couple lines that are open, one of which is waiting for your call. They'll take care of the bidding process for you. So let's take a look now at the art with our auctioneer and art expert. Thank you for watching.
Hi there, I'm Iris Diamond, and thank you for joining us for the landscape category. During this break, I am pleased to be joined by Patty Kennedy. Patty has been a longtime member of the Lodi Community Arts Center and previously served as their president. She has decades of experience as an artist, ranging from painting to printmaking and photography. She's also an arts educator and enjoys working with community programs that increase the accessibility of art in schools. We are glad to have her here with us this year as an expert. Welcome, Patty. It's
Thank you so
nice
much,
to
Iris.
have
Good
you
to be
here.
here with you.
All right. Well, we're going to get started right away with item 32A. It's called After the Storm, and it's done by Charles Strong. This is acrylic on canvas, measuring 24 by 18 inches, and the retail value of this one is $350. Go ahead, Patty.
I love how this takes us right to the shores of Lake Tahoe. Charles has also defined the season for us with his use of color. We know that it's very cold there. He has a somewhat limited palette. We have the snow in the Sierras starting to thin out. We see the beautiful texture of the lake, so glossy, letting us know how deep it is, so blue, and as it goes further and further back, we see how dark it is and telling us how deep it is. So we get the sense that this is late winter, early spring, things are starting to thaw out. The only hint of warm color is right here in the foreground, in this shrub that's starting to tell us that spring is on the way.
That is lovely, and I was looking at that, noticing there's just this hint of frost on the shrub.
Just a touch.
Yeah.
It gives us a sense that we're in between seasons. We're getting there.
That's an amazing piece. Well, talk to us about the composition of this piece.
Well, we've got a lot of very straight lines defining the mountains and then defining the edge of the lake. And we've got brush strokes here that are very smooth, indicating the glossy surface of the lake. And that's repeated here in the snow that's starting to thin out. We see it thinning out on the rocks. And we've got this wonderful texture in this shrub that's very defined because it's up close to us.
Absolutely, absolutely. Well, if you liked this piece, let me tell you, you can bid on it right now. The number's on your screen along with the current bid. So please take a time out to bid on this beautiful piece of artwork. We're still going to continue our conversation a little bit further. What else can you tell us about the artist or this piece of art?
Well, Charles has been exhibiting his work for about a year. Last year, he had a bell ringer in the KVIE art auction, so we'd like to see that repeated this year.
Yes.
And he's just starting to find time to create and exhibit his work. And this is acrylic. He works primarily in acrylic.
Oh, okay. Let me give everyone that information again. This is item 32A. It's called After the Storm. It's by Charles Strong. It is an acrylic on canvas, measures 24 by 18 inches. The retail value is $350, but we'd love to see this become a bell ringer. Let's going to keep this one open, and then we're going to move on to our next item. All right, our next item is 32B. This is Lake Tahoe Afternoon by Deborah Rich. This is a charcoal measuring 16 by 20 inches. The retail value on this item is $450. Well, we have changed mediums, Patty. What do you want to tell us about this?
We've changed mediums and we've changed seasons.
We have.
And that's indicated in so much in this. So the previous piece was acrylic. This is a drawing medium, colored charcoal, which is different from pastel in a couple of ways. It has richer darks, deeper darks, and it lends itself to a smudgier appearance as you're applying it, which in this piece, I think it creates this wonderful dreamlike quality to a summer afternoon on Lake Tahoe. You're there at Sand Harbor, nestled in and protected by the wonderful shade from the trees. You've got these wonderful contrast of lights and darks. But the idea of being there in your own solitude in the height of summer at Lake Tahoe, that is quite a dream.
The softness of the rock formations
Yes.
is what's striking me about this one, and I love this kind of color palette too. Talk a little bit more about the history behind this piece, because you have some information on these, which is wonderful.
Well, Deborah typically works from her studio, from reference photos in her studio, and that's what she did here. She created this in studio from reference photos that she took up at Lake Tahoe. Typically, she's known for her acrylic work, so she's starting to branch out into more drawing mediums, and colored charcoal is a relatively new medium that she's really beginning to enjoy using. And I mean, look at the wonderful yellows that we've got here that to me are indicating, you know, new growth and summer.
It just brings a brightness to this piece. I always ask myself, where would I put a piece like this? If you'd like to put this piece in your home, this is item 32B, Lake Tahoe Afternoon by Deborah Rich. This is a charcoal measuring 16 by 20 inches, and the retail value is $450. You can bid on this piece right now. The number's on your screen along with the current bid.
And, you know, what a wonderful vision for you to have in your home or your office.
True, true. You never think of where else you might hang these goodies. Yeah.
And a wonderful gift.
Yeah, we have had people buy them for gifts before, too. Is charcoal a particularly challenging medium to work with?
Personally, I find it challenging. And I really appreciate her command of her stroke work from the detail here. Very nice definition there. And we've got this wonderful smoothness and blending through here. A great command of the medium.
Excellent, excellent. We're also going to keep this one open and move on to our next piece. Okay, all right. We're going on to item 32C, which is Diablo Sunset. This is a piece by Ruth Holton Hobson. This is a pastel measuring 21 by 23 inches. The retail value on this item is $550.
This just makes me smile. Mount Diablo is such an icon in the Central Valley. Anybody driving up and down the I-5 corridor enjoys looking at Mount Diablo in so many seasons. And this is a pastel, as opposed to the previous piece, which was colored charcoal, and there's a few differences in the medium.
Okay.
So pastel can give you really vibrant lights, and it can give you crisper lines, although the last piece was quite sensational. And again, our artist here has told us the season with a few visual hints here. So she was out on the Delta looking for sandhill cranes and was disappointed that she didn't see many of them. But then she saw this magnificent sunset with Mount Diablo in the foreground. And the sunset was reflected in the water of rice fields that were flooded. So if the rice fields are flooded, we know that it's late winter, early spring when the rice is getting planted and the fields are getting started. And she's used a limited palette here that I think is just marvelous. She's handled it so beautifully. We have oranges and yellows, and then we have their contrasting colors, purples and blues, and she used them together to create such harmony in this.
I was taken by the warmth of this piece
Yes.
when I first looked at it. It's just a warm, you can almost feel that sunset.
Yes,
coming
yes.
in. Yeah.
And Albert Bierstadt in the 19th century felt that by visiting beautiful vistas or looking at landscapes of beautiful vistas gave the viewer an opportunity to have a sense of stewardship in the land.
Absolutely. If you would like to have this piece in your home, this is item 32C, Diablo Sunset by Ruth Holton Hudson. This pastel measures 21 by 23 inches and the retail value is $550. You're going to see a bid on your screen along with the number to call. We'd love to make it a bell ringer. You don't have to stop at $550. All of the monies raised here goes to a great cause, which is KVIE. Do you have any additional thoughts on this particular piece before we move on?
It speaks to me so much because to me, when I see Mount Diablo, I know that I'm almost home.
Yes, for those of us who live in the valley, this is a familiar sight.
I think I might even know those trees.
Yeah, true. All right, well, we are halfway through the break, which means we're going to keep this piece open and check in over at the recap station for bidding updates.
All right, thanks, Patty and Iris. Wow, what a great collection. Here's your chance to win a fabulous landscape piece right now. 844 KVIE Art. That's the number to call to bid, to get a volunteer on the phone. They'll do your bidding for you. They'll walk you through the process. It's super simple. Let's review. Item 32A is After the Storm by Charles Strong. This is acrylic on canvas measuring 24 by 18 inches. Retail value is $350. We're currently at $300. Do we hear $325? Looking for $325 on item 32A. Item 32B is Lake Tahoe Afternoon by Deborah Rich. This is charcoal measuring 16 by 20 inches. Retail value is $450. We're only at $150. Let's move that up to $175. Do I hear $175 on item 32B? Item 32C is Diablo Sunset by Ruth Holton Hodson. This is pastels measuring 21 by 23 inches. Retail value is $550. What a beautiful piece this is. In fact, all three of these feel like they're all local. And that's $550 is our retail. We're currently at $400. Do we hear $425 on item 32C? So here's the process. You call the phone number on your screen. You get one of our volunteers from Delta Printing. They'll walk you through the process. It's very simple. They'll do your bidding for you while you stay on the phone with them, okay? If you are the winning bid, all your dollars go right into the programming you have loved and enjoyed here on KVIE, whether it be Nova, Nature, our children's educational programming. And then if you're the high bidder, you can come in and pick up your art between now and 6 p.m. tonight or 10 a.m. to 6 p.m. both tomorrow, Monday, and Tuesday. So that's the scoop. That's how it works. It's that simple. Go over to your phone right now and make that call. Let's recap real quick. Item 32A, After the Storm, we're currently at $300. We're looking for $325. Item 32B, Lake Tahoe Afternoon by Deborah Rich. We are currently at $150, looking for $175. Retail value $450. Item 32C is Diablo Sunset by Ruth Holton Hodson. This is pastels, 21 by 23 inches. Retail value is $550. We're at $400. Do we hear $425? Make your bid high. Your dollars go directly into programming here at KVIE. You may have heard that we've lost some of our federal funding. That means we come directly to you, our grassroots community, for your support. Now, let's head back to the art for the second half of this contemporary break with Iris and Patty. Thanks for watching.
Okay. All right, we're back with the second half of this landscape break, continuing on with our next piece. This is item 32D. This is Bay at Bouchard Gardens by Skip Lee. It's an acrylic on canvas which measures 18 by 24 inches. The retail value for this piece is $800. Just before the break, we were looking at it. Let's talk about what we both sort of cued into on this piece.
Well, we both reacted with what a wonderful, mysterious feeling there is to it, and how this figure in the foreground takes the viewer in and makes the viewer part of the painting, to be a participant in this wonderful, mysterious place.
Yeah, I want to go there. I want to stand there.
Yes.
That's what I said earlier. I want to stand on that bridge with them. Yeah.
And Skip is known for his acrylics, where he utilizes heavy impasto, so he applies the paint very heavily to get a lot of texture and depth. And what I like what he's done here is we have the man-made structure of the fence and then the dock coming down here that leads you to the figure that is standing there and directs you to be a part of this wonderful, wonderful landscape. And again, he's used sort of a limited palette along the edges and then you focus on this wonderful sunset in the distance with a landmass giving you an indication of the depth of this wonderful landscape.
Yeah, it almost looks misty in the background.
Yes.
Yeah.
And Bouchard Gardens was built on what was a worked out lime mining pit.
Ah.
So the Bouchard family made their fortune with making Portland cement, so they mined the lime to make the cement. And when Mrs. Bouchard saw this lime pit, she said, we need to make something beautiful out of it. And she made the gardens.
Oh, we thank her for that.
Yes.
Yes. Preservation of our outside wonderful spaces. This is just lovely. I noticed that the brush strokes are much more random,
Yes.
is my view of it, but tell me about that.
So you can see his brushwork in here. He's known for his abstract work. And if you look here, you can see the brushstrokes add some texture to that dock because they are so thick. And the brushstrokes really help to define the fence line here. And I think that's what adds to the mysterious effect, that you want to know what is going on there. You know you're sort of nestled under these trees and there's this beauty out there. You've got this wonderful contrast between the warmth of that sunset in the distance and then the greens and dark
right.
colors there.
Okay. Well, let me share with you again that this one is up for bids. You can see the current bid on your screen and the phone number if you would like to bid on this lovely piece. Please do that. All right, we're going to be moving on to our next item. It's 32E, Sacramento Summer Breeze, something we're all familiar with right now. This piece is by Barbara Gill. It's a watercolor. This measures 16 by 20 inches and has a retail value of $500. And a very familiar scene we've got here.
A very familiar scene, a touchstone for anybody in the Sacramento area. I will admit that the first time I drove past the Tower Bridge many decades ago, I wondered if it was the Golden Gate Bridge, and I actually found it more beautiful than the Golden Gate.
Oh, yeah.
So Barbara worked this beautiful watercolor in studio, and generally she does her watercolor plein air, so she takes her gear out and she paints on site. But a friend of hers was passing the Tower Bridge and just had a beautiful shot of it and sent it to Barbara to inspire her. So Barbara took that photo into her studio and then worked out this composition with graph paper and straight edges to make sure she had the perspective just right. And what I love are the diagonals in it and the movement that there is in such a still picture.
Yeah, you can feel yourself coming across the bridge.
You can almost hear that boat, you can feel the spray, and if you follow the diagonals of the clouds, they come off to meet the horizon line, and then if you follow the diagonal of the boat, they would meet those diagonals about where the bridge ends, which I think lends much more importance to the bridge itself.
This is a wonderful piece. Again, this one's item 32E, Sacramento Summer Breeze by Barbara Gill. It's a watercolor. We've changed mediums again.
Yes, we have.
16 by 20 inches with a retail value of $500. If you're out there thinking about it, don't think too long. Go ahead and make a bid on this. The current bid's on the screen, and the number to call is there also.
And Barbara is a locally known artist. She has earned awards for so much of her work. She's been a KVIE art auction artist since 2016.
Oh, my.
One of her more recent awards was she took second place at the Lodi Community Arts Center Spring Show at Durst Winery
so you're
last
familiar
April.
with her work.
Yes, I'm very familiar with her work.
Lovely, lovely. Thank you. This is a great piece. This would look good in your home, in your office, anywhere, and be a nice memento of Sacramento. Again, item 32E, Sacramento Summer Breeze by Barbara Gill. This watercolor would look amazing in your space, and all you have to do is make your bid. Current bid's on the screen, and the number to call if you'd like to bid on this piece. We're going to keep this one open, and then we're going to move on to our next piece, which will be item 32F, as in Frank, Los Palmas. This is a piece by Barbara Arnold. It's an oil on linen We're changing mediums a bit again. This one measures 16 by 20 with a retail value of $800. And we'd like to make a special thank you to the folks at Skyline One Framing for hosting this piece for us. We have them to thank for this beautiful framework on it.
Oh, it's lovely. It is lovely. Landscapes inspire stewardship in our land, and Barbara's work is dedicated to preserving historic Delta images and honoring the water that provides for our agriculture, our environment, and our recreation. One of her mentors was Gregory Kondos, and you can sort of see his influence there, certainly in the celebration of the Delta. What I like about this is, well, Barbara is a cyclist, so she gets to know her landscapes up close and personally. She said, I could have painted this from memory, this section of River Road, but she worked in her home studio, with reference photos and plein air sketches. Excellent. And I like how the water is the foundation for the painting.
Yeah, as you can see at home, this is kind of amazing. And one of the things that catches my eye is as you cast down to the water, the slight images of the trees that are reflecting off the top of the water just give movement to the whole thing. Because if you ever go down the Delta, it's constantly moving.
It's constantly
It's quiet,
moving.
but it's constantly moving. And this is a beautiful tribute to that.
And it connects the land to the water.
Yes, absolutely. Again, this one is 32F, Los Palmas. It's by Barbara Arnold. This is oil on linen, and it measures 16 by 20 inches. The retail value is $800, but it doesn't have to stay there. You can make it a bell ringer. The current bid's on your screen, along with the number to call to bid on this fabulous piece. And I have a question for you, Patty.
Yes.
What prompts an artist to change background mediums? I noticed this one's oil on linen.
So linen tends to have almost a wider weave than most canvas. So it can be very fun to play with. Generally, you apply your paint a little heavier than you might on canvas. And if you look here, it also provides, you can see a little bit of the texture of the linen through here, and I think it just adds to the texture of the painting, as well as creates wonderful interaction with the colors on the linen.
I was seeing that in some of the movement in the sky piece here.
Yes.
It's just amazing. All right. Well, we're nearing the end of this break, which means that now is your final opportunity to bid on this art featured in this half hour. We want to make a big thank you to our art expert, Patty Kennedy, who joined us during this break. Patty, it's been a delight to be here with you. Thank you so much. Okay, now let's go over and check in at the recap station for an update on auction activity.
All right, a huge thank you. There's our phone bank, and thank you to Delta Printing. They've been here most of the day now, and I never get to do this for the phone bank. Okay. And speaking of which, we have some bell ringers here. The number's on your screen: 844-KVIE and KVIE Art. That's 844-KVIE Art. Call. You'll get one of our volunteers on the phone bank. They'll walk you through the bidding process. Now let's review item 32D. It is Bay at Bouchard Gardens by Skip Lee. This is acrylic on canvas, measuring 18 by 24 inches. Retail value is $800. We're at $325. Do I hear $350? Looking for $350 on item 32D. Item 32E is Sacramento Summer Breeze by Barbara Gill. This is watercolor, measuring 18 by 20 inches. There's the Tower Bridge. And our retail value on this is $500. We're over the top here, gang. Thank you. $700 going directly into paying the programming costs here at PBS KVIE. Thank you so much. We're looking for $800. If you would like to move that bid up, we're looking for $800. Do I hear $800 on item 32E? We're currently at $750. Item 32F is Los Palmas. It is this is by Barbara Arnold. This is oil on linen, measuring 16 by 20 inches. Retail Retail value is $800. You just heard the bells. The bells, by the way, means that we have reached or exceeded the retail value on a piece. This is framed by Skyline One Framing, and that again is 32F. Los Palmas, we're at 800. Do I hear 850 if you'd like to move that up? Let's recap the entire half hour. Item 32A is After the Storm by Charles Strong. It's acrylic by Canvas, measuring 34 by 18 inches. Retail value is $350. We're at $450. That was also a bell ringer. Do I hear 500? Looking for 500 on 32A. 32B is Lake Tahoe Afternoon by Deborah Rich. This is charcoal, measuring 16 by 20 inches. Retail value is $450. We're at $350. Do I hear 400? Looking for 400 on 32B. Item 32C is Diablo Sunset by Ruth Holton Hodson. This is pastels, measuring 21 by 23 inches. Retail value is $550. We're at $600. Do I hear 650? Item 32D is Bay at Bouchard Gardens by Skip Lee. This is acrylic on canvas, measuring 18 by 24 inches. Retail value is $800. We're at $325. Do I hear 350? Looking for 350 on 32D. You still have time to call in and make a high bid. We do have a couple lines that are open on the phone bank at 1-844 KVIE ART. So 844 KVIE ART, easy phone number to remember. So 32E. That's Sacramento Summer Breeze by Barbara Gill, 16 by 20 inches. Retail value is $500. We have doubled that, ladies and gentlemen, for PBS KVIE. Wait, we're now at $1,100. That is the Tower Bridge, and what a beautiful rendition of that. That is watercolor, 16 by 20 inches, and we are at $1,100. Do I hear 1,200 on 32E? Looking for 1,200. Item 32F is Los Palmas. Retail value $800. We are at $800. Do I hear 850? Looking for 850 on 32F. Let's recap 32E one more time. We're now up to $1,200. Do I hear $1,300? That is Sacramento Summer Breeze. I can just feel the Delta breeze coming through the beautiful bridge, the Tower Bridge. We're looking now for $1,300 on 32E. So we are winding up this break. There's more art coming up in the next half hour. Thank you for your support of the PBS KVIE Art Auction.
Welcome to the 44th Annual PBS KVIE Art Auction. Join us all weekend for a celebration of Northern California's visual arts. Over 270 works of art will be auctioned off to the highest bidder, and you can be part of the action by watching and bidding on your favorite artwork. View the entire collection online at kvie.org/art auction. Then, when your favorite item appears, call 1-844-KVIE-ART to place your bid. Auction proceeds benefit the programs and services of your PBS station, KVIE. So thank you for watching and bidding. And now, let the auction begin.
Coming up next is the photography category, awards juried by Aniko Kiesel. This category features a selection of photographs, limited editions, and etchings. View all of the artwork featured in this year's auction at kvie.org/art auction.
Hello, I'm David Nash, and thank you for joining us during this photography break. This portion of the art auction is sponsored by Delta Print Group, and we would love to thank them for their commitment to supporting the arts here on PBS KVIE. In fact, they are, our phone bank this afternoon, and it's simple for you to just get one of them on the phone. They will walk you through the process. They'll do your bidding for you, so just stay on the line. And now, here's an overview of the art that will be coming up for bid in the next half hour. Item Item 33A is Painted Lady on Sunflower by Mary Ann Carrasco. This is photography measuring 18 by 18 inches. Retail value is $350. Item 33B is Old Red Ford by Philip Venable, and this is photography measuring 18 by 24 inches. Retail value is $300. Item 33C is New Guard San Sebastian by Brian Plant. This is photography measuring 16 by 20 inches. Retail value is $400. Item 33D is The Love Goddess by Emily Blake Kessel. This is photography measuring 16 by 20 inches. Retail value $150. Item 33E is Eamon's Door Rare Cross Ireland by J. Terry Whitaker, and he did this photography measuring 30 by 30 inches. Retail value is $250. Item 33F is Winter Majesty in Yosemite by Ted Holm. This is photography measuring 24 by 36 inches. Retail value is $500. Get on the phone, 844 KVIE. Art is the phone number. Now let's head over to see the art with our auctioneer and art expert.
Hi there, I'm Donna Appadoni. Thank you for joining us for the photography category. During this break, I'm pleased to be joined by Martin Christian. Martin's career spans over 30 years as a professional photographer and photojournalist. He's had numerous gallery shows in Sacramento, served as an awards juror in the KVIE art auction, and he's won 5 Emmy Awards for his work as a photographer. Martin, welcome. So good to be with you.
Thank you, Donna. It's great to see you.
Let's talk about this beautiful piece of art. It's item 33A, Painted Lady on Sunflower by Mary Ann Carrasco. This is photography measuring 18 by 18 inches. Its retail value is $350. Martin, what do you have to say about this piece?
Wow, the colors just really jump out at you. We were talking earlier about how yellow is not a color that we tend to decorate in our homes, so this would really complement any color scheme you have in your home. It's a beautiful image. She spends time in Yolo County shooting sunflowers. I don't think she went there to shoot a butterfly, but she really got lucky with this incredible image. And you can tell our camera is zooming in on that butterfly there. You can see how everything is sharp. The legs, the antenna, everything is really sharp. So there's a lot of technique behind this photograph. It's really, really beautiful.
And it can remind us of a time of year, too, because we know that butterfly is not with us year-round.
Yeah, and maybe a place, if you love Yolo County or Solano County, where those sunflower fields are located, you know, maybe this would be a place to remind you of those journeys as you travel through those areas.
Now, our current bid is on the screen, and the phone number is on your screen, too, so you can bid on this piece right now.
She mentions that she took this image in 2024 during a Yolo Art and Ag farm visit to a sunflower field. So it sounds like she likes to interact with her Yolo County community. And Mary has contributed to the PBS KVIE art auction for years. So Mary, thank you so much for your contributions. We're really glad to have this one this year.
Now, you mentioned that it could be complementing any color. Where would you put this in a home?
Well, anywhere where maybe you had good natural light, maybe you had a little bit of exposure to the outside world, so near a window or something. I will mention, if you had told me 30 years ago that I would fall in love with square dimensions, I would have said, you're crazy. But square dimensions really will fit anywhere in your home. It's really easy to find a place for a square image, a square piece of art. So this would fit pretty much anywhere in the home.
Again, this is item 33A, Painted Lady on Sunflower by Mary Ann Carrasco. Photography measuring 18 by 18 inches. The retail value is $350. Final thoughts, Martin?
It's your classic black frame with white matte, very classy, you know, very traditional, which I love. It's the best way, I think, to show off printed photographs. So it's really beautiful, Donna.
Wonderful. We're going to keep this open and we're going to move on. Next up, we have item 33B, Old Red Ford by Philip Venable. This is photography measuring 18 by 24 inches. The retail value is $300. Tell us what you think about this.
Wow, another beautiful one. First of all, you see the purples there. You don't see a lot of purples out in nature, so it's a pretty interesting color scheme. Philip says, I've always been attracted to old cars and trucks, especially if there's rust involved. We see some rust here. I don't normally take a photo of the entire vehicle, just bits and pieces. It's a great lesson, I think, for all of us, Donna. You see something like this in a field of grass, or located somewhere on a farm, and you take a wide shot of the truck, but spend some time getting in there and making your own compositions. It's a great way to reinforce that creative side that you have. Look at that beautiful image, the style, the retro style there. It seems like it's just timeless, doesn't it? The way the stripes and the lettering is all done.
What do you think it is about rust that attracts us in photographs?
I don't know. Maybe it just creates texture. It tells a story of age. You know that this truck isn't from the 1980s. It's much older. There we go. That's really what I wanted to talk about. Photographer uses a technique here, using depth of field. It's a little bit blurry, so it really brings you in to that Ford logo. And this is for our let's see, our camera operator, Virginia. We've talked about this. He says, I like the philosophy of the photographer Ouija, who said F8 and be there. I like to say F8, everything great. So the photographer really knows what they're doing here to create emphasis of that Ford logo.
Our current bid is on the screen, and the phone number is on the screen too, giving you your opportunity to bid on this amazing piece. You had me at red. That was all it took for me.
Philip has won many awards, and he has contributed to the KVIE art auction for many years, so thank you so much, Philip. This is one of those pieces in the preview gallery that you can see it from across the room. It's really, really beautiful. If you love old cars, you love old things, this would be a really good conversation piece in your home. It's a great size as well.
This is item 33B, Old Red Ford by Philip Venable. Photography measuring 18 by 24 inches. Retail value is $300. Interesting that he put metal on metal.
Yeah.
This is produced on metal rather than on canvas or on paper. And so metal on metal is an interesting design.
And the simplicity. We have red and purple and orange, and that's pretty much it in terms of colors. A little bit of blue and the Ford logo there as our camera comes down, but not a lot of distractions here, so it really emphasizes that Ford logo. It's really beautiful. I'd love to know what year this truck was.
We're going to keep this bid open, and we're going to move on. 33C is next. It's New Guard San Sebastian by Brian Plant. Photography measuring 16 by 20 inches. The retail value is $400. I said San Sebastian, but that's probably incorrect. It's really more like San Sebastian because it's in Spain, right?
Good luck with that. He says, I'm a sucker for photojournalism, I'll just be honest. He says, I was taken by the children hesitantly waiting to explore the cove as the elderly man left the water. It was as if to say, I passed this place along to you. What a great story. This gentleman here to the left looks like he's finished his swim. He has all the courage. He's done. He's moving on with his day, but the children are sort of trying to figure out if this is all worth it. So it tells a great little story here about maybe courage and age and passing something on to the next generation, I suppose. And, being a black and white photograph, it removes a lot of the distractions that color sometimes bring. It just re-emphasizes that story that's taking place.
We always think we have to see blue when we see water, but it tells quite a story in black and white. The other thing that's interesting, I think, is the frame here, because it looks like little tiny pebbles in the frame, and they match some of the stonework.
Yeah, the frame is sort of dimpled in a way. You just want to touch it with your hand. It's really kind of soothing, and also you can kind of see as the camera goes to the right, the mat is offset a little bit on the lower portion of the dimensions of it, gives it sort of that Polaroid dimension. It's very creative, and the way that the artist signed it was with sort of a silver pen, so it's not quite as bold. It sort of just fits perfectly with the image. It's a really, really great image. It makes me wonder, like, what color do you think the water is, Donna? You think it's blue or you think it's green?
I think it's a deep purple.
Okay.
We're going to keep this bid open, and we've got the bid on the screen, and the phone number is on the screen too, so you can bid on this piece right now. Deep purple or maybe a Mediterranean blue. That's my guess.
You've got me thinking. Brian has contributed to us for many years, and so Thank you so much, Brian, for contributing this beautiful piece. You know, I've been on a swim team for many years, and I know of a bunch of swimmers out there that would love to have an image like this. If you have water in your background, you live on the river, you're a swimmer, you have a pool in your backyard, you have a pool house, this would be a great image for you.
I would think it would bring back a lot of memories, too, for anyone who's been in that situation where you're swimming with a friend as a kid. A lot of memories come back with a photograph like this.
Memories of walking on cobblestones. That doesn't look so comfortable to walk on those.
This is item 33C, New Guard San Sebastian by Brian Plant. Photography measuring 16 by 20 inches. Retail value is $400. All right, well, we're halfway through the break, which means we're going to keep going. We're keeping this piece open. We're going to check in over at the recap station for bidding updates.
All right, thank you, Donna. Thank you, Martin. I don't even need to look at that face. I just recognize the voice. Donna Appadoni from Morning Edition on NPR on Cap Radio for some 20, 30 years. And so it's great to have her back supporting KVIE PBS. All right, some fantastic artwork available for you to bid on this break. The number to call is on your screen. Let's recap bidding activity, starting off with item 33A. It is a Painted Lady on Sunflower by Mary Ann Carrasco. This is photography measuring 18 by 18 inches. Retail value is $350. We are currently at $150. Do I hear $175? Looking for $175 on item 33A. Item 33B is Old Red Ford by Philip Venable, and this is photography measuring 18 by 24 inches. Retail value is $300. We're at $200. Do I hear $225? Looking for $225 on 33B. And item 33C is New Guard San Sebastian, and we are looking for an opening bid of $130. Retail value is $400. We are looking for an opening bid of $130 on item 33C. PBS KVIE receives no federal funding. Our support comes directly from you, our grassroots community, whether it be a company or a nonprofit organization that supports our programming and sponsors programming here on KVIE, our on-air membership fundraisers, our art auction, and other special events. That is directly where our funding comes from to pay for your favorite shows, whether it be Nature or Nova or your British dramas, your children's educational programming that we all respect. It all happens now because of the grassroots support from our local community. Thank you so much in advance for your support and bidding high for on our auction items. Volunteers standing by, get one of them on the phone. They'll do your bidding for you. Item 33A, Painted Lady, we're currently at $150, retail $350. We're looking for $175. Do I hear $175 on 33A? Item 33B is the Old Red Ford, and that has a retail value of $300. We're currently at $200. Do I hear $225? Item 33C, New Guard San Sebastian. We're looking for, that's a retail value $400, and we're looking for a opening bid of $130. Again, how it happens is you going over to your telephone, calling 844-KVIE ART. One of our volunteers here from the Delta Printing will take your phone call, and they will be your bidder. They'll walk you through it. They'll keep you on the phone line as you want to bid for your favorite item. So that's the scoop. That's how it works. If you'd like to pick up your item, you can do so until 6 p.m. tonight or 10 a.m. to 6 p.m. both tomorrow and Tuesday. All right, that's the first half of the break. Let's see some more art with Martin and Donna.
All right, we're back with the second half of this photography break. We're going to take a look at 33D. It's called The Love Goddess. It's by Emily Blake Kessel. It's photography measuring 16 by 20 inches. Its retail value is $150. I'll bet you have a lot to offer on this piece, Martin.
So much technique. Wow. You can immediately see the low depth of field. We have this crisp, sharp honeybee here. Looks like it's loaded down with pollen. I'm not an expert, but that's kind of what it looks like. And then the rest of the photograph, is slightly blurry. So that technique means you fail a lot because you have such a narrow window of success for what's in focus. So wow, just a lot of probably effort, work, and time went into this and mastering their craft and their lenses. And I love it. I love things where there's a subject in focus like that and the rest of the image is blurry. And so it's just a beautiful image. It's 16 by 20. It feels square, but it's not. It's 16 by 20. So it's a good size right in there. And those 16s and 20s are really safe dimension to fit in your home. It's really a beautiful image.
It's backlit too. The flower is backlit. Do you think that's intentional on the part of a photographer?
Yeah, probably. You can see the highlights here on the insect. You can see the highlights coming through, and there's proof of the backlit there by the petals that are lit from behind. And so we saw a sunflower image earlier that was front lit by the sun, and now we have one that's backlit, creating a completely different image. Emily says, it is a universal desire to emulate the sunflower goddess, disseminating love and joy worldwide. The world needs more people to be the sunflower goddess. So if you want to be a sunflower goddess, all you have to do is call and take this piece home.
Perfect. And the current bid is on your screen, so you can do that. And the phone number is on your screen, too. What a beautiful opportunity to take advantage of this moment, just as the bee is taking advantage of this moment. We talked about the bee being in perfectly photographed there, but about the wings. You know how fast a bee's wings move. They're not in focus, and yet we can see them.
Yeah, it makes me wonder what shutter speed they're using, because the entire insect is crisp except for the wings. So I used to be a beekeeper, and I can really appreciate this image. It's a really, really beautiful image, and Emily has contributed to the art auction for many years, and so Emily, thank you so much for this contribution.
Again, this is item 33D, The Love Goddess by Emily Blake Kessel. Photography measuring 16 by 20 inches with a retail value of $150. Final thoughts on this?
It has a very unique frame. It has this sort of gilded borders with the black frame, so it's a very unique style that sort of stands out on its own. So if you have a smaller space in your home, this would really just command attention.
Wonderful. Thanks, Martin. We're going to keep this bid open, and we're going to move on. 33E is Eamon's Door, Rear Cross, Ireland by J. Terry Whitaker. This is photography measuring 30 by 30 inches. Its retail value is $250. Again, you know me. You had me at red, the red door. But this red door is falling apart a little bit.
Yeah, it seems like it's like an overcast day where the light isn't so harsh. It's really nice and even, and that red door really stands out. J. Terry has mentioned that he rented a farmhouse in Southern Ireland, and he took several trips throughout the Irish countryside. He was walking through Ireland, and he came across this. And what I love about his notes on this is that the other 3 walls, Donna, of this structure were down. So this was the only wall remaining. What a beautiful image. And our wide shot, as we're zooming in on the red, you see the green on the bottom. If we can pan up ever so slowly, you can see just a little stripe of green on the top. I find that so intriguing that there's a stripe of grass on the top of this wall. Isn't that interesting?
It really is interesting. It makes you wonder if this is built into the side of a hill, or if that was just an extension of moss that grew on the top of the building. We'll never know.
Yeah, it's a square image. I love square images. You can really place them in a lot of locations. It's also a canvas print. One of the things that I like about canvas and metal is that the glass is removed, and you can kind of walk right up to it and kind of get your nose right in there. You're not afraid to touch it, because it creates a little bit of a more intimate experience when you have something printed on canvas, which really works well with this photograph.
You can have that intimate experience in your home. The bid is on the screen right now, and the phone number is on the screen right now as well. Not having been to Ireland, I don't know if this is something that a person would see commonly there. it looks like it might be on the unique side. What do you think?
Probably so. Jay Terry mentions that about how unique it was, and I will note that Jay Terry has had many gallery shows, many awards. This is a very accomplished photographer, so this is your chance to take one of their pieces home. I love the square images, so you can pretty much find a place for it anywhere in your home. Look at that. That red door is just amazing. It looks like it's like painted metal, doesn't it?
It does. It's 33E, by the way, Eamon's Door, Rear Cross, Ireland, by J. Terry Whitaker. Photography measuring 30 by 30 inches with a retail value of $250. It does look like a little bit of metal, and it does look like you just want to walk through that door and find out what's there. I'm so curious now.
You know, there's a crack in the door. If our camera can come up there, you can kind of see, look at this, Donna, there's like brush behind it. So I think this wall is just completely overgrown.
Fascinating to see. We're going to keep this bid open, and we're going to move on to the next piece. It's 33F, Winter Majesty in Yosemite by Ted Holm. This is photography measuring 24 by 36 inches. The retail value is $500. A lot of us have been to Yosemite. A lot of us know what we're looking at, but still, this is amazing.
So much to talk about with this. Ted mentions that this is from the Gates of the Valley, otherwise known as the Valley View. It's in Yosemite National Park. You can kind of see Bridal Veil Falls. The camera is zooming straight into Bridal Veil Falls there, located below Cathedral Rocks. That's the Merced River in the foreground. And one thing, technically, it's difficult to shoot snow and sun at the same time because you end up with blue snow. And so this photographer knows what they're doing in terms of color and filters and processing and that sort of thing, because they've retained some of the white with this snow while focusing on the orange. And you can kind of see the crepuscular rays there in the sunshine coming down. We have a lot of people who travel to Yosemite, visit Yosemite, who want Yosemite images in their home, and this is a good one.
It really is a good one. The sky is exceptional on this because of the way those rays are coming through the little bit of clouds, and just the idea to have that much sunshine and the right amount of shadow in this, but nothing gets lost in the shadow.
Everything is in focus. The trees in the foreground are in focus. The mountains in the background are in focus, so that means they're on a tripod, slow exposure. A lot of time went into this photograph. He mentions that he spent 2 hours at this location taking photographs, and this was the one that he loved. So thank you so much, Ted, for donating this. Oh, and by the way, this is Ted's first time in the PBS KVIE art auction. So thank you so much, Ted, for stepping up and donating. We really appreciate it.
A beautiful piece, 33F, Winter Majesty in Yosemite by Ted Holm. Photography 24 by 36 inches, retail value of $500. The current bid is on your screen and the phone number is on your screen, so you can have a little bit of Yosemite in your home at all times, which is something we all really want.
Just a really This piece in your home would just command attention, and something like this, you have people over. Most people will have visited Yosemite, so this would be a real conversation starter in your home.
Now, how does it make a difference that this is on metal rather than on paper?
Metal rewards contrast, so a lot of folks like metals, metal printing on metal, where you are looking for contrast. But as I mentioned earlier, it removes the glass, so you feel like, as a viewer, that you can just kind of get right up to it. It's a very durable way to print your photographs.
Perfect. Well, we're nearing the end of this break, which means that now is your last opportunity to bid on the art featured in this half hour. I'd like to thank our art expert, Martin Christian, for joining me during the break. Now let's head back to the recap station for an update on all of the artwork up for bid.
Well, I'm David Nash, and I'm here with Sabrina Zender. Sabrina, tell me, what is your title here at KVIE?
I'm the Community Engagement Coordinator here at the station, and this weekend I am one of our floor producers.
So that's your role here?
Yes.
Okay. So what's the auction is how many hours?
23 hours in total, and me and my team are here the entire time.
The entire time?
The entire time.
But the auction just doesn't start up on Friday. It's been taken, I mean, what have you been doing the last few months?
Yeah, Yeah, from the time that the art submissions come in earlier in the year, me and Jill, we go through all the art, and it's really cool to see the art go from the submission to now seeing for how much it goes for.
So what's the most exciting part of the auction for you?
For me, it's really just seeing, the final prices roll in, the final donations roll in. It's really cool to see some bell ringers, and we work with the artists for months, so it's nice to see the final product.
Thank you for stepping in for
Of
just
course.
a minute. I know you got to get back and serve at your station, so thank you for your support.
Thank you.
Okay. All right, let's recap our items. Item 33D is The Love Goddess by Emily Blake Kessel. This is photography measuring 16 by 20 inches. Retail value is $150. Our current bid is $225, and so we're over, which is awesome. That's why the bell's ringing, by the by. That's when you hear the bells, that means we have surpassed the retail value. We're at $225. Do I hear $250? Looking for $250 on item 33D. Item 33E is Eamon's Door, Rear Cross, Ireland. J. Terry Whitaker. This is photography, 30 by 30 inches. Retail value is $250. We're at $425. Do I hear $450? Looking for $450 on item 33E. That's another bell ringer. Item 33F is Winter Majesty in Yosemite. Retail value $500. We're at $400. Do I hear $450? Looking for $450 on item 33F. Remember, the first step for you is to call 844 KVIE Art. Get a volunteer on the phone. They'll walk you through the process. They'll be your bidder. They'll stay on the line with you as you bid through the process, okay? So first step, 844 KVIE Art. Let's recap the whole half hour now. Item 33A is Painted Lady on Sunflower. Retail value is $350. We are at $350. Do I hear $375? Looking for $375 on item 33A. Item 33B is Old Red Ford. Retail value is $300. We are at $200, looking for $225. Do I hear $225 on the Old Red Ford? Item 33B. Item 33C, New Guard, San Sebastian. Retail value $400. We're currently at $130. Do I hear $150? Looking for $150 on 33C, New Guard, San Sebastian. Item 33D, The Love Goddess. Retail value $150. We've doubled that. It's another bell ringer. We're at $300. Do I hear $325? We're looking for $325. Item 33E is Eamon's Door, Rear Cross, Ireland. Retail value is $250. Whoa, we're at $525. Do I hear $550? We're looking for $550 now on item 33E, bid high for PBS KVIE. Item 33F is Winter Majesty in Yosemite. Retail value is $500. We're at $450. We're looking for let's move that up to $500. We're at $450 currently on 33F, Winter Majesty in Yosemite. We're at $450. Looking for $500. Don't forget, if you are the high bidder on an item and you're the winner, you can pick it up anytime today until 6 p.m., tomorrow from 10 a.m. to 6 p.m., or Tuesday, 10 a.m. to 6 p.m. Stay with us now. There's more art coming up in the next half hour of the PBS KVIE Art Auction. Thanks for watching.
Murphy Austin Adams Schoenfeld, LLP, focusing on business law and commercial litigation, is proud to support the KVIE Art Showcase and arts throughout the Sacramento region. More information at murphyaustin.com.
Coming up next is the contemporary category, awards juried by Joya Fonda. This category features abstract and non-objective works in a variety of media. View all of the artwork featured in this year's auction at kvie.org/artauction.
Hi there, I'm Michael Sanford, and thank you for joining us for this contemporary break. Here's an overview of the art that will be coming up for bid during the next half hour. Let's start with item 34A, Cake and Eat It Too by Catherine Knightsby. This is oil on canvas measuring 30 by 25 inches. Retail value is $775. Item 34B is Hidden Tales by Edith Lefevre. This is oil on canvas, measuring 48 by 36 inches. Its retail value is $1,000. Item 34C is Relief from the Blues by Janice Hironaka. This is watercolor, measuring 24 by 32 inches. Retail value is $900. Item 34D is Untitled by Matthew Erickson. This is oil on canvas, measuring 38 by 48 inches. Retail value is $450. Item 34E is Birth of a Star by Chris Hedges. This is oil on canvas, measuring 24 by 18 inches. Its retail value is $350. And finally, in this section, item 34F is Water Pollution by Midori Maxey. This is acrylic on paper, measuring 24 by 24 inches, and its retail value is $1,000. All right, the phone lines are open. We can hear the phones ringing. Now, let's see the arts.
Hi there, I'm Rob Stewart. Thanks for joining us for the contemporary category. It's a great one. I am here with art expert and friend Nisa Hayden. So good to see you, Nisa, a co-curator at Twisted Track Gallery in downtown Sacramento and director of the Trinity Art Show. She's managed several prominent Sacramento galleries, including Alex Balt Gallery, Beatnik Studios, and Tim Collum Gallery. She also owns Hayden Arts Agency, an artist representation and consulting firm. In other words, Nisa knows what she's talking about. Glad to have you here.
Well, Nisa knows what she likes, so we'll start there.
And we're going to start with 34A, Cake and Eat It Too by Catherine Knightsby. This is oil on canvas measuring 30 by 25. The retail value is set for $775. Nisa, first thoughts?
Well, it's simply luscious. I mean, she's created this cake. It looks so ready to eat. The white, the yellow, these beautiful air pockets, and it looks like she put the frosting on before it cooled because, look at, the frosting's just melting a little
real.
bit.
Yeah,
Doesn't
like
it look
said.
real?
Yeah.
Yes, and she is inspired by, who's surprised? Wayne Thiebaud.
Yeah, I wondered.
The great Wayne Thiebaud, yes, she certainly is. And she also likens working with oil paint to frosting.
You can say that, by the way, very clearly when you reference Wayne Thiebaud, because the Balt Gallery is his family.
Yes.
So this is just a beautiful piece. It's right now available for you. Take a bite out of Catherine Knightsby's piece and own it forever. Cake and Eat It Too. Oil on canvas measuring 30 by 25, retail $775. Okay, so you mentioned, her inspiration. What would you say to inspire someone to take this into their home or a gift or in their collection?
Well,
because that's what you do.
Yeah, it is what you do, but also the title, Cake and Eat It Too, right? Have your cake and eat it too. Now, don't you want that? Of course you want that in your house. Something else I want to point out, along the frame, she's created the fleur-de-lis design to sort of extend the bakery scenario. You see that?
I'm so glad you pointed that out. That's why you're the art expert. I knew there was something there, but I had not really studied it. It is gorgeous.
Isn't it? Yeah, it's a beautiful piece, and it's also beautifully framed.
And I love how the paint is really off of the canvas. It's deep in many portions.
It looks like frosting.
It
I mean, you
looks
could just
it certainly does. Again, the current bid is on the screen. The number to call is on the screen as well for you to get involved in the KVIE art auction. We hope you're enjoying these wonderful pieces that the artists have given to PBS KVIE so that the funds can support this mission.
Yes.
What else?
Well, this piece won 3rd place at the Stan Arts Council in Stanislaus County.
Nice.
Yep, and other works of hers have been awarded in many places. She's shown in myriad places.
She is, and she's also an incredibly nice person. She comes to the preview galas, and she is so supportive of the arts.
Oh, I don't know her, so that's good to know.
She's a fantastic person.
Yeah.
This piece is going to stay open. There is excitement in the air about this piece. We're going to keep it open, and we're going to move on to the next piece right here in the PBS KVIE art auction. The next piece is 34B, Hidden Tales, and Nisa has a story about this one in just a second. This is by Edith Lefevre, oil on canvas measuring 48 by 36. Retail value is $1,000, and take it away.
Okay.
You were talking about the name and your first impressions until you saw it in person.
Yes, I was. So when I first saw this online, this made me think of koi fish. I mean, you could just, got so much movement, you know, just, oh, I love it. Then I came and viewed it in person and I went, oh, well, is it koi fish? And then I read that hidden tales, you think koi tales. No, it's T-A-L-E-S, tales, stories that we tell ourselves, stories that live in us,
How
our
interesting.
experiences. And that's how she works. She starts with an idea. And the idea was there's all these, our past and things that have happened to us in our life, and they surface at different times. And that's what this painting represents. And I love how up here, this blue, this deep, you feel like you could just dive in. Maybe some of those stories are buried under there. I love down here how muscular this is. It just feels like something that's, I don't know, maybe the foundation of who you are even.
I can't believe you just said that. That is so interesting what you said about the tales, the T-A-L-E-S, and that all of this shows how emotion is not linear.
Right.
It's like things just don't move in perfect timing. You never know what's going to surface, and this represents that, but in a beautiful way.
I know.
It's a gorgeous piece of art. The current bid is on the screen right now, as well as the phone number to call if you want to get involved and buy this wonderful piece by Edith Lefevre. What else strikes you as a collector, as someone who buys and sells art?
Oh, the majesty of it. She loves to work on a larger canvas because she says it creates more freedom of movement, engages her imagination more. And so when I saw this in person, I didn't know how large it was, and it's quite impressive.
Yes, it is 48 by 36, in case you're wondering. It is a beautiful...
it's a statement piece.
It's a statement piece. And it takes many different things and puts it into one collection, just like the mind and the heart. And I love the lightness of the blues at the top, and of course what you said, the strength right here at the base. What else? Anything else with final thoughts? We've got about 20 seconds left on this piece.
Well, she usually paints at night.
Okay.
And she gets up in the morning and she's very excited to open her studio door and go, yes,
To see what it looked like.
Yep.
I love the fact that it's even a surprise reveal to her. All right, we're going to keep this piece open. You see the current bid on the screen there and the number to call as well. We hope you're having as much fun as we're having with this wonderful art from Northern California. We'll move on to the next piece over here. It's so interesting, and it's got a great look. This is 34C, Relief from the Blues by Janice Hironaka. This is watercolor. I did not know that. Measuring 24 by 32. I did not realize that was watercolor.
Well,
You'll explain it because you're the expert, and the retail value is $900 for this really cool geometric, multi-layered piece. Take it away.
It is. It's a geometric collage.
Okay.
And I didn't know it was watercolor either until I looked at her notes. I love how, to me, it's a meditative piece. Like, you could stand in front of this and really clear your mind. Choose a section of it and just...
I did not expect you to say that, and the minute you said that, I see that now.
Yeah.
I really do. You get it.
Zero in on this one. She's got them stacked and sort of fanned out. You could just gaze at that. Over here, the way she has them stacked, they have sort of a depth to them. So this is all watercolor paper, and she paints it with watercolor paint. After it's dry, she cuts it all out to the shapes that she wishes to do, and then glues them to, you know, whatever shape she wants to do.
To make this beautiful collage. Relief from the blues. And that is something that I can guarantee you a lot of people need right now. Is relief, and this has many different ways. Each one, you said, can be its own mesmerizing focus.
Exactly, and she strives to create art that stimulates positivity and refresh the viewer.
Well, this does that.
And this does that.
It has an enjoying feel to it, a peaceful feel. And the number is on your screen right now to make the call and place a bid for this one-of-a-kind creation, and given to PBS KVIE by Janice Hironaka. This is a juror art show. Every piece was hand-selected and we are so grateful to our artist. This is 24 by 32, retails for $900. The current bid is on the screen. Call the number as well to place your bid. It's the only way to place a bid is by calling that number. Okay, tell us what else.
Well, she calls her technique kinetic balance. It's a self-coined term encompassing shape, color, and texture. And I think this piece reflects that energetic interplay.
Yeah.
Perfectly.
I do too, I really do. And it is so well made.
Isn't it?
It's not just created, but structurally, it is legit.
Yeah,
I mean, it is in there. This is 34C, Relief from the Blues. What a great gift. This is by Janice Hironaka, watercolor, measuring 24 by 32. The blue frame around it is just stunning. The retail value is $900. Okay, we are halfway through this break, which means we're going to keep this piece open and check in over the recap station for bidding updates right now.
All right, thank you, Rob. And thank you to the phone bag here, giving up their weekend to help you call in with your bid for this wonderful art. You know, we have a goal of $200,000 to raise for KVIE this weekend, and you are making that possible with every bid. Every bell ringer, you see the blue bells. Yes, when we hit our bid number, when we hit our retail value number, that bell, we want to hear a lot of that in this next half hour. Every art sale that happens makes a difference for KVIE and allows us to keep bringing you the great programming that you so appreciate. This break, let's make all these pieces bell ringers, and let's review the bids once more. Item 34A. Cake and Eat It Too by Catherine Knightsby. This is oil on canvas, measuring 30 by 25 inches. Its retail value is $775. We have a bid currently of $255. How about a bid of $300? Let's get a $300 bid and go from there. Beautiful piece of work, reminiscent of Wayne Thiebaud, and it's yours for the taking if you call in with your bid right now at KVIE 844-KVIE Art. Item 34B is Hidden Tales by Edith Lefevre. I loved how Rob and Nita really described the beautiful and the immense size of this piece of incredible art. It's Nisa, I should say. Oil on canvas measuring 48 by 36 inches, real statement piece, retail value of $1,000. There are no bids yet, so let yours be the first. Let's start with $325 for Hidden Tales by Edith Lefevre. Item 34C is Relief from the Blues by Janice Hironaka. This is watercolor measuring 24 by 32 inches. Its retail value is $900. We have a bid of $300. Let's go for $400. Call in right now with your bid of $400 and see if you can take home Relief from the Blues by Janice Hironaka. What an interesting piece. All right, we're going to send it back. All right, call right now at 844-KVIE Art. We're going to really try to get these bells ringing. We're going to get the phones ringing. Let's get some bell ringers now. All right, let's review once more. Item 34A, Cake and Eat It Too by Catherine Knightsby. Oil on canvas measuring 30 by 25 inches. Retail value is $775. Item 34B, Hidden Tales by Edith Lefevre. This is oil on canvas measuring 48 by 36 inches. Retail value is $1,000. Item 34C, Relief from the Blues by Janice Hironaka. This is watercolor measuring 24 by 32 inches. Retail value is $900. Item 34D, Untitled by Matthew Erickson. All right, now we're going to head over to the art for the second half of this segment.
All right, we're back for the second half of the break. Continuing on with our next piece, this is item 34D. It's called Untitled, but it certainly does evoke a lot of emotion. Matthew Erickson is the artist. Oil on canvas measuring 38 by 48. Retails for $450. What you think?
Well, this piece is untitled, but I think we can safely call it My Stars.
Yes.
Yes, and it has a really interesting origin story. So Matthew was watching a YouTube channel, History for Granite, and saw the star-filled burial chamber in the Pyramid Unas.
Wow.
And that directly inspired this.
Jeez.
I know. So this is acrylic paint, but the stars are all India ink. And he's never combined those two things before. It's the first time he's worked this way. He had no idea how it was going to turn out, but he was just so inspired by what he saw, he had to paint it.
That is a really cool story.
Isn't it?
So, talk to me about that. I mean, that inspiration to do such a difficult piece that comes just like that. This comes out of that imaginative process, and you don't even know what's going to happen.
No, exactly. He said it's not his usual. I don't know what his usual work is.
What does this say to you?
But it says he has a lot of talent. You know, I mean, he saw this thing and it just inspired him to go, and he has this kind of reusable paint kit. He keeps his paints in individual pasta jars, puts the oil paint in, puts the solvent in, and he said, I'm just ready to go.
It's so interesting, the story you just told me about this and shared with all of us, because it made me look at this completely different.
Oh.
Once I heard the origin of the inspiration.
Yeah.
And that touched me. I'm really grateful that you shared that. The number is on the screen right now for Untitled by Matthew Erickson. The number for you to call and get involved. The retail value is $450. It's a big piece.
It's a big piece, and something else, it's rather subtle, but here, this kind of shadow, and up there near you, and there's one down here. It's like a subtle triangle that evokes the shape of a pyramid to me.
Oh, I see it.
And I have to think that's intentional.
I just saw it.
Yeah. It's subtle.
I see it here some as well.
Right here. Yeah, there's like 3 places.
So don't watch until you see it if you haven't seen it, because then you'll miss out on buying it. So pick up the phone, call the number on the screen right now. And as I'm looking, and look at it on the monitor
I know,
here.
it's so beautiful.
How cool it looks. Again, this number is, the number's on the measurement rather, 38 by 48. So it's the same size as one of the previous pieces, but this is just done horizontally, and it is gorgeous. This is by Matthew Erickson, $450 value. And we don't like to say this, but I'm surprised that's not more of a higher price set for this. But it is stunning. So what are some of your final thoughts on this?
Well, it's just a breathtaking piece. It really is a breathtaking piece. The colors are so magnetic, and I too really am inspired by the story. You know, that he saw this thing and just had to paint it, just had to create it.
It's a beautiful piece.
Yeah, it is.
Okay, we're going to keep this piece open, and we are going to move on to the next piece right here in the art auction. Great job, Matthew. Thank you. All right, our next piece is 34E, Birth of a Star by Chris Hedges. This is oil on canvas measuring 24 by 18 inches. The retail value is $350, and I am immediately drawn to this beautiful figure right here.
Yes,
Take it away.
indeed.
First thoughts, first impressions.
I love the explosive quality of this piece. It has so much swirl and spark, and it really feels like the beginning of something.
It does.
Doesn't it?
And it makes you want to start something if it doesn't make you feel like it's the beginning already.
Yeah, and it is titled Birth of a Star, and it sort of looks like, hello, here I am.
God, that really is beautiful.
Isn't it? It's oil, but she paints with palette knives.
Okay.
And then brushes them out. And she loves working quickly, and she loves being able to move the color around quickly. Let's see, what else does she say?
I love the fact that you just said she does it quickly, because I would not have quite thought that. I would have thought it took a long time.
Yeah.
But this birth of a star, which just leaps off of the screen, and you can see that explosive emotion in nature right there on your monitor, created by Chris Hedges. She's done a fantastic job of this oil on canvas measuring 28 by 14, retails for $350, and the phone number's on your screen to call and get involved. What else?
Yeah, well, she loves to paint abstract.
Okay.
And she just really wants to give the viewer emotion and feeling, and I think she does that. You know, people really respond. It's got great energy.
It does. It's got happy energy from the universe.
And it feels alive. It feels very alive to me.
Yeah, it's the birth of something very important, a star.
And, she has won a People's Choice Award at Gallery at 48 Natoma.
Okay.
And a second place award at the Rockland Art Fair. And she has a very interesting goal in painting, and it's to help people. And 100% of donations go to local food banks.
Wow, that's
except for this one, which will benefit KVIE.
Oh, how special. Well, trust me, we pride ourselves in feeding all of our viewers. Things that help them live better lives. So we thank you for this, Chris, because your desire to help feed the hungry is very similar to our desire to help educate, inform, and inspire. And so we thank you. And I got to tell you, you're really good at explaining these pieces, but they're moving. Your explanations are moving. Birth of a Star by Chris Hedges, oil on canvas measuring 24 by 18, pardon me. Retail value is $350, and the current bid is on the screen. We're going to keep it open and move on to the next. This is Water Pollution by Midori Maxey. What a neat piece. It's acrylic on paper measuring 24 by 24. The retail value is $1,000. And it is so interesting to see it on the monitor, Nisa, and then to see it up close. This is, am I correct to say that this is multimedia?
It is.
Okay, take it away. What are your first impressions?
Well, this piece has a ghostly quality to me. And the artist describes it as abstract, and yet I see figures here.
Yeah, look right there.
Yeah, I totally see figures here. It is mixed media. It is acrylic, gel matte, and old cloth and rag. You can see this. Can you make the cloth out there? It's around various places on here.
Absolutely.
Yes.
And our cameras are going to zoom in and show you. They're exquisite.
Oh, good.
Keep going.
Okay, so this piece is inspired by the very real problem of water pollution in our oceans and the need to reduce waste. And so using memory and her imagination, she's created this, you feel like you're underwater, right? And these rag pieces, I don't know what her intention is, but it makes me think of waste, of trash that's in our oceans.
And what it does to life, the life of water as well as people.
Yeah.
That is a cool creation.
Isn't it?
And boy, did you put that into interesting words. That's the story of the ghostly impact of water pollution is huge. The number on your screen right now is how you get involved in the art auction. You can have this in your home very quickly by calling the phone number on the screen and being the winning bidder. You see the current bid on the screen right now. And again, this is by Midori Maxey. This is acrylic on paper measuring 24 by 24. It's the perfect square. Retails for $1,000 and the current bid is on the screen. And I just, as I'm talking, I'm speaking, but I'm just glued to this image.
And another thing to point out, as I said, you see these two figures and they're headless, right? And to me, that suggests what the future holds if we don't do anything about this situation. And so it's a warning piece, beautifully done, just beautifully done. And as I said, it's just from memory and her imagination.
And there's beauty in finding the solution.
Yes.
There certainly can be.
Yeah.
The number is on your screen right now for this one-of-a-kind creation. Water pollution, item 34F by Midori Maxey, acrylic on paper measuring 24 by 24. Current bid right there, retail for $1,000. We have about 15 seconds for your final thoughts.
Oh boy.
It's always hard to put someone on the spot.
It is. What I would say about this piece is it's got such a moral spine to it.
Okay.
Okay.
I like that.
Yeah.
A moral spine to this piece. That's strong language.
Okay.
I like it. All right, thank you so much. We're nearing the end of this break, which means it's your final opportunity to bid on the art featured in this half hour. I want to thank our wonderful friend, Nisa Hayden, for joining me here today in the studio and sharing her expertise with us and also your heart. I really appreciate that. We'll head over to the recap station for more on the art auction bidding.
Thank you so much, Rob.
Thank you.
Thank you, Rob and Nisa. You know, there's a lot of excitement over here at the phone bank. I'm here with Impact 100, who's volunteering here with us and taking your bids when you call. Round of applause for Impact 100. This is yet another organization serving our region, just as PBS KVIE tries to serve you, our region, and our viewers with great programming and our commitment to this community. Let's review the bids on some of the great art that Rob and Nisa were just talking about. Item 34D, Untitled by Matthew Erickson. This is oil on canvas measuring 38 by 48 inches. Its retail value is $450. Our current bid is $175. Let's go for $225 as our next bid. Call in right now at 844-584-3278 for Untitled by Matthew Erickson. Item 34E is Birth of a Star. Oh my gosh, this is such a beautiful piece of artwork by Chris Hedges. Oil on canvas measuring 24 by 18 inches. Its retail value is $350. We are currently at $275. Let's make this a bell ringer. Let's get it up to $350 and perhaps beyond for this beautiful piece of art, Birth of a Star by Chris Hedges. That's item 34E. And then 34F is Water Pollution by Midori Maxi. This is acrylic on paper measuring 24 by 24 inches. Its retail value is $1,000. As Nisa indicated, it's got a ghostly quality, but what a beautiful piece of artwork. The current bid on water pollution is just $350. Let's see a bid of $400. Let's see a bid of $450. When you call in, not only do you secure a wonderful piece of art for yourself, you serve the community, you help us serve the community, and you help PBS KVIE bring great programs to you. Everything from Nature, Nova, Frontline to all of our great local programming. All right, let's go back to the top for this half hour. All right, 34A, Cake and Eat It Too by Catherine Niceby. This is oil on canvas measuring 30 by 25 inches. Its retail value is $775. The bid currently is $650, so we're getting close to the retail value and a bell ringer. Call in now and make your bid of $700, $750. Let's get this to the bell ringer status. 34B is Hidden Tales by Edith Lefevre. This is oil on canvas measuring 48 by 36 inches. Its retail value is $350. Current bid is only at $350. Retail value is $1,000. So let's get a bid of $450 on there right now by calling 844-584-3278. Item 34C, Relief from the Bruise by Janice Hironaka. Watercolor measuring 24 by 32 inches. Retail value is $900. Current bid is $300. How about a bid of $350? It's very easy to call. This phone bank will take your call. They'll help you through the bidding, and you can take this home for you. Item 34D, Untitled by Matthew Erickson. Oil on canvas, measuring 38 by 48 inches. Retail value is $450. The current bid is $175. Call now and you can bring home Untitled by Matthew Erickson. Item 34E is Birth of a Star by Chris Hedges. This is oil on canvas, measuring 24 by 18 inches. Its retail value is $350. We're pretty close to bell ringer status on that. We've just gotten a bid to $325. Let's hit $350, make this a bell ringer, and maybe it'll be you. You can take home this wonderful piece of oil on canvas, Birth of a Star, to your home. And finally, item 34F is Water Pollution by Midori Maxi. Acrylic on paper, measuring 24 by 24 inches. Retail value is $1,000. The current bid is $350. There's still time for you to call in and get this piece. Really, what you're doing here while calling in and bidding on this art, you are taking home some of the finest quality artwork you will find anywhere. This is all artwork donated by folks in Northern California, artists at the top of their game, acrylic, photography, sculpture, you name it. They do great work. They bring it to us free and clear for us to sell, raise money to keep PBS KVIE on the air. As you know, we recently lost our federal funding, but like we like to say, we are defunded but not defeated. With your help, your support, and your viewership, we are still able to bring you the great quality program that you have come to enjoy here on KVIE for more than 6 decades. All right, stay with us. There's more art coming up in the next half hour of the PBS KVIE Art Auction.
Bidding on items in the art auction is quick and easy to do. First, explore the collection online at kvie.org/art auction, or keep watching PBS KVIE. When a piece of art catches your eye, call 1-844-KVIE-ART and a volunteer will assist you. KVIE accepts all major credit cards for your art purchase, and a member of our accounting team will confirm your payment within 5 minutes of item sale. Thank you for being a part of the PBS KVIE Art Auction and for making art a part of your home today. Coming up next is artwork from Artists Collaborative Gallery. Located in Old Sacramento, the Artists Collaborative Gallery has been in existence for over 45 years. With over 30 active member artists, this co-op gallery includes a diverse group of painters, ceramic artists, woodworkers, photographers, and more. View all of the galleries featured in this year's auction at kvie.org/artauction.
Hello, I'm Michael Sanford, and thank you for joining us for the Artists Collaborative Gallery Break. This portion of the art auction is sponsored by Murphy Austin, and we would like to thank them for their commitment to supporting the arts on PBS KVIE. All right, now here's an overview of the art that will be up for auction during the next half hour and your bid. Let's start with item 35A, Thanksgiving Sunset by Thomas Ford. This is acrylic on canvas measuring 24 by 18 inches. Its retail value is $450. Item 35B is Sweet Peas by Naomi Batista. This is oil on canvas measuring 30 by 30 inches. Its retail value is $2,000. Item 35C is Twisted Coastal Oak by David Dietrich. This is mixed media measuring 13 by 15 by 8 inches. Its retail value is $700. Item 35D is Leslie's Window by Marilyn Ross Isaacs. This is photography measuring 20 by 16 inches. Its retail value is $200. Item 35E is Bountiful by Marty Dazel Driftmeyer. This is acrylic on paper measuring 21 by 21 inches. Its retail value is $500. And finally, in this half hour, item 35F is Flutter 2 by Marcilia Bombola. This is watercolor measuring 36 by 24 inches, and its retail value is $600. These are the beautiful pieces up for bid in this half hour. Now let's take a look at the art with our auctioneer and art expert.
Hi there, I'm Colleen Shulman, and thanks for joining us for the Artist Collaborative Gallery Break. With me to discuss the work this half hour is art expert Marcy Bombola. Marcy is an accomplished artist in our region, known for her watercolor, acrylic paintings, and sculptures. Her illustrations have been featured in numerous books, and a member of the Artist Collaborative Gallery in Old Sacramento, Marcy is now creating unique period-inspired hats. Marcy, welcome back to the art auction.
Thank you. It is my honor to be here. So much fun, and there's so much beautiful artwork to talk about.
So much. Well, let's jump right on in. We're going to start here with item 35A. This is Thanksgiving Sunset by Thomas Ford. This is an acrylic on canvas measuring 24 by 18 inches. A retail value here, $450. We were just remarking on the frame and the blue and how it's so incredible that this is not necessarily a photograph. It sure looks like a photograph the way that they have pulled this together. I'm really impressed. What are your first impressions?
First of all, it's shocking that it's not a photograph. The fact that the colors are magnificent, the complementary color scheme, and I keep looking at these leading lines that bring your eye, that just kind of to focus on everything. A good landscape has an element of threes in it. And he does that, beautifully. And his not only the colors, and he really loves layering, but the delicate, tiny, tiny leaves, and he's got such detail and depth throughout this painting. I just love it. Let's see. The reflections on the water and the fact. Well, let me tell you how this started. Okay. It was Thanksgiving, and he and his brother were going for a ride after Thanksgiving dinner. And he often does paintings of the American River or the Pacific Coast. So he and his brother were riding, and he brought his camera, and he thought, you know, I got to get this. It's such a magnificent sunset, and it was such a special day, and this picture is really, really important to him. All of his work centers around nature, as a matter of fact, but his ability to paint a photorealistic painting is really something else. Let's see what else. he can make me feel like I just want to be right there in that painting because of his amazing detail.
Oh, for sure. Well, let me just remind folks, I love that you called out that this was on Thanksgiving Ride, because the item title here, 35A, is Thanksgiving Sunset by Thomas Ford, acrylic on canvas. This is 24 by 18 inches, retail value here, $450. Final nugget that you'd like to share about this piece?
Well, he wants the audience to take away a sense of serenity and catching a moment in time. And, you know, sunsets only stay like that briefly. And then, you know, they transfer to something else. But his love of the river, love of the Sacramento area, and love of that moment is really what inspired this painting.
I love it. Well, we're going to keep this piece open. We're going to move on to the next. All right, item 35B. This is Sweet Peas by Naomi Bautista. This is an oil on canvas. It measures 30 by 30 inches, a retail value here of $2,000. This is such a happy piece.
This is a happy piece. And Naomi is a very, very special person. And she is able, through her use of light and strokes, to create such movement in her paintings. I love the colors. Those are, you know, love those colors. And she is suggesting that there is a vase. So it's both abstract, a little bit impressionistic, and she has a little bit of realism too. She suggests things rather than paints it out in detail. One really great thing about Naomi is that she meditates every morning before she starts her work and decides what it is in her mind first that she wants to accomplish and get her feelings across. And she is to me really able to do that with just a few strokes, placed perfectly. And she's got these beautiful, these are sweet peas. And she was going to a farmer's market and she saw these sweet peas and she goes, that's it, those are the flowers that I absolutely have to do today. And it was kind of a windy day, I guess, and they were slightly swaying in the wind. And so she really wanted to capture the light shining down. And she's so talented that she can get this piece of light here, and my mind just goes right here, and then it comes up, and the rest of the painting is all comes together. She wanted to suggest the details of the leaves, and she's got little limes in there, and like the branches are not necessarily connected, but you take it all in and your eyes put everything together. So I just think it's wonderful.
I love that, all the movement in this, and things move fast here at the art auction. Quick reminder, this is item 35B. This is Sweet Peas by Naomi Bautista. This oil on canvas measures 30 by 30 inches. The retail value here is $2,000. We are going to leave this piece open if you want to get your bid in. We're going to move on to the next one in this break. All right, item 35C, this is Twisted Coastal Oak by David Dietrich. This is a mixed media piece. It measures 13 by 15 by 8. It has a retail value of $700. And there's so much going on in this piece. We'll turn it around because this work is a lovely, lovely 3D. But Marcy, give us some first impressions.
Well, every time, my first impression is, what? It is magnificent. And honestly, everything that David does in our gallery, people often go straight there because it's just fabulous. So you can tell just by looking this that this would be a tree off the California coast, and it's windswept. And the detail in his work, if you look at these little leaves, they are not just circles. They are actually in the shapes of leaves. And This, you know how some artists, I actually watched a watercolor artist paint a beautiful picture in 1 hour. Some people days. This took 3 months to do.
Oh my goodness.
And he starts with these branches. They very, very tightly woven. And they're one strand of copper at a time, or metal, the different metals that he's using at a time. And I believe that this blue is created by him heating it to a certain degree.
Oh yeah, let's turn it around a little bit so folks can really get the full impact of this. And you can see that blue coming into color on the camera as well. Please continue telling us more about this.
I wanted to quote something that David said. He said, "This twisted live oak of the Pacific coast of California represents a determination of life in harsh, rocky conditions, pushed by strong winds and the storms of life. It represents a resolve to continuously push back against the odds. And it represents nature with strong roots holding on tight for the next storm."
It really is holding on to this this rock that's in the base. And as we're kind of coming around, I love that there's two versions of this. The back, which is a little bit more plain, and then as we're coming around to the front, we're seeing the lovely detail in all the leaves. But when we come back down and see all of the rocks that are in here, just so beautiful.
And they're so different. And this is poplar wood that he has also done a design in, and this tiny little burgundy strip is called grenadillo wood, which I've never really heard of before. But he not only does the sculptures, but makes the stands for the sculptures. And his creativity and detail, I've really never ever seen anything like it in wire trees. I mean, he just accomplished a beautiful piece.
He sure did. Once again, this is item 35C. This is Twisted Coastal Oak by David Dietrich. It is a mixed media piece measuring 13 by 15 by 8 inches. That retail value, once again, is $700. We are halfway through this break, and that means we're going to keep this piece open, and we're going to go ahead and check in over at our recap station for bidding updates.
All right, thank you, Marcy and Colleen. And you are right, Colleen, we are halfway through this break, which means right now is your opportunity to pick up the phone and win the piece that you want. Let's go over those items that they were just talking about, starting with item 35A, Thanksgiving Sunset by Thomas Ford. Acrylic on canvas measuring 24 by 18 inches. Its retail value is $450. We have a current bid of $150. Let's see a bid of $200 just to get the bids going on this. Get it up to its retail value. You can take home this wonderful piece of artwork. Looks like a beautiful photograph. It's actually a beautiful acrylic on canvas piece of art. So that's something you can take home right now by calling the number on your screen. Item 35B is Sweet Peas by Naomi Batista. Oil on canvas measuring 30 by 30 inches. Its retail value is $2,000. We have a current bid of $650. We're looking for a bid of $700. Call in right now with your bid of $700. Let's get the bidding going, get this close to a bell ringer, meeting its retail price, and we can get this home to somebody who wants it very badly and deserves a really nice piece of artwork. Finally, item 35C, Twisted Coastal Oak by David Dietrich. This is mixed media measuring 13 by 15 by 8 inches. This is something that I would be so tempted to bid on myself, but no, I think you folks at home who love art deserve to bid on it, so I really encourage you to do so. The current bid is $500. The retail value is $700. Now's the time to call, 844-584-3278. What a really great deal this is. Again, mixed media. Twisted Coastal Oak, 13 by 5 by 8 inches. Colleen and Marcy did a great job of really explaining just how beautiful and three-dimensional the piece is and how it really reflects our California topography and the perseverance of our nature here in this beautiful state we call California. All right, it's up to $550. We're getting close to our bill ringer status. I want to hear these blue bells that are on the desks of our wonderful phone bank from Impact 100. They want to ring the bells. I want to hear these bells. Now's the time to bring home this incredible artwork. All right, we'll review them one more time, and let's see if we can get to our retail values on all of these. 35A, Thanksgiving Sunset, Thomas Ford, acrylic on canvas measuring 24 by 18 inches. Retail value is $450. The high bid currently is $150. 35B, Sweet Peas by Naomi Batista, oil on canvas measuring 30 by 30 inches. Retail value is $2,000. We're still looking for a bid of $700 and $750. Call in now. 35C, Twisted Coastal Oak. We have a bell ringer, just as I'd hoped for and asked for just a few moments ago. $700 by David Dietrich. This is we're going to keep the bidding open on this, so there's still a chance for you to take this home. What a fantastic piece of three-dimensional art that you can take home and enjoy in your home. Twisted Coastal Oak by David Dietrich, item 35C. All right, let's go back to our art experts. That's Colleen and Marcy.
All right, we are back with the second half of the break for more. Let's get started with item 35D. This is Leslie's Window by Marilyn Ross Isaacs. This photography work measures 20 by 16 inches. Retail value here is $200. Marcy, I really love, I'm just drawn immediately in by this gold.
That's right. And it's reflected right in the pot, the drama that is created in the colors and in the composition itself. I just absolutely love. Marilyn does very unique photography. This painting, I'll just start off really quickly by saying it was extremely important to her. And she was at a friend's house in New York, and it was 2:30 in the morning, and she got up and she saw this amazing, it was just like this. She goes, oh, well, I have to get that composition down. So she sketched them all piece. But what she absolutely loved is because she's in New York, and yet there's this beautiful garden that she could look out into with all of the flowers. And the colors, I love the way this light shines on the pot.
Oh, yes.
And the beautiful shadows throughout the painting, and this beautiful kind of a burnt red, purples, but the lines, again, on the still life are absolutely beautiful, and the shadowing, and she creates the depth in this painting beautifully, I think. She wanted to capture a sort of a soulful mood and warmth, and so what she does is after she takes a picture, she took it home and she thought, and she has, I think it's Adobe at home, and so she has the regular picture, and then she enhances the parts that she thinks are very important.
Oh, and you can start seeing some of these here.
Right. And it's a very unique process. Oh, it's an iMac. And she feels in her heart that really that's where the magic begins, because she has such a background in silk screening and computers. And so she wants to use the latest technology and still the basic photography to create her art.
Well, and it has come together in a masterpiece. Once again, this item 35D, this is Leslie's Window by Marilyn Ross Isaacs, a photography work measuring 20 by 16 inches. The retail value here, $200. We're going to keep this item open. We're going to move on to the next in our break. All right. Item 35E, this is Bountiful by Marty Dalzell Driftmeyer. This is an acrylic on paper, and it measures 21 by 21 inches. A retail value here of $500. This is just so happy.
It's so happy. I thought the same thing. It just makes you happy when you look at it. And the way she paints it, she purposely put this neutral background, kind of a butter yellow. It's like you said, it's acrylic, and because she really wanted the focus to be on these amazing flowers. And when I say the little story behind the flowers, it's so heartwarming. But when you look at it, a little off, which is what I love. There's no spot on the tablecloth that's exactly alike. She repeats the pattern, but in her own unique way. And the perspective is slightly looking down on it rather than just straight on. But this is inspired by her grandmother who, who had prize-winning dahlias and zinnias. And Marty would be at her side on the weekend, handing her the vase that her grandmother wanted to use for these flowers. And it was this whole big thing of watching her arrange the flowers. And then they would deliver the flowers to all the children in the family.
Oh, what a wonderful story.
That's so great. And she's got bold colors, and yet there's delicate features. And I love the way the orange stands out here and the pinks and lime greens, and again, repeated everywhere. This is just such a happy painting.
It really is. Once again, we are looking at item 35E. This is Bountiful by Marty Dalzell Driftmeyer, an acrylic on paper measuring 21 by 21 inches. The retail value here is $500. If you're interested in taking this piece home right now, the current bid is on your screen along with the number to call. Marcy, would you like to share a final thought about this piece?
Yes, she says she's very experimental in her work, and her desire is to really uplift the viewer, you know, kind of to make the world a better place. She's so affected by the experience she had with her grandmother that she hopes that everybody will get a sense of that and just be happy too.
I love that. Well, on that note of happiness, once again, if you'd like to take this piece home, now is the time. We are going to move on and take a look at the next piece in our break. This is item 35F. This is Flutter 2 by our very own Marcy Bombola. Marcy, your watercolor here measures 36 by 24 inches. You have a retail value here of $600. Tell us about your inspiration for this piece. This is so bright and happy and fun.
It's fabulous, just fabulous. This is strangely both watercolor and acrylic, and I figured out a way to blend them together.
Okay, tell us all about this.
Okay, so I first started off, I wanted the background very, very plain with just a hint of clouds. So there's probably maybe 4 layers of like a cloud in the distance. And I painted this entire painting for that bee, because last year I started learning. For some reason, I got really interested in bees. They were in my garden, and I learned a lot, and I wanted to share it in a painting last year, which I did. So this year, the cool thing is I've learned about bees and wanted to share it was that when people were buried in ancient Greece, they were buried with honey because it was considered a protective potion or lotion for them. And this is the coolest thing. When a bee realizes that it stung you accidentally and that you didn't mean to harm it, and the stinger's still attached to you and the bee, it will walk in a circle motion and pull the stinger out.
Are you kidding?
No! I saw a video of it, and I just like, that's so cool. So, okay.
No wonder he's front and center up here.
Yes. And so, this is a coneflower, but coneflowers really only come in reds and orange and yellows. But I don't really like to paint things exactly like they are in flowers, and so I thought to myself, what if there is this massive rainbow-colored flower? And certainly no leaves that look anything like that, but I did get the shadowing in to create depth, and I just really want to add color to the world. There's really nothing deep here. I just love the funness of it. It's a little quirky, and yet the bee is very realistic. And I wanted to get it so it was kind of blowing in the wind, and yet he's still stuck, not stuck, but is planted himself. And I kind of think that is being strong. and getting through
I
things.
love it. I love it. Well, this is certainly a punch of color. You can take this home right now. Once again, if you are interested in bidding on this piece, this is item 35F. This is Flutter 2 by Marcy Bombola. This is a watercolor measuring 36 by 24 inches, a retail value of $600. We are nearing the end of this break, and that means right now is your last opportunity to bid on the art that you've seen featured in this half hour. Let's head back to the recap station for an update on all of the artwork up for bid.
All right, thank you, Colleen and Marcy. Just a couple of minutes left in this break. Let's review all of the open items, including the ones we just heard from. Item 35D, Leslie's Window by Marilyn Ross Isaacs. This is photography measuring 20 by 16 inches. Its retail value is $200. We have a current bid of $100. So now's the time to call in if you want to take home this beautiful piece of photography, Marilyn Ross Isaacs' Leslie's Window. Item 35E is Bountiful by Marty Dazzle Driftmeyer. This is acrylic on paper measuring 21 by 21 inches. Its retail value is $500. We have a current bid of $300 by calling 844 KVIE Art. You can bring this home. Beautiful acrylic on paper, Bountiful by Marty Dazzle Driftmeyer. Item 35F, Flutter 2. Wasn't it fun to hear Marcy talk about her own creative process as she described this beautiful, colorful watercolor measuring 36 by 24 inches? Marcella Bombola is the artist, and she was the expert you just heard. Its retail value is $600. We're pretty close to a bell ringer on that. The current bid is $500. So now's the time to call in. Think about how this will enhance and beautify and enlighten your home with all that incredible color. You know, this is really the great stuff that we are so proud to bring to you every year during our art auction. This is the finest work by some of the finest artists in Northern California. All you have to do is call in right now. Our Impact 100 phone bank is ready to take your call, and it really is easy. Once you call in, they will walk you through the process. If an active bidding is going on, they'll tell you what the current bid is. You can exceed it and go from there, and it's really exciting and fun, and guess what? You just might win a wonderful piece of art. Let's take a look at all of them in this break, starting from the top. Item 35A, Thanksgiving Sunset by Thomas Ford. Acrylic on canvas measuring 24 by 18 inches. Retail value is $450. Current high bid is $350. Now's the time to call to bring home this beautiful local capture of one of our beautiful sunsets right here in our region. Item 35B, Sweet Peas by Naomi Batista. This is oil on canvas measuring 30 by 30 inches. The retail value is $2,000. We're about halfway there. The current high bid is $950. How about a bit of $1,000? Let's get it to $1,000 and see where we go from there. Sweet Peas by Naomi Batista. Item 35C. This is boy, talk about a bell ringer. Wow. Let's ring the bell again for this one, folks. Twisted Coastal Oak by David Dietrich. Mixed media, beautiful three-dimensional capture of a classic California oak, 13 by 15 by 8 inches. Retail value was $700. The current bid is $3,000, and the bidding is still open. This is one of a kind. It took months to make. It is absolutely gorgeous, and now's your time to make it your own. Call in right now with your bid. Item 35D, Leslie's Window by Marilyn Ross Isaacs. Photography measuring 20 by 16 inches. Current bid is $100. Retail value is $200. Item 35E, Bountiful by Marty Dazzle Driftmeyer. Acrylic on paper measuring 21 by 21 inches. Retail value is $350. Retail value is $500. We are currently at $350. So let's go ahead and get that up to a bell ringer status. And finally, 35F, Flutter 2 by Marcia Bombola. Oh, a bell ringer. We made it too. Thank you, Marcy, for donating this wonderful piece of art. We have exceeded the retail value, but the bidding remains open. All right, stay with us. There's more art coming up in the next half hour of the PBS KVIE art auction. But in the meantime, keep calling in. The number on your screen, 844 KVIE Art. We are really ready for your call right now.
Murphy Austin Adams Schoenfeld, LLP, focusing on business law and commercial litigation, is proud to support the KVIE Art Showcase and arts throughout the Sacramento region. More information at murphyaustin.com.
Coming up next is the landscape category, awards juried by Cecily Hastings. Landscapes celebrate the natural beauty throughout our region and beyond. View all of the artwork featured in this year's collection at kvie.org/art auction.
Hi there, I'm Michael Sanford, and thanks for joining us for this landscape break. Thank you to Impact 100 for your phone bank duties. All volunteers, all believers in the mission of PBS KVIE, as we are and as you are. Here's an overview of the art that will be up for bidding for the next half hour. All right, let's start with 36A, Spring in the Valley by Ernest King. This is acrylic on canvas measuring 16 by 20 inches. Its retail value is $600. Item 36B is Solitude by Cindy Bolger. This is watercolor measuring 16 by 20 inches. Its retail value is $250. Item 36C is Old Friend by Deborah Van Holstein. This is oil on canvas measuring 16 by 20 inches. Its retail value is $500 and it was framed by Midtown Framing. Thank you to them. Item 36D is Wapani Wilderness by Ron Wade. This is oil on canvas measuring 16 by 20 inches. Its retail value is $700. Item 36E is Setting Sun by Chelsea Tukotsky. This is acrylic on canvas measuring 30 by 24 inches. Its retail value is $2,500. And finally in this break, item 36F is Tahoe Blues by Alita Waki. This is acrylic on canvas measuring 24 by 30 inches. Its retail value is $600. All right, the phone lines are open and our volunteers are ready to take your bids. Now, let's see the art.
Hi there, I'm Colleen Shulman, and thanks for joining us for the landscape category. I'm back with art expert Marcy Bambola to continue the discussion. Marcy, so good to have you.
Thank you so much. It's such a pleasure to be here.
Oh, we're having so much fun. Let's jump in with item 36A. This is Spring in the Valley by Ernest King. This acrylic on canvas measures 16 by 20 inches, and the retail value is $600. We were admiring so much about this piece. Where would you like to start?
Well, the colors are just magnificent, and when I saw it for the first time, I'm just, oh man, but something was clicking in my brain. I go, that's very familiar. And it turns out that he takes the path, the road from Chico to Orville all the time, and I did it one time as well. And I go, that's it. And what he has captured, when you go on that road, you see out in a distance that seems to go forever. And it leads your eyes to the foothills of the Sierras. You've got that little snow cap right there. But again, something very important about landscapes, and these are all landscapes, this portion is that the leading lines, effective light and color, composition, and just to really be able to create depth and to tell a story. And when I saw this, I'd already created a story in my mind, but Ernest was saying that he takes that road quite a bit and he paints from memory. He does not paint by looking at a photograph, ever. He's very concerned about conservation, and he wanted to capture this before there were any housing tracts, because they are putting some housing tracts out there. And his love of nature is really what he has captured here. So to me, these look like wind-blown grasses that are going just looking wind-blown, I'm sorry. But he's placed these trees strategically, and your mind just kind of goes upward to this vast sky, and it's not just whites, but maybe a slight impending darker clouds coming in. But when you get up really close, you see these beautiful lavenders and pinks, navy blues, and these golden paint and oranges that you think, Well, those represent the beautiful wildflowers as you see that whole corridor.
Oh, absolutely. A reminder as we're coming in to kind of look at some of the depth and color in this piece, we are looking at item 36A. This is Spring in the Valley by Ernest King. This acrylic on canvas is 16 by 20 inches. The retail value is $600. We're going to keep this piece open and we're going to move on to the next in this break. All right, item 36B, we are looking at Solitude by Cindy Bolger. This is a watercolor. It measures 16 by 20 inches, a retail value here of $250. I really, really love how this draws you right into that beautiful boat in the middle. Give us some first thoughts here, Marcy.
Serenity, isolation, calmness, and it turns out that is what she wanted to achieve. The most interesting thing to me is this boat appears to be floating, not actually in the water. Like it's low tide maybe, but she wanted to give it a dreamlike feel. I would never think to do that, and that's exactly what she does by having the boat appear to float. I love that. I love the shadows that she has created, the pinpoints of browns. She has not really any hard edges. The whole thing is kind of soft and dreamy-like to me. It's a beautiful effect of light, and then it's just so subtle. I just love it. Again, there's a very clear foreground, middle ground here, and the beautiful blues and I think grayish lavender in the mountains. But she loves the quietness of the low tides, and she really wanted to convey that. She loves going over to the coast, and this is from Bodega Bay, where she was. She just loves traveling there, and it was really inspired by a trip that she had taken when she was there.
Oh, I love that, and that Bodega Bay kind of background is really, really prominent here. Once again, we are looking at item 36B. This is Solitude by Cindy Bolger. This watercolor measures 16 by 20 inches, retail value here of $250. The number to call if you'd like to bid on this piece is on your screen along with the current bid. Marcy, do you have a final thought that you'd like to share?
Yes, I think she's very inventive, and I so admire that. She has chosen watercolor for this. She's been painting for 30 years, and conveying nature to her, she gets in another world when she paints, and she wanted to convey the dreamlike quality. And when you're creating solitude, you can put the other things out of your mind and just enjoy the moment you have.
Oh, definitely. Well, unfortunately, our moment is fleeting. We are going to have to move on to the next item. This item will remain open for bidding through the end of this break. Item 36C, this is Old Friend by Deborah Van Holstein. This oil on canvas measures 16 by 20 inches, a retail value on this piece of $500. And we also would like to recognize our friends at Midtown Framing who did a wonderful framing job on this piece. Marcy, take us away.
Well, I love the boldness of these colors. That struck me first. But also, this truck and her movement in her strokes is phenomenal to me. And doesn't it seem like the truck itself tells a story? It does to me. And maybe that's what a good painting does. It opens up your mind to think, you know, what are the possibilities of this? But she got the opportunity to visit a place called Collins Farm, and it's in Dixon. And this looks very much like it would be in the countryside of Dixon. And so she painted an original small painting on plein air, and then she went home and enlarged it. But she absolutely loved the feeling that she got. Doesn't it seem like you would be pulling up to a grandparent's house or a friend, an older person's house maybe, and just spending the day. So these beautiful trees in the background, the vertical that she has created is repeated, I'm just going to call this a trellis, with the horizontal lines of the trucks. And she creates this sense of different levels in a very few strokes. And I love this brilliant yellow right here. Again, it's not the exact same yellow, but they complement each other. And the fact that this truck is not just one color, I love that.
I love that orange bumper, that it just gives that sense of it's rusty, it's been sitting there a while.
Right, and there's orange on this side, but not on this side. I love the inventiveness of this, and she just captured a wonderful moment, and that's one of the things that she wanted to do.
As a reminder, this item 36C, this is, and I think as we were talking about this truck, I think we've identified in here the old friend referenced by our artist, Deborah Van Holstein. This is an oil on canvas. It's 16 by 20 inches, retail value $500, framed by our friends beautifully at Midtown Framing. Final thoughts, Marcy?
Yes. She wanted the viewer to take away, like other artists do, just to put the noise aside and just think about being in the moment where you get to experience the loveliness of that moment and the peacefulness. And I can absolutely see that in this painting.
Absolutely. Well, right now we are halfway through this break, and that means we're going to keep this piece open, and we're going to go check in over at the recap station for bidding updates.
Thank you, Colleen. Thank you, Marcy. Doesn't it make the art even more expressive and appreciated by all of us when we have experts really talking about what the artist was thinking and doing? And the fact that so many of this art is regional, that captures our region, is just one more great reason to call in now and put in your bid. As you call in with your bid, remember that we have a goal of $200,000 with this weekend's art auction. Every bid, every bell ringer, every art sale gets us closer to that goal. Let's make all of these pieces a bell ringer, meeting the retail value of this break. All right, let's review the bids that we just talked about, starting with item 36A, Spring in the Valley by Ernest King. This is acrylic on canvas measuring 16 by 20 inches. Its retail value is $600. We currently have a high bid of $250. How about a bid of $300? Let's get it to halfway to our goal. $300 for Spring in the Valley by Ernest King by calling 844-KVIE Art. Do it now. Item 36B is Solitude by Cindy Bolger. This is watercolor measuring 16 by 20 inches. Its retail value is $250. We're not far from a bell ringer at $200. Call in now, be the person that gets us to our retail goal, and bring home Solitude by Cindy Bolger. Again, 16 by 20 inches, beautiful piece of work reflecting our region. And then item 36C, Old Friend by Deborah Van Holstein. Oil on canvas, measuring 16 by 20 inches. Its retail value is $500. This is framed by Midtown Framing. I love how Marcy gave us the background on this and explained to us that this was actually painted at a farm in Dixon, right down the road from Sacramento. And who doesn't love old trucks? Old trucks are fantastic. It's something that we all relate to, brings us back to our past. When we see a truck, it's nostalgic. And this is something that's regional, that's part of who we are in this community. And that's really what PBS KVIE is all about. For more than 60 years, we have been proud to serve this community with quality programs from PBS, children's programmings, everything from Nature, Nova, Frontline to Sesame Street, and then all of the local programs we've been happy to bring you over this many years. Rob on the Road, Viewfinder, Art Auction, Studio Sacramento, Yes, We're Open, and so much more. It's really something that we want to continue to bring to you, and by bidding on art at this art auction, you can help us do that. Shall we go through the first three one more time? All right. 36A, Spring in the Valley by Ernest King. Acrylic on canvas, 16 by 20 inches. Retail value is $600. Still at $250. Call in your bid of $300. Let's see where this goes. Item 36B, Solitude by Cindy Bolger. watercolor measuring 16 by 20 inches. Oh, I hear a bell ringing. We have a bell ringer. We've hit our retail bid. But bidding remains open. If you want solitude, call now. And item 36C, Old Friend by Deborah Van Holstein. Oil on canvas measuring 16 by 20 inches. Retail value $500, framed by Midtown Framing. We are still awaiting our first bid on that. How about a bid of $165 just to get us started? Again, Old Friend by Deborah Van Holstein. Beautiful, regional, beautiful piece of art. All right, now we're going to head back to the art for the second half of this break with Colleen and Marcy.
All right, we are back with the second half of the break for more landscapes. Starting off, we have item 36D. This is Wapimi Wilderness by Ron Wade. This is an oil on canvas piece measuring 16 by 20 inches. Retail value here is $700. I just absolutely love this piece, Marcy.
I do too. You know how some people are ocean people or some people are mountain people? I'm a mountain person, and I just want to walk right in there. I would not make it up the hill.
I wouldn't either. I'd be down here.
The very, very sharp, beautiful mountains that are here. This is very reminiscent of the Grand Tetons. And I wanted to give this that feeling. But this is actually in the Wapimi Wilderness, and that's translated from the Washoe to English as a surprise wilderness. But when you see this and the light falling on the mountains and the snow on this side, so you know, of course, there's going to be snow on this side because it's in shadows. That is not easy to convey. And Ron is a master at this to me, of really feeling the massive wilderness of this. The beautiful, beautiful shades. He's got the trees perfect. And they are both aspen and pines. The feeling that the water is absolutely rushing down towards you. You know, I'm always talking about this, but this painting is divided up so beautifully. It's an oil paint stretched on canvas, and that's his usual medium. But he feels like, well, a fisherman could kind of just cast his rod right out into that river and stand there.
Oh yeah, well it feels like we as the viewer are standing right there. We might be that fisherman in this piece.
Yes.
Once again, this item 36D, this is Wapimi Wilderness by Ron Wade, oil on canvas measuring 16 by 20 inches. Retail value here is $700. If you'd like to take this piece home, the current bid and the number to call are right on your screen. We're coming in with a nice close shot of that rushing water. Would you like to share any final thoughts on this particular piece?
It kind of gives me a lump in my throat, to tell you the truth, because when you get to actually experience something like that, he's made you feel like you're right there. And the rushing water and his absolutely expertise as a painter, and that he's created a feeling in this painting that, unlike any other one that I have seen in a long time, as far as the majesty of the mountains. Love that.
Majesty is what we're going to leave this piece open at, and we're going to move on to the next in our break. Item 36E, this is Setting Sun by Chelsea Tukotsky. This acrylic on canvas measures 30 by 24 inches. Retail value here is $2,500. This is very exciting and draws you right in immediately with all of the bright colors. Marcy, what are your first impressions?
Same thing you just said. The colors are magnificent. And I love all the colors. The fact that she's just got the subtle greens and beautiful butters into oranges into, she creates depth in the sky and so much drama in this painting. And I learned that she had such a special day with her sister. I'm not sure where she was, but she was at the ocean. And it was a hot kind of Indian summer day, and they were in the car, and she and her sister, they had the top down and the music roaring, and she said the air was coming off the ocean, and she goes, she cannot tell you how much that day meant to her or to anybody. And she goes, well, again, I have to capture that moment, and the drama and the splendor of what they saw, but it's these colors because it was kind of a slight hint of fall, but it wasn't really fall yet, and that's why she does this like she does. What I think is really cool is that the colors pop so beautifully, and she's got some neon colors in there, and she's got acrylic, but she also scrapes. If you can see the texture that she
we're
creates
coming in with the camera to demonstrate.
the scraping of what she does, and there's a lot of undercoating because you can see the beautiful fluorescent colors popping out in the skies to give it. She's very imaginative and sort of soulful to me.
Ooh, I like soulful as the word there.
Yes.
Just a reminder to folks, we are looking at item 36E, which is Setting Sun by Chelsea Tukotsky. This acrylic on canvas measures 30 by 24 inches, retail value of $2,500. As we're coming in, coming up into this ocean image here, do you have any final thoughts you'd like to share?
Well, she really wanted to convey the brightness of what she saw, but the deep appreciation she had for that moment in her life. And I really think she does this. It's kind of like another painting that you walk by, you just have to stare. And it looks very different far away than it does up close. I just love it. I think she's wonderful, and she cares so much about her work.
Well, we are going to have to move on to the next piece. If you do want to get your bid in right now, now's the time. All right, item 36F. This is Tahoe Blues by Alita Walkie. This acrylic on canvas measures 24 by 30 inches. Retail value on this piece is $600. More water, but more defined than the last piece that we just looked at. Marcy, what are your first impressions of this piece?
Well, my first impressions are that I feel like I could just reach down in that blues, those various blues, and just get the coldness of the water. The blues, I mean, it's called Tahoe Blues, and when you see Tahoe, even for the first time, you're like, oh my gosh, those blues. And she visits Tahoe all the time, and she really wanted to capture a particular day that she had with a friend. But you see the beautiful deep blues. You know, mountains aren't blue, but in Tahoe, from a distance,
they are.
They do look blues at certain times of day. And it's late spring because you've got some snow still on the mountains, and the beautiful clouds that are actually many colors, not just white and gray, but lavenders and peach colors. And with her painting, feeling is very important that she wants to get across. She saw this cove, and she particularly loved, you know, you've got all these blues and greens, but the gold of the sand is really what caught her eye.
I love that she included that.
Yes. And this beautiful, I guess it's a boulder, and it's got shrubbery. It is just so thick, and it's so full of texture. The painting is very textural when you see it.
It is. We are looking at 36F Tahoe Blues by Alita Walkie. This acrylic on canvas, once again, 24 by 30 inches, retail value of $600. We're coming in on some of those really wonderful tones in the water here. Marcy, what else would you like to share with us?
Well, she shared with me a reference from, let's see, Mark Twain, and he said, "The air up there is so very fine and clean, and why wouldn't it be? That's the air of the angel that the angels breathe." And
oh, beautiful.
Lake Tahoe is like no other place in the world. It is for her. When she says when she's not there, she just has to go back up, and that a place can have such a profound effect on you. Yeah, it's marvelous. She's got her beautiful goals repeated throughout the thing. That's a lovely painting.
It sure is. Once again, item 36F, Tahoe Blues by Alita Walkie. This acrylic on canvas, 24 by 30 inches, retail value is $600. We are nearing the end of this break, which means that now is your last opportunity to bid on the art featured in this half hour. I'd like to thank art expert Marcy Bambola for sharing her expertise. Marcy, it's always great to be with you.
Thank you. Thank you so much. It's an honor to be with you too, Colleen.
It's been so much fun. Let's head back to the recap station for an update on all of the artwork up for bid.
All right, thank you, Colleen and Marcy. I am here with Ayesha Abdul-Jabbar from Impact 100. Welcome.
Thank you.
Oh, they're already applauding. That's great. Tell us about Impact 100 and why you folks have given up your Sunday to come help us with this art auction.
Yeah, I would like to start off is to be part of something that's bigger than you. It is a community made by wonderful women who not only contribute their money, but their time and their energy. I am part of a group called Next Gen, where young ladies still exploring what we want to do with our life, and they mentor us, cheer us on to keep on helping our community. And that's why we're here today. We love being here today because this program means so much to us. And we appreciate everyone that actually are participating in this.
We appreciate you. We appreciate everybody at Impact 100, all the good work they do in the community and the fact that you're here helping us with this art auction. And we appreciate you calling in with your bid to buy this art and support PBS KVIE. Ayesha, thank you so much. Let's go to the last items that Colleen and Marcy were just talking about. We'll start with item 36D, Wapimi Wilderness by Ron Wade. That is oil on canvas measuring 16 by 20 inches. Its retail value is $700. We have a current bid of $230. Let's have that next bid $300 and take it from there. Again, 844 KVIE Art is the number to call for Wapimi Wilderness. What a beautiful piece of work that is. Item 36E is Setting Sun by Chelsea Tukotsky. This is acrylic on canvas measuring 30 by 24 inches. Its retail value is $2,500. We're still awaiting our first bid on this. This is such a brilliant, colorful, beautiful piece of art. Imagine how it'll look in your home. Be the first to bid on this. Let's get the bidding started at, say, $550 and see where we can go from there. Okay, next item after that is item 36F, Tahoe Blues by Alita Walkie. This is acrylic on canvas measuring 24 by 30 inches. Another great regional piece of art. We all love Lake Tahoe, and the fact that it is so captured so beautifully by this piece of work. The retail value on this piece, 24 by 30 inches, the retail value is $600. We have a current bid of $200, so why don't you call in your bid of $250 and let's see if you can take this home today. All right, let's go through all of the art that we've featured so far in this break, starting at the top. Item 36A, Spring in the Valley by Ernest King. Acrylic on canvas, measuring 16 by 20 inches. Retail value is $600. Spring in the Valley has a current bid of $300. How about a bid of $350? Call in a bid of $350 right now. I hear the phones ringing behind us. The Impact 100 folks who are generously giving their time, manning the phone bank, are ready to take your call. Item 36B, Solitude by Cindy Bolger. This is watercolor, measuring 16 by 20 inches. Oh, this is a bell ringer. Look at that. Retail value of $250. The blue bells are ringing behind me. That's always a good sign. The current high bid is $325, but you can still call in and bid on this as well. Old Friend by Deborah Van Holstein, item 36C, oil on canvas, 16 by 20 inches. Retail value $500, current bid $165. Item 36D, Wapimi Wilderness by Ron Wade, oil on canvas, 16 by 20, retail value $700, current bid $230. How about that next bid is $300? Let's go from there. Item 36E, Setting Sun by Chelsea Tukotsky, acrylic on canvas, 30 by 24. Still awaiting our first bid on that. And finally, 36F, Tahoe Blues by Alita Walkie, acrylic on canvas, retail value $600. All right, stay with us. There's more art coming up in the next half hour of the PBS KVIE Art Auction.
Picking up your purchased artwork is quick and easy to do. Visit PBS KVIE Sunday through Tuesday during these posted hours to claim your art. All purchased artwork must be claimed within 30 days of auction closure. For questions, location, and hours, visit kvie.org/art-auction. Thank you for being a part of the PBS KVIE Art Auction and for making art a part of your home today. Coming up next is artwork from The Artery. Located in Davis and founded in 1974, The Artery is owned and operated by over 65 active artists and showcases fine art and contemporary crafts. View all of the galleries featured in this year's auction at kvie.org/art-auction.
Hello, I'm Michael Sanford, and thank you for joining us for the Artery Break. This portion of the art auction is sponsored by Murphy Austin, and we would like to thank them for their commitment to supporting the arts on PBS KVIE. And now, here's an overview of the art that'll be up for bid during the next half hour. Let's start with item 37A, American River Steelhead by Christopher Deweese. This is Goyutako, measuring 17 by 25 inches. Its retail value is $1,350, and it's framed by Blue Bus Framing. Item 37B is Mariposa by Rebecca Stein Wexler. This is dye on silk measuring 26 by 18 inches. Its retail value is $300. Item 37C is Hope by Christy Farrell. This is clay measuring 8 by 12 by 8 inches. Its retail value is $200. Item 37D is The All-Seeing Eye by Heidi Beckebreed. This is acrylic on canvas measuring 24 by 18 inches. Its retail value is $350. Item 37E is Good Catch by Janice Rosner. This is photography measuring 24 by 16 inches. Its retail value is $200. Item 37F is Bamboo Dreams by Louise McGowan Bizarre. This is gourd sculpture measuring 13 by 7 by 4 inches. Its retail value is $325. Those are the works available during this break. Now let's see the art with our auctioneer and art expert.
Hello, I'm Colleen Shulman, and thanks for joining us for this Artery Break. I'm here with art expert Christopher Deweese. Chris is an ecologist from UC Davis who spent over 30 years as a marine fisheries specialist, connecting science with California's fishing communities. He is also a pioneer in the art of gyutaku, or fish printing, and a co-founder of the International Nature Printing Society, where his work beautifully combines science and art to showcase the life of the sea. Chris, it's so great to have you with us. And I believe this is your piece. Let me introduce it, and then we'd love to hear you talk a little bit more about it. So starting us off, item 37A is American River Steelhead by Christopher Deweese. This is gyutaku. It is measuring 17 by 25 inches. Retail value is $1,350, and this is beautifully framed by our friends over at Blue Bus Framing. Christopher, take us away.
Okay. Well, it's great to be able to feature one of my pieces. I'm thrilled to be able to donate this year. This is a steelhead caught by a friend from Davis on the American River, right near the studio here. And he gave it to me because he knew I wanted to print a fish like this, the steelhead. And I used something called the indirect method of gyutaku, in which I place silk over the top of the fish and then make little daubers or tampo sort of things, and put the inks on, starting with the lightest ink and ending with the darkest ink, and just working it up. And it's almost like a rubbing, but you don't rub. And then you mount the silk onto a handmade Japanese paper. And that's how you get this result. It gets a lot of detail and a lot of subtlety of color in transition.
Definitely, and it looks like you've also kind of followed some of the natural coloration of the fish and been able to bring that out through this technique.
Yeah, it's very realistic as to what the fish looked like. I love to represent the colors, especially with this method. You have a lot of control. And one thing that's new and different about this is I added the rocks to represent I literally printed rocks to show the stream bed in the American River where these fish are coming up to spawn.
Oh, very cool. Did you print them in the same technique, kind of covering them in the silk and then...
No, I didn't. I printed them by just putting ink onto the rocks and then putting putting the paper, the background paper, onto the rocks and
very
printed them
interesting.
one by one.
Fantastic.
Yeah.
Well, I know we are zooming in a little bit, and I want to bring us to this stamp and where you've signed it. I hear there's a little bit of a backstory on what this means.
This red stamp is traditional with Asian art for people who either own the art or make the art to stamp it with their name stamp, name chop. And this one says what my name is in Japanese. Dewees is a Dutch name, which means it's de wees, which means the orphan or lonely one, or waif. And that represents that to anyone who can read the kanji. And so it's like having a signature stamp that's artistic.
I love that. It's almost like your fingerprint on here in a way.
Right, it's traditional. It's very traditional.
That's fantastic. Well, once again, this item is 37A. It's titled American River Steelhead for exactly the type of fish that we're seeing here by artist Christopher Dewees. This is Gyutaku, which is measuring 17 by 25 inches. Retail value $13.50. The number to call and the current bid are also on your screen. And we also want to once again call out our friends at Blue Bus Framing who've done a really nice job pulling some of these colors in with the way that this has been done.
It's a gorgeous frame.
It is. We are actually going to go ahead and keep this item open for bid, but we are going to move on to the next item in our break. All right, the next item we have here is item 37B. This is Mariposa by Rebecca Stein Wexler. And this is dye on silk measuring 26 by 18 inches, retail value $300. The first thing I'm struck by is how much this piece shimmers. Chris, tell us a little bit more.
Okay, she really loves to work with silk and with bright colors. And what she does is she photographs insects, gets pictures of insects and takes photos of them also, and then outlines the shape of in this case, the mariposa and the butterfly with resist. First she uses a pencil, and then she uses the resist outside so that the ink and inks don't go outside the shape of the butterfly. And then she layers the colors on top. It's not unlike some of the other art we've seen today and we'll see later, where there's layers of ink colors that give it depth and a lot of shine. Having silk in the background really makes the piece jump out at you. It's very, very, very alive.
I'd say so, and I know we're getting some close-ups on here, and I hope that the shimmering is coming across on your screen. It's really, really stunning in person, and I just love how this almost becomes semi-abstracted, the way that she's kind of dialed out with some of the detail, so you really get more of the color detailing than the finer details of the insect.
Right. It's not a scientific illustration. It's a representation of her impression of this beautiful butterfly.
That's wonderful. It's really beautiful. Once again, we are looking at item 37B. This is Mariposa, which is by Rebecca Stein Wexler. This is a very interesting technique. It's dye on silk, measuring 26 by 18 inches. Retail value is $300. The number to call is on your screen, as well as the current bid on your screen. Chris, tell us a little bit more about this piece.
One of the colors are spectacular. I love the purples, it's like purple iris down below, and going up into the blue, gray, and almost a watery look in the background. Just a very, very calming background with this bright, intense organism in the front. And it's beautifully done. The purples are just outstanding, and it really sets off the oranges and the reds and the blues, and so the color is fabulous.
It really is. Well, we are going to keep this piece open, and we are going to move on to the next piece in this break, and this is item 37C. This item is titled Hope by Christy Farrell. We actually have a beautiful sculpture here. This is clay measuring 18 by 12. It is 8 by 12 by 8 inches, and the retail value is $200. This is a really lovely piece. Chris, tell us a little bit more.
Okay. She loves animals, and she's just fascinated with animals. and she loves to sculpt with, I think it's water-based clay, which gives her a lot of ability to work with it and a lot of being able to mold it to the shapes that she wants. And she prefers to use little or no glaze because it enables sort of the natural color to show through, and it's very, very stunning. It really captures what an elephant looks and feels like, and it's a sizable piece, and I believe it's hollow, and it's pretty amazing work.
It really is, and I love that kind of this unglazed effect really does, as you mentioned, kind of make it look and feel like an elephant. It's got kind of that texture up close that you would expect to see when you go see an elephant in person.
Right.
And we're showing you the whole thing as we rotate here.
Right. He even has a very cute tail.
He does have a very cute tail.
Right.
And here he's coming around to the front again, and that's a beautiful, calm expression on this wonderfully magnificent
It'd be something
piece.
you'd really want to display and look at all the time. Be a real piece to look at in whatever room you have it.
Absolutely. Perfect for a tabletop, perfect for a conversation piece. Once again, we are looking at item 37C. This is Hope by artist Christy Farrell. This is a clay work. It is unglazed, measuring 8 by 12 by 8 inches, and the retail value is $200. The current bid is on your screen along with the number to call if you would like to take this piece home. Chris, do you have any final thoughts for us?
Well, she loves to have photographs of these creatures and then create them in her studio. She does all sorts of different animals, spectacular, does a lot of spectacular work, even uses some glass, at times fused glass, things like that. So she's, it's hard to take my eyes off of it. It's really, really fascinating. It's almost like it's alive.
Almost, and I noticed as we're kind of coming out here, you can see like even the definition that's on not just the trunk, but the toes.
Right.
I love that.
Everything.
That's wonderful. All right, well, we are halfway through the break, which means we're going to keep this piece open and check in over at the recap station for bidding updates.
All right, thank you, Colleen and Christopher. All you need to do is call the number on your screen when you see the piece that you want and bid. It's that easy. The folks here at the phone bank can make it so easy for you. If it's a competitive bid, they'll keep you right in the mix so that you can go for it. All right, let's go over the 3 items that we were just talking about. First one is item 37A, American River Steelhead by Christopher DeWeese. This is Gyutako, measuring 17 by 25 inches. And as Christopher explained, it's a fish print. That's a real fish. Isn't that not cool? Because that's something that you can take home. If you love being a fisher person, then this is the piece of art for you. Its retail value is $1,315, framed by Blue Bus Framing. High bid right now is $450. How about a bid of $550? Let's get this closer to at least the halfway mark as we look towards getting this into your home or the home of somebody that you love. Item 37B by Rebecca Stein-Wexler. This is Mariposa, and it is a bell ringer. Time to ring the bells, everybody. All right, we have exceeded our retail bid. We're very happy about that. Thank you for the viewers who have called in to get this beautiful piece, dye-on silk, measuring 26 by 18 inches. As I said, the retail value was $300. Current bid is $450. You can continue to bid on this piece. So if you really like Mariposa, now is the time to call. Item 37C is Hope by Christy Farrell. That wonderful bell ringer, wonderful piece of sculpture by Christy Farrell. What a cute elephant. Clay measuring 8 by 12 by 8 inches. Retail value is $200. We have a current bid of $350, so we have almost doubled the retail value, but the time is still now for you to call in. What a great piece. If you love elephants, if you love wild animals, if you support conservation, this is the piece that you want. Gosh, it's a bargain, I think, and you can bid in right now by calling 844-584-3278. Now is the time to call. Shall we go through the 3 real quick? All right, let's do it. 37A, once again, American River Steelhead by Christopher DeWeese. Gyutako, I'm still getting that right. Fish print by 17 by 25 inches, $1,350. We're still at $450. So now's the time to call in your bid. That's a real trout, folks, and that's something that has been beautifully put together in a unique technique by Christopher DeWeese, who is the art expert that you're listening to right now. Item 37B, Mariposa, by Rebecca Stein-Wexler, Diane Silk, measuring 26 by 18. Again, it's a bell ringer, $450 the current bid, but you can still call in. We love ringing those bells. 37C is Hope by Christy Farrell, another bell ringer, clay 8 by 12 by 8. What a great piece of art, and it can be yours by calling the number on your screen. Okay, let's take a look at some more artwork coming up in this half hour with Colleen and Chris.
All right, we're back with the second half of this category with item 37D, The All-Seeing Eye by Heidi Beckebreed. This is acrylic on canvas. It measures 24 by 18 inches, retail value $350. Chris, first impressions?
This is very Heidi. She is flamboyant. She paints. She does something called cute ware, which is ceramic, which have all sorts of wonderful faces, and is very youthful. I mean, she's been a member of the Artery since the beginning, probably, or at least 40 years, and she does a lot of youth education, and she loves to show color. And this is a piece that is all color, all eyes. You've got a whole canvas covered with eyes. And it's pretty stunning, and it's very, very Heidi.
I'm loving it. I'm noticing a couple things here. I know that we're zooming in on that eye right now. Can you tell us a little bit more about this element? It looks like we have a little bit of mixed media in this piece.
She has a ceramic piece that she has centered in the painting, and all the other eyes are rounded for color and different shapes and different moods all around her. But it's a very cheerful piece.
It is, and it kind of has that moodiness when you look at it. And I know we're hopefully we're going to come down to the lower part of this piece, because I feel like there's a little bit of an Easter egg here. We've got all of these more abstract looking maybe eyes, circles, kind of references to that circular shape, and then we've got a more defined flower in the corner here.
Yes, that's very, very. I'll point that out. It's very flower-like. One could interpret it as a flower, or an egg in a bird's nest, or one could interpret it as a very unusual eye. So that's only she knows.
That's the fun of art, right? It's up to the interpretation of the viewer, for sure. Well, once again, we are looking at item 37D. This is The All-Seeing Eye by Heidi Beckebreed. This is acrylic on canvas, measuring 24 by 18 inches, retail value $350. What else can you tell us about this piece?
She uses inks that are left over from her youth camps. She does youth camps every year, particularly in the summertime, for students to introduce them to art in the Davis, Sacramento area. She takes them around, shows them different things, gives them different experiences, and they do different, experiment with different media and stuff like that. So she's very, very much an educator, and she's Enthusiasm would be her middle name if she had. I don't know what her real middle name is, but Enthusiasm.
It's Enthusiasm now.
Yes, and it comes out in her artwork.
I love that. Well, we are going to keep this piece open. We're going to move on to the next in this break. All right, our next item is 37E. This is Good Catch by Janice Rosner. This is photography. It measures 24 by 16 inches. Retail value is $200. And I just love this. Looks like it's printed on metal,
aluminum,
perhaps.
yeah,
Is it on aluminum? Tell us more about this beautiful piece.
Well, as a fisherman, I can identify with her struggles with this. She says it took her 8 years and 5 minutes to do this.
I imagine this is the perfect shot.
Right. It's something she's wanted to do for 8 years, and she had been down waiting. She's seen thousands of heron waiting to catch a fish, but she had never seen one catch a fish. So she got the perfect shot. This probably is from Florida, and it's a heron catching a fish. Since I'm a fish guy, that's a crappie is a kind of fish it is. That's a nice large catch for that heron, but it's a wonderful catch for her. And she was thrilled. She was down there actually photographing spoonbills, and this just happened. It was serendipity. Her 8-year wait. As a fisherman, I can identify with that because it seems like years before I catch a fish sometimes.
And nature finally decided to provide.
Yes. It's a wonderful piece. It's on aluminum and very bright. It just leaps out at you. You can see the reflections in the water, everything. And the details of the fish and the bird, the feathers are very, very clear.
It is, and I really love the way this is mounted on aluminum. It's also got a spacer behind it, so it kind of floats off of the wall as well, which I love kind of for that more 3D effect of this piece.
Yes.
Wonderful. All right, once again, we are looking at item 37E. This is Good Catch by Janice Rosner. This is once in a lifetime, I think, photography image measuring 24 by 16 inches, and the retail value here, $200. The current bid is on your screen along with the number to call if you'd like to take this piece home. Any final thoughts on this piece?
Well, all I can say is that as a fisherman, I can identify with with the success of the heron. So.
This is a very lucky heron indeed. I wonder if all his friends are going to suddenly decide we're coming over.
We're coming over, right.
Oh, I love this. And I love how the background is kind of this very serene blue that kind of pulls in. I love how it echoes. I mean, not just the composition, but the color that occurred in this piece of photography is really wonderful. The echoes from the fish and the echoes into some of the grayness of the feathers that you don't necessarily see in a heron.
And the reflections. And even some of the vegetation.
Yeah.
That's there.
I also love these little bits of water coming off of this fish.
The fish looks stunned. Stunned and very surprised.
He is stunned. Well, hopefully this is stunning you at home and you're interested in take this home. We actually are going to keep this open, but we are going to move on to the next piece in our break. Okay, item 37F. This is Bamboo Dreams by Louise McGowan Bizarre. This is a gourd sculpture measuring 13 by 7 by 4, and the retail value here $325. This is simply stunning, and I hope you'll tell us a little bit more about how it's made.
Well, I will, but first I need to talk about why she does this sort of art. Her mother's best friend was Japanese, and the house when they visited was full of Japanese art and Japanese bamboo and all sorts of styles, and she fell in love with it. And it's been a lifelong passion for her to do art that emphasizes Japanese culture and emphasizes bamboo. And this one is unique in that most of her art is with gourds, and this one she turned the gourd upside down, so you have the stem end down here. Usually it's the other way around. And so she gave it a very pleasing cup-like sculptural shape, and then tops it with the single stick on the top, and beautiful colors and detail of bamboo. She just loves bamboo, and she's mounted it on a nice pedestal. And so it just comes out as a wonderful piece of sculpture.
It truly is, and we're going to keep going all the way around with this so that you can see, because this is a wonderful, wonderful 3D piece. And as we come back around, I hope we can get a close-up of the detail on some of the bamboo. I have bamboo in my yard, and I just love how nicely she's captured the variations and all the colors of the leaves in this. This is incredible work.
Right.
All right, coming back around.
And she uses like pyro engraving, like a little miniature flamethrower to engrave, basically engrave the gourd, which allows her to give some depth. If you're up close to it, you can see that you can see the engraving, and they're just very amazing details in these things.
It is, and I know we're also getting a really good look at it. We can look in the camera here of that engraving. Once again, this lovely piece is 37F. This is Bamboo Dreams by Louise McGowan Bizarre. This is a gourd sculpture. As mentioned, it's an upside-down gourd. It measures 13 by 7 by 4 inches. Retail value $325. The number to call is on your screen if you would like to take this item home. We are so excited to see this in the auction auction. Her work is absolutely stunning. Do you have any final thoughts for us?
The adjective that comes to mind is elegant. It's
Indeed.
elegant, very elegant. It's something that on the screen is showcased here. In your home, it could be showcased just like this, as is. It's wonderful.
A showpiece for sure.
Right, very peaceful.
My goodness, I absolutely love it. Okay, well, we are nearing the end of this break, which means that now is your last opportunity to bid on the art featured in this half hour. Now let's check in over at the recap station for an update.
Thank you, Colleen and Christopher. I wanted to introduce all of you to a longtime volunteer, Donna Wilberg. Donna, thanks for being here.
You're welcome. It's my pleasure.
What are you doing with us today to help us out at this year's art auction?
I'm the teleprompter operator.
That's very important.
Who feeds you all your dialogue.
Yes, and that's very important when we're in between the extemporaneous and we're talking in specific language. You're the person who gets us through that.
Yes.
You've devoted 25 years as a volunteer to KVIE. Why have you given so much of your time and effort to us?
Because I believe in the station, I believe in the programming, and the people are wonderful to work with. And I especially love the art auction because all the beautiful pieces you get to see, all the talent in the region, and it's so exciting. The phone's ringing, the bell's ringing. It's just, I love it.
It's a great time, and this really is some of the best art in the region, isn't it?
It is. It's gorgeous. I have some beautiful pieces hanging on my wall, and I'll tell you, everybody who volunteers here, just, you just catch the vibe. It's just so much fun, and we're so excited to be here. And
Thank you so much.
You're welcome.
Yeah, thanks, Donna. 25 years of helping us out. You and the community help us out every year with your support. And right now, during this art auction, is a great time to show your support and bring home some great art. So let's recap some of the art we've just looked at, starting with item 37D, The All-Seeing Eye by Heidi Beckebreed. This is acrylic on canvas measuring 24 by 18 inches. Its retail value is $350. We have a current bid of $115. Let's get up to $150 on the next bid. Call 844-584-3278. Get your bid in now. What a beautiful piece of art. It reminds me of pop art from the 60s, but boy, nice color, look great in your home. Next item, 37E, Good Catch, catching nature in its most spontaneous and amazing moments. Janice Rosner has done that. It's photography measuring 24 by 16 inches. Its retail value is $200. We are still awaiting our first bid. This is an amazing piece of photography. If you love the outdoors, if you love fishing, if you just love nature, now is the time to call in 584-3278. Your prefix is 844 to put your bid in on Good Catch by Janice Rosner. Item 37F, wonderful piece of three-dimensional art by Louis McGowan Bizarre, gourd sculpture measuring 13 by 7 by 4 inches. Its retail value is $325. We have a current bid of $125. This has got to go for full retail, and it can, and you can own it if you call in at 844 KVIE Art. Let's do them all. How about a $200 bid on the one I just mentioned? But let's go down from the top, all right? Let's start with 37A, American River Steelhead by Christopher DeWeese. Christopher is our art auction whose expertise has enlightened us all during this break. This is Gyotako measuring 17 by 25 inches. Again, it's a fish print of a real steelhead. Isn't that incredible? Retail value is $1,350, framed by Blue Bus Framing. The current bid is $550. How about a bid of $650? Your bid of $650 just might bring this home for you. Again, Blue Bus Framing, American River Steelhead by Christopher DeWeese, item 37A. Item 37B is Mariposa by Rebecca Stein-Wexler. This is dye on silk measuring 26 by 18. I hear the bells ringing. That means we have not only reached our retail goal of $300, we've exceeded it. We're at $500, which is fantastic. But the bidding remains open for Mariposa, item 37B. So call in now and bring this beautiful piece of dye on silk home to you. Item 37C, Hope by Christy Farrell. This is another bell ringer, measuring 8 by 12 by 8 inches. Retail value $200, current bid of $475. Call in and maybe you can bring this home yourself. Item 37D, The All-Seeing Eye by Heidi Beckebreed. acrylic on canvas, 24 by 18, retail value $350, current bid $115. Item 37E, Good Catch by Janice Rosner. Photography measuring 24 by 16 inches. We have a bid of $100. That's great. Let's make it $150, and you can take this home for yourself. And finally, item 37F, Bamboo Dreams by Luis McGowan Bizarre. Gourd sculpture. What a fun piece to have in your home. We're getting close to a bell ringer on that. The current bid is $275. Let's make it a bell ringer. All right, stay with us. There's more art coming up in the next half hour of the PBS KVIE Art Auction.
Murphy Austin Adams Schoenfeld, LLP, focusing on business law and commercial litigation, is proud to support the KVIE Art Showcase and arts throughout the Sacramento region. More information at murphyaustin.com.
Coming up next is artwork from The Artery. Located in Davis and founded in 1974, The Artery is owned and operated by over 65 active artists and showcases fine art and contemporary crafts. View all of the galleries featured in this year's auction at kvie.org/artauction.
Hello, I'm Michael Sanford, and thank you for joining us for another round of Artery Artworks. I'm here with the Impact 100 phone bank, offering their time to bring great art to your home. Here's an overview of the art that will be up for bid during the next half hour. Let's start with item 38A, The Promise of Spring by Carrie Gerard. This is clay measuring 12 by 12 by 7 inches. Its retail value is $185. Item 38B is Maui Waterscape by Thelma Weatherford. This is oil on board measuring 24 by 20 inches. Its retail value is $900. Item 38C is Trapped in My Thoughts by Magdalene Crivelli. This is clay and glass measuring 13 by 6 by 4 inches. Its retail value is $450, and this was a first place winner in our figurative category. Item 38D is Almond Blossoms by Kathy James Robinson. This is acrylic on canvas measuring 36 by 24 inches. Its retail value is $1,200. Item 38E is Ever Changing by Christine Olmsted. This is acrylic on canvas measuring 14 by 18 inches. Its retail value is $750. Item 38F is Folded Terry Cloths by Emma Luna. This is a ceramic measuring 5 by 5 by 5 inches. Its retail value is $1,200. All right, the phone lines are open and ready for your bids. Now let's see the art with our auctioneer and art expert.
Hi there, I'm Colleen Shulman, and we're back for another round of works from The Artery. Join me once again in studio is art expert Chris DeWeese. Chris, thank you for being here to continue our discussion. Let's dive into this piece. Yes. This is item 38A. This is titled The Promise of Spring by Carrie Gerard. This is clay measuring 12 by 12 by 7 inches. Retail value $185. Take us away.
Okay, well, this coming winter, when it's gray outside and you think you need somebody to uplift you a little bit in these chaotic times, you have the promise of spring. And what she has done here is put all of the symbols, or many of the symbols of spring, into this one ceramic piece. She says that she loves mud, loves clay. I can visualize her as making mud pies as a kid, and she's continued as an adult, but she's refined her skills. And
this is next level mud pie.
This is not a mud pie you would feed your siblings. It has incredible detail in it. It has flowers. She's blowing pollen and just blowing a little bit of breeze. There's cones, there's shells, there's all sorts of flowers in here, in there. She just loves to play with clay, and she's created a very cheerful piece, and she's blowing off the hand and welcoming spring, looking forward to spring.
Looking forward to spring. And we also want to point out this is actually 2 pieces. So you can kind of, depending on how you want to install this in your home, you can kind of have that hand come really close for blowing all of the pollen or a little bit further out. This is a really wonderful, wonderful piece. Can you tell us a little bit more about the color that she's brought in?
Well, the color when you first look at it, you might think it's sort of grayish, but it's a very beautiful green, like the early spring green color you see in grass that's germinating or leaves that are just coming out of a tree. So she's chosen the color very, very purposefully to represent spring.
I love that. As a reminder to those watching, we are on item 38A. This is The Promise of Spring by artist Carrie Garrard. This is a clay piece measuring 12 by 12 by 7 inches. As we noted a little earlier, it is actually 2 pieces. Retail value $185. The current bid is on your screen, along with the number to call if you would like to bring The Promise of Spring into your home. Chris, any final thoughts?
The fluidity of playing with this sort of clay to create this is wonderful. It could be displayed indoors or outdoors, so it's durable enough to be outdoors. And so it would be a wonderful piece on a patio or looking over at the trees starting to leaf out in the spring. So
I love that idea.
Yeah.
That'd be fantastic. Well, we are going to keep this piece open. We're actually going to move on to the next. All right, our next piece up in this half hour is 38B. This is Maui Waterscape by Thelma Weatherford. This is an oil on board piece measuring 24 by 20 inches. The retail value on this piece is $900. I really love all the texture going on in this piece. Tell us more.
Well, this abstract piece comes from her loving to be in the Hawaiian Islands, Maui specifically. And they go boating there and fishing there and love the beach there. And these are the colors and the impressions of what she sees in Maui. And she's used oil-based inks, and then she uses wax, cold wax, over the top, which gives you some texture and layering. She likes to layer the paints, getting a very, very I don't know how you describe it, a lot of depth to the piece.
That's exactly what I'm seeing here, a lot of that depth, and I really love, and as we're kind of getting closer on the camera here, you can see some of the different techniques she's used to add this texture. I love this kind of honeycombing that's happening across the piece. There's also what looks like some little stencils almost that she's put in here, and I love a little bit of the way that she's also kind of, with those layers, been able to show the depth of those layers with a little bit of etching on top. It looks like she's kind of scraped some paint away so the bottom layers come through.
She'll add paint and then scrape paint off partially or all of it and then do another layer, and that gives you these layers of paints and a lot of density and depth to it. So and the wax on top adds a little bit of a I would say non-shiny characteristic to it. And it's just it's a very stunning piece. The colors, this makes me think, the turquoise makes me think of tropical waters, being on the beach in Hawaii.
Oh, definitely visions of Hawaii. As a reminder, this piece, item 38B, is actually titled Maui Waterscape by Thelma Weatherford. This is oil on board, measuring 24 by 20 inches. Retail value $900. The number to call is on your screen, along with the current bid. If you are interested in taking this piece home, now is the time to call. Right. Walk us through a couple of final thoughts on this.
Well, it's ready to hang. It's on the board, but with nice. On a nice wooden board, and it would hang nicely. Wouldn't need another frame. You could add a frame if you wanted, but I don't think I would. It just looks beautiful, and it's the range of color and layers that attracts me to it.
We're going to keep this open. We're going to move on to the next piece in our break. This is item 38C. This is Trapped in My Thoughts by Magdalene Crivelli. This is a clay and glass piece. It measures 13 by 6 by 4 inches, a retail value of $450, and our first place in the figurative category this year.
Yes.
This is a stunning piece.
It's well-deserved first place award winner. The juror, Dee Neath, had really liked this piece, and she really liked the reference to Venus de Milo and a sort of pensive look and the emotions expressed by the piece. She works in, how would you describe? She works primarily in female figures. Some of them, they all have a story that's created by her and also by the viewer. The viewer kind of interprets what she's presenting. She has many pieces that are humorous. She has many pieces that are really deeply thought-provoking because lots of dilemmas that people face, and she's able to express that with her figurative work.
Love that. And we'll actually give it a little bit of a turn here because there's a lot to take in. This is a really, really nicely detailed figure. And as we're going to come around, you'll see a little bit more detail specifically on her dress, which I absolutely love. What else can you tell us about this piece?
Well, it's a piece that you would think would be displayed indoors, but she says it could, in a protected setting, be placed outdoors even. And there's lots of color in it, with the glass and the blues and the oranges. She uses lots of different colors that you wouldn't expect. And it makes you think, what is that woman thinking about? What is she considering? What's life all about? And it's a very thoughtful piece. I wouldn't say it's a thrillingly cheerful piece. It's more of a piece that expresses deep thought.
Well, as you can see at home, the title on this, which I want to remind viewers of because I think it really evokes what we're looking at kind of in this pensive face. This is item 38C. It's Trapped in My Thoughts by Magdalene Crivelli. Beautiful, beautiful clay and glass piece. Measures 13 by 6 by 4 inches. Retail value $450. It's very clear with this detail and level of skill why this is our first place in the figurative category this year. Chris, do you have any final thoughts you'd like to share?
Just like to repeat Dee Neath's, the juror's thoughts, that it just shows a high level of skill in technique and ability to create these great figures.
Definitely a high level of skill, and we're so grateful to the artist for contributing to this year's art auction. We are halfway through this break, which means we're going to keep this piece open and check in over at the recap station for bidding updates.
All right, thank you, Colleen and Christopher, and thank you to Impact 100. Give yourself a round of applause. Our volunteer phone bank, and some gorgeous work just waiting for your bid. All you have to do is call 844 KVIE Art. All right, let's review all the active bidding for this break, starting with item 38A, The Promise of Spring by Carrie Garrard. Clay measuring 12 by 12 inches. Its retail value is $185. The current high bid is $100. Let's make this a bell ringer. All we need is another bid of $185, and we will achieve that. That money will go to KVIE, help supporting our service to you in our community. Keep that going. At Maui Waterscape is our next one, 38B. That's Thelma Waterford is the artist. This is oil on board, measuring 24 by 20 inches. The retail value is $900. We are awaiting our first bid on this. And what I'm thinking is, if you love Maui, if you love any tropical setting, what a great way to remember that experience than through this beautiful piece of art. It is absolutely gorgeous, and it's yours by putting in your bid right now at 844 KVIE Art. Call in right now and make that first bid. Meantime, let's go to item 38C. Wow, wasn't this an interesting piece of clay and glass that Colleen and Christopher were talking about? Trapped in My Thoughts by Magdalene Crivelli. 13 by 6 by 4 inches. Its retail value is $450, and this was our first place winner at this year's KVIE Art Auction in the figurative category. The current bid on this is $350. Its retail value is $450, so we're pretty close to being a bell ringer on that. We would love to hear those blue bells ring sitting on the desk of our phone bank volunteers. All you have to do is call in right now and make a bid on Trapped in My Thoughts. Let's run through them one more time very quickly. 38A, The Promise of Spring by Carrie Garrard. Clay, 12 by 12 by 7, retail value $185, current bid $100. 38B, Maui Waterscape by Thelma Waterford. Oil on board, measuring 24 by 20 inches, retail value $900. Still awaiting the first bid, but the phone, oh, there is a bid of $250. Yeah, we need $250 to start, so let's go ahead and get that first bid in. Call now, make your first bid of $250 for Maui Waterscape. Gorgeous piece of work. Item 38C, this one is proving very popular, but we're not quite yet at our bell ringer status of $450. The current bid is $350. It's again Trapped in My Thoughts by Magdalene Crivelli, clay and glass, 13 by 6 by 4 inches, and it's a first place winner in this year's art auction in the figurative category. All right, now let's head back to see more sculptures with Colleen and Chris.
All right, we're back for the second half of the break, continuing on with our next piece, which is item 38D. This is Almond Blossoms by Kathy James Robinson. This is an acrylic on canvas measuring 36 by 24 inches, retail value $1,200. This is absolutely stunning. Take us away, Chris. Tell us more.
Well, it jumps off the canvas at you.
It does.
It really is an amazing piece. Kathy is a self-taught artist.
Really?
Yeah, self-taught artist who, after getting back into it, went to American River College and got her degree in art and photography, and so she's really done well. This piece is like Yolo County and Solano County and parts of Sacramento County in late February, early, when the Almond Festival happens. And I think this is up by Esparto, where she photographs. She loves to see this stuff, and it gives that carpet of white that we see just before spring comes. And it's a very stunning, bright piece, layered. She paints from the back to the front, and it's layered and just jumps out at you.
It really does. I'm envisioning, and I see she's got a little bit of in the foreground too. The only snow we get here in Northern California is right here with the almond blossoms. I really love the depth in this piece, and it's interesting learning that she paints from back to front, and you can really see kind of. I love how she's done this layering of kind of the more abstract in the background, and then the really fine detail in the blossoms that are right in the foreground.
Right. It gives it great depth.
Yeah.
And that's very important. But she is working with a close-up, basically. I mean, sometimes people see paintings or photographs of the whole springtime bloom of almond blossoms, but this one just shows you a detail in an orchard so that you can see flowers up close, and they're just spectacular flowers. We look forward to them every year, and
they're
we
just
know spring's
beautiful.
on the way.
And honestly, I don't think that I've ever actually seen one this close. And so this is a really lovely piece, and it would look absolutely stunning in someone's home.
Right.
As a reminder, we are looking at item 38D. This is Almond Blossoms by artist Kathy James Robinson. This is an acrylic on canvas work measuring 36 by 24 inches. Retail value is $1,200. If you'd like to take this home, the current bid and the number to call are right on your screen. Do you have any final thoughts you'd like to share?
Yes, we have one of her pieces in our house.
Oh, really?
We were thrilled to have it as Scenes of Davis. It's a wonderful piece. Also, she won the Still Life first place in this auction in 2021. So she's a real award-winning artist and spectacular artist.
It really, and this is a spectacular piece, and we're really grateful this is in the auction this year. All right, we are going to move on. We're going to keep this piece open, but we are going to move on to the next item in this break. Okay, item 38E. This is Ever Changing by Christine Olmsted. This is acrylic on canvas measuring 14 by 18 inches. The retail value here is $750. I am absolutely in love with this piece. Chris, tell us more.
Okay, I would say this is an abstract which shows something realistic.
I think that's a great description.
She's seeing and expressing what she sees when she flies into Sacramento Airport. And you see the fields and the shapes and the different colors, and it changes every season. The river changes color. When I look at this, it reminds me a little bit of Greg Condos, the colors. remind me of that a little bit, and also Phil Gross, another painter at the Artery, who's well known for his aerial shots of farmland. And it's just a really, really great piece. She uses inks that she saves from, she does little dolls, and she paints them, and then she saves that ink and includes it in these paintings. And to her, it's an expression of hope, this bright, abstract scene of the wonderful nature around us. And she really feels that hope. She's a school teacher, and has been for many years, and really sees the hope in these young kids.
That's wonderful, and I really love the juxtaposition of kind of, for folks who've flown that path into the Sacramento airport, you know that the rotation of the crops in the field, so I love this kind of dichotomy of the bright verdant, this is currently planted, and this is waiting what's next. That really does evoke that sense of hope.
That's right. You know what stage of the rice crop it is when you fly in.
Yes.
And corn or whatever is there.
Well, this is a beautiful piece. Once again, this item is 38E. This is Ever-Changing. It certainly is ever-changing, by Christine Olmsted. This is acrylic on canvas. It measures 14 by 18 inches. The retail value here is $750. Chris, can you tell us a little bit more about the artist?
Well, the artist, being a school teacher, is a really optimistic person. In these turbulent days, she loves to paint, gives her a lot of peace to do that. And she has a one-person show coming up at the Artery in October if people want to see more of her works.
Oh, that's great.
Yeah.
That's wonderful. Well, we are going to keep this piece open, but we are going to move on to the next piece in this break. We are looking at item 38F. This is Folded Terry Cloths by Emma Luna. This is a ceramic piece measuring 5 by 5 inches. Retail value is $1,200. Actually, there's 3 individual pieces that we're going to be looking at. Chris, take us away.
Okay, well, Emma, her pieces like this are in the permanent collection of the Crocker Museum. And so she's a well-known artist. She's also a printmaker. These pieces represent her upbringing in the Caribbean. They were very poor and were immigrants to the U.S. And this takes her back to women doing work in poor situation, making hard work to make a life in the Caribbean and here. So they're very probably emotional pieces to her, and to people who know what that represents, it's an emotional piece to the owner.
I really like you sharing that with us, because I think sometimes, on the surface it looks like a utilitarian object, but then you think about that meaning and depth behind it.
Right. Yes, it's a lot to do with her, where she came from, and she had a Fulbright to the Dominican Republic to do art and teach there. She does a lot of teaching, has an MBA in art. She's also a printmaker and a very good painter. So she's a multi-talented artist, collected around the world.
And I think her knack for making a very realistic item has really come through, especially with the technique here.
Yeah, you just want to, you resist touching them. You kind of want to feel them. They look so real. They're just amazing ceramic.
They really are. I imagine if I had these in my house, someone might accidentally try to pick them up because they're so realistic.
Or dry their hands on them.
I know.
Yes, dry some dishes.
That might actually be the perfect place in your home. I think this would be absolutely hilarious to put in next to a kitchen sink or in a restroom.
Right.
I really love it. I love the depth that she's gotten with the folded stack too. It's almost like it's created a little bit of perfection in the bottom in the way they're stacked, but then they start to go a little bit askew.
Right, they do. They're just like how I would fold them at home when I take them out of the dryer and help my wife fold them. Hers are all neat, like these. Mine are like those. And she's very collectible. They are in the collection at the White House. One of her pieces, these sort of pieces.
Oh,
pieces,
wow.
yeah.
Well, and we know that the artist has been in the art auction for many, many years, and we're really, really grateful for her continuing to support us in this way. It's really wonderful to be able to offer this collection through the art auction this year.
She also does a lot of things like pea pods, like ceramic vegetables and stuff like that.
Oh, very cool.
Yeah.
All right, as a reminder, we are enjoying item 38F. This is folded terry cloths by Emma Luna. These are ceramic. Each stack measures 5 by 5 by 5 inches. The retail value here, $1,200. If you would like to take these home today, the number to call is on your screen along with the current bid. As you mentioned, Chris, she's a very collectible artist.
Right.
This is definitely one you don't want to miss out on. And speaking of time, we're nearing the end of this break, which means that right now is your final opportunity to bid on the art featured in this half hour. I'd like to thank our art expert, Christopher DeWeese, for joining me here in studio today.
It's been a pleasure.
Thank you so much for sharing your expertise with us. Let's head over to the recap station and check in on the auction activity and get an update.
All right, thank you, Colleen and Christopher. And as both of you pointed out, some really nice works in this break. Actually, throughout the art auction, all the way through the weekend, we are getting the best work of some of the best artists in our region, and so many of them are internationally renowned and certainly beloved throughout California, throughout the U.S., and they are giving us their best works, and it's all for you to put your bid on and bring something incredible home today while supporting your PBS KVIE and our service to the community. All right. Let's go ahead and recap the last three items that we just looked at, starting with item 38D, Almond Blossoms by Kathy James Robinson. This is acrylic on canvas measuring 36 by 24 inches. Its retail value is $1,200. The current bid is $450. Let's get a $550 bid in there, shall we? Call 844-584-3278. Get in your bid. You think about all of the great artwork that reflects the beauty of our own region. All of us have experienced springtime in the almond orchards and how beautiful those flowers can be. And here's a chance to capture that beauty and have it at your home all year round. 38D Almond Blossoms by Kathy James Robinson. Item 38E is Ever Changing by Christine Olmsted. This is acrylic on canvas measuring 14 by 18 inches. Its retail value is $750. Current bid on this, $350. How about a bid of $450? I agree with Colleen and Christopher. This reminds me of some of the amazing canals and the rich farmland that is really part of our Golden State. And this is something that stands alone as a beautiful piece of art, but is also reminiscent of our region. Again, $350 is the current bid for Ever Changing 38E at 844-584-3278. Item 38F. What a fascinating piece of art being offered here. Folded terry cloths by Emma Luna. This is ceramic, measuring 5 by 5 by 5 inches. Its current retail value is $1,200. The current bid is $850. Congratulations to those of you out there who are bidding on this incredible piece of work by an internationally renowned artist, Emma Luna. She is really something else. And it's so realistic, as Colleen and Christopher pointed out. It really does look like terry cloths just sitting on your bathroom counter. And what a great conversation starter that would be in your home. Again, 38F, Folded Terry Cloths by Emma Luna. All right, let's go back to the top and talk about all of the bids taking place right now in this section. 38A, Promise of Spring by Carrie Garrard. Clay measuring 12 by 12 by 7 inches. Who's got the blue bells ready? Because, folks, this is a bell ringer. The retail value was $185. We have a current bid of $200. Bidding is ongoing for this, so call now if you want to bring this home. Again, the Promise of Spring. Incredible piece of clay artwork, 12 by 12 by 7 inches by Carrie Garrard. All right, next item, Maui Waterscape by Thelma Weatherford. This is the one I referred to earlier, being so reminiscent of the tropics of Maui, of Hawaii, and the great experiences many of us have had there. Oil on board, measuring 24 by 20 inches, retail value $900. We are up to $550. How about a bid at $600? How about $650? At 844-KVIE Art. Now's the time to call. Item 38C, Trapped in My Thoughts. Another bell ringer, folks. Magdalene Crivelli, Clay and Glass. What an evocative piece. So interesting. 13 by 6 by 4. Retail value $450. First place in our figurative category. Current bid is $525, but the bidding is ongoing. So call right now. Our phone bank is waiting for your call. Item 38D, Almond Blossoms by Kathy James Robinson. This is acrylic on canvas measuring 36 by 24 inches. Its retail value is $1,200. The bid is up to $800. That's great, but we need to go higher. Call in now at 844-584-3278. Retail value is $1,200. We're currently at $850. What a beautiful piece of regional artwork that really reflects the beauty of Northern and Central California. Item 38E, Ever Changing by Christine Olmsted. Acrylic on canvas, measuring 14 by 18 inches. Retail value is $750. Our current bid is $350. Now's the time to call on this one. Let's get a bid of $400. Let's try for a bid of $400 on this right now at 844-584-3278. All right, 38F, again, amazing folded terry cloths by Emma Luna. It's a bell ringer, folks. Ring those blue bells. This is what we're hoping for, and well-deserved. 5 by 5 by 5, $1,200 retail value. We have hit that, but bidding remains open. Now it's time to wrap up this break, but stay with us. There's more art coming up in the next half hour of the PBS KVIE Art Auction.
PBS KVIE is committed to the visual and performing arts through national productions like All Creatures Great and Small on Masterpiece, to our local productions like KVIE Art Showcase, and through the PBS KVIE Gallery, exhibiting award-winning art auction artists and California masters. PBS KVIE's commitment to the arts stays strong because of your participation as a donor and art buyer. Thank you for being a part of the PBS KVIE Art Auction and for making art a part of your home today.
Coming up next is artwork from Sacramento Fine Arts Center. Established in 1986, the Sacramento Fine Arts Center is dedicated to the creation and presentation of the visual arts. Located in Carmichael, the Sacramento Fine Arts Center is a community organization providing space for gallery exhibitions, art classes, volunteer opportunities, and more. View all of the art featured in this year's collection at kvie.org/artauction.
Hello there, I'm Rob Stewart. Thanks for joining us for the Sacramento Fine Arts Center break. This portion of the art auction is sponsored by Murphy Austin, and we would love to thank them for their commitment to supporting the arts on PBS KVIE. Okay, here's an overview of the art that'll be up for bid during the next half hour. We got a bunch of great art for you in the next half hour, as well as all day and all evening. Let's begin with 39A, Heading Upstream by Dave Keck. You see here on the screen. This is watercolor measuring 18 by 22. The retail value, $350. Item 39B is Sunset on Bike Trail by Rhonda Egan. Oil on canvas, a stunner. Retail value, $900. 39C, Twisted by Rosalie Roth. This is ceramic, measuring 13 by 8 by 8. The retail value is $350. If you're watching, call that number on the screen and make these phones ring, because we are here to bring you the art of Northern California. Item 39D is The Picnic by Patricia Peak. Oil on canvas, measuring 17 by 21. Retail value, $500. Phone a friend to watch with you as well. Item 39E is Sunset over Fair Oaks Bridge by Shannon Garrison. How beautiful. This is acrylic on canvas measuring 36 by 24. The retail value, $500. Item 39F is Ocean Sunset by Velma Davidson. This is pastels measuring 16 by 20. Wow, look at that sunset. This is a retail value of $775. These are the works available right now in this half hour for auction. Let's head over to see the explanation of this beautiful art with our expert and our auctioneer.
Hi there, I'm Donna Appadoni. Thank you for joining us for the Sacramento Fine Arts Center category. During this break, I'm pleased to be here with Sally Durante. Sally is a master artist, well known for her mixed media, acrylic and pastel paintings, and currently serves as a board member with the Sacramento Fine Arts Center. Sally, great to be with you today.
Thank you, Donna. It's great to be here.
We're going to talk first about this beautiful piece called, it's number 39A. It's called Heading Upstream. It's by Dave Keck. It's watercolor, measuring 18 by 22 inches, and the retail value is $350. What's the first thing you see, Sally, when you look at this?
Well, when I first saw this painting, what I noticed
was the movement of the fish and the good color for salmon. Also, it's so vibrant, I keep saying I can almost hear the water. You know, you can really see those fish jumping forward, fighting to get to their destination. So that's my first impression.
That's a good first impression. I noticed how, you know, fish, when you look at them from different angles, have different coloration to them. And somehow Dave Keck managed to capture all of those colors, even though they're still. We see the blue, we see the green, we see the red, and a little bit of gray in there. Yeah. Beautifully done.
Beautifully done. Yeah. And the brilliant blues in there as well just complement the color of the fish and the yellow. I think he did an expert job on this. He says that he's a fisherman and that he looks forward to seeing the salmon return every year, and they fight their way up the American River, and he enjoys seeing that struggle and them returning 3 years later to do it all over again.
Yeah.
So
it's an amazing cycle of life that they have, isn't it? I noticed the big blue splash that you mentioned here, but also the splash representing the water splashing. We don't actually see the water, but we see movement in the paint.
Yes, we do. He did that in a variation of different techniques. So it looks like he did water on water, watercolor on water on a wet paper. And then there's such detail in there that he went back in and really captured the fish, even down to the dots on the salmon.
He really did. Yeah, every little dot is apparent. This is 39A. It's called Heading Upstream. It's by Dave Keck, watercolor, 18 by 22 inches with a retail value of $350. The current bid is on the screen right now, and the phone number is on the screen too. So this is your opportunity to make this a part of your art collection at home or perhaps in your office. I also noticed the little bits of red underneath the fish, sort of a reflection of them.
Of them in the water.
Yeah.
Yes, he did a fine job. Yeah, my feeling is that it's very alive.
It's very alive. That's a good final thought for that. All right, we want to make sure that we are keeping this bid open, and we will move on to the next piece now. The next piece is 39B on Sunset on Bike Trail by Rhonda Egan. This is oil on canvas measuring 16 by 20 inches with a retail value of $900. A beautiful piece of art here. Retail value $900. Sally, what do you think?
I love this painting.
Yeah.
And
Why?
I know Rhonda. I love the palette. Her palette is just amazing colors. And she uses a palette knife. So there's no brushwork in this actual painting.
Let me just have you repeat that. There is no brushwork on this painting.
She said, yes, she said that she exclusively likes to use the palette knife now, where she used to incorporate the brush. It looks to me like in some places there is blending with the brush, but you can see that the main strokes, everything in here that forms this painting and that beautiful road, is done by a palette knife. The paint is thick on the canvas.
And you have to be pretty close to it to see that. When you stand back, you see what looks like it might have been painted with a brush, but that detail that you only know if you get up close. You mentioned the roadway on this piece. The roadway is spectacular in its own way because we're seeing a lot of pink on a blacktop road. You know, we're seeing that dark pavement there and the yellow lines, but all the pink that is, what, maybe part of the sunrise or sunset?
And the reflections and shadows between the trees.
Yes.
So I think she did a fine job of that because you can see the shadow of these trees on the other side of the road and the light coming through the branches. It's a very vibrant painting and it holds up so well. You can be across the room and it captures you.
And you know, I just answered my own question. The title is Sunset on Bike Trail. So now we know what time of day it is. And I think I see a couple of little people, maybe a person and a dog. Somebody's riding along on that bike trail there.
It's the bike trail, and so, yeah, they're on something way
They're having
up
a good
that
time
road.
there at
Makes
sunset.
you wonder.
What a perfect description in painting form of a summer day in our area and what we all like to do right around sunset. It's gorgeous. The pinks, the yellows are all so pretty. 39B is Sunset on Bike Trail by Rhonda Egan. This is oil on canvas. It's measuring 16 by 20 inches. The retail value is $900. We have the current bid on the screen, and we also have the phone number on the screen so that you can bid right now. I can't imagine where I would put this in my home, but I would definitely want it in my home. It's just such a beautiful piece. We're going to keep this bid open, and we are going to move on to the next piece now. All right, the next piece is called Twisted, and we can tell why it's called Twisted. We can tell why it's called Twisted. It's ceramic, 13 by 8 by 8 inches. Rosalie Roth is the artist for this, and the retail value is $350. Twisted, huh? What do you see here, Sally?
Well, I'll tell you, it grabs my attention the moment I saw it. I love the brilliant color on the inside of this ceramic piece, and then the outside glaze is more of a matte, more of a muted color. But the artist actually said that they were in I was in a conflicted emotional state, processing feelings, twisted and expressing the turmoil within. And so to handle it, she said that she was feeling a tornado of emotions, so she let her hands do the work.
Fascinating.
That
so
is
her hands expressed the tornado of emotions that she was feeling. What do you call this finish on the exterior?
I would call this a matte glaze.
It is a matte glaze, okay. And we see some of the color coming in, some of this brownish rust color coming in from the inside onto so it's a cream color with little tiny bits of that rust showing through. But then this rust and brown color that's on the inside here is vibrant, it's shiny, it's a very glossy finish for that part of it.
The contrast of the two, you know. She said that she does a high fire glaze on these.
High fire glaze.
And
okay. I'm going to spin this slowly as you're talking so that we can see, because there is no right or wrong side to this, I think. You can put it in a place in your home where you can see all sides of it, and you will get to decide.
She said that, there we go. Look at the form on the back. It's just beautiful. She said that it was an emotional piece, and I'm always amazed by ceramics because I know the artist can work hard, and then it doesn't survive the firing.
Oh.
So this piece is absolutely perfect. The contrast of the two glazes, to me, is amazing, as well as the form.
Is that difficult to do, to have two different kinds of glaze?
I am not a ceramicist, but to me, that's an art. That's a real skill.
It looks like it would be, doesn't it? Yeah. That's a beautiful piece. It's 39C. It's called Twisted. It's by Rosalie Roth, and it is ceramic, 13 by 8 by 8 inches. The retail value is $350. One final thought on this. What do you say?
One thing that the artist said is that this was prepared in a way that it can be an outdoor piece.
Oh, really?
So it doesn't necessarily need to be a sculpture inside the house. It can be in part of your yard.
Excellent. That's good to know. Well, we're going to keep this bid open. We're going to move to the next piece. We're going to check in at the recap station too, because we have bidding updates and we want to keep you up to date.
Alrighty, thank you so much, Donna. And hey, we want to say thank you to our wonderful phone bank. Big round of applause for this amazing group of people from Impact 100. They've been here all afternoon and yesterday. They've been here so many hours putting in the work for you. And just like us, we are here to serve you. So thank you, Impact 100, all of you, for being here for so many hours. I have to tell you that every single call matters. Pick up the phone, call right now for any of the works of art that you have seen during the past 15 minutes or so, because those are the ones that are open right now. I'm going to be honest with you, we're at 75% of our goal, and we have to raise $200,000 by the end of the auction today. So please get involved in the auction. Every call, every dollar counts toward every single part of our mission. Let's go through the pieces that are open right now in the PBS KVIE art auction, and you're looking at 39A. This is Heading Upstream by Dave Keck, watercolor measuring 18 by 22. Retails for $350. We have a high bid right now of $175. Let's get that up to $200. We're calling for $200 right now on this one-of-a-kind. Every piece is a one-of-a-kind in this collection. Item 39B is Sunset on Bike Trail by Rhonda Egan. This is stunning. It's an oil on canvas measuring 16 by 20. We're at $325. By the way, we just went up to $200 on Heading Upstream. Let's keep climbing. Let's keep heading upstream on that one. We're at $325 right now on Sunset Bike Trail, and we're calling to bring that number higher to $350. We want to get that up to the $900 retail value. We have a ways to climb, but I know we can make it, because as you watch, pick up the phone. You have to call quickly. The minute you see a piece you're interested in, even if you're not certain, you need to call, because what happens is the half hour ends, and after that, people call in a lot. It's been happening, and the piece is already closed, okay? So you got to move fast. Item 39C is Twisted, a beautiful ceramic piece. We're at $125 right now, the current bid. This is a wonderful piece by Rosalie Roth. It is a ceramic piece, and when you look in the top, it almost looks like a heart. It is so stunning. I looked down into that piece when we were in our preview, and it will take your breath away. Twisted by Rosalie Roth. That is 39C. Okay, Heading Upstream is Climbing. We're at 39A. I just want to tell you it's up to $250. That's great news, and we have so many pieces that are climbing right now, and we are going to keep following them for you. Call quickly on the pieces that are up now, as well as the ones you're about to see as we head over to Donna for the rest of this art in this half hour.
All right, we're back with the second half of the break for more from the Sacramento Fine Arts Center. This is item D, 39D. It's called The Picnic. It's by Patricia Peak. This is oil on canvas. It measures 17 by 21 inches. It has a retail value of $500. Sally, you want to go on a picnic when you see this, right?
Don't you? Yes. To me, the very first impression I had was that it was the early morning before the park became busy. And that peaceful moment, you know, parks are alive with people and activities, but this is also peaceful and very impressionistic. I can't wait to see the people come, but right now it's like the park is still asleep and waking up to a new day.
It's beautiful, and we see the change from dark to light. We see a little bit of mist in the background here. The vision is not clear. It's that pearly time of day, as John Steinbeck called it. It's just kind of a sort of a vague view. But then we see all this color down here that just really tells us what time of year it is. The leaves have fallen off this tree. They're littering the ground, and it's absolutely stunning.
It does. It looks like it's right in the middle of fall. Some of the trees are keeping their leaves. This artist says that she, in her paintings, likes to always use yellow in the foreground and pinks and blues in the background.
Oh.
It's palette knife, but it's on a wood canvas, so not on a normal soft canvas. So this is sturdy, and while painting, her palette knife will bounce well to get these different textures.
Oh, yeah, I see. So that's what we're seeing here. We're seeing a little bit of the bounce in some of the color and in some of the texture there as well. It really does show up. This is 39D. It's The Picnic by Patricia Peak. It's oil on canvas. It measures 17 by 21 inches. The retail value is $500. You can see the current bid on your screen right now, and you can also see the phone number on your screen. If you have great memories of a great picnic somewhere in the area, sometime in your life, this is the painting to have to really keep those memories alive, or maybe inspire you to create new memories. We just have a few seconds left. Do you have one final thought on this?
That was exactly my feeling. Growing up, we had more fun in the parks, and we had family gatherings, multiple families. And so I think everyone has those memories growing up, especially in the Sacramento area where there's so many beautiful parks.
It's beautiful, and it could be part of your home or office gallery. It'll be easy enough for you to bid on this and take it home with you. Again, 39D, The Picnic by Patricia Peak. We are going to keep this bid open. We're going to move to the next piece. It is 39E, Sunset Over the Fair Oaks Bridge by Shannon Garrison. This is acrylic on canvas. It measures 36 by 24 inches. The retail value is $500. A beautiful piece here. Sally, what do you think about this?
I love this painting, and there's a little history behind it. The Sacramento Fine Arts Center had a call for artists, and they invited them to create different landmarks around the Sacramento area and created decks of cards. This is what Shannon responded to by painting this Fair Oaks Bridge, and it is part of that deck of cards. We have 2 sets that are for sale, and she's in the colored version of the deck of cards. So to see that this was reduced to be on a regular playing card is amazing. But her sky and those reflections, the colors are brilliant, and she says she loves using color.
You can tell she loves using color. Of course, the color of the bridge is pretty obvious, and we might think the color of the trees is obvious, but it's how you choose your greens, it's how you select your blues that make a difference. The first thing I noticed was the clouds as well, and I wanted to play that game that we all play when we're kids, lying on our back, trying to see what we see in the clouds. I immediately started to, I see a dragon, and I see, I immediately started to see things in there. So it's one of those games that you can play as you're looking at the painting when it's in your home or your office. What do you see?
The same thing, and the reflection of the clouds in the river below is very nicely done. I think that this big sky reminds me of Sacramento. I grew up in Southern California, and when we moved up here, one of the things I love about Sacramento is our big, beautiful skies, and I think Shannon captured that amazingly in this picture.
She certainly did. It's a beautiful piece. And we have so many bridges in our area, and 1 or 2 bridges usually capture the artist's attention in general. There are 1 or 2 bridges that are recurrent themes. This is one that I don't see all that often.
Oh, it's yes, this is the Fair Oaks Bridge, and there you can walk along the river. So people cross over it, and they walk along the river, and they ride bikes there as well. So you'll see lots of people with their children and pets on the weekends walking up and down and going across that bridge. It's a nice spot. You should go see it.
Yeah, well, I think a lot of people are going to go see it after hearing this beautiful description and seeing this great painting by Shannon Garrison. It's 39E. It's Sunset Over Fair Oaks Bridge, acrylic on canvas, measuring 36 by 24 inches with a retail value of $500. We're going to keep this bid open. We're going to move on now to the next piece of art. It's 39F. Ocean Sunset by Velma Davidson. This is pastels measuring 16 by 20 inches. It has a retail value of $775. Again, one of these paintings that just takes your breath away by showing us what a wonderful thing happens on the water at sunset. What are your thoughts on this, Sally?
I love this because pastel is my favorite medium, and this is pastel on panel. So
what do you like about pastel?
I like it because it's pure pigment. It's 100% pigment. It's what they grind up to make the oil paintings and add the walnut oils and cook and turn them into oils. So you can see a Renoir done many, many years ago in pastel, and it's as vibrant as Velma's is here today. So they do hold their color. Velma, however, really captured the color in this. The movement on the water, the reflection from the sun, the reflection in the clouds in the sky, and the trees, and the little boats going across. She said that she was thinking of a tropical vacation that she had gone on, and was trying to capture that tranquility and that relaxation in this painting, and I think she did.
Oh, it makes me want to go on vacation to someplace tropical just now, right? Just looking at it. The mixture of colors not only reflects the sky, but it adds something extra to it. What is it about pastels that lets us see more than we would see in reality?
I think that it's a soft medium. It's very, very soft. And yet the colors are the truest of any colors. You can build pastel like you do any other painting. Many, many layers to come up with this end result. So that's not just orange on there. There's many colors behind the orange and the yellow and the blues and the lavenders.
So each color is layered on top of the color before it until we see what we see here.
Right.
And would the same be true of the sky?
Of the sky as well. And she blended in the sky with her, maybe with her finger, maybe with a tool, and got it smooth. And yet on the water, she has clear, beautiful strokes to show the movement going across that water.
They do, don't they? We really get to see that as if we were really looking at that water. What a wonderful piece. Thanks, Sally. This is 39F. It's called Ocean Sunset. It's by Velma Davidson. Pastels, measuring 16 by 20 with a retail value of $775. We have the current bid on the screen, and we have the phone number on the screen as well, so you can make a bid on this or any of the items that you've seen so far. We are nearing the end of this break, which means that now is your last opportunity to bid on the art featured in this half hour. I want to thank our art expert, Sally Durante, for joining us this half hour and sharing her expertise with us. Thank you, Sally.
Thank you for having me. I enjoyed it.
Good. Now, let's go back to the recap station for an update on all of the artwork that's up for bid.
Thanks, Donna. We are trying to reach our goal of $200,000 this weekend for KVIE, and we have about 3.5 hours left to do it. With every single bid, every bell ringer, and every art sale, we get one step closer to hitting that goal, and you're a part of that. So let's keep the phones ringing and review the bids together right now. Pick up the phone and call. Okay, I'm going to run through these numbers really quickly with you. Item 39D is The Picnic by Patricia Peak. Oil on canvas. Look at this gorgeous piece. Pick up the phone and call, even if you're interested in it, because it's going to close very soon. We're at $350 right now, and we are trying to get this one up to $500, and we just did it. Yes, awesome. Bell ringer, y'all. Ring the bells. That's awesome. Great job. It means it's still open, though, so you can keep calling. Let's make every single piece a bell ringer in this year's art auction. That way we will hit our goal, okay? Awesome. The next piece is 39E, Sunset over Fair Oaks Bridge. And you are looking at it right here. If you're in the other room or somewhere that you can't see this, but you can hear me, come into the room and look at this piece of art. It is right now at $250. That's half of the retail amount. $500 is the retail right now. And if you look at this, a one-of-a-kind creation made specifically for our art auction so that we can raise the money and bring you the quality programming that you deserve. Let's see $300. Let's make this $300 right now on this 39E Sunset over Fair Oaks Bridge by Shannon Garrison. The next piece, 39F, is a bell ringer. Yes, Ocean Sunset by Velma Davidson. This is gorgeous. It's been getting so much buzz in the phone bank. All of the pieces are getting calls right now, which is great. But this piece is still open. Once we hit bell ringer, we still keep them open, okay? So let's just go through all the pieces again, because there's, we have this happening a lot this weekend. People are calling right after we close them, which means you've got to call in quicker. So pick up the phone, call if you see a piece you want right now. 39A, heading upstream. This is at $325. It's so close to bell ringer status. Can we get $350 while we are live on the air right now? We're calling for $350 on heading upstream for Dave Keck's piece so that we can make this a bell ringer. And as I said, we have a $200,000 goal. Every single dollar counts. 39B, Sunset on Bike Trail. Hey, let's go back to 39A. Did we do it? We did it. Yes, awesome. Ring the bells, y'all. We did it on 39A.
Great job. Now let's go back to B. 39B, Sunset on Bike Trail, $500. Can we get $550? This piece is a oil on canvas, 16 by 20 by Rhonda Egan, highly collected artist. And right now the auction is on. $500 for the retail of $900. Let's make this $550. Can we get $550? And we're going to go on to 39B. Pick up the phone, call right now. If you see a piece you're interested in, these are going to close very quickly. 39C, Twisted, is at $200. We're calling for $250. This retails for $350, so we're getting higher and higher on each of these pieces. And the number to call is on the screen. It's simple. It's 844 KVIE Art. And when you call, you have a wonderful, friendly volunteer in the phone bank standing by to talk to you. Okay, I want to also, which one, Steve? Okay, let's say 39C, Twisted. Let's ask for $250 on this one real quick. We need $250 on this piece because this ceramic piece is stunning. It measures 13 by 8 by 8, retail $350, and we've got $200. We're trying to get $250 on this one of a kind. 39D is the Picnic. Yes, bell ringer, $500 right now. That's great news. $500 for this piece. The Picnic, which is by Patricia Peak. Thank you, Patricia, for this stunning creation. Also, Sunset over Fair Oaks Bridge. You're going to see it come up on your monitor right now. That's by Sharon Garrison. It is a beautiful piece as well. Right now, we have $300 right now. We're trying to get $500 for this so we can hit our retail value. Can we get $350? Can we get $350 right now while we are live on the air for this piece? Awesome. 39F is the next one, Ocean Sunset. Wow, $900. And it looks like we got $950. Yes. Let's get this up to $1,000. I predict this one's going much higher because it has so much excitement, and those pastels are stunning by Velma Davidson. Okay, stay with us. There's much more art coming up in the next half hour of the PBS KVIE Art Auction.
Murphy, Austin, Adams, Schoenfeld, LLP, focusing on business law and commercial litigation, is proud to support the KVIE Art Showcase and arts throughout the Sacramento region. More information at murphyaustin.com.
Coming up next is the photography category, awards juried by Aniko Kiesel. This category features a selection of photographs, limited editions, and etchings. View all of the artwork featured in this year's auction at kvie.org/artauction.
Hi there, I'm Rob Stewart. Thanks so much for joining us for the photography break. It's a great half hour. Here's an overview of the art that'll be up for bid during this next half hour. Remember, you got to call quickly as soon as you see a piece you want because they close at the end of the half hour. 40A is Mother Love by Kathy Trioli. Photography measuring 16 by 20. The phones got quiet. Pick up the phone. Call right now for Kathy Triolo's piece, Mother Love 40A. Also, that's the Curator Award for photography, by the way. Great piece for $350. Item 40B is Lady of Hope by Betty Bishop. This is photography measuring 24 by 20. Retail value is $300, and we will have more on that one coming up in a minute. Item 40C is Milky Way over Old Highway 40 Bridge by Charlie Willard. Photography measuring 27 by 21. Retails for $300. Item 40D, Fairy Lantern by Sue Grau. This is photography measuring 16 by 20. Isn't that beautiful? Wow, that's a gorgeous piece. Retails for $400. Item 40E is Magic in the Sky by Carol Clark. Oh, wow, the Northern Lights. This is photography measuring 13 by 9. Retail value is $300, framed by Skyline One Framing. Item 40F is A Morning Meditation by Michael Maloney. Photography measuring 20 by 16. Retail value is $350 right now. We're looking for an opening bid on this piece, okay? So the phone lines are open for bid right now. Pick up the phone, call the number on your screen, speak to an awesome volunteer, and give back to PBS KVIE. Let's head over to the auctioneer and the art expert.
Hello, I'm Donna Appadoni, and for this half hour, we'll be looking at photography. And with me in studio is art expert Martin Christian. Martin's career spans over 30 years as a professional photographer and photojournalist. He's had numerous gallery shows in Sacramento, served as an awards juror in the KVIE Art Auction, and he's won 5 Emmy Awards for his work as a photographer. Martin, great to be with you.
Great to be here, Donna. Thank you.
Want to talk about this piece called Mother Love by Kathy Triolo. It's 40A. It's photography measuring 16 by 20 inches. Its retail value is $350. What do you have to tell us about this?
I learned so much from our contributors. Kathy says that she leads a photography workshop in Bodie State Historical Park every September, and I think a lot of us are familiar with that incredible location, but she says that there is a Montgomery Pass herd that lives east of Mono Lake that she visits every year on that trip, and she says that she looks forward to returning to the range every year. I want to ask you, Donna, do you see the stripes in that image that our viewers are looking at right now? Do you
I see some stripes. I'm not sure if I see the stripes you see. I see stripes in the tail and the mane, and I see stripes in what's growing.
I love the background. If we could, if our camera op could zoom out a little bit, you got this gray stripe going across the top.
Oh, that stripe.
There's like an orange going across there, and then this third one here in focus. These are the things that photographers geek out on. I love the background of this. We can talk about the love that the horses are showing each other there, but the background is really exceptional. And these photographers, man, they just see that stuff without even really knowing it. That's an exceptional, exceptional composition. What a beauty that is.
If those horses were any other color, it wouldn't work as well. The coloring of the animals is what really makes the piece, as much as the background and the craft.
Yeah, she says it's the offspring is nursing the mother, or vice versa. I can't really tell. I guess that's the younger generation on the right side there. It's a beautiful, beautiful backlit image. You can kind of see the highlights on the tails, and it's just, man, it's just such a loving, emotional image.
It really is. The bid is on the screen, and the phone number is on the screen as well. The emotion that comes through this piece is really something that will be wonderful in your home. You can make your call now to bid on this beautiful piece. I wonder how often you can actually catch something like this. These two horses together, so affectionate.
Be fun to see all the images that Kathy found when she was there, and why she chose this one as her most favorite. Look at that. I didn't even notice that. It's so beautiful. This piece just really makes me feel calm, makes me feel good. Donna, this is a really, really nice piece. Look at the highlights coming through there in the back. Wow.
And you keep noticing something new, which is what you'll find if you have it in your home. Every time you look at this, you'll notice something new. You'll notice a different kind of depth that's involved in this. Absolutely beautiful piece. It's 40A. It's called Mother Love by Kathy Triolo. Photography measuring 16 by 20 inches with a retail value of $350. We're going to keep this bid open, and we're going to move on. We're moving on to 40B, which is Lady of Hope by Betty Bishop. It's photography measuring 24 by 20 inches. The retail value of this piece is $300. That's an amazing painting, but the setting of the painting makes it even more amazing.
Great story. Thank you, Betty, for sharing this with all of us. She says the Dixie Fire was devastating for Plumas County and the town of Greenville. A known graffiti artist, Shane Grammer, created murals on some of the walls of the ruined buildings, knowing that the work would disappear as the buildings were torn down, and he named his works The Color of Hope. So this is a great documentation of that community and what they've gone through, and how an artist tried to find beauty and share that image with the rest of the town. And then Betty went out there to capture that. What a beautiful image. Look at that just vertical dimension that we're seeing, which we don't see a lot of those. It just really fits with this image. It's just beautiful.
The color that he used matches the building so perfectly. So many painters really want their work to be known for eons after they do it. This guy did this painting knowing that the building would be torn down, and then she had to come in just at the right moment as photographer to catch it. So in between the painting being done and the building coming down. So timing is really something in so many ways on this piece.
Probably a slightly dangerous place to be. You can see all the metal as the camera comes down. That's all burned out metal that's probably everywhere throughout the property. She says This was the first mural I encountered, and I could feel electricity running through my body. So, you know, it brought up a story for her and brought up those emotions, and so it probably would do the same thing for anyone that takes this home. I love photojournalism. It's a great conversation piece. Look at that. That's just amazing.
In this particular case, the simplicity of a frame makes a difference, doesn't it?
Yeah, for sure. You don't want to distract your viewer from, you know, having an ornate frame or decorative frame. So it just sort of takes us right back into that face. Every time you look at this, you're just drawn in by that face. It's really beautiful.
The bid is on your screen and the phone number is on your screen. You can make your bid right now on this wonderful piece. It's 40B, Lady of Hope by Betty Bishop. Photography measuring 24 by 20 inches with a retail value of $300. So much tragedy in the fires that we experience throughout the year, throughout our region, but the beauty that can come out of that as well is worth noting.
Yeah, and the photographers, sometimes you'll be in a setting like this and you'll shoot maximum depth of field, then you'll shoot minimum depth of field, and you'll see which one you like best. And in this case, they use minimum because you can kind of see how the center block wall in the foreground is slightly out of focus. And so that's just a little trick that just brings you right back into that face.
We're going to keep this bid open and we're going to move on to the next piece, which is 40C, Milky Way over Old Highway 40 Bridge by Charlie Willard. This is photography measuring 27 by 21 inches. The retail value is $300. This is amazing. What it must take to capture something like this. We don't get to see the night sky in this way, the way Charlie Willard has brought it to us.
And before I get too lost in technique and love for this image, Charlie, this is Charlie's first donation to the PBS KVIE auction, so thank you so much, Charlie. A lot of effort went into this photograph. He says he was climbing over rocks in the middle of the night. This was taken at 4 a.m., I believe is what he said. And I know a little bit about astrophotography, and sure enough, he says right here the exposure was for 25 seconds. If we have any photographers out there watching this, at about 25 seconds, stars become commas, Donna. So his narrow window, his window of success is very, very narrow. What a great image. Look at that. He incorporates, you know, something that's beloved, this bridge outside of Truckee, and then, you know, the solar system off into the distance, the stars off into the distance, bringing those two distant worlds together. Look at that. That's beautiful.
The way he captured it for us to see here looks a little bit different than what we would see if we had been out there with him on that night.
For sure.
You see a lot more in photography than you see with the naked eye.
Absolutely, and cameras coming down to the trees. At 25 seconds, the trees are blurry if there's any wind, so you can't do this on a windy night if you want trees or plants in your photograph. So probably had a lot to do with his composition, the fact that he's open for 25 seconds, and there's some sort of light, ambient light coming on the bottom of the bridge.
I was just looking at that. Yeah, how much of that has to do with the fact that it was open for 25 seconds?
I'm sure it has everything to do with it, Donna, to be honest. It's a horizontal. The dimensions are very unique, 27 by 21. So there are narrow places in your home where you want to put this. I'd recommend putting this somewhere where you have a lot of light, because you want to, it's a, you know, darker, this isn't a dark image, but darker subject matter. So you want to make sure that you have a well-lit environment for that. Look at that. That's just beautiful.
It's
wow.
Stunning. The bid is on your screen and the number is on your screen right now. So if you want this in your home, this is the time for you to bid on this beautiful piece.
Yeah.
Final thoughts?
Many exhibitions. He speaks to photography classes in the region, so he's an educator. This is a very accomplished photographer. It's a good chance to take something like this home. I'd be really, really happy to have this piece.
All right, well, we are halfway through the break, which means we're going to keep this piece open, and we're going to check in over at the recap station for bidding updates.
Okay, thanks so much, Donna, and thank you so much, Martin. You can get involved in the action by calling the number on your screen right now. We want to review the pieces that are up for bid right now. You got to call quickly, because when these pieces come up, they move like that and they close at the end of the half hour. So let's jump in and look at 40A. Mother Love is by Kathy Triolo. And yes, it's a bell ringer. That's fantastic. Bell ringer means that is hit our goal to help meet our entire overall goal. Every call, every bid, every bell ringer helps us make it. It's too quiet in here. Pick up the phone, call the number on your screen right now, 844-584-3278 or KVIE Art, okay? Item 40B, Lady of Hope, another bell ringer at $325. Fantastic job, and just because we say it's hit bell ringer status, it's still open, so you can still place your bids. Right now, every dollar counts. Item 40C is Milky Way over Old Highway 40 Bridge, another bell ringer. We got a straight load of those right now by Charlie Willard. It's photography, and the retail was $300, but we have well surpassed that, as we need to do on these pieces because we have a lot to catch up on, okay? Just being transparent. We are trying to meet a $200,000 goal right now. We are 100% community funded, and your call, your bid counts toward every single dollar. Again, the numbers on the screen right now. All of the art in this half hour moves very quickly. Let's zip through these pieces again really quickly. Item 40A is Mother Love. It's bell ringer right now at $350, which is great, but it is still open for your bids. Item 40B, I want to also say thank you, Kathy Triolo, for that wonderful piece. Item 40B, Lady of Hope by Betty Bishop. You see it on your screen right now. That is another bell ringer, and it's a fantastic piece of photography right now. These bells trip me out. Item 40C is Milky Way over Highway 40 Bridge by Charlie Willard. Another bell ringer right now. I feel like we should be singing that song, which maybe we'll sing it if we hit the overall goal. Who knows it? All right, let's head back and see the rest of the artwork with Donna and Martin.
All right, we're back with the second half of this category for more photography. We're going to start with item 40D. It's called Fairy Lantern by Sue Grau. It's photography measuring 16 by 20 inches. The retail value for this piece is $400. I looked at this and didn't even realize it was photography.
Yeah, you told me you thought it was a painting or a sketch.
I thought it was a painting. Tell us about this.
Really beautiful. Sue mentions that she gets to see these flowers once a year. They're rare, so the adventure of finding them adds the excitement that feels like seeing a good friend. So it sounds like an exploration for Sue. She says the scientific name is, I have to try and say this, Calochortus albus. Really beautiful. She's really gone to great length to remove the background and make that nice and blurry, and you see the browns in the background, which is kind of rare to have those colors in the background. Look at those. They seem to be like little dancers, don't they? Can you see the little...
Oh, yes, I can.
They're dancing with their arms out, and it's a really, really just a pleasing image. It's very calm, very calming image.
It really is. And when I mentioned that I thought it looked like a painting, it reminds me of some of the old botanicals from a century or a couple of centuries ago, when paintings were very detailed and showed us some intricacies of flowers and plants. She's really captured that kind of a style in her photograph in a way that I didn't expect. And her framing matches what I saw as sort of an older style of showing us a plant. It's a beautiful frame that really brings out the browns in the background. Beautiful piece.
Boy, it sure does. And sometimes photographers will use a contrasting color in a frame. And sometimes they'll use a complementary color. And as you pointed out, she chose a complementary color here. It really works. I mean, just looking at the screen there, the flowers just really jump out at you. So I want to point out, pardon me, I want to point out that she is a past contributor. Thank you so much for contributing, Sue. But she's also won a Curator's Award here at the PBS KVIE Art Auction. So this is a chance to take home an award-winning piece from a photographer.
This is your opportunity, too. The bid is on the screen, and the number is on the screen as well. This is a piece that doesn't have any kind of matting around it. What does that do to a piece?
Well, it makes it a little bit of a smaller size, so it's easier to fit in your home. It's 16 by 20, so if we've matted that, added 4 or 5 inches to each side, then it becomes bigger, and there are less places that you can put it. So it makes a nice petite sort of image that you can fit somewhere. I could definitely see this next to a little breakfast nook, somewhere in a small part of your hallway or a small part of your home where you want to warm up the feelings and make a nice soothing area of your home. Look at that. Really pretty.
This is item 40D, Fairy Lantern by Sue Grau. Photography measuring 16 by 20 inches with a retail value of $400. We're going to keep this bid open and we're going to move on. And coming up, we have 40E, Magic in the Sky by Carol Clark. This is photography measuring 13 by 19 inches with a retail value of $300. It's framed by Skyline One Framing. We want to thank them for the framing on this piece. This is an incredible, colorful look at our night sky. What do you see here, Martin?
Wow, I stared at this in the preview gallery for a long time, and it really does have a little bit of a eye trick. I don't know what the word I'm looking for, but when you kind of come across it like this, it sort of dances a little bit as it picks up the light in the room. This is just an amazing photograph. Look at those colors, the bright neon green and the magenta and the purple are just not colors that we see in the sky very often. Sometimes you see magenta in the Sierra, but not for very long. So I guess the aurora borealis is beloved for a reason because those colors are just amazing. Look at the way that jumps out on the screen, Donna.
I don't know if it's in your notes, but does this look like evidence of the aperture being open, the lens being open for a while?
Probably, yeah, for sure. It's at nighttime, so it would kind of have to be a long exposure. And the stars that you see are dots, so like we learned earlier, they can't be beyond 25 seconds. So she's probably got the camera open for 20 seconds or so. This was in Grand Teton National Park in May of 2024. She timed everything so she could photograph the Milky Way when there was no moon to take away from the sky. So all of that research and effort really paid off. And she did this in the middle of the night, 3 nights in a row for hours and hours. She says she'd get back to her Airbnb at 4 a.m. in the morning. Look at that. That alone, the way that camera has that cropped would be a powerful image. This is just an amazing photograph. It's been shown in the Gold Country Artist Gallery in Placerville, and Carol is a past contributor. Thank you, Carol. We really appreciate it.
Now, this is a case where the framing and the matting really offset the color here. The black and white that we see around the photograph make the photograph even more colorful.
Sure does. And it's a classic framing technique, the simple black, the simple white. This is how most of the photographs are framed in my home, and it just doesn't distract you from that purple and magenta and neon green. It's just a classic choice here. This
really is.
Just a powerful image, man.
Yeah, very powerful. If you would like this piece of art in your home, it's going to be very easy. The bid is on the screen and the number is on your screen as well. So you can make your bid right now for this piece. We're going to keep this bid open and we are going to move on to 40F. A Morning Meditation by Michael Maloney. Photography measuring 20 by 16 inches with a retail value of $350. Again, Martin, we have a nighttime or maybe early morning sky that we're looking at here. Is it evening or morning when we look at this?
I would guess morning. I love when our contributors have descriptions, and Michael has a good one. He says, I knew there would be a sliver of a moon setting before sunrise. There you go, Donna. With hopes that Mother Nature would reward me. So I got up at 4 a.m., went to one of my favorite locations near my Sierra foothills home, and I chose this oak tree with no other distractions. I think it's really important that black field on the bottom doesn't have any detail. The tree doesn't really have any detail. It just creates that silhouette. And when that happens, it really emphasizes the blue and the, I guess, salmon color in the background in the moon. It's not easy to photograph the moon where the Earth is rotating and the moon is moving. You have to shoot at fast speeds. Not easy to get nighttime dark images like this at fast speed. So very technically challenging composition. Good job, Michael.
Looks like there's something in that tree too. I'm not sure if we're seeing a little bit of a nesting in there or what it is, but it's a fascinating addition. We're not just seeing a tree, we're not just seeing an early morning just on the verge of sunrise. We're seeing some activity even in a still shot here.
Michael is a past auction contributor, and he was a photojournalist at the San Francisco Chronicle, Donna, for 30 years.
He knows his stuff.
So he's shown all the fires and the elections and all that good stuff, and now he's shooting oak trees in the Sierra foothills. That's just a beautiful, beautiful image as our camera is showing the transition of color that occurs in this image. If it was windy, those branches would be blurry. So this is a great image. I love how that's just full black down there. That really adds to the foundation of the lower portion of this photograph.
You can take this home right now just by making your bid. We have the number on the screen. We have the bid on the screen. This is your opportunity. The other thing that was captured so beautifully, in addition to the upper part of the photograph, was what we just saw a moment ago in the lower part. You talked about if the wind had been blowing. Yeah, the tree would have been moving around, the grass at the bottom that's so perfectly captured. But this is just perfect. And a nice way to wake up in the morning. I think if this were in my home, I'd want it to be someplace where I could see it first thing in the morning. Can enjoy it at any time.
It's a nice vertical image, and we all have a little wall in our home where only a vertical image will work, and so here's a good choice right here. Look at that. I just love how the sliver of moon is just barely visible there. Really nice photograph.
Very nice. It's 40F, A Morning Meditation by Michael Maloney. This is photography measuring 20 by 16 inches with a retail value of $350. We're nearing the end of this break, which means that now is your last opportunity to bid on the art featured in this half hour. I want to thank you, our art expert, Martin Christian, for joining me to talk about this artwork in this category. Now let's check in over at the recap station for an update.
Thanks, Donna. Thanks, Martin. We're in our final few minutes of the photography break, and we want to hear from you. So call the number on your screen right now. Take home some beautiful art featured in this half hour. And I want to tell you that it gets really quiet in here right now as we start talking. So pick up the phone, call the number on your screen, call a friend, have them get involved in the art auction with you as well, okay? Let's go through the numbers because right now we have some important updates to give you. We still are trying to hit our $200,000 goal. We have just a couple of more hours to do so. Every call, every bid makes that happen. Pick up the phone, call the number on your screen for the following pieces of art. Item 40D is Fairy Lantern. Yes, bell ringer. We're at $425 right now for this piece. That is fantastic. Every time we hit a bell ringer, though, these pieces are still open for you to call and bid on. And the minute you see a piece, you have to call quickly because all of these we're talking about right now, those will close out in just a matter of minutes. So pick up the phone. It's not too late on these pieces to call. Item 40E is Magic in the Sky. We are this close to making magic on this one. And did we do it? Did we hit $300 yet? I'm not certain. We're at $250. We're trying to get $300 right now. Can we get $300 for Magic in the Sky? This is by Carol Clark. This is photography, and it is a stunning piece. The Northern Lights right there. So rare to see, but if you get this piece of art, you can see it every day in your home. Keep those phones ringing. That's what we'd like to hear because every call, every dollar goes to PBS KVIE. Okay, 40F is A Morning Meditation by Michael Maloney, and you see it on your screen. That's a bell ringer. Thank you so much, Michael. $500 right now for this piece, and that's wonderful. It is still open, by the way. We got up to $275 on 40E. Let's get that to $300 because then we will have bell ringers on every single one in this half hour. That's what we need to hit our goal. Let's go through in a minute. We'll go through all of these, but I'm going to tell you what to do. So pick up the phone when you see any piece of art that you're interested in because by the time you get the call in, you're going to be involved in the auction. And we have a wonderful bank of volunteers here to talk with you, and they're all fantastic. And when you call, you're making that commitment to PBS KVIE. We are 100% community funded. And when you call, you're saying that your voice matters. We know your voice matters. That's why we're here to tell your stories. And you can make your moments matter by creating new memories, by taking home a piece of this art. And you can say, hey, I got this at the PBS art auction from this year, and it's a story piece for you. Let's go through all the pieces in this half hour. 40A, Mother Love, a bell ringer. That's fantastic. $400 right now. That's great. Thank you so much. That piece is by Kathy Triolo, and it's at $400 right now. Let's call for $450 on that. I love those beautiful horses. Item 425, yes. Did we do it? We got it, $425. Awesome. Let's get to $450 on that. This is a live auction, so we're just going to keep drumming them up while we're on the air. Item 40B is Lady of Hope by Betty Bishop. Right now we're at $325 for Betty Bishop's piece, and this is another bell ringer in the PBS KVIE art auction. Again, these pieces are still open. Call the number on your screen because they're going to be closing out pretty quickly on these pieces. You've got just a few more minutes in this half hour, and we've got so many more coming up for the rest of the day, so you got to see those as well. 40C is Milky Way over Old Highway 40 Bridge by Charlie Willard. Another bell ringer. Fantastic. $375 for that piece. That's a great job. Thank you so much, Charlie, for that piece. You see it right now on your screen. It is still open. Milky Way over Old Highway 40 Bridge by Charlie Willard at $375. 40D is Fairy Lantern by Sue Grau. This is photography, and it is also another bell ringer at $425. Fantastic job. Listen, just because all these are bell ringers doesn't mean that we don't need your support. Keep calling in because every piece of art matters and every call does as well. Magic in the Sky 40E, $375. That's fantastic. And also, I want to tell you about 40F. No, more good news. A morning meditation is at $600. That is fantastic. Let's make it double. Let's hit the double amount on this and take it to $700. We're at $600 right now, and we want to get that one up to $700. I got an update for you on 40A. If we could pop that back up, we're at $475 on 40A. The horses and the mother's love is connecting with everybody who's watching. Hopefully it's connecting with you. So pick up the phone, call the number on your screen. You see the number right there at the bottom of the screen, as well as our link online. And if you'd like, you can go ahead and jump online and check out the art that's coming up for the rest of the day, because we have so many stunning pieces that are coming up. And I'm talking about major award-winning, highly collected artists in Northern California. We brought you many of their stories, and we brought you many of their pieces of art over the years here on PBS KVIE, and some exciting pieces are coming up. So get a little preview of what's coming up at kvie.org/art auction. And it matters so much because every dollar that you give goes to support PBS KVIE. Call the number on the screen. It's a little quiet right now. And our mission continues to stay strong because of you. Every call, every bid, every person. Stay with us. There's more art coming up in the next half hour of the PBS KVIE art auction.
Welcome to the 44th Annual PBS KVIE Art Auction. Join us all weekend for a celebration of Northern California's visual arts. Over 270 works of art will be auctioned off to the highest bidder, and you can be part of the action by watching and bidding on your favorite artwork. View the entire collection online at kvie.org/art auction. Then, when your favorite item appears, call 1-844-KVIE-ART to place your bid. Auction proceeds benefit the programs and services of your PBS station, KVIE. So thank you for watching and bidding. And now, let the auction begin. Coming up next is artwork from Pence Gallery. Located in Davis and established in 1975, the Pence is a nonprofit art gallery that serves the community by exhibiting a wide variety of regional artists and provides educational programs to visitors of all ages. View all of the galleries featured in this year's auction at kvie.org/art auction.
Alrighty, hi there, I'm Rob Stewart. Thanks for joining us for the Pence Gallery segment. We're so excited for the Pence Gallery to be a part of this, and here's an overview of the art that'll be up for bid during the next half hour. When you see the piece you want, you need to call immediately, okay? So here are the pieces in this half hour. It's half hour 41. 41A we begin with. Distant Twilight off Highway 395 is by Allison Spreadborough. Watercolor measuring 15 by 22. The retail value is $1,500 for this one-of-a-kind jurred piece of art, one of 270 pieces that were jurred into the PBS KVIE art auction. Again, you're looking at 41A Allison Spreadborough's Distant Twilight off Highway 395. Item 41B is Magic Tree by Mary Neri King, acrylic on canvas measuring 21 by 17. This retails for $300, and we are looking for opening bids on all of these. Pick up the phone, call the number on your screen. You could be taking home award-winning art as early as tomorrow. Pickup is tomorrow and Tuesday. Some people have been coming today, and they are so psyched when they pick up their piece of art. 41C is Aspires Against Sky #1 by Kathleen Gamper. This is pastels, measuring 17 by 13 in size, retails for $425. Look at that gorgeous piece of art. 41D is Foxy by Paula Bellicera, mixed media, measuring 22 by 15. The retail value is $900, and we're at half of that right now. I love that piece of art by Paula. 41E is Cache Creek Cape by Marie-Therese Brown, a highly collected artist, oil on canvas measuring 16 by 20. I predict this one's going to go through the roof. Retails for $1,200. And item 41F is Radiant Sunflower by Joseph Bellicera, oil on canvas 18 by 18. And the retail value for this piece right now is $950. Okay, so the phone lines are open and we are ready to take your bids. So we will head over to the art auctioneer and the expert for more.
Hi there, I'm Christina Salerno, and thank you for joining us for the Pence Gallery Break. I'm so pleased to be here with art expert Natalie Nelson. Natalie is the director and curator of the Pence Gallery in Davis. She has a master's degree in art history from the University of Southern California and has worked for over 20 years in museums and nonprofit art galleries. She is an artist herself and has decades of experience as an arts educator. Natalie, welcome. So happy to have you here.
It's wonderful to be here. Thank you.
Wonderful art. We'll kick it off with our first piece. This is item 41A. It's called Distant Twilight off Highway 395 by Allison Spreadborough. This is a watercolor. It's measuring 15 by 22 inches with a retail value of $1,500. Natalie, take it away. What do you want to tell us about this gorgeous piece?
I love Allison's work because she has these subtle gradations of color, and she also loves to show us place. And her sense of place in this piece is beautiful. She said that she and her husband were driving down the highway, and I believe they were outside of Mojave Desert and just saw this gorgeous hillside, and you can see kind of the lights coming over here. It's in twilight, and there's just subtle shifts of kind of the light as it goes over these hills into the background.
The use of color is so beautiful. I mean, the purples and the suns, it has a very calming effect on me. What kind of emotions evokes in you when you look at something like this?
I think that's partially because the artist loves to work with this kind of soft shapes.
Oh, yeah.
And she does this with a technique called wet into wet. So she uses kind of wet paper, she puts the watercolor on, it's very, very with a wet brush, and just creates these beautiful shapes in the background as well as in the foreground. And it gives it just that sense of kind of calm, peaceful, serene beauty.
That's really a wonderful piece to have in your home, in a place where a living room, a bedroom, you want to kind of create a sense of serenity, beautifully framed and matted, so it's ready to go and ready to hang in a home as well. We're looking at item 41A, Distant Twilight off Highway 395, and I love the backstory on that one by Allison Spreadborough. It's a watercolor measuring 15 by 22 inches with a retail value of $1,500. The number to call is on your screen to place a bid. You can find the current bid on your screen as well. I mean, Natalie, what else would you like to share with us about this gorgeous painting?
Allison is such an amazing artist, and she really does this from life. She takes photographs, she does sketches, she loves to hike. So these are places she's visited, and I feel like you can get that sense of realism in the piece just because she captures her own emotive kind of thoughts about this place. She's also a member of the California Signature Watercolor Artists, which is quite an honor, very well established.
Yeah, watercolor, as I understand, is a pretty difficult medium. So to be able to capture this kind of detail and a feeling must be quite challenging as an artist.
Absolutely. It's hard to control. And so when you make a mistake, you see it. But you can see this piece is just gorgeous.
It's flawless. Yeah, absolutely. She really captured that moment. Well, this is a beautiful piece. You can take home, call the number on your screen. You'll see the current bid on your screen. It's framed. It's ready to go to bring some serenity in your home wherever you need that beautiful sense of calm or twilight, as we were discussing. Do you have any final thoughts you'd like to share?
I think so many people enjoy the desert, and I feel like if you were a person who loved the desert, whether it's Death Valley or Mojave, it just gives that sense of the beauty of the hillside.
Absolutely. All right, we're going to keep this piece open for you to continue bidding on and move on to our next piece. Our next piece is item 41B. It's called Magic Tree by Mary Neri King. This is an acrylic on canvas. It's measuring 21 by 17 inches with a retail value of $300. Natalie, I got to tell you, when I saw this one, I loved the colors. It just popped so much. You see it across the room. You can see it on camera. It's stunning. The colors are stunning. What can you tell us about it?
It is a vibrant portrait of a tree. This is a magic tree, like you said, and Mary loves to garden. She lives in winters, so she's surrounded by lots of nature, but it is primarily a tree from her imagination.
Oh, I love that.
Artists can work from their imagination, and the sense of color that you were talking about, the vibrant purples, greens, and blues in the leaves, kind of looks like an oak tree, but again, it's kind of more from her imagination.
It could be any tree.
Yeah, absolutely. And it's just wonderful with the golden kind of color in the background. So you can imagine it someplace in your head, you know, some sort of fantasy place.
You can also imagine it in your house, just about anywhere.
Yes.
Because I also want to point out kind of a perfect size. It's that vertical where you can fit really anywhere. You can fit that in a bedroom, a living room, a hallway, a kitchen. Something like this would really bring a pop of color. And right now our camera is zooming over some of that brushwork and detail right in the middle. Can you talk a little bit about that artist's technique?
She loves to have this kind of looser, almost abstract approach to nature. So when you get close up, you might see, oh, that's kind of just a blob of purple. But when you stand back, it really takes shape as a leaf. And also that sense of shadow and depth she gets with just a simple brush stroke. There's also some really vibrant kind of splashes of color that she puts on there with her brush. So kind of flinging color. Sometimes she uses a palette knife that could be in some of these background areas to kind of flatten the color and smooth it out.
Interesting. It is, now that you mentioned that, there's a lot of texture in there. It's actually, when you look close up, it is quite layered, and that's really interesting to know that technique right there.
Yeah, I think the texture is amazing in it. Just how she kind of captures also that sense of shadow on the tree on the right-hand side, and the depth along the side of the tree as it goes back.
Exactly. All right. Well, the number to call is on your screen. You'll see the current bid on your screen as well to place a bid on this lovely piece of art that can really bring a pop of color to your home. We're looking at item 41B, Magic Tree by Mary Neri King, acrylic on canvas measuring 21 by 17 inches, that perfect size as we were discussing, with a retail value of $300. Again, the number to call is on your screen. The current bid is on your screen. Look at how much that pops. I just love that pop of yellow.
It's incredible. I think it brings nature into your house.
It does, and I have to say the frame just
really
adds to that natural.
complements it.
It adds to the natural feeling, but it's still magical at the same time.
It is.
It's a very contemporary feeling.
Beautiful kind of fall piece almost with those kind of golden colors.
Yes, it's really a lovely piece. All right, we're going to keep this piece open for you to continue bidding on, and we're going to move on to our next piece. Our next piece is item 41C. This is called Spires Against Sky, number 1. It's by Kathleen C. Gamper. This is a pastels. It's measuring 17 by 13 inches with a retail value of $425. Spires, I can see why the artist chose that title right there. It just jumps out at me. Natalie, what are your thoughts about this piece?
I do like her title. You know, that can lead you in a direction, and she said it reminded her of the spires from cathedrals in Europe, just how those pine trees reach up into the sky, and they're so majestic. So there's that contrast of the blue sky behind the trees, and then down below you see this beautiful kind of grassy field in the foreground. So she's really kind of contrasting the majesty of the trees with the foreground, which is quite quiet and small.
Can you talk a little bit about the composition? Because we kind of have a lot of different things going on, but it's so pleasing to the eye all at once.
I think because she chooses kind of a vertical format that really emphasizes the trees, so you get that sense of how large they are. And then you have this sort of small golden area which leads your eye in. So that's kind of an artist's trick. You want to see where your eye follows. And she has beautiful shadows down here with some purples and blues. And this is all in pastels. So again, pastel's not an easy medium either. So it's a drawn medium, but you have to layer the color in a very particular way to get it to have that effect.
Oh, wow. Very talented artist. I also love how we've talked about bringing nature inside your home. And wow, what an amazing piece for somebody who loves the outdoors, perhaps a gift, or for you as your family, you like hiking, backpacking, being out in nature. This is just such a lovely reminder of that kind of peacefulness of being being out in nature.
It is, and it could certainly be a California scene, but I read that Kathleen actually was inspired by the Pacific Northwest.
Oh,
she was
lovely.
up there taking a class, and so she did this from life. And I just
neat.
think so anybody who loves that area as well will recognize the dominance of the trees and kind of that cool background that she creates with these blues and greens to give it a sense of depth and kind of atmosphere.
Oh, that's wonderful. I always love hearing the backstory of art. We're looking at item 41C. This is Spires Against the Sky, #1. I love that title. It's just so perfectly named. By Kathleen C. Gamper. Pastels measuring 17 by 13 inches with a retail value of $425. You'll see the number to call on your screen. You'll see the current bid on your screen as well. And Natalie, I got to say, this is also one that's just the perfect size to go in an office, or, you know, because it's really just brings your eye, brings some calming sense, but is perfectly sized to fit wherever you need in your home or your office.
I agree. It's not overwhelmingly large. It's a great size. She also does a very nice job of bringing light and color in. It would really light up a room, I would think.
Absolutely. Bring a little bit of warmth and natural.
Absolutely.
Oh, I love it. Yeah, absolutely. All right, well, we are halfway through this break, which means we're going to keep this piece open and check in over at the recap station for bidding updates.
Okay, thank you so much, Christina. And I'm here in the phone bank with the Abridged team. They are working the phones with us and taking your calls. A big round of applause for Abridged. That's right, they're taking the calls until 8 p.m. tonight at the auction, and I'm so glad they're here. Big round of applause for this fantastic news service. Abridged is KVIE's nonprofit news source, bringing the news of our region to you, powered by PBS KVIE. We'll check in with them a little later on, okay? Let's review the bids right now and where we stand. If you're following along, you're in break 41. We've got to get these numbers up, and we're talking about 41A. Pick up the phone, call the number on your screen for Distant Twilight off Highway 395. Just look at the colors in Allison Spreadborough's piece. This has a value of $1,500, and we're looking for an opening bid right now of $500. Or if you are interested in this piece, just get on the phone and call the number on your screen, because these go by so fast. 41B is Magic Tree. We're at $100 right now for Mary Nary King's piece. The retail's $300. We're at $100. We're trying to get $150 now for this one-of-a-kind creation. All of this half hour are highly collected artists from the Pence Gallery, and this is your chance to bring home a one-of-a-kind creation juried into the PBS KVIE art auction. And item 41C is Aspires Against Sky #1 by Kathleen Gamper. What a beautiful piece of art. You're looking at this one-of-a-kind piece by Kathleen Gamper. It is a retail for $425. That's what it would be if it were at a gallery right now. And this is the largest gallery in Northern California right now. The largest collection of art right now being brought to you live over the air. Every single dollar counts. Every call, every bid, every bell ringer helps us get to our goal. And we're being very transparent with you. We have a $200,000 goal that we have to hit this weekend, and we are about 77% there right now. So we've got some work to do, and that all has a lot to do with you. Please call a friend, join us in the auction, call as many people as you can, blast it out on social media and say, hey, jump on board with us and let's raise money for PBS KVIE. We are your nonprofit station where we bring you stories that matter, and this is going to help keep us going. Let's go through the list again real quick. 41A is A Distant Twilight on Highway 395. That is by Allison Spreadborough. You're looking at it on your screen right now. We're looking for a starting bid of $250. So someone pick up the phone, move quickly on this piece. This could be yours quickly. It retails for $1,500, by the way. That's the retail. What a stunner and what a deal. So call now for this wonderful piece by Allison Spreadborough. It's watercolor, by the way. 41B is Magic Tree by Mary Nary King, acrylic on canvas, measuring 21 by 17. We're at $100 right now for this $300 piece. And 41C is Spires Against Sky #1 by Kathleen Gamper. Pastels at 17 by 13 inches. It's a $425 retail. We're at $325 right now. And let me just do one more plug for 41A. Don't be intimidated by the price. When we say it's a retail of $1,500, just if you're interested in it, call and we'll see what happens. We'll take it from there, okay? Let's take one more look at the art with Christina and Natalie.
All right, we are back with the second half of the break, and we are with item 41D. This is called Foxy, and it's by Paula Bellicera. This is mixed media. It's measuring 22 by 15 inches with a retail value of $900. Natalie, I love the expression on this face.
I do too. And Foxy has so much character.
So much.
He really does. And she loves to put animals in these kind of colorful scenes with lots of bright, intense pigment here. You can see the reds. And then there's all these little swooshes of drawn material. She uses oil pastel, and I think even charcoal here around his neck to really pop kind of this face as he's looking at us.
And that's mixed media, correct? So is that part of the artist's technique?
Yeah, Paula loves to use more than one thing, and it really adds to the experience, I think, of the fox, whether it's kind of drawn here or there's some painterly things. Sometimes she might even use collage.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
And it's on a board, I believe, so it really makes it
Absolutely.
pop. There's so many elements to this.
It does, and I love the frame, how it kind of sets it off and really makes those colors seem even more vibrant because it's got the neutral background.
It does. A piece like this would bring a lot of color to your home, especially like a contemporary home, you know, with those big, beautiful, bold colors. And also just a wonderful subject. Right there, our camera's capturing that face, and I just have to smile every time I look at that.
And look at his ears, the way she's accentuated the ears and how they kind of turn with all this texture. And his face is so charming as he's looking at us. And I know she said in her statement, she really thinks artists have the ability to see kind of human characteristics in animals, and she sees them as kind of sly and cunning.
I can see that with the eye. And he's also wearing a jacket. He or she is also wearing a jacket, so there's a little humanistic element in that one, too.
I love that. This kind of turquoise shape could be a jacket, could just be his coat.
That's true, yes.
And you can see his little legs back here. So he's really coming out at us as if he's really greeting us.
Absolutely. This is for our animal lovers or anybody who just loves a pop of color in their home. What a perfect piece for you to take home. And to do that, all you have to do is call the number on your screen. You'll see the current bid on your screen as well. We're looking at item 41D Foxy. Love the name on that one, by the way. Paula Bellicera. It's a mixed media measuring 22 by 15 inches with a retail value of $900. Really good size, again, as well. I love the
Perfect
size on this.
and it makes us both smile. I think
does.
that was what we noticed first off, was it's the face, it's the colors. It's really a wonderful piece.
This could be placed really anywhere in your home, office, bedroom, and it'll bring a smile to your face.
It would be a signature piece, I think, to talk about in your home.
A conversation piece,
Yes,
absolutely.
yes.
All right. Well, we are going to keep this beautiful piece open for you to continue bidding on, and we're going to move on to our next piece. Our next piece is item 41E. It's called Cache Creek Cape by Marie-Therese Brown. This is an oil on canvas measuring 16 by 20 inches with a retail value of $1,200. This is a lovely painting of somewhere I'm sure that many people have visited. Can you talk a little bit about it, please?
Sure. She chose to portray Cache Creek, which is an important tributary of the Sacramento River. And it really shows fall in this very beautiful place in Cape, a little tiny town that we know so much for all of our fruits and vegetables that are grown there. They have lavender farms. It's just a gorgeous area. And you can see the hills in the background, how she's painted these kind of low relief hills. And it looks like the sun is coming over them. It's very subtle. And then, of course, we get the reflection in the water from all of these grasses.
It's really a lovely piece. There's so much detail in there. As our camera zooms in, you can see all the individual brushstrokes on that. I mean, wow. Can you talk to us a little bit more about this artist and her technique?
Marie-Therese Brown does pastels. This is oil, actually, and she loves to show kind of texture with her brushwork, so it's a little bit looser in the foreground here and in the rock. It gives it the appearance of coming out at us. She also loves to do shadows and reflections in the water with just these big brushstrokes of color. So the way she mixes color, I think, is so unique to her and really is part of her kind of style as an artist.
I like how we talk a lot about how they make you feel when we look at these. And when I see this one, it's that sense of calm, that sense of being in nature. I just want to go through a hike through there. I mean, what kind of emotions does a piece like this evoke in you?
I think that kind of pastel tones that she's using, I'm picturing these kind of as olive trees in the back, that kind of sage green. It makes you feel calm, serene, and your eye, again, is kind of exploring through the
piece and just really enjoying all those details that she's bringing out.
It's also truly a celebration of the Sacramento region and a place that we know and are familiar with. Such a wonderful part of the PBS, KVIE gallery, that we have original works of art donated by artists to support the mission of PBS KVIE, and oftentimes they celebrate the very region that we're in, which is so amazing, such an amazing connectional piece. Our camera just zoomed up to the frame, which I do want to call out because it's kind of floating the piece, which really adds depth to it. Can you talk about that?
It does. A lot of artists who do plein air painting do like this kind of simple frame. It looks like a maple wood to me, which accentuates the colors but doesn't distract from them. And then that little spacer is oftentimes darker to, again, distinguish it from the painting. So I love her simple framing. She does a very, very nice job of presenting her work and really making us focus on the color inside the frame.
It does. It draws your eye right in there. Yes, absolutely. And again, this is another artist from the Pence Gallery. We're looking at item 41E, Cache Creek Cape by Marie-Therese Brown. This is an oil-on canvas measuring 16 by 20 inches with a retail value of $1,200. You'll see the number to call on your screen as well as the current bid. We're going to keep it open for you to continue bidding on and move on to our next piece. Our next piece is item 41F. This is called Radiant Sunflower, and it's by Joseph Bellicera. This is an oil-on canvas. It's measuring 18 by 18 inches with a retail value of $950. Natalie, this one really, I love it. It's an interesting perspective of a sunflower.
It is. It's not very typical, he said, of his work, although he loves nature and he loves kind of plants. He has a beautiful garden, but this one is called Radiant Sunflower, and you can kind of see the spiral in the center of the sunflower and then all of the petals as it radiates out, almost like flame-like, I think. And it is an oil painting. He blends very well this background, so it kind of makes the flower pop out at you.
He does. And it's an interesting perspective because you don't see the whole sunflower. So can you talk a little bit about the artist's composition?
The composition is so interesting to me. It's just a very different point of view where you can almost imagine the sunflower as it goes on, but it gets you close to see the center part, and then again, kind of these radiating petals. So you start in the center and go out to the extremes in the background, which is so calming, that pale blue and kind of lavender tones back here really set off the flower.
I think this would be such a lovely piece for somebody who's a gardener or wants to bring a pop of color into your home. I could picture it over a dining room table where you want to have flowers year-round on your table, even in the winter. Something like this would just really add that pop of color with that same calming sense. We don't always get that kind of combination, but I really feel that in this piece as well.
Well, and it's such a regional subject.
Absolutely.
We're talking about our region and its beauty, and of course sunflowers are everywhere, and when they're out, they just add so much to our lives, I feel like.
They make me smile when they're out and about. They really do make me smile. We're looking at item 41F, Radiant Sunflower, and that title's perfect the way you described the art there, now that I read that. By Joseph Bellicera. It's an oil-on canvas measuring 18 by 18 inches with a retail value of $950. You'll see the number to call on your screen to place a bid. You'll see the current bid on your screen as well. Really good size. I mean, I think something like this could fit just about anywhere in your home.
Yes, and I love the square format. Again, the composition is interesting, the colors are interesting. Although the subject might be something we see a lot of, he's done it in a very different way.
Exactly. It adds some interest, some conversation to wherever you place this piece in your home.
Definitely, and that strong color on the petals, oh, I just want to look at that over and over.
Well, it's a really lovely piece. All right, well, we are nearing the end of this break, which means that now is your very last opportunity to bid on the art featured in this last half an hour. Now let's head over to the recap station for an update on all of the artwork up for bid.
Sounds great. Natalie and Christina, thanks so much. What an amazing collection from the Pence Gallery. So many master artists featured in this break. Investment art that you can win tonight, okay? I have a challenge for you right now. Let's make every single piece in this break a bell ringer. Do it for KVIE. Do it for the artist, for the Pence Gallery, and even if you're the highest bidder and it's close to the retail, you can take it even just higher. Go for it. Let us get a bell ringer so that we can hit our retail on each piece, therefore hitting our overall goal of $200,000 this weekend, which we are trying to make, okay? Let's jump through the pieces right now. Pick up the phone, call the number on your screen for Foxy. This is awesome. First bell ringer right now in this category. That's fantastic. Foxy is still open. This is such a fun, cool piece by Paula Bellicera. Paula always is a donor to the art auction, and this is one of her stunning creations. It's one of a kind, and it is still open, so call the number on your screen right now, place your bids so that you can be involved in the PBS KVIE art auction. Item 41E is Cache Creek Cape by Marie-Therese Brown, and this is oil on canvas measuring 16 by 20. Just look at that stunning creation. Look at the beautiful Cape Valley right there, captured just as Marie-Therese Brown can do. An award-winning artist, highly collected. We're at $700 right now, and this has a value of $1,200. Get involved in the auction by calling the number on your screen. Every single dollar goes to PBS KVIE, which goes to support our community. The circle is you call and donate, and when you win the piece, the money goes to PBS KVIE, and we reinvest it right back into the community with our programming and our services that are second to none. Okay? Let's go to 41F, Radiant Sunflower. What a beautiful piece by Joseph Bellicera. This is oil on canvas measuring 18 by 18. We're at $725. We are so close to getting the $950, which we need for bell ringer status. We're at $775. Let's call this for $800 while we are live on the air. 41F, Radiant Sunflower again. This is a live auction, and every dollar counts. Every call counts. Every bidder counts, and you're joining our family and creating new memories for you and yours when you win one of the pieces. You can pick them up as early as tomorrow, and we're back here again on Tuesday for pickup day. And I tell you, it is a joyous time when people come for pickup day, because when they see their piece of art that they won, it is such an exciting moment. Let's go through all of them in the 41 half-hour break, which is the Pence Gallery right now. We're starting with this wonderful creation, 41A. Y'all, if you're in another room and you're hearing me talk, come on in and look at this piece. This is a one-of-a-kind watercolor by Allison Spreadborough, created specifically for PBS KVIE. We have opening bid right now for $250 on this, and I tell you, it is a gorgeous piece. It is 15 by 22. The retail is $1,500, so this is a retail expert art right here. 41B Magic Tree. We're at $100. We're trying to get up to $300 on this piece so we can make it a bell ringer. Again, we're at $100 for Magic Tree by Mary Nary King. 41C is Spires Against Sky Number 1 by Kathleen Gamper. Gorgeous piece of art. This one will be a bell ringer, I know. It's $375 right now. This one will need to be up to $425. It is a stunner, a beautiful piece of art by Kathleen Gamper. Come on, let's just go right to $425. Skip all the jump into $4 and $425. Let's just go there. Take it to $425 right now and make it a bell ringer, okay? Let's do it. Foxy, 41D. This is by Paula Bellicera, and this is a bell ringer, and it's so exciting. This is Mixed Media 22 by 15 by Paula Bellicera. We're at $900 for this $900 retail value piece. Item 41E is Cache Creek Cape by Marie-Therese Brown, and this one's at $850. We're trying to get to $1,250. And let's go to $1,000. Come on, just make that jump for PBS KVIE. You know that every dollar counts, and just do it. Let's jump on up, okay? We're at $900. We can do it. And Radiant Sunflower is at $850. Come on, let's jump up to $950. If you're the one on the phone for $850, take it to $950, and let's meet our goal. Every dollar counts, and when you help us do that, we make our overall goal. Okay, stay with us. There's more art coming up in the next half hour right here on the PBS KVIE Art Auction.
Bidding on items in the art auction is quick and easy to do. First, explore the collection online at kvie.org/art auction, or keep watching PBS KVIE. When a piece of art catches your eye, call 1-844-KVIE-ART and a volunteer will assist you. KVIE accepts all major credit cards for your art purchase, and a member of our accounting team will confirm your payment within 5 minutes of item sale. Thank you for being a part of the PBS KVIE Art Auction and for making art a part of your home today.
Coming up next is the California Masters category. This half hour recognizes the works of our region's amazing artists. Don't miss your chance to secure a work of art from a California Master today. View all of the art featured in this year's auction at kvie.org/art auction.
Okay, welcome back. We're in 42 half hour, and this is a big one. I'm Rob Stewart. Thanks for joining us for the California Masters Break. Here's an overview of the art that'll be up for bid during the next half hour, and I want to show it to you right now. When you see the piece you want, you've got to call quickly because they close at the end of this half hour. This is 42A, Tabor Ranch Vineyard and Oak by Patrick Cosgrove. 24 by 36. It's oil on canvas, measuring, this is $2,400 retail. We're looking for an opening bid right now. Item 42B is Exodus by Anne Gregory. Gorgeous piece of art, charcoal. It's 65 by 38, and the retail value is $3,000. This half hour is investment art. Remember that. Pick up the phone and call right now and place your bid. Item 42C is Fair Oaks Village by Earl Boley. This is oil on canvas, measuring 24 by 30. The retail is $1,400. Framed by Blue Bus Framing, and I want to say that we miss Earl. Earl has passed away, but this piece was generously donated by Susan Leith. Thank you, Susan. And Earl, we miss you. 42D is Perros Village, and this is oil on canvas. It measures 32 by 26. Retail value is $700, and we've got an opening bid of $250. Item 42E is Vineyard in the Foothills by Maria Winkler. Maria has spent so much time with us here, an annual donor and a highly collected artist all across our region. Retails for $550. 42F is Window Roses by Victoria Brooks, oil on linen, measuring 20 by 16. Retail value is $600, and I'm telling you what, that piece right there, that $1,600 piece is stunning. The phone lines are open and ready to take your bids right now, so let's see the art with our auctioneer and our art expert.
Hello, I'm Christina Salerno, and thanks for joining us for this California Masters segment. I'd like to welcome back art expert Natalie Nelson to continue the discussion this half an hour. Thank you so much for being here, Natalie.
I'm so happy to be here.
Let's jump it off with our first item, item 42A. This is Tabor Ranch Vineyard and Oak, and it's by Patrick Cosgrove. This is an oil on panel measuring 24 by 36 inches. The retail value is $2,400. Natalie, what can you tell us about this stunning piece?
Well, one thing I love is that Patrick is a photographer first.
Oh, interesting.
And he took a photograph of this to kind of crop the scene and went back to his studio and painted it. So we get that really interesting perspective where you're kind of thrown into the scene and you get this dramatic rows of the grapes and kind of the stakes that they're on. So it's an interesting perspective based on the fact that he kind of started in photography.
Oh, I love that backstory. And it really does draw your eye straight down those roads to almost this tree in the background. Can you talk about what he's doing when he's drawing your eye right there through the middle?
He has a great sense of perspective, and he's trying to show us some depth. So you have trees in the background that you mentioned over here and over here. And this beautiful, he said there were a lot of heritage oaks on the property.
Oh, lovely.
And so he wanted to accentuate those in the painting and kind of show that's further, and then the grapes are kind of closer to us.
It's also a place known to folks in the Sacramento Valley. This is an actual ranch in KVIE Valley, as I understand.
Right.
So what a wonderful piece of Sacramento heritage and history. Perhaps our wine lovers out there,
I
folks
was
who love
thinking the
that
same
part of, yeah, so a
thing.
real sense of place.
It really is, and showing kind of these, the leaves here, and you even see some color, perhaps on the vine. Those could be grapes, some kind of reddish colors and kind of purplish tones. And then just going back, you can see the shadows that he makes in between the rows.
Oh, I
which
love
again,
that detail.
Yeah, leads your eye back, and there's so many colors in the shadows.
I also want to call out the color of the sky, too.
Oh, isn't that beautiful?
It's really lovely. Can you kind of talk a little bit about the choice there?
You know, it could be sunset or sunrise. Right. I mean, that warm tone with the pinks and kind of those lighter purple tones underneath. I really, when I got close to this, enjoyed looking at all of that color that he's putting on there and the textured brushwork that show you clouds and kind of just the different tones of the sky.
Yeah, you can really, so our camera's zooming in on that one tree, and you can really see that brushstroke that you're just talking about right there. It really pops up close, all that amazing detail.
His texturing with his brushwork is really interesting because, again, we're close, so we see it kind of non-distinct little blobs of color, but you're not seeing that when you just step a few feet away. It really blends in your eye, and it's very hard for an artist
artist to do that effectively.
Wow.
It really shows his skill.
Absolutely. We're looking at item 42A, Tabor Ranch Vineyard and Oak by Patrick Cosgrove. This is an oil-on panel measuring 24 by 36 inches with a retail value of $2,400. The number to call is on your screen. The current bid is on your screen as well. We are going to keep this piece open for you to continue bidding on, and we're going to move on to our next piece. Our next piece, item 42B, Exodus by Anne Gregory. This is a charcoal. It's measuring 65 by 38 inches. Its retail value is $3,000. All right, well, the first thing you're going to notice when we come back to camera is the size of this stunning piece. Natalie, take it away. What can you tell us about it?
Anne Gregory works very large. She does tend to include figures and sometimes animals, although we don't see animals necessarily in this one. And you have 3 figures here. And on break we were looking, and there's so much to find in this piece. You actually have a man here, a woman, and then there's a little baby right here. So amazing detail that she's drawing, and very sensitively drawn. You can see here the man is kind of turning away, and there's this chain link fence, just a hint of it on the right-hand corner, which kind of points to the title Exodus. So they're leaving something. We don't know exactly what, but it looks like they're going to hurry.
Wow, I love that backstory. That's so powerful. As our camera's coming out too, we just showed some of the detail out there. There's so much detail over here as well, and you mentioned that she mixes the animal and human forms. Can you talk a little bit about that too?
And I forgot, she actually does include animals here because she's a printmaker as well as a person who uses paint and mixed media, and she actually made these pieces here with the birds on them. And you can see there's the red and the black bird kind of screened on top of each other and then collaged onto the surface. So it's drawn, there's mixed media, there's so much going on in this piece.
Yes, and absolutely, and this face right here, we can't skip that one as well.
I love that. And Anne mentioned that she has an old puppet from the 1800s, and this is a Punch puppet. People may know that little figure from Punch and Judy, and it's a drawing of his face.
Oh, wow.
So adding in these little bits of history from her own house, from other cultures, I think that's really interesting.
Wow. This is a piece placed in your home, your office, that will absolutely draw conversation. I mean, this is a stunner. You could stand in front of this for a very long time and continue seeing those amazing details that every time you look at it, you see a new detail.
She is so skillful, and you know, Anne's been around for a little while. She taught at Sacramento State College, very, very well-established artist, has had lots of shows. We had a solo show at the Pence just a few years ago of her work.
And this is just a reminder, these are master artists that we are in this particular break. I mean, these are very skilled, well-known artists who have generously donated their pieces to support the mission of PBS KVIE. So this is item 42B called Exodus by Anne Gregory. Charcoal measuring 65 by 38 inches with a retail value of $3,000. The number to call is on your screen. The current bid is on your screen as well. We are going to keep this beautiful piece open for you to continue bidding on, and we're going to move on to our next piece. Our next piece is item 42C. This is called Fair Oaks Village, and it's by Earl Boley. This is an oil-on canvas. It's measuring 24 by 30 inches. It has a retail value of $1,400, and it was framed beautifully by Blue Bus Framing. I love this scape, this imagery here. What can you tell us about it?
Isn't it a fun little village?
It is, yes.
Well, Earl is portraying Fair Oaks Village, which is a real place in Fair Oaks. I had to look it up.
I had no idea.
And it is based on a 1900s collection of buildings that house little stores, and so they're older buildings, and it has that sense of history. And then, of course, they're surrounded by a lot of the beautiful greenery around the American River. So you really get this sense of place, of this little tiny village that still exists today.
That is so interesting, and I think a lot of our viewers probably connect with that location, Fair Oaks. Perhaps you live in that area.
Absolutely.
What an amazing piece of original artwork that you can take home and have in your home to kind of commemorate that real sense of place in Fair Oaks. And aside from that, it's just a stunning painting. Can you talk a little bit about the colors the artist chose?
I was just going to say, look at the color.
Yeah, absolutely.
He loves to use vibrant, intense color, these golds of the roof, to really show perspective as well as define those older buildings, give it a sense of history. He's very good at that. And it looks like he's using a palette knife here instead of a brush to give it those kind of smooth, textured approaches to the wall. And then down here in the foreground, there's a lot of little foliage and bright color that he's adding just to kind of add interest and bring your eye in.
It's so well done. I just wanted to mention, too, that Earl is no longer with us, but this piece was generously donated by Susan Leith. And I want to say thank you so much for donating this original piece of art to support the mission of PBS KVIE. And it is a reminder that all of these works of art, especially in this half an hour, are master, well-known artists, and their work has been generously donated to the mission of PBS KVIE, and we're very grateful to that. The number to call is on your screen. You'll see the current bid on your screen. Wow, look at that detail. As our camera pans over, I just see new detail every time.
Absolutely.
What else can you share about this painting?
I was just going to mention again his use of color and texture, this blue area right here that shows the trees. There is some thick paint on there that kind of pops out to give us a sense, absolutely, of the leaves and the branches. So it gives that sense of realism and just adds a lot more excitement, I think, to the painting in that area. So he's definitely a master, and I'm really glad we have this piece.
Absolutely. It's a really stunning piece, ready to take home, beautifully framed. As we're going through there again, it's that beautiful floating frame. This is a piece that is ready for you to take home, place. It would be a centerpiece over your mantle, over a sofa.
Good.
It would really bring together the warmth. It feels very warm.
It does, and gives that sense of history to this region.
Absolutely. All right. Well, we're halfway through this break, which means we're going to keep this piece open and check in over at the recap station for bidding updates.
Thanks, Christina. You could have a beautiful piece of art on your wall before you know it, but you need to bid, and you need to be the winner at 844 KVIE Art. That's the number to call. And right now, this is the number and the wonderful pieces that are up for bid. The number is always at the bottom of the screen, so all you have to do is check that out and call. Let's look at 42A, Tabor Ranch Vineyard and Oak. Y'all, this is the Masters category. All of this is investment art. This is a retail of $2,400. And we're looking for an opening bid by this Patrick Cosgrove award-winning piece. Highly collected artist. This is oil on panel. It measures 24 by 36, retail $2,400, and we're looking for a starting bid. Pick up the phone, call the number on your screen, get involved, because in about 15, I'll say 17 minutes, all of these pieces in this half hour are going to close. Call quickly if you're interested in this piece, as well as 42B, Exodus. $3,000 is the retail on this piece. We're looking for an opening bid on this one as well by Ann Gregory. Every single dollar raised goes to PBS KVIE. We are 100% supported now by our community, and every single person calling in makes a difference. Get on the phone, call the number right now at the bottom of your screen for Exodus, opening bid for this investment art category. 42C is Fair Oaks Village, and this is by Earl Boley. This is a wonderful legacy artist. Earl has passed away, but Susan Leith made sure we had this piece for our collection. This is Fair Oaks Village, and it's 42C. It's a great piece. Right now we have a $500 bid, and we're looking to take that up to $600. This has a retail of $1,400. So we want to also tell you again about why we are here. We have a $200,000 goal to meet this weekend. We're at about 78%, and we have about 2 hours and change left in the auction. Every person watching makes a difference. Call your friends, call as many people as you can to jump on KVIE, which is broadcasting all across Northern California on PBS, and we will bring you the best art in the region. 270 pieces right now are up for auction, and let me show you some of the pieces. 42A, Tabor Ranch Vineyard and Oak. We're looking for an opening bid right now of $500. We're looking for $500. Can you do that? If so, pick up the phone and call now, because this piece is worth $1,400. Imagine that right now. $2,400 is actually, is it 24 or 14? Okay, so that's A is $2,400, and we're looking for a $500 starting bid right now. There you see it on your screen. It retails for $2,400. It's by Patrick Cosgrove, Tabor Ranch Vineyard and Oak. It's a beautiful piece of art. Call now and place that $500 bid. You could be the lucky winner. 42B Exodus is a $3,000 piece of art by a master. This is by Anne Gregory. We are looking for a starting bid on this piece of $750. You can be the person to call and make that bid right now, and you could be the lucky winner. And item 42C is Fair Oaks Village. Right now, we're up to $500 for this $1,400 retail. Call the number on the screen, 844-584-3278, and that's how you get involved in the auction. Every dollar counts, all right? Let's head back to the art with Christina and Natalie.
All right, we're back with the second half of this California Masters category, and we're with item 42D. This is called Paros Village by Thomas Sellis. This is an oil on canvas measuring 32 by 26 inches, and its retail value is $700. Natalie, such a lovely piece. Where do you want to start?
It really is. I think just the location itself,
Absolutely.
because it's so extraordinary. So Thomas was taking a class on the Greek island of Paros, and he saw the scene in person and said, this is what I have to paint.
Oh, I love it.
So it's painted from life, and he really captures the architecture of this little village. The kind of whitewashed walls, the blue accents of the windows and the doors. And look at this door here. It's just beckoning us to come in. We also have this beautiful courtyard with stones. So it gives us so many details from this Mediterranean village that make us really want to visit.
Mm-hmm. Now, this is the piece, if you're a traveler, if you've visited the Mediterranean, if you've visited Greece, what an amazing piece of original artwork to remind you of those times that you spent there.
Yeah, I mean, I think that would be a great reminder, like you said, and to just think of kind of traveling almost in your mind.
Right.
These shapes up here I'm looking at that he's doing with these blue tones, it really looks like Greece.
It really does. Yeah, he did such a wonderful job of that. We're zooming in on that door and some of the details of the stones that you talked about, because I really want to draw attention to that stonework. Can you talk about the level of detail that he's put in this?
He puts so much detail and kind of leads our eye back here to this door, making these stones much smaller, so of course they seem further away.
Oh, yeah.
And the colors of the stones, you know, those must be local stones in Greece, I would imagine. And then this beautiful bush, it looks like maybe a geranium, just to add that pop of green to it, to kind of accentuate all of the green tones down here.
It's such a lovely piece. And the colors, too, that really nice cooling sense. If you have a home with some pops of green or blue or these kind of neutral tones, wow. I mean, this would be a real stunner, a centerpiece in your home, over a sofa, a mantelpiece, living room, bedroom. You could really put it anywhere and have your eye drawn to, especially with those colors.
I agree. And this staircase here makes me want to go up. You know, it kind of invites you to go into this very kind of peaceful village building. So yeah, as you said, it's a great reminder of Greece or the Mediterranean.
And there's another detail up there. We're just about to catch that little railing too. There's so many details that
that's wonderful.
Yeah, that the camera can catch there. We're looking at item 42D, Paros Village by Thomas Sellis. This is an oil on canvas measuring 32 by 26 inches with a retail value of $700. The number to call is on your screen. You'll see the current bid on your screen as well. Really good size, I've got to say, Natalie. I mean, this is going to really bring so much power and strength and calming to whatever wall that in your home you choose, or office that you choose to put this on.
Yes, and look at the way he's done light over here. I was just noticing it looks so dramatic how it's hitting this wall. So it would add so much light to someone's house.
Absolutely. All right, we're going to keep this piece open for you to continue bidding on, and we're going to move on to our next piece. Our next piece is item 42E. This is called Vineyard in the Foothills, and it's by Maria Winkler. This is an acrylic on canvas. It's measuring 20 by 16 inches. It has a retail value of $550. I love vineyards. They're just such a pleasant subject.
And we had one earlier.
We did.
Now this one is set in the foothills, so you see some kind of mountains in the background here, and it looks almost a little cooler with the colors she's using. You can see the sky is kind of a little cloudy, maybe some fog coming in. And then you have these wonderful vineyards here, all of the grapes. I just think it's amazing the way she does that.
And it really draws your eyes straight to that detail right there in the middle. I love, can you talk a little bit about the perspective that she used there?
Yes, the little building right here. I don't know exactly what it is, but it looks like some sort of little cottage, or maybe it's just a little maintenance building, but it's so charming. And to show that kind of perspective back here, where you can tell it's further away, it's surrounded by all of these beautiful pine trees, kind of nestled into the vineyards. It just gives it a sense of kind of charm, and you wonder, does someone live there? You know, what's the story?
Absolutely, yes. And I also want to talk about the composition too, because you have the sky and the trees and can you talk a little bit about the composition that this artist chose?
So much of the composition is about the sky. I think she chooses almost half of it to show the clouds, and again, those receding hills and kind of low foothills of the Sierras. And then just a few larger trees accentuate kind of the plains of the vineyard. Right. So those just kind of pop up and give you, again, that sense of depth and kind of majesty of those trees.
I'm always impressed when artists can convey depth on something like this. You can feel yourself, you can feel those rolling mountains. It's really talented.
Right.
So
and just the tones of green she uses to give those trees that sense of realism and kind of shadow. Very convincing.
Absolutely. This is, again, a lovely piece. Maybe you are someone who takes drives out in the foothills or enjoys spending time in a vineyard or drinking wine. What a wonderful piece of original artwork to remind you of that, and you could have in your home. All you have to do is call the number on your screen. You'll see the current bid on your screen as well. We're looking at item 42E. It's called Vineyard in the Foothills by Maria Winkler. It's an acrylic on canvas measuring 20 by 16 inches with a retail value of $550. And a really good size, really lovely painting. Do you have any final thoughts with this?
I just think Maria Winkler is an amazing artist, and her brushwork is beautiful. If you get close to it, she has that sense of realism, but also kind of that painterly use of her brush. They kind of rounds out the color, I think, on some of these areas. Just make it very interesting.
Absolutely, yes. All right, we're going to keep this piece open for you to continue bidding on, and we're going to move on to our next piece. Our next piece is item 42F. This is called Window Roses, and it's by Victoria Brooks. This is an oil on linen. It's measuring 20 by 16 inches with a retail value of $1,600. Oh, this is a stunner, Natalie.
It is.
Where do you want to start with this one?
I think just the roses. She does flowers extremely well. Victoria is an amazing artist, and she has kind of still life setups at her place where she puts different objects like the teapot, the teacup, and then this little spoon, and then she pairs them with real roses and creates the scene of kind of just serenity and tranquility. So you want to come sit down.
You do. I could see this placed maybe near your coffee corner or in a living room or somewhere, you know, where you want to feel cozy, because I feel that coziness coming with the teapot and the hot cup of tea or coffee. I mean, wow.
It's inviting, isn't it?
It is very inviting. And can you talk a little bit about the choice of colors? It's kind of a more muted palette, would you say?
It is. Definitely adding a lot of white and maybe some grays to it to make the colors not so bold, but again, really pleasing to the eye.
Absolutely.
So it's a little bit more pastel, and the tones she uses on the flowers are a little bit deeper, kind of calming, very subtle. And I think it's hard to do that, to really show the inside of the flower as the petals move. But she is amazing. And if you look here, the light is actually hitting the flowers, and so they're lighter in tone, a little bit more orange. So that's a lot of skill we're getting. And she said this was next to a window and the light was being refracted through the window, which is why she calls it window roses.
Oh, I love that. I always love when we have the backstory. And as you're talking about the skill of the artist, I do want to remind our viewers, we are in the California Masters half an hour. These are very significant, well-known, extremely skilled artists. All of the ones we've been talking about, we're very grateful for their donations to support the mission of PBS KVIE. And to take home a piece by a master artist such as this, all you have to do is call the number on your screen and you can place a bid. The current bid is on your screen as well. Right now we're looking at item 42F. It's called Window Roses. Love that backstory, by the way, by Victoria Brooks. An oil on linen measuring 20 by 16 inches with a retail value of $1,600. That's interesting that it's on linen. It almost adds even more softness now that I know that detail.
It is. You can see a little bit the texture of the linen, and I love the color of it because it's not a bright, bright white. So you're working with a
little bit of a darker tone, which makes your colors a little bit darker.
Oh, interesting.
So it's less that bright kind of vibrant white.
Yes, and we also have to mention this frame too, because I think she did such a lovely job with this gold, and I mean, it just complements the colors so well.
It's a very traditional frame, and I definitely support her choice of going with this gold to accentuate the still life composition. It's really beautiful.
Absolutely. All right, well, we are nearing the end of this break, which means that now is your very last opportunity to bid on the art featured in this half an hour. I'd like to thank art expert Natalie Nelson for joining us today and sharing her expertise with us. It was so great to be with you, Natalie.
You too.
Thank you. All right, now let's go check in with the bids at the recap station.
Yeah, thanks, Christina. We have some action going on here in the phone bank right now with the Abridged team working the phones for us tonight and taking your bids. Abridged is KVIE's news team bringing the news to our region like no one else. It's a new era in journalism thanks to Abridged. Okay, let's go through the pieces right now. We just have a call coming in right now for we'll tell you about 42A in a minute. I want to show you 42D. This is Perros Village by Thomas Sellis. Yes, did we just hit bell ringer? That's awesome. D just hit bell ringer status. $800, that's fantastic. This is the Masters category in this entire 42 block. Right now, we're at $800 for 42D, this beautiful piece from a beautiful scene in Greece. The Greek Festival was this weekend in Sacramento. Did you go? Do you want to give a gift to somebody who worked really hard at the Greek Festival? This could be your perfect gift. All right, 42E is Vineyard in the Foothills. We're at $300 right now for Maria Winkler's piece. Maria is highly collected and known all across Northern California. She is a stunning artist. Vineyard in the Foothills, $300. Let's get this up to $550, the retail value, because Maria's piece is one of a kind, like all of them in the program tonight. Also, 42F is Window Roses. I love this piece by Victoria Brooks. It is gorgeous. This is a stunning oil and linen. Measures 20 by 16. The retail $1,600. We're at $270 right now. Just jumped up to $300. We have a bidding war going. That's great. Can we get $350? Calling for $350 on 42F for Window Roses for a retail value of $1,600. Okay, so just want to remind you all the money that we're raising right now. Just let me tell you what we're doing in case you're just changing the channels and jumping in right now. You're watching the PBS KVIE art auction, and every dollar we raise goes towards helping meet our goal this weekend of $200,000. We are community funded, and that means you. And we are so grateful for your support. So please call the number on your screen and get involved in the PBS KVIE art auction. 270 pieces, and we're here live till 8 o'clock. 42A, Tabor Ranch Vineyard and Oak. This is a retail of $2,400. Right now, we are working on what we have for this piece right now, but I'm told there's a bidding war going on. We're going to move on to B, 42B. Exodus, this is at $750. That's fantastic. It retails for $3,000. This is by Anne Gregory Exodus. It is on your screen right now, and this is a juror art exhibit. Jill Estroff juror all the pieces in, our art expert. She is also our curator, and this piece, Exodus, is one of a kind. Fair Oaks Village at $1,200. That's fantastic. This is by the late Earl Boley, and we loved Earl so much. This piece was generously donated by Susan Leith. Please make Earl's piece a bell ringer in honor of Earl. We're at $1,200, and we're looking to take this to $1,400 now. Earl, longtime contributor to PBS KVIE, and we really want to make this one a bell ringer in honor of Earl. So call the number on your screen and place a bid right now for $1,400, and this could be yours as early as tomorrow. 42D is Perros Village by Thomas Sellis. This is oil on canvas, and it's a $700 retail. We're at $1,000 bucks. That's great. $1,000 for this beautiful painting of a village in Greece, and that's fantastic. 42E, Vineyard in the Foothills by Maria Winkler. We're so close to being a bell ringer on this. We're at $500. Let's get that to $550 while we're live on the air. We're at $525. Can we get $550? Let's get $550. We have a bidding war going on. We have a couple of calls on this one right now. Let's take this to $550 so we can show you your calls in action. Let's get $550 on this piece and make it a bell ringer. Can we do this? I know we can right now. $25 more, and that will help us meet our goal, and we just did it. Yes, $550. Yes, bell ringer right there for Maria's piece. Okay, thank you. And window roses, we're at $450 right now. This is by Victoria Brooks, a stunning piece. All these pieces are now catching off, which is just fantastic. We're at $450 right now. This has a retail of $1,600. You got to call quick because this half hour is closing fast. Call now. Stay with us. There's more art coming up in the next half hour of the PBS KVIE Art Auction.
Picking up your purchased artwork is quick and easy to do. Visit PBS KVIE Sunday through Tuesday during these posted hours to claim your art. All purchased artwork must be claimed within 30 days of auction closure. For questions, location, and hours, visit kvie.org/art auction. Thank you for being a part of the PBS KVIE Art Auction and for making art a part of your home today. Coming up next is artwork from Archival Gallery in East Sacramento. Located on Folsom Boulevard, the gallery presents contemporary Northern California fine art with monthly exhibitions, an art gift shop, and is the host of Sacramento Mural Alley. View all of the artwork featured in this year's collection at kvie.org/art auction.
All right. Hi there. I'm Rob Stewart. Thanks for joining us for this Archival Gallery segment. And here's an overview of the art that'll be up for bid during the next half hour. Call the second you see this piece that you want. This is 43A. I know this one's going to go through the roof. It's a huge piece of art. This is Richard Stein. It's Ryer Island at Duck Slough, and this is acrylic on canvas. It measures 48 by 36, a large piece. Retails for $2,000. 43B is Et al. By Aaron Martinelli. This is acrylic on canvas measuring 20 by 16, and this retails for $1,400. Item 43C is the Merced by Jim Markson. Acrylic on canvas. Look at that. Wow, that's beautiful. This measures 30 by 40, and it retails for $3,500. A beautiful piece of art. 43D is Twilight Mist by Steve Memmering, and Steve has been with us over the weekend as an art expert, and this piece right now is a stunning piece. $950 is the value, and it can be yours by calling the number on your screen. That is a beautiful painting. 43E is Yosemite's Bridal Veil. Wow. By the highly collected Helen Plannert. This is watercolor measuring 20 by 16, retails for $600, and this is framed by Adagio Custom Picture Framing. Item 43F is Peregrine by Corey Okada. Acrylic on canvas measuring 14 by 10. The retail is $480, and all of these pieces can be yours if you pick up the phone and call the number on your screen, and you can pick them up tomorrow. Okay, the phone lines are open right now, so let's check in with the art auctioneer and the expert.
Hello, I'm Doug Elmitson. Thank you for joining us for this Archival Gallery break. I'm here with art expert Dee Neath. Dee is well known for her media appearances as the Art Lady, highlighting art and culture events throughout the region. Dee is also the director and owner of Archival Gallery in East Sacramento and is the co-founder of Second Saturday and Chalk It Up here in Sacramento. Dee's been active in the arts region for years, actually 40 years, which includes her tenure as KVIE's art curator from 2009 to 2019. Welcome back, Dee. It's great to be with you, and we're going to start with We're going to start with item A, 43A. This is Ryer Island at Duck Slough by Richard Stein.
One of my favorite guys. So we're starting off with the bang here. This is Richard Stein. He is showing in my gallery next month. Which is great. Super popular artist. His work usually sells out, and he's given us a nice big piece that is very typical of his work.
Yeah, it is significant. I mean, it's a large piece. I think that's pretty evident on TV. Maybe if you're watching on the computer, that as well. You know, one of the unique things is obviously, apparently he does all of his framing himself. Is that right?
He builds his frames himself. So when he does the framing, he takes an accent color that's actually in the piece, and in this case, it is the reds that's that are up here in the houses, and it goes all the way around the piece.
Yeah.
So he's quite the craftsman. He also, his pieces are full of texture. You know, these are all this is carved out going in different directions. He paints sometimes with a palette knife.
So this is called Ryer Island at Duck Slough, right?
Slough.
Slough. Slough.
Like flu.
Flu.
Yeah, so he loves to do things along the Sacramento and the American River. Obviously, it really feels like you're flying in. It's an aerial.
Very much so. I was thinking that
view.
exact same thing because I was flying in last week and I noticed how beautiful, obviously, at this time of the year, the landscape is. And it reminded me of this. One of the things we were talking about before we started talking on air was the shadows and your thoughts about the shadows.
Yeah, he's so meticulous in everything. But what I love is these purple little trees. And I mean, there's little shadows everywhere. And here, down here, where the shadows are a bright blue. You can see right now they were showing a close-up of that great texture. But he really plays with the shadows.
Right.
They're down here along the roadside. They're purple over here, they're blue over here. He's got them up here again. I love these trees because the trees in Sacramento really look like that from the air.
They do. Well, the retail value is $2,000. The number's on your screen. We want to hear from you now. We need to hear from you now. All of the proceeds go to KVIE, so we use the proceeds to bring you the quality programming that you always count on here at KVIE. But we need to hear from you. And
He's an award winner, by the way, here at KVIE. He's been a past award winner, and he shows in my gallery. So what we are giving you here, this isn't a leftover piece from a show last year. He is showing next month, and this is a piece he pulled from my gallery to include in the KVIE gallery.
Well, we're going to keep this open, and we're going to move on to 43B, all right? Okay, 43B is a tall by Aaron Martinelli. This is an acrylic on canvas. It's 20 by 16, and it's got a retail value of $1,400. This is really cool.
I love her work. She's really active with Elk Grove Fine Arts, but she also shows at Archival. She was in a show last month, as a matter of fact. This is very typical of her work. You know, she loves to do these little country houses, sometimes barns out in the, out in the countryside as you're driving, driving down the river or driving towards towards Woodland or Elk Grove. She is so not afraid of color. She's got these hot pinks and a really nice, kind of changing sky.
And if it appears blurry on your screen, it's blurry in real life, and that's her technique, I presume.
Yes, she does a very loose brush, very impressionistic technique.
And it's floated inside this beautiful frame.
She's painted all the way around the canvas, so there's a little bit that you can't see on the TV, but it's there. And then it's in this nice cradled frame that keeps the piece safe and gets it up on your wall.
So the number's on your screen. We need to hear from you. You can also go to kvie.org. It's a retail value of $1,400. This will be a bell ringer, I'm absolutely sure. If you're looking for, say, a wedding gift, a Christmas gift, just a gift for somebody that you love or know. What a great way to give something that's so unique.
I am happy. Oh, I probably shouldn't even be saying this, but I think everybody knows. My niece is going to have a child. My niece in Arkansas.
Congratulations.
And every time there's a child born in our family, I buy them their first piece of art. And this would be a great little piece for that. They're starting off somebody's collection really young.
That's so great. And it's a wonderful gift because, in fact, I got a text message the other day from somebody who said, I so enjoyed the Christmas gift you gave me last year. It was so unique, a wonderful piece of art, something that I would have never expected, and something that I've now enjoyed and will enjoy for years to come. I mean, what a great way to contribute to KVIE.
And especially Aaron's work. It's easy to place. It's a nice size.
Exactly.
You don't want to get somebody something that they can't fit in their car.
Where would you put something like this?
To me, this is kind of a focal piece because of the bright colors. So I would do like a dining room or a living room, maybe even your entry hall.
Right.
Or someplace that needs a window.
Right.
Because it does feel like you're looking out a window on a beautiful sunny day.
So again, this is item 43B, and it's got a retail value of $1,400. I have to tell you that as you well know, Dee knows me well, and she knows how much I love collecting art. And one of the great things is if you feel like you've got too much art, it's always great to recycle or to move it around. And in fact, moving it around lets you see it in completely different perspective. And so it doesn't always have to be in a living room or a dining room. It could be in a bedroom. It could be in an office.
One of the things that I loved was when my son moved out, went off to college, I said, pick 4 pieces out of the house.
Yeah.
And it's a joy to be able to see these pieces that were once important parts of my collection become parts of his collection.
Yeah.
So if you pick this up, you can make this part of your collection and move one of your pieces into your kids' collection or a good friend. But this is a good choice. Erin donates all the time. She's been supporting KVIE for like 10 years. Like I said, one of the real popular artists in Elk Grove.
Well, we're going to keep it open, 43B, and we're going to move on to 43C. 43C is The Merced by Jim Markson, and it is acrylic on canvas measuring 30 by 40, and it's got a retail value of $3,500. Very, very special. I would be bidding on this myself if I could.
One of the favorite artists in my gallery, people literally bang on the window while I'm installing his show to get in early. He always does very well. He kind of has sort of a Disney-esque feel, and he doesn't mind me saying that because he really feels the same thing himself. You just want to step into his paintings.
Right.
He has a really lush use of color. These are, to quote one of our favorite guys, the happiest little trees you will ever see. You know, his work makes you smile. It really does.
And the colors are so vibrant and would really make any wall, any room completely pop.
Oh yeah, this is a focal piece, definitely. Yeah. He's very brave with his palette. There's all kinds of purples up in here and the yellows, and then it kind of peters down into these rich greens.
And certain aspects of it look almost like a photograph, but you know, you can see the thickness of the paint, and it's beautifully it's done on board, I gather.
It's on canvas.
It's on canvas.
It's just got the edges painted.
Got it.
So it doesn't need a frame.
It's an acrylic on canvas, and it measures 30 by 40 inches. It's got a retail value of $3,500. The number's right there on your screen. So we want to hear from you. This is really a great opportunity to get a significant piece, something that will really help KVIE, but will be something that will increase in value for yourself and your family.
Yeah, Jim Markson is very popular in the gallery. People just love him, and this is a larger work for him.
Right.
Most of his work is half this size, so it's really nice to see him branch out and paint large. And this was painted specifically for KVIE. It has not been exhibited before. So it's a brand new piece.
Right. A brand new piece is really great. I mean, it's so unique.
Yeah.
We want to make this a bell ringer. We need to hear from you now. You don't want to wake up tomorrow morning and find out that you wish you had bid on this and you didn't, because it is one of a kind, very unique, done specifically for this beautiful KVIE art gallery.
He does not produce a lot of work. Jim only shows about once every year and a half, 2 years, and it takes him that long to produce about 12 paintings, which is one of the reasons he's so sought after. So this is a great way to acquire this artist's work and support KVIE at the same time.
Absolutely. It's 43C, The Merced by Jim Markson. Acrylic on canvas, as we've talked about, measuring 30 by 40, so it's a significant piece, and it's got a retail value of $3,500. We want to hear from you. We want to continue to bring you the quality programming you always count on here at KVIE, and now, more than ever, we really need your support. And at the same time, you get some great art. I mean, when I talk to friends and they say, well, Doug, how do you acquire art? I always encourage them to go to KVIE, the absolute largest art gallery any place in Northern California is this auction right now.
And you can buy art in your pajamas.
Absolutely. How great is that? The number's on your screen. We need to hear from you right now. All right, we're going to halfway through this break, which means we're going to go and keep this piece open and check in over at the recap station for bidding updates.
Wow, that Jim Markson is stunning. All right, you just heard from Doug and Dee talking about the great artwork from Archival Gallery, the collection there. Let's review the bids right now and check out these pieces. They are stunning. Look at the number on your screen, pick up your phone and call for Richard Stein's Ryer Island at Duck Slough. We have a bid right now for $12.50. We have multiple calls here in the PBS KVIE phone bank. Our phone bank is abridged. Our news team tonight. Right now we have a $1,250 bid. We're looking for $1,300, and let's get that up right now to toward the retail value of $2,000. Richard Stein's pieces are highly collected. To me, they remind me of an aerial view over Sacramento, and this is a stunning shot right here, if you will, a creation of Ryer Island at Duck Island. It's a big piece, 48 by 36. The next one is 43B. It's called Et al. By Aaron Martinelli. Acrylic on canvas measuring 20 by 16. This retails for $1,400. Can we get $1,400 right now? We're at $13. If we can get $14 for this, we will hit our retail amount on this piece. We have about an hour and 45 minutes left in the auction, and we need to meet our goal of $200,000 right now, and we are at about 82% of that goal, so we've got work to do, and that involves you. Pick up the phone, call the number on your screen, place your bid for that beautiful piece you just saw called Et al., and it's by Aaron Martinelli. All of the works in this entire collection donated to PBS KVIE so that we can raise money to keep our mission and our service strong. Every dollar we raise is like a circle, and you are part of that circle, and it goes in to keeping our programming and our service for you. 43C is the Merced. And look at this. We have $750 right now on this piece. This is the Merced by the highly collected Jim Markson. You heard Dee explaining how people are clamoring to get in her gallery when Jim's pieces are going up on the wall. And this is a piece right now. We are working to confirm. We now have an $1,800 bid, which is not even, it's about half of the retail value. It's a little more than half right there, but the Merced is now at $1,800. We're looking for $1,900 to take this one up to the retail, which is what it would sell for if it were at Archival, $3,500. Let's go through ABC again real quick. 43A, Ryer Island at Duck Slough. Look at this piece. This piece is 4 feet tall. It is gorgeous. This is by the highly collected Richard Stein. Next one is 43B. It's Et al. This is by Aaron Martinelli. We're at $1,300. Come on, let's get that to $1,400 to make it a bell ringer. And then finally, we're at the Merced 43C. This is at $1,800 right now with a retail of $3,500. That is by Jim Markson. Okay, let's head back over to Dee and Doug for the remaining pieces of the Archival Gallery break.
All right, we're back with the second half of this category. Let's talk about item 43D. This is Twilight Mist by Steve Memmering. And it's an oil on canvas measuring 18 by 24. It's got a retail value of $950. Really cool. Very beautiful piece.
Okay, so there's a little story about this one. Steve is one of my favorite artists, and I've been trying to get him to show in my gallery for quite some time. So we put him in with the gallery, so I could just tell him that on TV and pressure him a little. But this is a beautiful example of his work. I love how soft it is, the soft colors coming in. He's the quintessential California landscape artist.
And do you think this is in the Sacramento region?
I'm not sure quite where it is, but it's really typical of his work. It's
actually the Fair Oaks Bridge.
It is the Fair Oaks Bridge.
Yes.
Okay, well, there we go. And it looks like it could be either sunrise or sunset. He's really well known for his beautiful palette. You know, it's when you get up close, they're just dots, but when you get back, they become flowers. He's very painterly, and he's also what I like to call a painter's painter. Other artists really respond to his work and respect it. And California landscapes are one of the best investments as far as art goes. The Japanese are crazy for them. You know, especially the older ones are going nuts and anything of Lake Tahoe. But what a great investment this is.
Well, I was actually going to just ask you about that and to share this with our viewers, because this is a value of $950. And whatever the value is not always really what the ultimate value is going to be.
Right.
Because of the investment value. Can you sort of talk to our viewers a little bit about that?
Yeah, what we're dealing with right now in this group and the last group we just went through, these are all artists that are professional artists. They show in galleries, and these are the prices the galleries get for them. As artists become more popular and start showing outside the area, and which he has, their prices go up. This same painting 5 or 6 years ago would have had a retail value of about $600. So you can see that art is also an investment. And Steve Memmering is an amazing guy, always supports KVIE and always gives us his best work.
Well, this is 43D Twilight Mist, and it does look like Twilight Mist. You
And
can
it's
see
got
the
mist.
sun sort of peeking through.
And you can see there's a nice signature on it.
Exactly.
It's a really good size. He's painted the edges, so it doesn't necessarily need to be framed. Or if you want to make it a little more prominent in your home, you know, you can put a frame on it too. This is a really elegant piece for a dining area or your entry hall, and it really screams California landscape.
And it's on your screen right now. The number is on your screen. All you have to do is call in, bid. It's so easy.
It's going to go fast.
It's going to go fast. It's fun. You don't want to wake up tomorrow. This is one of a kind.
Yeah.
So this is not like you're going to find this.
No, you're not going to walk into my gallery and see it, but hopefully you'll walk into my gallery and see his work soon.
Well, exactly. That's exactly right. We're going to keep this open, and we're going to move on to 43E. And 43E is Yosemite's Bridal Veil by Helen Plenert, and it's a watercolor measuring 20 by 16, and it's got a retail value of $600, and it was beautifully framed by somebody who you used to work with, Adagio Custom Picture Framing. It is beautifully framed. I love this frame. I love the matting.
Athena did a beautiful job. She used to be part of archival framing, and now archival framing is no more, and it's become Adagio, and she owns it. But let's talk about Helen's piece. This piece almost made me cry. My husband he had a whole entire wall of Yosemite pieces. We went to Yosemite all the time. It was a very important part of our family. And Helen Plenart's, there was one of her pieces, and that was his absolute favorite. And if he was with us right now, he would be burning up the phone lines to get this. It's an absolute gorgeous example of Helen's work.
And if you know people who love Yosemite, people who
what if you went there on your honeymoon, or you got married there?
Yes,
or,
that's a great idea. And what a wonderful gift as a reminder. You know, I mean, I just want to talk a little bit about the value of this, which is $600, which honestly, I mean,
with that frame job, it should be more.
Absolutely. That's exactly
beautiful.
what I was going to say. And if you have nothing on your walls, if you're thinking about maybe you want something lovely to have to add to the discussion when your friends come over.
You know, your office, a piece of Yosemite invites people to discuss things. It invites them to bring up memory.
If you're a doctor, a lawyer, a lobbyist, you want something for your office, how cool is this?
Yeah, and Helen she is known for her watercolors. And what amazes me about watercolor is you can't paint white, so the white is where she doesn't paint.
Oh, is that right?
So you make a mistake on a watercolor and it's all over.
Right.
You know, it's one of the hardest mediums, and Helen has just always been a master at it. She shows at my gallery. She also shows, I think in Fair Oaks. She's been around, you know, she's been showing for probably 25, 30 years that I've been associated with her. And what a jewel to get for your collection.
Absolutely. And as we've discussed before, it's great to give as a gift. You know, my children all are the beneficiaries of all of the art that I've purchased that I have no more room for. In fact, my daughter just left yesterday with a truckload of art to take back to Arizona.
That's what I did when Tom passed. We had the Yosemite wall, which he used to rearrange constantly, and it had 1 million pieces on it. And I let every one of the family members come through and pick their favorite piece. I did keep Helen's, though.
Well, this is Yosemite Bridal Veil by Helen Plenert. It's a watercolor measuring 20 by 16. It's got a retail value of $600. Beautifully framed.
Framed and ready to go home.
Beautiful mat, exactly. You can have it tomorrow. You don't want to wake up tomorrow and wish you would have bid on it because it's one of a kind.
It is.
We're going to keep this open and we're going to move along to 43F. 43F is Peregrine, and it's by Corey Okada. And he did this beautiful acrylic on canvas measuring 14 by 10, and it's got a retail value of $480. Beautiful piece.
You own Corey's work, I think.
I don't.
Because you've come in before and looked.
Yeah.
Corey's been showing with me for almost 40 years. He started out as an introductions artist back in the 80s. He's shown at the Crocker. He's very popular. He won an award last year. I can't remember the name of the thing, but anyway, he's a big award winner. He actually did this piece specifically for KVIE.
Is that right?
Because he didn't have available work.
Incredible.
So yeah, it's a one-of-a-kind piece. It's the only Okada you're going to find here in the auction. And you know, one of my all-time favorite artists.
Yeah, it's and the definition. I mean, I can see it really well. I think you can on the screen. It's also, you know, wrapped canvas, painted dark around the sides. Again, it could be framed, but I like it sort of like this, the natural look.
Like this
and this is just something that's so lovely that really, you know, makes you look at it and wonder and think.
He's very known for his beautiful female forms, and he's been doing that for a while. He also has a really bold palette. You know, he has a tendency to use a lot of like yellows and pinks in places that are, you know, you wouldn't really think of them that way. It's very, the eyes on this one are gorgeous.
And to think that he did it especially for this auction.
He did.
Which is pretty special.
Yeah, he's one of our masters.
Yes.
In the auction, he, like I said, has been showing for 40 plus years. He's a professional artist, a consummate professional.
So this is 43F, and it's a Peregrine, and it's by Corey Okada. And it's acrylic on canvas. Acrylic, I do love acrylic on canvas. And it's small, but it's significant.
You know, it's visually got a lot of impact because normally portraits are face on. And there's something about this, like she is looking off at something else.
Yeah.
It's not a traditional portrait, which I really like.
Exactly. Well, we need to hear from our viewers. You see the number on your screen. It's easy to bid. We want you to know that all of the artists have donated all of these works so that we can continue to bring you the non-commercial, non-violent, always age-appropriate TV here on KVIE, and we can really use your support now more than ever.
Yeah.
Any final thoughts on this one, Dee?
It's a jewel,
Yeah.
you know, and it's going to go fast. So call now.
All right, call now, exactly. Well, we're nearing the end of this break, which means that now is your last opportunity to bid on the art featured in this half hour. Now let's check in over at the recap station for an update.
Every bid, every bell ringer, every art sale brings us a step closer to meeting our $200,000 goal this weekend. And when they say now more than ever, they mean it. We are 100% community funded. We have about an hour and a half to go in our auction. So let's get these phone lines ringing right now. The phone number is on your screen, and every single call counts. Every single piece right now in this half hour, which is the 43 half hour, we want to make a bell ringer, okay? Here we go. Let's start right now with 43D. This is Twilight Mist by Steve Memmering. Yes, we're at $2,100 for this piece, which is fantastic. 43E, we're gonna jump on to Bridal, Yosemite's Bridal Veil. We're at $800. Ring those bells. That's right. 43F is Peregrine. We're at $150. We're calling for $200 while we are live on the air right now for Corey Okada's piece. Corey created this for PBS KVIE, and this could be yours by calling the number on your screen right now. This is award-winning art right now from the Archival Gallery, and it can be yours as early as tomorrow. Pickup days tomorrow and Tuesday. Let's jump up to 43A, which is Riker Island at Duck Slough, and wait till you see this. It is well worth it right now. $39.50. Yes! Let's get $4,000 for Richard Stein's piece. Let's make it a double bell ringer. Come on, $4,000. We can do 50 more for this piece and make it a double bell ringer. 43B is Etal. This is by Aaron Martinelli, and it's a bell ringer. $1,500. Look at that. Yes, thank you so much. That does not mean these pieces are closed. They are still open for your bids. 43C is the Merced. This is by the highly collected Jim Markson. $2,100 is where we are right now. This has a retail of $3,500, and I'm telling you, that is investment art right there. Highly collected Jim Markson right now. You heard about Dee talk about how many people are banging to get in her gallery when there is one of his shows. Right now, let's see, $2,200. Can we do it? I know we can, because you know that PBS KVIE matters, and so do you. The next one is 43D Twilight Mist by Steve Memmering, and that is soaring over a bell ringer at $2,750 right now. Yes, Twilight Mist is a bell ringer. That's great. And the next one right now is 43E, and you are looking at Yosemite's Bridal Veil by the one and only Helen Planner. This is at $800 right now. Yes, this is so awesome. Every dollar counts. And the next piece is Peregrine. 43F by Corey Okada. Let's see 300 on this. We're close to the bell ringer. The status for this one is 480 for the retail. We're at 275. Let's jump up to $300, and let's just keep on climbing, okay? Because we need to meet our goal of 200 grand this weekend, okay? Stay with us. There's much more to come in the next half hour of the PBS KVIE Art Auction.
PBS KVIE is committed to the visual and performing arts through national productions like All Creatures Great and Small on Masterpiece, to our local productions like KVIE Art Showcase, and through the PBS KVIE Gallery, exhibiting award-winning art auction artists and California masters. PBS KVIE's commitment to the arts stays strong because of your participation as a donor and art buyer. Thank you for being a part of the PBS KVIE Art Auction and for making art a part of your home today. Coming up next is artwork from Archival Gallery in East Sacramento. Located on Folsom Boulevard, the gallery presents contemporary Northern California fine art with monthly exhibitions, an art gift shop, and is the host of Sacramento Mural Alley. View all of the artwork featured in this year's collection at kvie.org/artauction.
Hi there, I'm David Lowe, and we are back with more art from Archival Gallery. Here's an overview of the artwork that will be up for bid this half hour. Item 44A is La Bohemienne by Maureen Hood. This is mixed media, measuring 40 by 30 inches. Retail value is $2,200. Item 44B is Circles and Lines by Leslie McCarran. This is oil on board. It measures 20 by 20 inches, and it has a retail value of $1,200. Item 44C is Amalia Louise Beasley by Deborah Kreck Harnish. This is mixed media, measuring 35 by 21 by 12 inches, and the retail value is $600. Item 44D is Eiffel Tower at Midnight by Carol Mott Binkley. This is photography, and it measures 17 by 11 inches, and the retail value is $300. Item 44E is Roses, Peonies, and Oleander by Davy Fiveash. This is oil on canvas. It measures 24 by 36 inches. The retail value is $1,600. And item 44F is Slough House by William Peterson. This is ceramic measuring 12 by 12 by 4 inches, and the retail value is $500. All right, the phone lines are open, and our phone bank, they're ready to take your bids. Let's see the art.
Hi there, I'm Doug Elmitz, and we're back for another round of works from Archival Gallery. And joining me once again in the studio is our art expert, Dee Neath. Dee, thank you very much for being here to continue this discussion. It's very fun to be with you. This is 44A, La Boheme by Maureen Hood. It's a mixed media, measuring 40 by 30, and it's got a retail value of $2,200. Tell us a little bit about this. I know you're a big Maureen Hood fan.
Yeah, I am a huge Maureen Hood fan, and I want to tell everybody these next couple pieces that we're doing are some of my gallery favorites, and they're the people that sell out. So you might want to get on the phone now to start bidding.
Exactly.
Anyway, this is Maureen Hood. She's a Sacramento area artist. She has been, she's a professional artist. She's been showing for years, and all the way back to Solomon Dubnik times. And She is super popular in Palm Springs. She shows at a gallery down there as well. Just recently showed at my gallery about 3 months ago.
Right.
This piece is stellar. This piece is all about a woman traveling independently. So you see this woman that's done with this great collage, and Maureen has really made collage Maureen Hood's medium.
And that's what her main medium is.
She is
collage.
known for it. And I see so much bad collage because, you know, I jury a lot of competitions and things like that. Hers are done archivally, where this is not cut out of a magazine. She takes the piece out of the magazine, she scans it and transfers it to archival quality paper.
Yeah.
So it's never going to yellow or shrivel up like those horrible things you did in high school. And then most of it, you know, she treats these little pieces of paper like paint. And there is some paint and texture in this as well. But this is, you know, obviously a woman who's traveling by herself and contemplating. She's overpacked, much like my sister when she visits. Maybe she's waiting for a cab. We don't know. It's a very good sized piece for Maureen's work, and it's very nicely framed.
And that's one of the great things about, I think, her pieces and art generally, because it evokes discussion.
Yeah.
I know when people come into our home or go into our children's home, they see this art, they're so fascinated by it. And it just generates so much discussion, but it's an icebreaker.
And I love that idea that everybody looks at things different. I have a piece in my house that's a woman that I always thought was unwrapping a gift. And then I was told later by the artist, no, she's wrapping the gift. And now I look at it completely different. We don't know if she's arriving at the airport or leaving at the airport or waiting for a cab somewhere. You know, it's a very contemplative piece. It's got beautiful colors in it. You know, she's got all these muted blues. It's a pretty good sized piece, so it could become a focal point in your home.
It's 40 by 30, as we discussed, mixed media. It's 44A. It's La Boheme by Maureen Hood. It's got a retail value of $2,200. I think that is, I mean, given the pieces I've seen in your gallery and the fact that she has donated this to KVIE, you see the number on your screen. We want to hear from you now.
Yeah,
Please bid, and if you've already bid again.
Yeah.
There's never any reluctance on our part to bid against yourself.
When you go over the retail price, that's your little tax deduction right there. So that's always a nice thing to make a bell ringer.
Absolutely.
She's been a bell ringer numerous times. I suspect this piece will do the exact same thing. She's an investment type artist.
Well, we're going to keep it open, and we're going to move on to 44B. 44B is Circles and Lines by Leslie McCarran. It's oil on board, measuring 20 by 20, and it's got a retail value of $1,200. This will be a bell ringer. This is just so great.
She had a show that just finished in September, and people fight over her works. And this was typical of the pieces that were in the show, and it's very typical of her work. She is the only artist that I've ever commissioned.
Is that
because
right?
I had a certain size piece that I needed in my kitchen, and so she built it on that size and actually used a couple vases that I had.
So she paints on board. So maybe you can explain what that means.
Yeah, it's on cradle board, which has a nice maple side to it. So it forces it off the wall, and there's no shadow of a frame on it, which is kind of nice and allows her to paint right up to the edge. You know, if you tried to put a frame over this, it might cover part of her signature, which she scratches in down in the corner. So it's not super obvious.
And one of the beautiful things about her works is it's versatile. It can go any place.
Oh, yeah.
You know, some pieces are really sort of designed for maybe,
They're a little more formal.
Yeah, a little more formal. This is the type of thing that really could go any place.
This is really fun in a mid-century, modern, contemporary type home, but it's even more fun in like a vintage little East Sac cottage. They're happy pieces. They're bright. They're poppy. She's really well known for this last show. These don't have shadows behind them, so they kind of reach out. And she's got this bright red. She gessos the entire thing, and the gesso is what's underneath the paint to start. This is all gessoed bright red.
Oh, is that right? Oh,
so that's why the green has so much depth to it, because it's not a solid green.
Wow.
Yeah.
Okay, well, this is called 44B, Circles and Lines by Leslie McCarran. It's oil on board, as we talked about, maple board, measuring 20 by 20, and it's got a retail value of $1,200. And think about all the things that you spend money on. Why not make an investment in art and make an investment in public television?
Yeah.
Make an investment in KVIE. Now is the time to really make that investment in the quality programming that we bring you 365 days a year. You're not going to find it anyplace else on the dial, and I know you won't, because I'm one of those people who searches around for things, and I always end up coming back to KVIE, and we hope you will too. So give us some final thoughts, and then we'll move along.
Leslie has been supporting the auction for probably 10 or 12 years, and she's just a delight to work with. She is just as vibrant and happy as her paintings are. And this is a prime example of her work, and you can own a reasonably sized one and pick it up tomorrow.
Well, that's how great is that? All right, we're going to keep it open, and we're going to move on to 44C. And 44C is Malia Louise Beasley's, she's pretty cool, by Donna Cara Harnish. It's a mixed meeting. Deborah Craig Harnish, excuse me about that. It's mixed media, measuring 35 by 21 by 12, and it's got a retail value of $600.
Okay,
and Dee, let me just say, when I saw this, the first person I thought of was you, because it looks so much like you.
Because it has my scrawny little neck.
Well, and you know something, look at those little shoes. I have my
Those
parents.
are baby shoes.
My parents did that to my shoes when I was a little, bronze them.
This is one of her larger works. What I love about her works is they come with a story card, and Amelia Louise Beasley's story is that little Amelia's grandma Vida always said that the sole purpose of a child's middle name is so she knows when she's really in trouble. Poor Amelia Louise has never been called just plain Amelia. She doesn't just skate on thin ice, she dances across it. Her sidekick dog, Sir Charles McFurpants, isn't much help. And the story goes on from there. So they all come with a complete story.
And just point
I'm
out some.
I'm going to flip her around.
Okay,
here.
yeah, point out some of the detail, like the crown and
She's
the
got
balls in the crown.
And those are vintage children's sunglasses that she's wearing. She's made out of, also in the description, the artist always includes what the pieces are constructed of. She collects these vintage baby shoes, which are bronzed baby shoes. Most of them are from the 40s and 50s. And this is a salt and pepper shape.
I mean, I can't believe the retail value is only $600. I mean, the amount of time and effort and work
And this is
the sense of creativity.
It is a very big piece for her.
Right.
She is always available at the gallery because she's so popular. I keep her work around. The littler pieces I sell are only about a foot high, so they're only about that high. And those normally sell for, you know, $200 to $300. This is one of the largest ones I've ever seen. What a fun thing in a child's room or in near your dressing area, because she's so well accessorized.
Yeah, it is. And we've talked about this before, but the fact that art evokes discussion. And it does say a little bit about who you are as a person. And how fun would it be to have something like this to greet you as you walked in the front door?
If you're a lady that's known for her handbag collection or is a real clothes horse, what a fun thing to have in your dressing room.
Okay,
I have two of them.
Well, this is 44C, and it is mixed media, measuring 35 by 21 by 12. It's got a retail value of $600. And remind us about the artist and the artist's name.
Deborah Craig Harnish has been shown with me for years. She's a big supporter of KVIE. This is what her work looks like.
Archival Gallery in East Sacramento.
In East Sacramento.
Yes.
So if you want to see littler works by her, I have them. This would be spectacular on an entry table when you first walked into somebody's house. I love her coat hanger arms. Yeah, she's just a joy.
I have a bunny that I got from you. From a well-known artist who has since passed away, that greets people when they walk in the front door of our house, and his hand is out like that.
And that bunny is worth about 3 times what you paid for it.
Well, that's pretty good.
So that's always a good point to make.
That is a really good point to make. Well, all right. Well, we're moving along and halfway through this break, which means we're going to keep this piece open and the others, and check in over at the recap station for the bidding updates.
Thanks, Doug and Dean. We're going to go back to them in just a minute. Every call, every bid, every bell ringer matters. You can win that art right now, but you need to call in. All right, we're going to look at item 44A and check in. It's La Bohemienne. And right now we need our first bid. So right now we have that value, $2,200. Someone should be calling in right now and say, I want to bid on 44A. It's really easy. Just call that number on your screen and we'll take care of it. You're going to be the high bidder in just about a minute, but you've got to pick up the phone and do it now. We need a starting bid of just $450. Make it happen. Make it be you. Item 44B is Circles and Lines by Leslie McCarran. This is the oil on board. And you can see we have a current bid of $650. You can come in with a bid of $750. We'll go up in increments of $100 on that as we race towards the retail value of $1,200, which is also our goal. We'd love to be able to get all of these at the value that the artist wanted us to get when they said, I'm going to donate this piece to KVIE as a very important fundraiser. And then item 44C, Amelia Louise Beasley, and you can see that has a current bid of $350. And if you are interested in, actually it just went to $400. That's how it happens. There was a phone call that came in, now it's $400. If you want to call in and become the high bidder, you're going to need to have a bid of $450. We're going to see that go up in $50 increments. And then hopefully we'll be ringing a bell because we want these to be bell ringers. We're trying to raise $200,000 in these 3 days. This is the last of the 3 days. It's a very important fundraiser here for KVIE. As you know, federal funding is gone. We had it for over 50 years. It was a very important part of our budget, but it wasn't the only part of our budget. You have always been a very important part of our budget. And now you're pretty much all of it because Congress said, go fund yourselves. And we took that literally and said, let's do it. And that's why we're trying to raise $200,000 right now as we end this later tonight. All right, let's go through these 3 items again before we go back to Doug and Dee. Item 44A, we're looking for a bid, and we do have a bid of $450. We need the second bid to come in. Again, we're going to go up in increments of $100 on that one. It's below that value of $2,200. I'm sure the person on the phone right now with that first bid is like, please let it be me. No one else call. But that's not how an auction works. Sometimes it does, but it's not good for KVIE if there's only one bid. So let's make your bid the next one. Item 44B is Circles and Lines, has a current bid of $750, and that one, I think within this half hour, we're going to see that one hit the value because that's been moving up as we have been talking. So if you're interested, you got to call though right now. And then item 44C, this is Amelia Louise Beasley. As they said, maybe this is something that you can put by your door and it's going to greet you as a current bid of $475. I think the next time that we come back in and check in, you're going to see that as a bell ringer. So call right now if you're interested, but you got to make it happen. All right, let's see the next 3 works of art in this archival break with Doug and Dee.
All right, we're back for the second half of the break, continuing on with our next piece from Archival Gallery in East Sacramento. And this is 44D, Eiffel Tower at Midnight by Carol Mott Binkley. It's a photograph measuring 17 by 11, and it's got a retail value of $300. And Carol is a friend of both of ours.
Yes.
And she is a prolific photographer.
She is amazing. She has been in the Crocker Art Auction. Yeah. She's shown at my gallery numerous times. Right. She's a gallery favorite. She takes her photos with a iPhone.
Yeah.
And she was one of the first artists to use that as a medium. Yeah. Now, she does spend a lot of money having the prints made. Yeah. She has a really good printer. Hal does them. This was her first trip to Paris. And I like the fact that she will photograph very public places and manage to get them with no people and no cars. Yeah. And, you know, and I'm like, what are you out there at 3 o'clock in the morning?
Right. I mean, the detail is incredible. And of course, the matting of the red, white, and blue.
Yeah. She's
pretty special.
Athena framed this for her and over at Adagio and does her framing. And Carol always uses these really great colored mats. They have a colored core to them. So when you cut them, you just get this nice line of colors. So she's got the French colors in there of blue, white, and red. Right. And it's the Eiffel Tower. If you went to Paris, on vacation, if you are planning on taking somebody to Paris.
Or if you want to just imagine that you're going to go to Paris and live, vicariously through this photograph, the detail is incredible. 44D, Eiffel Tower at midnight. It's a photograph. It's a good size photograph. This would look great in an office. It would look great in a doctor's office, lobby, lobbyist's office, but really any place in a home. And I think some people think that art always has to be, like painted on canvas or, in a...
No. And this is a one...
Photography is really great.
Photography is, and the way she's got, there's like a streak of light, like there was maybe a falling star back there, and you can see a couple little stars in the background. It's a beautiful piece. Maybe now's the time to start your wall that has a piece that represents every place you've ever been. I don't know.
Exactly.
Or, again, like I said...
Or where you want to move.
Or where you want to go.
Yeah,
if you've got that teenage daughter that her goal is to go to France someday, well, maybe she needs this for inspiration.
That's a great idea.
Yeah.
You're a pretty good salesperson.
I try.
Okay, well, the number's on your screen. The bidding is pretty easy. All you have to do is call. We've got a great group of people that'll walk you through the process. You can have it tomorrow. Come down, pick it up, have it tomorrow. 44th D, Eiffel Tower at midnight. Any final thoughts on this before we move along?
No, just that Carol Mott she has been supporting KVIE forever, and just one of my all-time favorite artists. A joy to work with, very professional, and is just as happy as her work is.
We're going to keep it open, move it along, and we're going to go to 44E. And 44E is Roses, Peonies, and Oleander by Davy Five-Ash. This is oil on canvas measuring 24 by 36, and it's got a retail value of $1,600. This is really special. The framing is just really makes it all pop.
I picked the framing on this.
I actually, I think I've had this framing on something.
Yeah, it's a beautiful frame.
This is a really, really beautiful piece.
From Roma. It comes from Italy. It's an amazing piece. I watched Davy has his studio in the back of Archival.
Mm-hmm.
We have 2 studios in the back for working artists.
Mm-hmm.
Davy Five-Ash is at the gallery more than I am. He is there when I get there in the morning, and he is there when I leave. I have never met an artist that is so devoted to his work. He is constantly, these paintings take him hours. He teaches a workshop on this as well. And this is a beautiful representation of his work. He's got these, the different flowers, and I always get flowers for the gallery. When Davy's done painting, he sticks them in the gallery for me. That guy spends a fortune on flowers. But he always works from a live model. He's very well known for these floral still lifes.
And it looked like, I thought it was a shadow from the studio, but it's actually a shadow on this painting, isn't it? Over there by you?
Yeah, there's these are little. He does like this wallpaper background that I just love. If you've ever parked behind my gallery, he did a huge mural that's back there. That's all pink flowers. So this is the prime example of somebody to invest in. This is a young artist who works really hard, shows all over the place. Again, he's a Palm Springs guy too. Used to work at the Crocker a long time ago, but now he works full time as an artist. And this would be
generously donated this to the KVIE.
This would be the crown jewel of your collection. And it's not, it's not something that you could only buy it in a gallery and right here.
This would look lovely over a fireplace. It would look beautiful in a bedroom.
Stop spending $150 buying your wife flowers that are going to die and give her this bouquet.
or buying, velvet covered Elvis prints. You can get serious art from really well-known artists. And of course, invest in great art and help KVIE. So this is 44E, Roses, Peonies, and Oleanders by Davy Five-Ash.
And what a nice piece that's both contemporary and super traditional. People love realism. And I mean, you can feel the freshness of these flowers. You can see the reflections. I love the water line down here in the water glass. It's a beautiful piece of Davy's, and it's framed and ready to go.
framed and ready to go. It can be yours tomorrow. We're going to keep it open, and we're going to move on to 44F. And 44F is Slough House by William Peterson. It's a ceramic measuring 12 by 12 by 4, and it's got a retail value of $500. Beautiful piece.
You love mid-century
I do.
modern stuff,
Yeah,
and he is such a mid-century type artist. One of my best-selling artists. He has been a graphic designer his entire life. Recently started showing art professionally about 7 or 8 years ago, and I just sell out his shows. This piece can go outside, which is nice. It can go near your front door and all that, and it's obviously an aerial representation. If you're the person who bought the Richard Stein, this is a nice companion piece.
Right, absolutely. This is also the type of thing that can hang on a wall. It could sit on a coffee table.
It's
it could sit on like a little easel.
You can put it on a stand, yeah. One of the nice things about ceramic is you can put them in places that are hard to place art.
Yeah.
You can put them in your kitchen near your, because you don't want to put
next to your
stuff near
toaster.
steam.
Yeah.
No, not next to, but you don't want to put it there. You can't harm them with steam or things like that. And like I said, what a beautiful entry piece right outside your door when you come in. It can go outside.
That is a really great idea, to have it right there next to your door, as you're walking in. How cool is that?
And I have 3 pieces next to my door, and nobody's ever stolen them.
Yeah.
That's everybody's concern, is somebody's going to take it. No, I've never had it happen.
Yeah, talk to us a little bit about the detail, because it is really something else.
Yeah, he draws in the clay, so again,
is that right?
Yeah, we have a lot of texture in here. He uses a lot of different textures. I love this river here. I would be remiss if I wasn't honest and said I'm doing a large commission piece that he's doing for me personally. He is just a wonderful guy, and I think he's going to really go places.
So this is William Peterson. It's 44F Slough House. It's ceramic, and it measures 12 by 12 by 4, and it's got a retail value of $500. I mean,
you got to get them when they first start showing.
Absolutely, absolutely. And I am the beneficiary of talking to you and buying art from you, and then seeing the value increase over time. And art does increase in value.
No, he is going places.
And you may never ever sell the piece of art, but it's always nice to know that you've got something that increases in value.
Well,
and
because that dress you bought at
your area.
Nordstrom isn't.
Right.
Yeah, his first show with me sold out, and pieces of this size were about $275.
Yeah.
So his prices have already gone up in the last 7 or 8 years.
Well, we're nearing the end of this break, which means that now is your final opportunity to bid on the art featured in this half hour. And I'd like to thank our art expert, Dee Neath, for joining me here in the studio today and sharing her expertise with us. Dee, it's always a pleasure. Now let's check in over at the recap station for an update on our auction activity.
And I have a lot of great updates. We'll get to those in just a minute. But there's a lot of energy right now in the phone bank. I'm here with some of our staffers who are working on Abridged. It's KVIE's new nonprofit newsroom, and we're delivering the news to our region. And you know what? They're working the phones for us tonight. But check in the morning, and you'll get an Abridged newsletter, or you can look at abridged.org and check out all of the news. All right, let's review the bids for this exciting archival gallery break. We're going to start with item 44D. It's Eiffel Tower at Midnight by Carol Mott Binkley. And guess what? I mentioned a bell ringer, and I'm going to ring a bell myself here because I'm excited. And what that means, of course, is that we met that value, and we're very excited about that. But we're not done. So that piece is still open. And if you're interested in bidding and becoming the high bidder, there's still time. Not a lot of time, but there's still time. And then item 44E, Roses, Peonies, and Oleander by Davy Five Ash. And racing toward that value of $1,600, we have a current bid of $900. The next bid is $1,000, and maybe it will be yours. But you got to call and make it happen. And then item 44F is Slough House by William Peterson. And guess what? That's another bell ringer, so here we go. And we have a current bid of $650. We want to see that move up in $50 increments, but we've made the goal for that piece. If we can make the goal for all of the pieces, we're going to make the overall goal. That's how this auction works. Okay, let's go back to the top of this half hour and check in with item 44A, La Bohemienne by Maureen Hood. And you can see right now we have an active bid of $700. I'm sure that person is very excited, but I hope you're more excited and ready with your bid of $800 to call in right now and overtake that and become the high bidder. Item 44B, Circles and Lines by Leslie McCarran, has a current bid of $800. The next bid we'd like to see, of course, for that is $900, and we'll keep moving up in $100 increments for that. We're going to get close, and I know that we could probably close that one out as a bell ringer. So you can be the one to make it happen, your neighbor as well. Hey, make it a viewing party and bid against each other, because that's how it works. I mean, really, there's only one person left standing on any auction, and this one is no different. Item 44C is Amelia Louise Beasley, and you can see, guess what? Another bell ringer. We've got a current bid of $700 right now, and that person's excited. I guarantee you they were listening to Dee and to Doug and about having it maybe greet you as you walk in your door. And you know what? If that's something you'd like to see too, and you know you've got the space for it when you open up your front door and you want to see that, become the winning bidder and call right now with that. That number is on your screen. 44D, checking in on the Eiffel Tower at midnight. It's a great photograph, and again, another bell ringer. So Carol Mott Binkley, she would love to have that in your home because she took that photograph, she put it together, she donated it to KVIE, and she would love to see us get the maximum value for that. So if you've ever been to Paris and you've ever seen the Eiffel Tower and they light it up at night, it's an amazing experience, and maybe you can relive that favorite vacation that you had. So if you've ever seen it, or maybe even just aspire to see it, guess what? Those are reasons to call and bid right now. We're going to actually check in at 44C, because guess what? That jumped to $1,100. That is a bidding war. Massive bell ringer on that. Lots of people are interested in that. They know how an auction works. You kind of swoop in at the end and try to get it for a great deal. But you know what? It's not really about deals at the KVIE art auction. It's about high bids and some great art. Okay, now checking in 44E, Roses, Peonies, and Oleander has a current bid. You can just see it. It went from $950, it went to $1,000. That's going to keep moving up. So if you're interested, you got to jump in on the action right now if you've not made the call, because it will close out soon. And then item 44F, this is Slough House, has a high bid of $650, and it is a bell ringer. I don't know if we're going to be able to see it again, but that's the one that we just saw. Slough House, it's a bell ringer. It's still going to be open for a few more minutes, so if you're interested, call right now. All right, stay with us. There's more art coming up in the next half hour of the PBS KVIE Art Auction.
Coming up next is the Collector's Corner. This category features regional, national, or internationally known artists and award winners. View all of the art featured in this year's auction at kvie.org/art-auction.
All right, now it's time for the Collector's Corner. We are so excited about all of the half-hour segments that we do, but the Collector's Corner is exactly what it means. It's collectible art of our region from local artists, and let's check in on those pieces right now. Item 45A is Autumn Light by Varia McMillan. It's oil on paper, measures 24 by 24 inches, and the retail value is $2,800. Item 45B is The Approach by Chris Volker. It's oil on canvas measuring 24 by 36 inches and has a retail value of $1,200. Item 45C is Underwater Rocks by Susan Ballinger. It's acrylic on board, measures 22 by 29 inches, has a retail value of $1,200, and this won a Jurors Award in the contemporary category. Item 45D is She's Still Asleep by Catherine Erickson. It's oil on panel. It measures 20 by 16 inches, has a retail value of $850. Item 45E is In Circa di Gioia by Jane Mikasic, and it's mixed media measuring 24 by 24 inches, and its retail value is $1,400. And the last item in this half-hour segment is 45F, A Dinky Diner Day by Kathy Dana. It's acrylic on linen. It measures 18 by 24 inches, has a retail value of $2,000. All right, let's get our Collector's Corner started. The phone lines, they're open. We're ready to take your bids. Let's see the art.
During this break, I am pleased to be here with art expert Steve Memory.
Thank you.
Steve has had a long career as a teacher and artist. He is well known in the region for his recognizable painting style, such as depicting familiar Sacramento area icons and landmarks. Steve, it's so great to have you here.
I'm delighted. It's always fun to do this, and I'm anticipating a wonderful section of great art.
Oh, it's amazing art we have coming up.
To talk about.
Absolutely. And we're going to be starting with item 45A. This is called Autumn Light by Varia McMillan. This is an oil on paper measuring 24 by 24 inches with a retail value of $2,800. A really stunning piece in a very significant half an hour to start with,
Definitely
Steve.
the wow factor happening here, and it's whenever I look at it, I kind of stop. It stopped me in my tracks, and I just enjoy what the artist is doing. Kind of a celebration of a very commonplace world, like, for example, Edward Hopper and his quiet, empty street scenes. But Varia has her own way of interpreting this, and it's so souped up and jazzy and dazzling. The color contrasts and the value contrasts are just amazing, and it just animates the surface of this piece and infuses this world with such energy and excitement.
It is a lovely, stunning piece, and these are very significant, important artists whose art is featured in galleries regionally.
Yes,
so
and when artists of this, excuse me, Chris, but when artists of this stature are contributing their artwork, they're really making a sacrifice, a true sacrifice, because they're the kind of artists who they show in a gallery and they get the prices they ask for. So when they're giving it to KVIE, which we are so grateful for, it really is something special, and it makes investing in these pieces a real opportunity.
Absolutely. We're looking at item 45A, Autumn Light by Varia McMillan. This is an oil on paper measuring 24 by 24 inches with a retail value of $2,800. So when I saw this, I thought France or something European, but then as you go through it, it could really be whatever it speaks to you.
Yeah,
it's one of those pieces of art that you just keep looking at and seeing different details everywhere you look. Quite stunning.
I think the star of the show is the way Varia has depicted light falling on the buildings, light filtered through trees, and the shimmering effect of the painting is just so engaging. Look at the high contrast too. We have the sunny yellows here against its complementary color, which enriches it. We have this contrast of the green against the red, which is another complementary color combo that enriches the piece. Very, very exciting, and we are in the hands of someone who really knows what they're doing. One of her characteristics, instead of just creating empty streets like an Edward Hopper, she always includes a figure, and her way of thinking is that that completes the piece. Also, it sort of helps us get involved in the painting. We were walking along the street with this little gal in front of us, and this bicycle rider going off in opposite directions, not really interacting, but yet a very human touch.
It's a lovely piece. All right, well, we're going to keep this piece open for you to continue bidding on. The number's on your screen, and we will move on to our next piece. Our next piece is item 45B. This is called The Approach, and it's by Chris Volker. This is an oil on canvas measuring 24 by 36 inches with a retail value of $1,200. Steve, the colors in this one, so calming and cool. You could put this anywhere in your home, above a sofa or mantelpiece. Wow, what an impact it would have.
Well, just parenthetically, Chris Volker is a licensed and practicing art therapist.
Oh, wow.
And you can kind of see that in her artwork. Every time I come up to this piece, and I've been studying these works for a while, every time I come up to this piece, there's a sense of tranquility. You know, what a sigh of relief. It is so calming and beautiful. This is a gal who really knows what she is doing. The original subject matter, if you need a subject matter with an abstract like this, would be an urban setting with buildings, and suggests these rectangular shapes suggest a cityscape, but she takes it so much further.
I love that. Well, I know we have some therapists out there watching. Maybe this would be a piece to go in your office or just in your home to bring that amazing, calm, cool sense of...
It would enrich your environment so much.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Yes.
Can you imagine waking up to this thing?
Oh, absolutely. Or maybe put it in your office if you have a stressful day. You can just look up and you can calm down.
Oh, very
It
nice.
is really a lovely piece. The number to call is on your screen. The current bid is on your screen. A reminder, we are looking at collector's pieces. These are significant pieces that are typically shown in galleries, and we are very grateful to the artists for donating them to PBS KVIE in the mission of supporting our television station. Steve, what else can you tell us about this amazing piece?
I love this. There's a witty element to this which kind of humanizes it for me. The approach, in my opinion, what's approaching is this crazy yellow line.
The yellow, yes.
Yeah, that is introduced here. I'm reading from left to right. I guess it's my Western mentality. But it's a yellow light. We have the yellow light against dark, and then it comes up here, and that surprises us again with dark against light. And then we have other variations, a little arabesque here, then it goes around, and then it changes color altogether. To me, it looks like it's ducking behind a transparent shape here. And then it comes back up. It has one last arabesque flourish at the end. And I just find it entertaining.
It is entertaining. It adds a little bit of a lightness to this piece, doesn't it? And it also draws your eye, like you said, from left to right. My eye draws all the way through this piece.
It has its little brothers and sisters here that are echoes of that same idea. So it's just not one idea, but it runs through in a very witty and smart way.
Oh, absolutely. Lovely piece. We're looking at item 45B called The Approach. That's an interesting title, because I do want to approach it when I see it, by Chris Volker. This is an oil-on canvas measuring 24 by 36 inches with a retail value of $1,200. You will see the number to call on your screen as well as the current bid on your screen. We're going to keep this open and continue bidding and move on to our next piece. All right, our next piece is item 45C. This is called Underwater Rocks, and it's by Susan Ballinger. This is an acrylic on board. It's measuring 22 by 29 inches. It has a retail value of $1,200. And exciting news on this one, Steve. This is a juror award in contemporary, and wow, you can see why the jurors awarded this one. What can you tell us about it?
Well, just quoting the juror, if I could read my writing here, it's a loosely abstracted view of rocks underwater, but it could be so much more.
Oh, wow.
And I think that's the key phrase. This is obviously a piece that she wants us to regard it as something more than just a report of what she saw when she looked in the water.
Right.
This is very moving, exciting. We're in the hands of an expert here.
Oh, absolutely. And it's interesting because it's whatever you see in it. So you see underwater rocks. I saw a skyscape when I saw it. So it's really up to the interpretation. And those colors are fabulous. What can you tell us about the colors we're looking at?
Well, of course, there are plays of complementary colors. What I love about the colors is the way they have been applied with a very controlled brushstroke, which keeps the thing moving like the surface of water. So it's very evocative, and it never lets us rest anywhere. It takes us up here, and it brings us around, and then we'll come back through again. So it's constantly renewing itself. Very exciting stuff, and like I say, she's a terrific artist and much loved.
Absolutely, and we're very grateful for her donation. Just a reminder, we are in the collector's corners. These are significant artists who show in galleries, and we are very grateful for their donation to PBS KVIE. And work of art like this is really an investment, not just showing in your home, but something that could be passed down among generations.
These pieces are not like a car you drive off the lot and it immediately depreciates. Art like this immediately appreciates.
Absolutely.
And it's not going to lose value at all. And I think of like Antiques Roadshow, where your kids discover something in the attic and it turns out to be worth fabulous amounts of money. This is the kind of thing that that reminds me of.
Absolutely, a nationally and regionally known artist. We're looking at item 45C, Underwater Rocks by Susan Ballinger, acrylic on board measuring 22 by 29 inches with a retail value of $1,200. And I have to mention this beautiful wood frame too, because it caught my eye. It's so beautifully framed. A piece like this would just be the center of attention in your home.
Absolutely.
It would just, the framing, the colors, the movement, all of it would be stunning. The number to call is on your screen. The current bid is on your screen as well. Steve, I love this piece. We're going to keep it open for you to continue bidding on. All right, well, we're halfway through this break, which means we're going to keep this one open and checking over at the recap station for bidding updates.
All right, you've just seen the first 3 pieces in the collector's corner. Some amazing pieces available to you right now. But you need to call in to bid and win. So let's check in on them right now. Item 45A, it's Autumn Light by Varya McMillan. And you can see we're getting so close. It has a value of $2,800. Clearly, there are multiple people on the lines right now making bids. We have a current bid of $2,250, and I think we're going to get that value in the next few minutes. So if you know it's going to go there anyway, why not just say my next bid's $2,500? You might see that the person who's also bidding is going to say, oh, that's too high for me, and then all of a sudden you're in the lead. Lots of strategy going on, little tips and tricks, but bid high, bid often. That's actually the easiest one. All right, 45B is The Approach by Chris Volker. Current bid of $200, and this is a large piece as you saw. It's 24 by 36. It's 2 feet by 3 feet. And if you can look around right now in your living room, front room, wherever it is, I'll bet you've got a spot for this. Has a value of $1,200, and as you just heard, these are pieces that are designed to go up in value. They don't necessarily go down the other way, they go up. And we're looking for a bid right now, your bid of $300. Make it happen with the phone call if you're not already on the line. And then 45C is Underwater Rocks by Susan Ballinger. Current bid of $400. This won a Jurors Award in the Contemporary Classics. Susan had a solo show in our KVIE gallery, and if you haven't seen the KVIE gallery, come on in Monday through Friday from 8 to 5. We have these galleries that are up for about 45 days. We rotate the artists, and Susan had a very successful one. We're very excited that she now has a piece, Underwater Rocks, that, by the way, I'm just looking, has a $500 bid. That's how fast these go in this auction. Remember, we're going to be closing it out around 8 o'clock tonight, and so there's going to be a lot of action. Stay tuned for all this. It's exciting. Susan Ballinger right here has that bid of $500, and right now we need you to call because this is a big fundraiser for KVIE. This is the 44th year of the KVIE art auction. This is the longest running auction of any PBS station in the country. It was actually only the second auction ever to go on the air. We are excited about that. Jill Estroff is our art curator. We're the only PBS station that has an art curator on staff. We care about the arts. We care about the community. Let's check back in real quick. So item 45C is the Underwater Rocks. Let's come back to that real quick. Is Susan Ballinger has a current high bid of $550, and we need to see that go up. I think it's going up in $50 increments, but bid high, bid often, bid in $100 increments because you're trying to get to that value of $1,200. You want it, we want it, make it happen. 45A is Autumn Light. Let's check in on that real quick. Has a current bid of $2,500. That's just $300 away from becoming a bell ringer. I know it's going to happen. And then 45B is The Approach. That's a great piece. It's 2 by 3 feet. Has a current bid of only $250. If you're looking to just swoop in and get something, you can make it happen right now with your bid. All right, and then 45C again, Underwater Rocks. We're getting there, has a current bid of $750. So I think by the time we check back in, I'm hoping to be able to say they're bell ringers. Okay, number is on your screen. We want to hear from you. Let's see some more art with Christina and Steve.
All right, we're back with the second half of this category, and we're looking at item 45D. This is called She's Still Asleep, and it's by Katherine Erickson. This is an oil-on panel. It's measuring 20 by 16 inches with a retail value of $850. Steve, that title, She's Still Asleep.
Isn't that intriguing?
It makes me wonder, what is this about? Do you have an idea about this painting?
Well, roughly. Katherine tells a story about, in her paperwork about back in the 1978, I believe, the Altman brothers, of all people, had a album called The City, or it's a song called "The City," and the story goes that the two lovers took a cab out to the woods to sleep overnight, and the cab was supposed to pick them up the next morning. And the following morning, they tried to wake her up, but she did not want to go back to the real world. She wanted to stay in this gorgeous forest.
Oh wow!
And I looked it up. I listened to the song, and it's charming and very fun and very typical of the period. And that's what this is that story is the inspiration for this charming piece.
I always love a story behind the art. It makes it so much more personal when you have it in your home because they become conversation pieces.
Exactly. People are going to say, well, what's the taxi cab doing down there? And then it kind of starts the conversation.
Absolutely. And can you talk a little bit about the style? Because I see really thick paint on this.
Yeah,
it's really fascinating.
Catherine is using a palette knife throughout and using it very boldly and very expertly, because that kind of thing can get out of hand very quickly in the hands of someone who does not know what she's doing. It's pretty much throughout, although when we get down to the taxicab area, it's a little more subdued, but still done with a texture. And texture is one of the players that make this such an effective piece.
Mm-hmm. The texture and the colors too, and I also like the story. I keep going back to you don't want to leave that place.
It is charming.
Sometimes I feel like I go camping and I don't want to go back to the real world the next day, and it kind of has that feeling. So maybe if you're a camper, you're somebody who loves the outdoors, what an original, amazing piece of art that you could have in your home. It really is. It's a good size as well. I want to point out the vertical, because a lot of time we get the big horizontals, but verticals can fit just about anywhere in your home. Hallways, kitchens, bedrooms, living rooms. There's really any place in your home that you could place a stunning piece like this.
And it's a gallery wrap, so we have a thickness to the frame, so it stands out from the wall, which helps to enhance the sculptural quality of the brush work and the palette knife work. It has a very sculptural quality, which is helped along with this three-dimensional frame.
Absolutely. Well, we're very grateful to the artist for donating this wonderful piece of art. It can be yours. All you have to do is call the number on your screen and place a bid. Again, it's 45D, She's Still Asleep by Catherine Erickson, oil on panel measuring 20 by 16 inches with a retail value of $850. We're going to keep this one open for you to continue bidding on, and we're going to move on to our next piece. Our next piece, item 45E. It's called Incerca di Gioia by Jane Mikasic. This is mixed media, measuring 24 by 24 inches with a retail value of $1,400. Wow, what a lovely piece.
Cerca di Gioia.
I said it wrong. Thank you for clarifying.
Oh, I had to look it up.
Okay, good.
My Italian is shaky. Yeah, the artist loves to use Italian or Spanish titles.
Oh, fun.
And I think being European, he can sure do that.
She can do that.
She can do that, sorry. Yeah, it has a lovely transparent, evocative quality to it. But I want to point out that the starting point is not subject matter so much as it is the materials that she starts out with. If you could take a look in a close-up, we're seeing printed pages here. We are seeing sheet music. These are
that's
all
fascinating.
Yeah, these are all.
Oh, there's notes there. Let's have our camera pan in really close to where Steve's pointing, because if you look closely, there are music notes.
Music notes.
I didn't notice that the first time I saw it. Wow.
And it like I say, it's the starting point for this thought process, this creative thought process of putting it together. Very juicy, transparent, drippy, evocative. To me, I kind of see an Italian city in this, although it's very naughty of me to try to look for subject matter in what is clearly meant to be an abstract, but it has that kind of a joyous Italian street feel to it.
Street art, yeah, absolutely.
Yeah.
Sometimes I love to imagine where these pieces would go in my own home, and this one above my piano. I mean, instantly, this is with the music notes there. A piece like this would look so wonderful in a living room, maybe near some instruments. Maybe you've visited Europe or Italy, and this would remind you of those times. The number to call is on your screen. The current bid is on your screen. And just a reminder, these are very significant artists. We are in the collectors portion of our evening. These are significant artists that show in galleries, and we're very grateful to them for donating bringing these original pieces of artwork to PBS KVIE.
Yes.
Steve, what else can you tell us about this piece?
Well, I'm just sorry I kind of got lost in the painting while you were talking.
That's what it does to you.
Very bad form. It's because it's so juicy. I love his her color choices too are so delicious. She's using a tremendously wide range of color, but she's handled it so expertly that it all blends into this rich sort of bonbon of color that hard not to love.
It really is. It's so beautiful, the different colors they pop from. I like how you said earlier, whether you're 2 feet away or 20 feet away.
Yes.
This is one of those pieces.
Well, that's what I was doing. I was crawling into it while very naughty.
So we're looking at item 45E, and we can tell Steve loves this one.
It's such fun.
He's ready to go.
Cerca di Gioia.
Cerca di Gioia. Thank you for saying that. Item 45, Cerca di Gioia by Jane Mikasic. This is mixed media measuring 24 by 24 inches with a retail value of $1,400. We're going to keep this piece open for you to continue bidding on, and we're going to move on to our next piece. Our next piece is item 45F. This is A Dinky Diner Day by Kathy Dana. This is an acrylic on linen measuring 18 by 24 inches with a retail value of $2,000. Steve, I gotta say, I know exactly where this is, and I think a lot of people in Sacramento do too.
Oh, I'm glad. This is in Clarksburg.
Yes.
And it's a great, popular little hole in the wall too.
Absolutely.
And very much loved by the family and the families and the people who live in the Clarksburg area. And after studying this painting, I'm ready to take a little day trip and go and have some coffee at the
coffee and a
Dinky
hamburger.
Diner.
That's a hot dog. That's exactly what you do. It's really, when I saw this, I thought that's the Dinky Diner in Clarksburg. And I mean, if you have spent time there in Clarksburg, either wine tasting or bringing your children to the Dinky Diner or spent time on the river, wow, what an amazing piece.
I think getting beyond just the subject matter, which is very engaging, you got to love it. This is the work of an artist who knows exactly what she is doing. I love the strong, dramatic, and dynamic thrusts of this composition. The diagonals are very powerful, and yet she keeps it under control by these very regular parade of vertical benches that keep it under control. And then she's echoing this idea in the background to kind of keep the composition under control, as I say. And then, of course, we have the beautiful view of the river and the bank across the river. It's just such fun. It's hard to get away from the subject matter. She's doing a whole series of the Dinky Diner.
Oh, is she?
And I'm eager to see it. It's going to be very entertaining and very fun. But then again, to be taken as a serious art by a serious artist, working in a fun subject matter.
Absolutely. As you were talking, I was thinking about that. You see the river in the natural world, but it's right next to these bright, bold colors. So that it's almost like two different thoughts, and it just goes together so well, Steve.
Well, it's sort of like a Wayne Thiebaud approach, but she's made it her own. She's made it her own, and the love she feels for the subject matter is obvious in the way she's handled it.
Absolutely. It's a celebration of the region, of this art, and it's really a stunning piece.
Yeah.
The number to call is on your screen. You'll see the current bid on your screen as well. We're looking at item 45F, A Dinky Diner Day by Kathy Dana. This is an acrylic on linen, and it's measuring 18 by 24 inches with a retail value of $2,000. Steve, final thoughts on this piece?
Well, I think she's really showing her love for the subject, but using a very sophisticated art vocabulary to get there.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Absolutely. We're lucky to have this piece. All right. Well, we are nearing the end of this break, which means that now is your very last opportunity to bid on the art featured in this half an hour. Let's go check in at the bids at the recap station.
And at the recap station, there is a lot of energy right now. The phones, they're ringing. We have active bids on all of the pieces right now in this collector's corner. So don't miss out on your chance to grab one of these pieces while they're hot. Don't kick yourself tomorrow and say, man, I wish I bid last night. All right, let's review them. We're going to start with item 45D. It's She's Still Asleep by Catherine Erickson, and you can see has a value of $850 and a current bid of $325. We'd like to see that move up in $50 increments, and I'm pretty sure we're going to hit that bell ringer status before we go back to another part of the art auction. 45 E is In Cerca de Gioia by Jane Mikasic, and right now has a current bid of $550. And of course, the meaning of that in Italian is in search of joy. And if you're the winning bidder, I'll bet you're going to have a lot of joy as you look at that piece wherever you hang it. But you've got to become the winning bidder. A value of $1,400 is still well below that with the current bid of $550, but I know that's going to go up. There's only one way, and it's up. All right, 45F is a Dinky Diner Day. That's the last piece that you just saw with Christina and Steve. Has a value of $2,000 and a current bid of $750. I'm also confident that's going to continue to go up because we've got a lot of people on the phone right now. Some of them are just getting authenticated. You're going to call in. If you haven't called in before, we're just going to make sure it's you. We're going to ask that phone number, your address, and then you're going to get in on the action. If you've ever called in before, we probably have that information ready to go. And then it's just a matter of what item number and what bid amount are you going to have. And then you can hang on the phone, and as you hear those other bids go up, we'll just say, hey, it's back to you at this. Are you still in? Of course, the answer is yes, because you want to support KVIE. All right, let's go all the way back to the top. The first item that you saw in this half hour is 45A Autumn Light, and we are just $200 away from a bell ringer. Value of $2,800. Someone is very excited right now with that current bid of $2,600, hoping that no one else is going to make a bid. But I'm hoping they do, because of course we're raising money here for KVIE. Item 45B is the approach, and we're checking in on that with a current high bid of $700. The next bid we'd like to see is $800 and going towards that value of $1,200. That's a fantastic piece, like all of the other pieces in this collector's corner. And then I've got big news with Underwater Rocks. Item 45C, and guess what? That is a bell ringer. Current bid is $2,200, and we'd love to see that keep going up. But that is a fantastic piece with a fantastic bid, and someone is so excited. And, you know, I'm sorry if you're the one that's on it right now and say, don't talk anymore about it. Well, I kind of have to. It's an auction. But I wish everyone could win a piece of art. 270 pieces of art, so I think like 270 people could be happy at the end of this auction, right? That's how it works. Okay, 45D, She's Still Asleep, has a current high bid of $325, and we want to see that continue to move up towards the value of the $850, and then, of course, go beyond because we love ringing that bell. And then item 45E, In Cerca de Gioia by Jane Mikasic, current bid of $600. And again, you can see that that's below the value. That's the dollar amount that the artist knows it's worth and wants KVIE to at least get that or more. Actually, I can guarantee you that all of the artists would love to see a bell ringer for KVIE. It's a fundraiser, and that's how it works. And then a Dinky Diner Day item, 45F, current bid is $1,400. We'd love to see the next bid be yours at $1,500, racing towards that value of $2,000. And if you want to see where these pieces close, you can go to kvie.org/art auction, and you'll be able to see not only the values and the pictures and what's coming up, but you can also then see those closing bids once we're able to put those in. So it's always going to be about 30 minutes or so behind, but you'll be able to go back in and check that out. So stay with us. We're working on that goal of $200,000. I think we're going to make it, but it's going to take you. There's more art coming up in the final half hour of this PBS KVIE art auction.
Coming up next is the Collector's Corner. This category features regional, national, or internationally known artists and award winners. View all of the art featured in this year's auction at kvie.org/art auction.
All right, we're back. I'm David Lowe, and welcome to the final half hour of this 2025 KVIE art auction. We have had a great 3 days, but we still have 6 more incredible works of art for you in this Collector's Corner. Here's an overview of the final pieces. All right, item 46A is The Pair by Elizabeth Ray, and it's oil on canvas measuring 50 by 40 inches, has a retail value of $6,000. Item 46B is Laundry Line Series Wind by Patricia Altschul. It's oil on canvas measuring 24 by 20 inches, has a retail value of $3,200. Item 46C is Wild Garden by Peggy Kroll Roberts. It's collage measuring 18 by 24 inches, and the retail value is $1,500. Item 46D is Dawn American River at Ansel Hoffman Park by Jin Wong. It's oil on canvas measuring 22 by 28 inches. Retail value is $9,500. Item 46E is Marsh by David Post. This is acrylic on paper. It measures 19 by 24 inches and has a retail value of $3,000. And item 46F is Reeds and Reflections by Pat Mahoney. It's oil on linen measuring 20 by 16 inches with a retail value of $2,400. Okay, the phone lines, they're open. Our staff who work on Abridged are ready to take your bids. Let's see the art with Christina and Steve.
Hi there, I'm Christina Salerno, and I'm back once again with art expert Steve Memorin to discuss the Collector's Corner. Here we go. We are with item 46A. This is called The Pear, and it's by Elizabeth Ray. This is an oil on canvas measuring 50 by 40 inches. This has a retail value of $6,000. Stunning piece, Steve. Absolutely.
It's a wow piece.
It really is. Can you tell me a little bit about her style?
Well, she's a New York painter and has been here for about 4 years. And one of the things that impressed her, she says that when she came out to California was the California sunlight.
Oh.
I'm thinking of Van Gogh and the way when he went to southern France and he was dazzled by the sunlight in Arles. And so she had a similar experience. So this is celebrating that crisp, sharp sunlight effect that we have here in California. And the style is very flat, very contemporary, very New York. The scale is very New York. This is a big, important piece, and it's the kind of thing that it would really, you need to find the right space for this because it's the star of the show. There's no way of getting away from it.
Absolutely.
I love her choice of high contrasts and lights and darks, just very dramatic and very arresting. Unconventional composition for a still life. The pear, you have to hunt for it.
There it is, yes.
Right there. Just fun story. She tells that when she got here, she had a pear tree that had not borne fruit for about 4 years, till finally she was able to experience the bounty of the tree, and she got 4 pears. And she's monumentalizing that moment by including this humble little pear sitting on her art books in her backyard.
Really significant, large piece, as you mentioned, that would go, I mean, this would be the stunner in your home, part of your collection or your art collection. And a reminder, we are in the Collector's Corner. These are regionally and nationally known artists. These are significant pieces of art.
Significant.
And really, something like this, Steve, it would just stop you in your feet as you walked in your home.
What a wonderful thing to have in your collection.
Oh, absolutely.
I mean, star of the show.
Absolutely.
Wherever you put it. Mm-hmm. Such authority and such a wonderful, aggressive look at the world.
I love how you described the light and the dark, because as soon as you said that, it became immediately obvious, and I saw different things in the painting that I hadn't seen before.
She's really surprising. You know, she places this flower and vase not in the center where an ordinary and lesser artist would do, but she marches it right to the side.
I love that.
And allows us to have this full contrast of values over here. The greens and the reds right against this intense dark. It really slashes across the entire composition. Wow, it's awesome. She then goes back and she repeats this she has this shallow space in the painting, but she repeats it so cleverly. By the back wall here, we have the rest of the world being reflected behind us. So even though it's a very flat and shallow space, she suggests the whole world that she's living in. What a smart gal.
Yeah, absolutely. We're looking at item 46A. This is called The Pear by Elizabeth Ray, an oil on canvas measuring that amazing 50 by 40 inches with a retail value of $6,000. The number to call is on your screen. Current bid is on your screen as well. We're going to keep this one open for you to continue bidding on, and we're going to move on to our next piece. Our next piece, item 46B, it's called Laundry Line Series Wind, and it's by Patricia Altschul. This is an oil on canvas. It's measuring 24 by 20 inches with a retail value of $3,200. This is stunning, Steve.
It is stunning.
Wow.
She's doing a series, which I'm longing to see now after seeing this little gem, of women at work.
Wow.
And there's a whole laundry series of, in this case, we have a lady hanging the laundry out on a clothesline. Very nostalgic, and it's meant to be. It evokes what we used to do with our laundry in the past. I remember my mom in the backyard pinning up the laundry and with her clothespins.
And this one is called Laundry Wind, so you
Yeah.
can see some of that movement almost coming towards you when you look at that.
A very structured modern composition. If you were to show this upside down or sideways, it would still hold together as a modern composition. But she's animated it with this wonderful idea of wind passing through the laundry, passing through her hair here. You see the hair
the bows.
and the apron strings. Just takes it to a whole new level.
Absolutely. I mean, can you talk about the composition the artist chose? I mean, we don't see your face, but we can kind of guess who that could be. There's just so much in this painting.
Well, she's very smart about how much anecdote she wants to add to this. If
Interesting.
we were to see the face, it would be an entirely different composition.
Right.
And it would throw our focus off. She wants us to enjoy the thrust of the body upward and reaching for that clothesline and the way the wind seems to animate the whole thing. That's what this is really about.
That's so fascinating.
Yeah.
I love hearing your perspective on these pieces of art. It's really wonderful. We're looking at item 46B, Laundry Line Series Wind by Patricia Altschul. This is an oil on canvas measuring 24 by 20 inches with a retail value of $3,200. The number to call is on your screen. The current bid is on your screen. We are in our collector's corner. We are in our significant artists who are known nationally for their work, regionally for their work, and we're so grateful to them for donating their pieces to support the mission of PBS KVIE. Final thoughts, Steve, on this piece?
She's obviously celebrating the female figure in various acts of action and repose, labor and relaxing. I want to see her whole series.
As do I.
Yeah. This is definitely a gem of the series, and how great for her to think about KVIE and donating this wonderful masterpiece.
Absolutely. Well, we appreciate it, and we're going to keep this piece open for you to continue bidding on, and we're going to move on to our next piece. Our next piece is item 46C. This is called Wild Garden, and it's by Peggy Kroll Roberts. This is a collage. It's measuring 18 by 24 inches with a retail value of $1,500. Wild Garden. Steve, this garden is beautiful. I love it. What can you tell us about it?
Well, you can't walk past this painting without smiling. I mean,
right.
It is such a joyous celebration. It has a childlike quality to it in a way. This is cut and paste. She's painted these forms and then she's cut them out and then she's assembled this. You think you're looking at a pattern that repeats very soberly like a textile would, and she sort of lulls you into thinking that when you look at it more closely, you say, she's not doing that at all. She makes a statement, and she has a variation. Then she turns it upside down, and then she reintroduces it in a very amusing and smart, funny way.
I love how each one almost looks different. My eye just keeps traveling from image to image. Steve,
Yeah.
Can you tell us about what the artist is doing with that, with kind of bringing all these different images together?
Well, you know, I can't help but think in other art forms. This is like visual music to me.
Oh wow,
It's
this
like,
is beautiful.
It's like ragtime. It's full of syncopation and variations, and it's meant to be witty. It's meant to be fun. It's meant to make you smile, and it's almost impossible not to. She doesn't hold back on her color choices. She just hits you straight in the eye with those dazzling oranges and pinks, and contrasting with these darker colors, very, very aggressive and no nonsense about it. There's nothing pastel and pretty about this. This is meant to be fun. It's meant to be raucous, and it's going to change your mood every time you look at it.
Right, a good modern piece to have in your home. And as you've talked about before, you have a different impact when you look at something like this from across the room. You say, wow, look at that pop of color. But then as you get close, you see all of the amazing detail that the artist put into this piece.
That's so true. Being this close to it, it's just hard not to look at it.
I know, you keep staring at it. It's absolutely stunning. And as our camera pans across, you can see how each little vignette is different. Really beautiful piece. Item 46C, called The Wild Garden. It's such an appropriate title, too, by Peggy Kroll Roberts. This is a collage measuring 18 by 24 inches with a retail value of $1,500. You can see the number to call is on your screen. You can see the current bid on your screen as well. Final thoughts on this fun piece, Steve?
Visual ragtime.
There you go. And you could have it in your home. All you have to do is call the number on your screen and place a bid. All right, well, we're halfway through this break, which means we're going to keep this piece open and check in over at the recap station for bidding updates.
All right, we're halfway through our final break in this year's auction, and now is your opportunity to take home an amazing work of art. All right, let's go back and look at a few of these items. Item 46A, it's The Pear by Elizabeth Ray. Oil on canvas, and you can see it's 50 by 40. That is an immense piece, and we are looking for the first bid right now. Value of $6,000. Someone can call right now and become the high bidder for 46A, The Pear. But you've got to call right now. Remember, this is the collector's corner. It's not a regular corner. It's about collectors. You're the collector. This is collectible art, but you've got to call and make that bid. Make it be yours. Don't kick yourself in the morning and say, I should have done it, I should have made that call. So make that call right now. All right, moving on to 46B, it's Laundry Line Series Wind by Patricia Altschul. Has a current bid of $1,100, and we want to see that move up in $100 increments as we go towards our goal of $3,200 for that piece. Item 46B could be yours if you make a phone call right now in this final half hour of the 3-day KVIE art auction. And then 46C is Wild Garden, Peggy Kroll Roberts. Current bid of $200, and we'd like to see that move up also in $100 increments. But call right now if you're interested. These are the last 6 pieces of the 270-piece collection of the 3-day KVIE art auction. They're in the collector's corner for a reason, because they're very collectible. These are great local artists. It's great local art. We all love the Sacramento region, and maybe it's your chance to get a great piece of art. But you've got to call. You got to make it happen. You've got to put the action into it. All right, let's check back in on item 46A. Again, that's The Pear, and it's a very large piece. I know we all have big walls, right? And maybe you don't have anything on there right now, and you're looking around and saying, is there a space for me? By the way, the answer is yes. So if you can see a giant space right there, you should be the one that calls in right now and makes that bid on 46A, The Pear by Elizabeth Ray. Item 46B, moving on, is Laundry Line Series. It has a current bid of $1,500. We want to see that move up and make that next bid $1,600, and maybe that bid will be yours. If you're not already on the phone, there's probably already a couple people bidding back and forth, but we've got room for you. That's why the phone bank's here, and that's why we have open lines. So you just have to call right now and say, I want to make a bid on 46B for $1,600, and you're going to jump in on the action. And then 46C, Wild Garden, has a current bid of $200, and we want to see the next bid come in at $300. That's the collage. It's 18 by 24. It's a great, vivid piece that is going to go somewhere in your home. But maybe if it's not for you, it's for your neighbor. That's okay. All right, let's look at the last 3 works of art in this year's auction. Back with Christina and Steve.
All right, we're back for the second half of the break, continuing on with our next piece. Our next piece is item 46D. It's Dawn, American River at Ansel Hoffman Park. It's by Jin Wong. This is an oil on canvas measuring 22 by 28 inches with a retail value of $9,500. Steve, we have a lot to talk about here. What can you tell us about his style?
Well, his style. He was born in China and grew up with the kind of Russian realism style, which he totally dismissed once he got to our country. And he studied under Fred Dalkey and studied with Wayne Thiebaud and Davis. And through all of that, through all those wonderful teachers, he's managed to develop his own unique style. His play of light and color is unique to Jin. And it constantly renews. It's constantly rich and fun to look at.
The title of this piece is Dawn at American River at Ansel Hoffman Park. That's a location I know a lot of our viewers is very beloved in Sacramento.
Yes.
And I mean, wow, what an amazing interpretation of this. And to have a significant artist donation of a place that's so significant to the Sacramento region, I mean, this is a real investment by our
Jen is so generous to KVIE
Absolutely.
by contributing consistently on a yearly basis to KVIE. I really admire him. I'm stunned by his generosity.
Absolutely. We are so grateful to that. Can you talk a little bit about the texture to this piece? It is quite thick and interesting, with the texture going through it.
I was just admiring it again, looking at it under studio lights. So rich. He is not a transparent, layered painter like many realistic painters are. He instead has a very juicy approach to pigment, and a lot of the mixing that's being done on the canvas is done by the brushstroke. He allows the colors to interact with each other and sort of mix on the surface, which creates a very unique effect, and it's very lively, and it's also direct, very direct, sort of like Japanese brush painting. The way it is applied is part of the meaning of the work.
Absolutely. And a piece like this would command a high value in a gallery. We're looking to hit that retail value here as well. The number to call is on your screen and the current bid is on your screen. This is a real investment piece by a significant artist, and we're so grateful for his donation. And I also just want to point out too that, I mean, the frame just brings this all together. The piece by itself is just stunning. It would really be the centerpiece of a home or an office, really anywhere you place this piece.
I don't want to talk at length about the frame when I have a painting of this quality, but the frame is doing its job. It's framing it, it's improving it, it's really setting it off perfectly and really making us appreciate what's inside the frame.
Absolutely. All right, we're going to keep this piece open for you to continue bidding on, and we're going to move on to our next piece. Our next piece is item 46E. It's called Marsh by David Post. This is an acrylic on paper. It's measuring 19 by 24 inches. It has a retail value of $3,000. Marsh, what a lovely, I love the colors in this one, Steve. What can you tell us about it?
Well, first of all, just a quick word about David. He is so loved by the community. He's been around for 30 years or more, the star of one-man shows and group shows, a real titan in the art world around here in Sacramento. The painting. Well, the Marsh is, he takes his dog on walks every day, and through this lovely little marsh area, and this is his way of celebrating that subject and monumentalizing it, memorializing it in this juicy painting. This is acrylic, I believe. Yeah, acrylic on paper. Totally different effect that you would get if it were an oil painting applied in a traditional oil painting way. Just lovely. Look at the way he's managed to focus our center of interest up here in these farmhouses. The most interesting part of the picture, focused and framed, and then we have all of this gorgeous buffet of color and texture down here just to keep us mightily entertained.
There's so much to look at. Our camera zooming in on those farmhouses you just mentioned right there with the purple kind of framing them around it. And that, I love how that draws your eye, but then you keep looking at all the different interests in
my
this.
favorite part of the painting is not actually in the farm, but down here, where we really get a feel for David's technique. This is layered. It's something that is done over a period of time in the studio.
Wow.
Let it dry, go back into it, let it dry, go back into it, and you create these fabulous textures that he's a master at doing this. He knows what he's doing.
Absolutely. We're looking at item 46E. This is called Marsh by David Post. This is an acrylic on paper measuring 19 by 24 inches with a retail value of $3,000. The current number, or the current bid is on your screen, as well as the number to call to take home this original piece of art by a significant, well-loved artist. This is your chance to have original art in your home. All you have to do is call the number on your screen. Steve, additional thoughts about this piece?
Folks, this is a major artist, and this is that artist at its peak,
Absolutely.
at his peak. He's pulling out the stops here, and what a wonderful opportunity to snatch this up.
And we are very grateful to those donations that go to support PBS KVIE and the mission of PBS KVIE as well. We're so grateful to all of our artists who have donated these pieces in this collector's hour. All right, we're going to keep this piece open for you to continue bidding on and move on to our next piece. Our next piece is item 46F. It's called Reeds and Reflections, and it's by Pat Mahoney. This is an oil on linen. It's measuring 20 by 16 inches with a retail value of $2,400. She really did an amazing job with this piece, Steve.
What a knockout.
I love it.
What a knockout.
Yeah.
Yeah. Pat,
what can you tell us about it?
Well, Pat's obviously a wonderful painter. I constantly impressed by the energy that she is able to infuse in these pieces. There's really no resting spot that you can point out directly or immediately. She's so good at keeping our interests flowing throughout the piece. It's just pulsing with energy and vitality. She does use the reeds themselves, those vertical lines, to kind of create an armature, so it's just not so exploding uncontrollably out of the canvas. It maintains its structure so that it keeps you involved. And I don't know. I'm looking at it and I'm speechless.
I love the movement in it. As you said that, my eye keeps moving to different pieces of this because there's always somewhere interesting to look, and the artist is a real master at doing that. It's fascinating.
The brushwork is a joy to behold. Everything is applied with such directness and authority. Nothing mamby-pamby about this whatsoever. This is an artist at the peak of her powers. I think also, just parenthetically, I think that the size of the piece is significant when you're thinking of investing in it. Were it larger, it might be too much. It would take over the space, but it is just the right size now. If it were smaller, it would be dismissible, more dismissible, because the scale is just not strong enough. This is exactly the right size.
Absolutely, and it's that vertical that we can, that it's really interesting because that's so easy to place really anywhere in a home, in an office. There is always space for an investment quality original piece of art like this in your home. To take this piece home, all you have to do is call the number on your screen. You have the current bid on your screen as well. We're looking at item 46F, Reeds and Reflections. I love that title. I really do. By Pat Mahoney. Oil on linen measuring 20 by 16, that great size that we're talking about with a retail value of $2,400. That's the reeds up there at the top. And you see now I'm looking at every time I look at it, I see something different. The reeds reflecting in the bottom.
But she's not distracting us too much with literal reports of what this looked like. This is just vibrates with vitality.
Vitality, energy, but it also brings that kind of cool, calming sense that we've talked about through a lot of these with the blues
Easy
and the
to live
greens.
with. Easy to live with.
Easily. And this is an investment piece
yes.
By a significant artist. That is something that you could have and treasure in your home and pass down to other generations as well.
Yeah, if I were you, I'd be smart and snatch this.
Absolutely. All right. Well, we are nearing the end of this break, which means that now is your final opportunity to bid on the art that was featured in this half an hour. I'd like to thank our art expert, Steve Memerine, for joining me here in studio. Thank you. And sharing his expertise with us. Thank you, Steve. All right, let's go check in over at the recap station for an update on auction activity right now.
And it's a pretty exciting update. We are like this close to that goal of $200,000, and I think we're going to make it, but it's going to take your call. It's going to take a few more. Just a few minutes to go in this year's KVIE art auction. We're going to review all the art that you've just seen during the Collector's Corner, and we're going to start with item 46D. This is a check-in at Dawn American River, and this is Jin Wang. You can see a current bid of $2,100. When that bid goes up, now it's at $2,400. We want to see that get a lot closer to the value of $9,500. Jin is a very collectible artist, and his pieces go very well. This value at $9,500 is what his art sells for. So if you're thinking, is this the right bid at $2,400 and now I want to make $2,500? The answer is yes. It is well below what his art sells for at $9,500. So call right now and you can help us make sure that we hit that goal of that $200,000 that we're so close to. But we need you and we need your help. Call right now. 46E is Marsh, has a current bid of $450. Again, that's another one that we'd love to see reach the value of $3,000. It's acrylic on paper. It's a fantastic piece. Right now, someone is excited. They've got a current high bid of $450, and they're like, please, like, let the phone stop ringing. Well, we don't want that to happen because it's an auction. I do hope, though, if you are the bidder at $450, that you do end up with this piece. I just want it to be at closer to the $3,000 retail value. That's how the auction works. Okay, 46F. Reads and Reflections. It's the last piece that you just saw Christina and Steve talk about. Pat Mahoney, she's always providing us pieces that go so well and raise a lot of money for KVIE. This one right now is a current bid of $1,500. I know this is going to be a bell ringer. It just takes a little bit more time, and it just takes a couple more phone calls. We're going to reach it now. Go to the top at 46A. We've got the pair. This is a retail value of $6,000. It's an immense piece, 50 inches by 40, a retail value of $6,000, a current bid of $1,600. And Elizabeth Ray has been a past juror of the KVIE art auction. We talked her into giving us a piece, and we're so delighted that she did. She's been showing at the B. Sakata Garo Gallery, and she is a highly collectible artist. 46B is a Laundry Line Series, Wind by Patricia Alschul. And guess what? That's a bell ringer. Let's ring that bell. $3,300 is the current high bid. But we're not done. We want to see the next bid be yours at $3,400, and you can make it happen. And then 46C, Wild Garden, has a current bid of $200. It is a very vivid piece. I know you've got room for that in your home, and it's going to brighten up any wall. It's absolutely going to be something that people talk about. And you got to say, I won it at the KVIE art auction, and I helped them reach their goal of $200,000 in 3 days with 270 pieces of art. So 46D is the Jin Wang, Dawn American River at Ansel Hoffman Park. Current bid at $4,500. When we were last looking at it, it was still in the 3,000s. This is going to keep going because, again, has a retail value of $9,500. You've got to make that call, though, if you're interested in having it be yours. 46E is Marsh, and that's moved up as well, has a current bid of $550. We want to see those bids go up, though, in $100 increments because it's a value of $3,000, and we want to get there faster rather than just waiting and waiting and waiting. See what I'm doing there? We want to make it happen at $100 a bid. And then 46F, Reads and Reflections, Pat Mahoney, and that one's already jumped up. You can see a current bid of $2,200. It was just $2,100 before I started to say something. Now it's $2,200, and it's just $200 from a bell ringer. You know we want to ring that to go out, okay? We've got all of our staff from our new nonprofit newsroom, Abridged, and you can see them right here. They're actually taking phone calls. They can't even wave. I'll wave for them. And if you haven't signed up yet, it's at abridged.org. We're going to send you some local news. We're so excited about this. And again, it happens because of your support. All right, we have reached the end of the 2025 KVIE Art Auction. And I think we're bringing in Jill Estroff here, our art curator. Thank you for watching and bidding throughout the weekend. Keep bidding, though, if you're on the phone, or you can still call in. A big thank you to this year's sponsors who came on board to show their support for the arts on KVIE. Each of our participating artists, thank you. We are so grateful for your support and participation, and we already can't wait till next year. We're thrilled to share your incredible artwork during our 23-hour auction, the only art auction on any PBS station in the country, and it happens right here in Sacramento. To our volunteers on the phones, our art movers, our awards jurors, our on-air talent, we cannot do this without you. And thanks, of course, to Jill Estroff. She's KVIE's art curator, the only art curator on a PBS station staff. She was involved in selecting all 276 pieces in this year's auction. Jill, well done. Another fantastic year. And to you, the viewers and bidders who participated and bought artwork this weekend. Thank you for supporting KVIE. Have a great night, and if you are a lucky enough winning bidder, enjoy your new artwork.